In the vast expanse of the 3,000 great worlds lies the Forbidden Sect. Among its ranks is the direct disciple, Chu Luo, who has audaciously trespassed into the sacred grounds of the sect. According to sect rules, he is to be expelled. Within the Grand Palace, a frail youth kneels in the Great Hall. Although his features are not conventionally handsome, he possesses a unique charm that is quite captivating. His name is Chu Luo, one among many in the throngs of transmigrators. Seated at the elevated dais are several high-ranking elders of the Forbidden Sect. Among them, a venerable elder with flowing white hair gazes down with a piercing, frigid stare. An overwhelming aura of terror emanates from him, casting an oppressive atmosphere throughout the hall. He is the second elder of the Forbidden Sect, Zhao Sheng, revered in the outside world as the spirit-cleansing ancient sage. However, the second elder, Zhao Sheng, harbors a palpable disdain for Chu Luo, evidently the source of the decree for his expulsion. Indeed, this chaotic troublemaker must be cast out. Voices of support arise for the second elder. Yes, this scourge should have been expelled long ago. This rascal has wreaked havoc upon us, and now he dares to intrude upon the sacred grounds. Even Elder Yin, you cannot save him this time. Behind Chu Luo, a group of core disciples were expressions of discontent, seemingly eager for his expulsion. Turning to glance at them with disdain, Chu Luo then faces the distinguished middle-aged man at the forefront, displaying a countenance of grievance. Sect Master, I did not deliberately trespass into the sacred grounds. I was recently practicing an escape technique and inadvertently miscalculated my direction, resulting in my unintentional arrival in the forbidden area. I beseech your understanding. The man leading the assembly is none other than Lin Feng, the sect master of the Forbidden Sect. Second elder, after all. Chu Luo is the sole direct disciple of Elder Yinya. It would be prudent to await Elder Yinya's emergence from seclusion before deciding on his expulsion. Lin Feng furrows his brow, recalling Elder Yinya's temperament, which fills him with trepidation. Should Elder Yinya discover that his prized disciple has been cast out, chaos would surely ensue. Several other elders nod in quiet agreement. Humph. Sect Master, this rule was established by our ancestors. Even the old ghost, Yinya, cannot alter it. The second elder, Zhao Sheng, retorts coldly. Today, he is resolute in his intent to expel the troublemaker Chu Luo from the Forbidden Sect. I say, second elder, is it not merely because I recently visited your medicinal field and plucked a few young spiritual herbs? Must you harbor such a grudge against me? Chu Luo can no longer contain himself, throwing up his hands in exasperation, shrugging his shoulders. This old coot is exceedingly petty and vindictive. Silence. How dare you speak back? The second elder's ire flares. Sect Master, we must remove this scourge from our sect immediately. Chu Luo's mention of the medicinal field ignites a surge of anger within him. The precious spiritual herbs he painstakingly retrieved from the brink of death, which he planted just yesterday, have been uprooted by this insufferable youth, who dares to drive away my beloved disciple. At that moment, a resounding voice reverberated throughout the vast and forbidden sect. Lin Feng, Zhao Sheng, and several elders present immediately changed their expressions, rising from their seats with astonishment etched across their faces. For that familiar voice carried an air of unparalleled divinity. Master, upon hearing that well-known voice, Chu Luo felt a wave of relief wash over him, a faint smile gracing his lips. After traversing to this realm, he had lost his parents and fortuitously encountered his master while she was journeying in the lower realms. Since bringing him back to the Forbidden Sect, his master had been in seclusion. It had been over a decade since Chu Luo had last laid eyes on her. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the heavens and earth transformed, mountains and rivers trembled, and myriad phenomena manifested, unveiling the vastness of the 3,000 realms. Countless powers across the 3,000 realms were stirred. Hiss! Phenomena of myriad laws. A new emperor has emerged. Good heavens, which force has given rise to another emperor? That direction, it seems to be the Forbidden Sect, one of the premier sects. Hiss! In an instant, innumerable reclusive experts emerge from their seclusion, gazing towards the Forbidden Sect with eyes filled with trepidation and astonishment. Meanwhile, several hundred miles away from the Forbidden Sect, an elderly man clad in a dark robe gazed in astonishment towards the Forbidden Sect. Beside him stood a black-haired youth. The youth squinted slightly and spoke. "Master, shall we proceed to the Forbidden Sect?" The elder retracted his gaze, his expression slightly somber, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes as he nodded. "Yes. You intend to challenge the direct disciples of the Forbidden Sect, do you not? I hear that the Forbidden Sect will soon commence the selection of sequential disciples. It would be an opportune moment for you to test their prowess. Additionally, you may uncover who among the old geezers has ascended to emperor." As his words concluded, the elder waved his sleeve, and a powerful force enveloped the youth, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, the celestial phenomena above the Forbidden Sect were obliterated by a terrifying force. Within the grand hall, a majestic figure quietly materialized. The figure was an elder. Neither the disciples present nor the elders seated above could help but change their expressions drastically. The elder who had appeared in the hall was none other than Chu Luo's master, the third elder of the Forbidden Sect, Inya. At this moment, Inya's aura was subdued, his gaze fixed upon Chu Luo. With a frown, he was instantly filled with fury. Although he had not seen his beloved disciple for many years, he recognized Chu Luo at a glance. "Third elder, you have taken that step?" Sect Master Lin Feng, regaining his composure, was filled with excitement. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng, standing beside him, stared at Elder Inya as if he had seen a ghost. His face reflected disbelief, alongside a hint of envy and jealousy. Inya had no time to attend to Lin Feng, directly approaching Chu Luo. Chu Luo immediately displayed a look of grievance. "Master." Before Chu Luo could voice her grievances, Inya grasped her hand with fervor, exclaiming in a thunderous manner, "My dear disciple, how is it that you are left with but 2.5 years of life? Who has wronged you? Tell me, and I shall not only obliterate them, but also unearth their ancestral grave." "Goodness, what?" Inya's words caused Lin Feng and the assembled elders to collectively change their expressions, their thoughts converging upon Chu Luo. They discovered that, indeed, her lifespan was truly limited to just 2.5 years. They, a congregation of ancient sages, had previously been preoccupied with Chu Luo's audacity in trespassing the sect's forbidden grounds. Chu Luo waved her hand dismissively. Leaning closer to Inya, she whispered, "Master, no one has harmed me. Over the past few years, I have been rather idle and have diligently practiced all 1,000 forbidden techniques of our sect. However, the sect's forbidden arts are exceedingly detrimental to one's life." Inya was utterly flabbergasted, gazing at Chu Luo in disbelief, transmitting soundlessly, "My goodness. My dear disciple, you truly mastered all 1,000 forbidden techniques?" Chu Luo shrugged her shoulders and nodded. Inya swiftly pulled Chu Luo to a secluded corner, secretly transmitting, "My dear disciple, I implore you for a favor." "Speak, master." "My dear disciple, participate in the sect's sequential selection. It would be best if you could become the number 0 disciple of the sect, ascending to the position of the sect's young master." Chu Luo, let's see if I can remain here without being expelled from the sect. After all, I have violated the sect's rules. Inya immediately turned, a cold smile gracing his face. His gaze fell upon Lin Feng and the other senior elders, pulling Chu Luo behind him. He sneered, "My dear disciple, with me here, let us see who dares to expel you today. My dear disciple, retreat behind me and witness as I engage in a war of words with these scholars." Ding! Gain protection value 10,000. As Inya's words echoed, a notification resonated within Chu Luo's mind. P.S. Cultivation Realms, Spirit Refinement Realm, Spirit Building Realm, Spirit Ascension Realm, Spirit Sea Realm, Void Realm. Return to Ruins Realm, Primordial Realm, Divine Soul Realm, Primal Beginning Realm, Nirvana Realm, Pinnacle Realm, Extreme Creation Realm, Transcendence Realm, Feathered Ascension Realm, Saint Realm, Ancient Sage, Emperor Realm. Each realm is separated by 6 minor realms. Chapter 2. The Grand Master, fiercely protective Chu Luo, stood in astonishment, gazing at the imposing silhouette of his master, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. A smile crept upon his lips. Ever since his arrival in this realm, he had awakened the Guardian system. Upon awakening this system, Chu Luo received a generous starter package as a reward. From this package, his innate understanding was infinitely maximized. Henceforth, his comprehension became terrifyingly formidable. Any martial arts or techniques could be effortlessly mastered with a mere glance. However, after achieving this peak of understanding, Chu Luo discovered through his research that the system required someone to advocate on his behalf to earn Guardian points. Within the system existed a marketplace, brimming with extraordinary elixirs, martial techniques, imperial artifacts, and various divine bodies that drove countless individuals to madness. Yet, these treasures could only be acquired with Guardian points, which could also be utilized to directly enhance one's cultivation level. Consequently, after being brought to the Forbidden Sect by his master, Chu Luo engaged in reckless antics, endeavoring to compel his rather unreliable master to emerge and champion him, thus earning Guardian points. Alas, upon his master's return, he immediately shut himself away in seclusion. Due to Chu Luo's various outrageous exploits within the sect, he became a target of scorn among his peers. Realizing that no one would rise to his defense, and faced with the inability to acquire Guardian points, Chu Luo resigned himself to diligent cultivation. Before the enigmatic elder, yet entered seclusion, he stealthily bequeathed Chu Luo 1,000 forbidden techniques of the sect. With his comprehension maximized, Chu Luo mastered all 1,000 forbidden techniques in merely 2.5 years. He became fearfully powerful. However, each of these forbidden techniques exacted a toll on his lifespan with every use. To date, apart from Chu Luo, no one in the Forbidden Sect had managed to master all the forbidden techniques. Chu Luo, now armed with a repertoire of forbidden skills, unleashed a cataclysmic imperial might that radiated from Elder Inya, enveloping the entire Grand Hall. The core disciples present immediately knelt in submission. Under this overwhelming imperial aura, apart from sect leader Lin Feng, the other elders all bent low, straining to muster their inner strength in resistance. Notably, Zhao Sheng was forcibly brought to his knees before so many disciples, utterly humiliated. An emperor. Indeed, Lin Feng and the other elders were struck with astonishment. Elder Yin had truly ascended to the rank of emperor. Their forbidden sect had gained yet another unparalleled emperor. The multitude of core disciples kneeling on the ground regarded Chu Luo with expressions of envy. An emperor's direct disciple. The mere thought was enough to elicit deep envy. It seemed that from now on, one ought not to provoke this troublemaker. Chu Luo, pulled back from his stupor by the overwhelming imperial presence of his master, felt as if stars were dancing before his eyes. He never anticipated that his rather unreliable master would ascend to emperor. No wonder he had just received a staggering 10,000 Guardian points. From now on, I must diligently seize the opportunity to grasp the protective value of my esteemed master. Old Zhao, was it not you old rascal, who just suggested that I drive away my obedient disciple? Inya ascended the steps and approached Zhao Sheng with a mocking expression. It is well known that the second elder and the third elder have never seen eye to eye, often engaging in verbal sparring. However, what Zhao Sheng could never have anticipated was that this old rogue, Inya, had surpassed him by breaking through to the rank of emperor first. Zhao Sheng felt more distressed than if he had lost a fortune. The sect leader, Lin Feng, let out a bitter laugh and reluctantly advised third elder, "It would be wise to temper your aura. Otherwise, these disciples may find it unbearable." Lin Feng understood that Elder Inya had shown some restraint out of respect for his position as sect leader. Otherwise, all present would have been compelled to kneel, including him, a peak ancient saint. Indeed, sect leader, my apologies. I was simply too exhilarated. Gradually easing the pressure emanating from him. Instantly, everyone felt a wave of relief. Elder Inya's expression darkened as he turned to the now standing Zhao Sheng, pointing an accusatory finger and berating him. "Old rascal, I'm asking you a question. My obedient disciple merely stumbled into the forbidden area of the sect. He did not trespass intentionally. Are you old scoundrel, envious of my disciple's extraordinary talent, deliberately making things difficult for him?" You old fool. When you walk the night, you had better watch your step. And when you sleep, keep one eye open. Otherwise the gathered disciples, including Chu Luo, were left dumbfounded. However, upon witnessing Zhao Sheng being subjected to such humiliation by his own master, Chu Luo felt a surge of joy, thinking that her long-lost master had finally shown his worth. You uncouth person, Elder Inya, do not think that just because you have become an emperor, I fear you. The rules were established by our ancestors, and even if you are now an emperor, you cannot change them. Zhao Sheng was furious. This old fellow had embarrassed him in front of so many disciples. Did he not care for his dignity? If he backed down now, how could he maintain his composure in front of these disciples in the future? Ah, you ancient being who has evaded death for millennia. It seems you still refuse to yield. Huh? My expertise lies in winning hearts with virtue. Shall we compare our strengths? Elder Yin rolled up his sleeves, adopting a stance as if ready to fight. Yu Zhaosheng was momentarily speechless, his momentum plummeting, and he lost his confidence. When they were of the same realm, he had not been Inya's match. Now, the latter was a genuine emperor. The disparity was even more pronounced. Sect leader looked at him. Zhao Sheng was infuriated, unable to retaliate verbally or physically, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. The senior elders nearby dared not utter a word. Inya, Lin Feng, Chu Luo, the gathered disciples. Lin Feng smacked his lips, contemplating for a moment before saying, ahem. Regarding Elder Zhao, as Chu Luo has just mentioned, inadvertently trespassed into the forbidden area while practicing a technique of evasion. It was not intentional, so perhaps we should let this matter slide. What do the other elders think? Lin Feng turned his gaze toward the other elders, noticing Elder Inya's eyes upon them. The other elders nodded in agreement, affirming Lin Feng's decision. Master, the Ancestor has stated that no one is exempt from this rule. Zhao Sheng immediately expressed his dissatisfaction, resolutely determined to expel Chu Luo from the Forbidden Sect. Today presented the perfect opportunity. He must rid himself of this troublesome presence. Otherwise, with Inya as a backing, his medicinal fields might continue to suffer. Curse it, you old fool. I'll deal with you today. Seeing that Zhao Sheng relentlessly pursued his beloved disciple, Inya's anger flared. He approached and struck Zhao Sheng with a single punch. Zhao Sheng was sent flying, rising to reveal a black eye to the gathered disciples. It was worth noting that Inya, considering their shared status as elders, had shown restraint. Had he not, that punch could have easily claimed Zhao Sheng's life. Calm down, third elder. The other elders quickly intervened, restraining both Inya and Zhao Sheng. Oh, Inya, you scoundrel. If you dare to strike me, even if we consult the ancestors today, that brat must be expelled from the sect. Zhao Sheng, held back by two elders, began to curse vehemently, disregarding Inya's status as a great emperor in his own standing. The scene descended into chaos, lacking any semblance of decorum expected from the upper echelons of a prominent sect. To the disciples, it resembled a group of elderly men squabbling like fishwives. The disciples present became mere spectators, and had any outsiders been there, they would have laughed heartily. Who could have imagined that within one of the foremost powers, the Forbidden Sect, the elders would behave in such a manner? Lin Feng felt utterly speechless. Being the sect master was genuinely exhausting. With a wave of his hand, a force enveloped the area, isolating the disciples. Enough. I will now consult the ancestors regarding Chu Luo's punishment, Lin Feng declared. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sheng's face lit up with satisfaction. As long as he could drive Chu Luo away, enduring that punch would be worthwhile. Before Inya could retort, Lin Feng vanished from the scene. If those old geezers are stubborn, I shall personally enter the forbidden area and have a proper discussion with them. You old scoundrel had better pray that my dear disciple is unharmed. Otherwise, I will find a way to ensure that your precious disciple is expelled from the sect. Jindes norted coldly, unconcerned. My disciple is not only obedient and sensible, but also a prodigy listed among the top talents. How could your unruly apprentice possibly compare? Should you dare to harm my disciple, even the ancestral spirit would not spare you. Witnessing Inya threaten him with his own disciple, Zhao Sheng was filled with exasperation. He grasped the arms of several elders present, all of whom could only manage bitter smiles. How is it that their sect's upper echelons include such eccentric elders as Zhao Sheng and Yinya? Soon, Lin Feng, who had departed earlier, made his appearance in the Grand Hall. Chapter 3. The Master Protects the Path. Does the prodigy seek trouble? Lin Feng lowered the barrier. Chu Luo and the assembled disciples turned their gazes toward him. The two elders, following the will of the Ancestor, confirmed that Chu Luo had indeed unintentionally trespassed into the forbidden area. Thus, it was decided that there would be no punishment for this inadvertent transgression. Furthermore, in accordance with the sentiments of the Ancestors, Third Elder, you are now the Emperor of our Forbidden Sect and may ascend to the rank of Ancestor. Do you wish to enter the forbidden area? Lin Feng smiled gently as he addressed Yinya. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sheng deflated like a punctured balloon, his energy dissipating instantly. With the Ancestor's decree, it was clear that expelling this little troublemaker was no longer feasible. With one old troublemaker, another young one, he would need to keep a closer watch over his own medicinal fields. A thought flashed through his mind, prompting Zhao Sheng to fall silent. He took out a pill to reduce the swelling under his eyes. After all, it was an emperor who had struck him, and this swelling was rather stubborn. Subsequently, Zhao Sheng ignored Yinya and retreated to a corner to tend to his injuries. Ha! Sect Master, please extend my gratitude to the Ancestors on my behalf. As for my ascension to Ancestor, let's postpone that for now. Over the years, I have yet to properly instruct my dear disciple. I intend to personally guide him in preparation for the impending contest of sequences. Moreover, I shall protect his path, ensuring his swift growth as he shoulders the burden of our Forbidden Sect's younger generation. Yinya's words stirred envy among the core disciples present. The privilege of having an emperor safeguarding one's path was typically reserved for the lesser sect masters, or the number 0 sequence disciples in their Forbidden Sect. Such treatment would be afforded only to the scions of immortal imperial clans. How could Chu Luo, a mere direct disciple, receive such protection from an emperor? Indeed, comparisons can be infuriating. A smile graced Chu Luo's face, warmth flooding his heart. Although he had not seen Yinya for over a decade, from the moment he was rescued and brought to the Forbidden Sect, he had regarded him as family. Reporting to the Sect Master, the ancient Saint Yanjun from the Scarlet Flame Valley has arrived with a disciple. A hurried disciple rushed into the Grand Hall, cupping his hands in salute. At this announcement, the assembly fell silent, and Chu Luo was left bewildered. The Scarlet Flame Valley, like the Forbidden Sect, was one of the top powers within the 3,000 Great Worlds. They were inherently adversarial, with constant friction between their factions. What business did the ancient Saint Yanjun have coming here? Were they looking for a fight? Upon hearing that the ancient saint had come with his disciples, Lin Feng and the elders present darkened in countenance, especially Zhao Sheng, who bore dark circles under his eyes and seemed to recall something unpleasant, his expression growing grim. How could the people from the Scarlet Flame Valley dare to approach our Forbidden Sect? Did they seek confrontation? The last time we encountered them in a certain secret realm, they had acted excessively. Had it not been for our direct disciple, Brother Baiyun, arriving in time, our junior disciples would surely have suffered casualties. Hiss! Speaking of Brother Baiyun, a thought suddenly struck me. Last time, in the secret realm, the prodigious Han Wujie from the Crimson Flame Valley was defeated by Senior Brother Baiyun. In his retreat, he boldly proclaimed that he would personally return to challenge Senior Brother Baiyun once more. Could it be that this time, the ancient Sage of Flame, accompanied by Han Wujie, has come specifically to confront our Senior Brother Baiyun? It must be so. After all, Han Wujie is indeed a disciple of the ancient Sage of Flame. However, Senior Brother Baiyun has only recently entered seclusion a month ago. Upon overhearing the discussions among the core disciples, Chu Luo suddenly understood. He had heard of this matter as well. The direct disciple referred to by everyone as Baiyun is none other than the cherished disciple of Elder Zhao Sheng. Both Baiyun and the formidable Han Wujie from Crimson Flame Valley are recognized as prodigies on the prodigy ranking. The vast expanse of the 3,000 Great Worlds is teeming with powers and strong individuals, a veritable sea of talent. The prodigy ranking is issued by one of the premier powers, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, and it chronicles the most powerful young prodigies of the current generation, ranking them accordingly. Those who make it onto the list are truly the cream of the crop. Yet, Chu Luo has yet to make an appearance on this illustrious list. The reason is simple. Since being brought to the Forbidden Sect by his master, he has seldom left the sect and rarely engaged in combat. Consequently, within the entire sect, few are aware of his true prowess. How infuriating! Does Crimson Flame Valley seek a beating? Master, should I go confront that old ghost of Flame Lord right now? I have long found him displeasing. Elder Yin cursed angrily, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he made a slicing motion across his neck. It was evident to all that Elder Yin was not jesting. Known for his fierce protectiveness, the third Elder Yin was also a notorious troublemaker outside the sect. If he found someone displeasing, he would charge in without hesitation, showing no regard for consequences. Lin Feng sighed in resignation and gestured for calm. Third Elder, let us not be hasty. Let us first ascertain the intentions of this old fellow before taking any action. If we were to strike without understanding the situation, it could greatly harm our sect's reputation. Several elders present nodded in agreement with Lin Feng's sentiments. Subsequently, Lin Feng instructed someone to invite the ancient sage of flame into the hall. The gathered disciples did not disperse, and Chu Luo remained to witness the unfolding drama. Soon, an elderly man clad in a crimson robe entered the grand hall, accompanied by a remarkably handsome youth of extraordinary bearing. The visitors were none other than the powerful representatives from Crimson Flame Valley, the ancient sage of flame, and Han Wujia. Ah, so it truly is Han Wujia. He has indeed come to challenge Senior Brother Baiyun, but with Senior Brother Baiyun in seclusion and the other prodigies either in seclusion or away, what shall we do? He is merely Han Wujia. Does he truly believe himself invincible? How dare he act arrogantly on our territory? I shall be the first to confront him. The disciples present whispered amongst themselves, their gazes unfriendly towards Han Wujia. Hearing their murmurs, Han Wujia smirked, a look of disdain etched across his face. Chu Luo scrutinized Han Wujia closely, feeling a flicker of surprise within his heart. From the faint aura emanating from Han Wujia, he discerned a rough estimate of his strength. Fifth realm of the divine soul. At such a tender age, to possess the cultivation of the fifth realm of the divine soul, he truly deserves his esteemed reputation on the young talents list. Among the assembled juniors, it is likely that none could stand as a rival to this remarkable individual. Elder Yin Jun, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to our Forbidden Sect? At this moment, Lin Feng, seated at the head, exuded none of the amiability he had previously displayed. Instead, he radiated an overwhelming sacred majesty, akin to an ancient deity. His deep and commanding voice reverberated throughout the grand hall. Meanwhile, Chu Luo observed that both the second elder, Zhao Sheng, who had been struck, and his own master, Inya, had set aside their grievances, their expressions now gravely serious as they collectively focused their attention on the ancient sage Yin Jun. Is this the formidable presence of the upper echelons of the Forbidden Sect? Han Wujia, standing behind the ancient sage Yin Jun, was enveloped by the oppressive aura of the saints, feeling a surge of trepidation. However, he soon steadied his mind, his gaze transforming into one of unwavering resolve. The ancient sage Yin Jun emanated a saintly majesty, shielding Han Wujia from the overwhelming pressure surrounding him. And with a serene smile, he clasped his hands in salute. Addressing sect leader Lin, esteemed sect leader, my unruly disciple once made a pact with your sect's prodigy, Baiyun, vowing to personally challenge him. I could not dissuade this headstrong pupil, so I brought him here myself. I hope you will not take offense. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sheng's expression darkened considerably as he spoke. Old Ghost Yin Jun, my obedient disciple Baiyun, is currently in seclusion. Since your disciple and my disciple have established a challenge, you may return another day. Learning that Baiyun was still in seclusion, Han Wujia felt a mix of disappointment and frustration. Since Baiyun is absent, may I inquire, esteemed seniors, if I might challenge other prodigies from your sect? I recall you have 8 direct disciples. Stepping forward, Han Wujie bowed respectfully to Lin Feng and the assembly of elders. At this, Lin Feng's countenance grew slightly grim, mirrored by the discontent of several other elders. Unfortunately, all 8 of the Forbidden Sect's esteemed elders, including Lin Feng's direct disciple, were currently in seclusion, fortifying their strength in preparation for the upcoming selection of sect disciples, except for Enya. Both sect leader Lin Feng and the other elders held little faith in Chu Luo's ability to contend with Han Wujie, given that Chu Luo's cultivation was merely at the first realm of the divine soul, rendering him incapable of being a match for Han Wujie, who stood at the 5th realm. Impudent disciple, cease this nonsense. Retreat at once. The ancient sage Yin Jun's fury manifested as he reprimanded. Yes, Han Wujie, filled with reluctance, clasped his hands and stepped back to stand behind the ancient sage. It matters not, young one. Your visit today is indeed ill-timed. All the direct disciples are in seclusion. If you wish to challenge, please return another time. Lin Feng waved his hand, speaking in a tone devoid of warmth. Although Lin Feng and the elders were indifferent to the situation, the core disciples below felt exceedingly stifled. After all, they had come looking for a challenge. How could they endure this? Thus, one core disciple stepped forward, clasping his hands. Sect leader, I would like to challenge Dao friend Han. I implore you to allow it. You? Ha! Let go. You are no match for me. Han Wujie cast a glance at the core disciple, noting his cultivation at the first realm of the divine soul, and instantly lost interest, scoffing dismissively. What a presumptuous fellow. Does he truly possess such strength? I can no longer tolerate this. Sect leader, I too wish to challenge Dao friend Han. Me too. The core disciples clamored, beseeching Lin Feng on the throne. Chu Luo stood to the side, observing the spectacle with an amused expression. Very well. In light of this, let us seize the opportunity to showcase the disparity between you and the true prodigies. I hereby grant permission. Let's convene at the arena in the square for a contest. Lin Feng initially intended to quell the raucous core disciples, but upon reflection, he considered that revealing the genuine gap might not be a detrimental affair. Elder San, I beg your assistance, Lin Feng, the sect leader, stated with a serene smile. He chuckled lightly, a trivial matter. With a grin, Elder Enya unleashed an overwhelming aura of imperial might that enveloped the entire arena in an instant. The presence of an emperor. Yanjun Gushang's pupils contracted sharply, his gaze fixated on Elder Enya, filled with trepidation and wariness. Yet, his expression quickly returned to calm. He had not anticipated that this old fellow had broken through to the emperor realm. This could spell trouble. Yanjun Gushing Luhot inwardly. In the next moment, Han Wujie and the assembled disciples of the Forbidden Sect noticed the surroundings rapidly shifting. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves, without any awareness of the transition, gathered at the edge of the arena. Is this the capability of an emperor? Truly fearsome. Fortuitously, I have my esteemed master. In a corner, Chu Luo smiled broadly, his heart brimming with joy. With such an emperor as his protector, the path of martial arts ahead seemed effortlessly smooth, just as Chu Luo indulged in his daydreams. The core disciple who had previously declared his intention to challenge Han Wujie leaped onto the arena, glaring fiercely at him. Han Wujie, come forth to battle. Han Wujie glanced towards his master. Yanjun Gusheng offered a slight smile and cautioned, wayward disciple, do not harm this young friend. Merely engage in a friendly exchange. Han Wujie nodded, leaping onto the arena. I am Wang Hao, a disciple of the second elderess lineage. I seek your guidance. Wang Hao's spiritual sword materialized in his hand, his tone icy. Han Wujie, indifferent to Wang Hao, crossed his arms and replied, I have no interest in your name. Strike when ready. Infuriated, Wang Hao exclaimed, you are insufferably arrogant. With a roar, he launched himself forward, his spiritual sword aimed at Han Wujie. In an instant, Han Wujie vanished from his position, reappearing right before Wang Hao. He deftly sidestepped Wang Hao's strike and retaliated with a powerful punch. Before Wang Hao could react, his body was sent flying as if severed from its tether, crashing to the ground. The entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye. Rising from the ground, Wang Hao wore a dazed expression, his face marred by disappointment. What terrifying speed! At that moment, the disciples of the Forbidden Sect emerged from their shock, collectively inhaling sharply. Lin Feng and the elders exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with intrigue, lost in their thoughts. Meanwhile, a smile crept onto Yin Jun Gusheng's lips. The only ones capable of standing against Han Wujie are likely the few direct disciples of the Forbidden Sect. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge him? On the arena, Han Wujie cast a disdainful glance at the gathered disciples below and coldly declared, "You old bastard, I am here to challenge you." A core disciple, unable to contain his frustration, leaped onto the stage. Yet in the blink of an eye, this disciple was sent flying by a single strike from Han Wujie. "This is too much. I shall come forth. Please enlighten me." Following the defeat of this disciple, others soon stepped up to challenge. However, as anticipated, all the core disciples who ascended the stage fell victim to Han Wujie's prowess. Apart from Enya and Han Feng, Zhao Sheng and several other elders wore grim expressions, their countenance darkened. At times, they genuinely wished to summon their own beloved disciples to teach this Han Wujie a lesson. His arrogance was unbearable. As more and more core disciples were crushed by Han Wujie, the morale of the gathered disciples plummeted, their spirits visibly dampened. The disparity in strength between them and Han Wujie was insurmountable, akin to a vast chasm, rendering them utterly incapable of being his match. Observing the dejected expressions of his fellow disciples, Chu Luo, who had been spectating from the sidelines, glanced at the haughty Han Wujie on the arena, a frown creasing his brow. As a member of the Forbidden Sect, he could not idly stand by and witness Han Wujie humiliate his sect in such a manner. Thus, with a flicker of thought, Chu Luo accessed the system. Instantly, an attribute panel materialized in his mind. Host, Chu Luo. Cultivation level, Primordial 1 realm. Lifespan, 2.5 years. Comprehension, max level. Physique, none. Technique, Forbidden Mixed Yuan Art, 3rd layer. Guardian value, 10,000. Martial skills, Spatial Great Shift, Forbidden level. Blood Transmigration, Forbidden level. Great Void, Sky Embracing Palm, Forbidden level. Note, the following 997 names of Forbidden level martial skills are omitted. Chapter 5, The Onset of Calamity. Collective concern. Chu Luo gazed at the 10,000 Guardian points and decisively accessed the system store. His immediate priority was to replenish his remaining 2.5 years of lifespan. Presently, he was armed with forbidden techniques, the execution of which necessitated the consumption of lifespan. Should he fail to restore his vitality, he would find himself incapacitated even before Han Wujie made his move. Swiftly, Chu Luo scoured the system store for elixirs and pills capable of restoring lifespan. In the vast universe, whether it be martial arts, celestial herbs, or spiritual artifacts, they were categorized into various tiers: mortal, profound, spiritual, earthly, heavenly, saintly, imperial, and forbidden. The Forbidden Sect stood at the pinnacle of the top-tier forces across the 3,000 great worlds, boasting 1,000 forbidden techniques. Given my current prowess, I can only withstand the potency of elixirs at the spiritual tier. Chu Luo's thoughts echoed, prompting him to search for spiritual-grade pills or herbs that could restore his lifespan. Soon, his gaze settled upon a pill named Lifespan Pill. This particular elixir could restore 300 years of lifespan, but a martial artist could only consume it once in their lifetime. Further ingestion would yield no effect. Moreover, the Lifespan Pill required merely 300 Guardian points. Without hesitation, Chu Luo made the purchase. Secretly withdrawing the Lifespan Pill from the system space, he held it tightly in his hand. Boom! On the arena, just as another challenger was sent flying off the stage, a figure rushed forth, catching the disciple mid-air. The crowd stood in stunned silence as they beheld the figure who had charged onto the stage. It was you, Calamity Incarnate. The disciple, who had been saved, was utterly astonished to find that the person before him was none other than Chu Luo, the very individual they had previously sought to expel. Chu Luo flashed a grin, assisting the disciple to his feet, and inquired, "Are you all right, junior brother?" Calamity, no, Brother Chu, I am fine. Thank you. I deeply apologize for my previous offenses. Please forgive me. The disciple clasped his hands in gratitude before stepping down from the arena. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to Chu Luo. Hiss! What is this calamity doing up there? Is he challenging Han Wuji? ISNT, that courting death? Indeed, calamity. Come down. Do not be reckless. Should the opponent make a mistake, you could very well lose your life. It's true. While we may detest you, we cannot bear to watch you be humiliated. Come down. Do not seek disgrace. When our other senior brothers emerge, we shall regain our dignity. The disciples below, concerned for Chu Luo, offered their well-meaning advice. As members of the same sect, they naturally wished to prevent Chu Luo from being bullied by outsiders. After all, regardless of his shortcomings, he was still a direct disciple of their sect. No outsider should dare to undermine a direct disciple of the Forbidden Sect. Kid, hurry and get down. You should be grateful not to have been expelled from the sect. Do you still dare to go up and seek a beating? At this moment, Zhao Sheng, who had previously aimed to expel Chu Luo from the sect, spoke up with a contemplative demeanor. Chu Luo was taken aback, then turned with a grin, his eyes brimming with confidence. He understood well that although Zhao Sheng harbored disdain towards him, wishing to rid the sect of what he deemed a nuisance, deep down, Zhao Sheng was fundamentally good-hearted. Had it not been for his frequent visits to Zhao Sheng's medicinal fields, Zhao Sheng would not have treated him so adversarially. Furthermore, if Zhao Sheng were truly a sinister and malicious individual, the blow delivered by his master, Enya, would not have simply been a mere strike to blacken his eyes. Ha! Zhao, old ghost, are you beginning to worry about your obedient disciple? Go away. He is not my disciple. Why would I care? I fear he may bring disgrace to our sect. Zhao Sheng scoffed, grimacing at the pain radiating from his swollen eye, wishing he could return the favor to Enya with a punch. However, that was no longer an option. Enya flashed a grin and stood up, addressing Han Wu Jia on the arena. Little brat, since my obedient disciple wishes to challenge you, wait a moment. I shall return shortly. Upon finishing his words, Enya's figure vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Han Wu Jia on the platform looked at Chu Luo in astonishment, utterly incredulous. The youth before him was astonishingly a disciple of the Emperor Enya. This meant he was also a direct disciple of the Forbidden Sect. But how could this individual possess only the cultivation of the initial stage? This boy is actually Enya's disciple. Below the platform, Yanjun Gusheng was equally surprised, a flicker of unusual light crossing his eyes as he noted Chu Luo's presence. You are a direct disciple of the ancient sage Enya? Han Wu Jie furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Chu Luo intently. Chu Luo shrugged, raising his hands. Of course. What? Do I not look like a direct disciple? Han Vu Yi sneered disdain fulu, crossing his arms as he huffed. I am well aware of the direct disciples of the Forbidden Sect. Each of them possesses greater cultivation than you, all renowned on the talented individual's ranking. How come I have not heard of you? You're no match for me. Quickly withdraw, lest you get hurt. If you do, the ancient sage Enya will come after me. The ancient sage Enya was notoriously protective within the 3,000 great realms, showing no mercy even to juniors. Chu Luo grinned, loosening his joints and discreetly grasping a longevity pill in his hand. Fear not. Yes, you. Even if you injure me, my master will not seek retribution. Moreover, from this day forth, you shall remember my name. And after today, your ranking on the talented individuals list will likely vanish. Chu Luo's proclamation prompted the core disciples below to cover their faces in disbelief. This troublemaker seemed oblivious to the vast disparity in cultivation levels, audaciously spewing such braggadocio. I hope I won't be too severely beaten by my opponent. Oomph. Very well. Today I shall experience the prowess of your teachings. Come forth. I shall face you with but one hand. Han Wuji, incensed by Chu Luo's words, wore a grim expression as he extended a single hand toward him. A smirk danced upon Chu Luo's lips as he consumed a pill to restore his lifespan. An invisible wave surged across the arena between them. Suddenly, the previously departed Enya reappeared on the stage. Han Wuji was taken aback, involuntarily stepping back. Master, Chu Luo was momentarily stunned, intrigued by his master's sudden appearance. He also noticed that his master held a vibrant green spirit herb, emanating a soft glow. A potent medicinal aura radiated from this herb. It was a sacred medicine. Below the stage, the ancient sage Yanjun observed the spirit herb in Inya's grasp and gasped in astonishment. Indeed, the spirit herb in Elder Inya's possession was a sacred medicine, life grass. Could it be? Elder Zhao's gaze fixated on the sacred medicine held by Inya, seemingly recognizing the familiar herb. He abruptly turned and hastily departed the scene, heading straight for his own mountain peak. The accursed old ghost Inya. In the next moment, everyone present heard a heart-wrenching roar emanating from the distant mountain peak. Chapter 6. Forbidden Techniques. The vast midnight palm, those present could easily surmise the origin of the sacred herb held by Elderine Crow. Hee, little ghost, if you wish to battle my obedient disciple, hold on a moment. My dear disciple, consume this herb first. Restore your lifespan. Elder Een Crow tossed the life grass to Chu Luo. Gazing at the herb, imbued with extraordinary medicinal potency and vibrant vitality, Chu Luo swallowed hard. Master, do you think my mere 2.5 years of lifespan is too lengthy? This is a sacred herb. If I consume it, I might perish on the spot. Upon hearing this, Han Wujie and the ancient sage Yin Jun could not help but exchange glances of bewilderment, particularly Yin Jun, only then realizing that although Chu Luo appeared youthful, he had but 2.5 years left to live. Fear not, my disciple. I will extract the medicinal essence, leaving only the vitality to replenish your lifespan. Elder Een Crow assured, placing a hand upon Chu Luo's shoulder from behind. Chu Luo nodded, secretly stowing away the lifespan elixir. Had he known his master would provide a means to restore his lifespan, he would have refrained from purchasing the elixir. That Han Wujie. Wait a moment while I take this herb to rejuvenate my lifespan. Otherwise, if we fight and I were to suddenly expire, it would unjustly implicate you. With a chuckle, Chu Luo began to gnaw on the sacred herb. The core disciples below could only smirk in disbelief. This was a sacred herb. How could he so recklessly consume it? Such wastefulness. Boom! The moment Chu Luo swallowed the life grass, a tremendous surge of medicinal energy flooded his being. He felt as though he might burst from the sheer force of it. Buzz! At that moment, Elder Een Crow slightly raised his gaze, and the hand resting on Chu Luo's shoulder emanated a terrifying suction. The swelling medicinal energy within Chu Luo was entirely drawn into Elder Een Crow. A wave of relief washed over Chu Luo as his lifespan, originally dwindling to 2.5 years, was instantly restored to its full measure. Secretly checking, he discovered that his lifespan had returned to a full 1,000 years. My dear disciple, don't bring shame upon me. Hold nothing back. Don't fear killing this lad. With your master here, you are safe. Elder Een Crow encouraged, giving Chu Luo a pat before stepping away, instantly reappearing beside Lin Feng. All right, master, I await your words. Chu Luo Gavin, turning to Han Wujie with a friendly warning. Friend, be cautious. I'm about to launch my attack. Oof. Enough with the chatter. Make your move. Han Wujie remained steadfast, utterly unimpressed, hardly considering Chu Luo, who was merely at the initial stage. Boom! Chu Luo trembled, a profound surge of spiritual power emanating from within. The ancient sage Yin Jun and the elders of the Forbidden Sect sensed the overwhelming spiritual energy radiating from Chu Luo and were momentarily taken aback, astonished. What potent spiritual energy! Prepare yourself. Chu Luo sneered, swiftly forming seals with his hands. In the next moment, the pupils of the disciples contracted sharply, their eyes wide with astonishment. Before their gaze, a vast and boundless starry sky materialized behind Chu Luo. Within this celestial phenomenon, stars revolved and the cosmos transformed. In an instant, the twinkling stars were engulfed by a black hole. Then, an overwhelming force, sending shivers through everyone present, emanated from the enigmatic black hole. Following this, a colossal, ethereal hand, adorned with stars and cloaked in formidable power, surged forth from the black hole's manifestation behind Chu Luo, sweeping majestically across the scene. Goodness! This is the forbidden art of our sect, the great void merging palm, exclaimed one disciple, a sense of dread washing over him. Heavens, this is indeed a forbidden-level technique. How could a mere troublemaker have mastered it? Even those esteemed disciples who graced the celestial rankings found it exceedingly challenging to grasp such a forbidden art. Alas, this troublemaker is so reckless. Why reveal his trump card right at the outset? If this strike fails to vanquish Han Wujie, he is doomed to defeat. As they beheld the swiftly descending starry giant palm, the disciples were all struck with disbelief. None had anticipated that Chu Luo would wield the great void merging palm. Boom! Under the weight of the starry giant palm, the entire arena trembled violently. How is this possible? Han Wujie's face was a portrait of terror. He had not expected that this young man could unleash such a potent technique. As the starry palm bore down with incredible speed, Han Wujie conjured a blazing spear of flame in his grasp. Instantly, torrents of raging flames erupted from his form, soaring towards the heavens, consuming the void in their wake. Boom! Before the eyes of all, the starry giant palm descended in an instant, enveloping the entire arena. A terrifying explosion erupted, sending violent waves of power rippling outward like ripples on water. Seal! Buzz! Two senior elders from the Forbidden Sect acted swiftly. Stepping forward, they pointed with their fingers, summoning a powerful barrier of spiritual energy that encased the entire arena, sparing the surrounding disciples from calamity. Witnessing this scene, the ancient Sage of Flames wore a grim expression. He had underestimated Chu Luo and felt a growing trepidation towards the Forbidden Sect techniques. The strength exhibited by a mere initiate realm practitioner was astonishing. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and several elders of the Forbidden Sect observed the arena. Their expressions varied, yet each bore a hint of a smile. They had not anticipated that this young lad had mastered the great void merging palm. Ha ha! Although this boy lacks a special physique, his talent seems commendable. No wonder the third elder took him as a disciple. It is clear that his previous predicament of having only 2.5 years of lifespan was to cultivate the great void merging palm. Lin Feng and the elders chuckled, their demeanor lightening. At this moment, the higher-ups of the Forbidden Sect began to reassess Chu Luo. Esteemed sect leader, just watch. My dear disciple will unveil even greater surprises. Enya grinned mischievously, speaking with an air of mystery. His obedient disciple has not merely mastered the singular profound art of the great void merging palm, but rather possesses 1,000 forbidden techniques. Oh! Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and the assembly of elders were momentarily taken aback, their gazes fixated on the battlefield where the smoke was dissipating, filled with anticipation. What other surprises could this young lad unveil for them? As the haze gradually cleared, a surge of crimson flames erupted skyward, causing the surrounding temperature to escalate dramatically. At that moment, the arena and the square vanished, leaving behind a landscape strewn with rubble. In the midst of the debris, Han Wujie's figure was enveloped by the inferno, his eyes blazing with an uncontainable fury. Han Wujie had been injured. Such a catastrophe. Wow, what catastrophe? That is our esteemed senior brother Chu. Ah, yes, forgive my loose tongue. Senior brother Chu is remarkable. Senior brother Chu, our Forbidden Sect stands proud. Chapter 7. A Fierce Battle. The Unleashing of 3 Forbidden Techniques. At this moment, several disciples present noticed a trace of blood at the corner of Han Wujie's mouth, clearly indicating that he had sustained injuries under Chu Luo's formidable great void Meichin palm. Instantly, the atmosphere among the disciples erupted with fervor. They understood that employing their sect's forbidden techniques would cost them their lifespan. A person willing to sacrifice their life force to defend the honor of their sect commanded respect, even from those who previously harbored disdain for Chu Luo. Young man, if your realm were just a tad higher, I might truly struggle to withstand that move of yours. However, you have earned my utmost effort. With fire blazing in his eyes, Han Wujie felt a surge of murderous intent. Why had he ever suffered such a significant loss? He leapt into the air, flames erupting from his body, soaring into the heavens and igniting the sky. The terrifying heat rapidly enveloped the surroundings. In the center of the battlefield, Chu Luo observed as the shattered stones beneath him succumbed to the intense temperature, transforming into molten lava. He couldn't help but take the situation seriously. Indeed, the prodigies listed on the celestial ranking were no ordinary adversaries. Buzz! From the void above, Han Wuji radiated intense energy fluctuations. In an instant, an infinite realm of fire manifested behind him. Within this realm, countless flames burned fiercely, piercing through the cosmos. A divine phantom, enveloped in sacred flames, descended upon the world, treading upon a sea of fire. In his grasp, he wielded a flame spear imbued with divine fire. Hiss! What terrifying power! Is this the strength of those on the ranking? Han Wuji, possessing the sacred body of flames, unleashed the essence of that power. Chu, you should surrender quickly. You have already proven your prowess. Indeed, Brother Chu, yield without contesting that man. He possesses a sacred body. As they gazed at the scene unfolding in the void, the disciples below began to worry for Chu Luo. Nearby, the ancient sage Yanjun wore a smirk, fully aware of the outcome of this battle. Nevertheless, he was prepared to intervene and rescue Chu Luo at any moment. After all, this was the territory of the Forbidden Sect. Should Han Wuji accidentally slay Chu Luo, they would inevitably face the wrath of vengeful spirits. Young man, to compel me to reveal my sacred body, you have every reason to be proud. Prepare yourself. Flame-subduing divine spear. Boom! Hamvui ruwarit in fury. The divine phantom behind him raised the spear, directing it towards the arena below. Chu Luo looked up, grinning widely, and bellowed to the heavens, "Bring it on! I fear you not. I have proclaimed that today I shall pull you down from your pedestal on the celestial ranking. Break! Boom!" With a mental command, Chu Luo secretly exhausted the remaining protective value to enhance his realm. Boom! Under the astonished gazes of all present, Chu Luo's aura surged. Unfathomable second realm. Unfathomable third realm. Unfathomable sixth realm. Utilizing the last remnants of his protective value, his cultivation soared 5 realms, reaching the pinnacle of the unfathomable realm. Everyone gazed at Chu Luo as if he were a monster, utterly astonished. To break through 5 small realms in one breath. Was he even human? Even Han Wuji was taken aback by this spectacle. Come fight. The blood-red, floating pagoda finger. The 9 nether cold bone finger. The soul-devouring evil god eye. Chu Luo leapt into the air and let out a resounding roar that reverberated throughout the entire Forbidden Sect. Before the astonished eyes of Lin Feng, the esteemed elders, and countless disciples, Chu Luo unleashed 3 forbidden techniques from different sects in quick succession. Boom! As countless gazes were fixed upon him, 2 powerful manifestations, a red and a white, rose behind Chu Luo. Moreover, a dark anomaly materialized behind him, within which a pair of enormous blood-red eyes, adorned with swirling patterns, appeared in a rather eerie fashion. A formidable mental force emanated from him, and his own eyes transformed to mirror the sinister gaze behind him, rendering him exceptionally enchanting. Boom! The red and white manifestations simultaneously extended a finger. 2 fingers, imbued with terrifying power, collided with the illusory spear of raging flames descending upon them. The 2 formidable forces instantly reached a stalemate. What? How is this possible? Han Wuji could hardly believe the scene before him. A mere insect of the beginning realm was actually able to withstand his attack. He was a prodigy on the heavenly prodigy rankings. It was simply beyond his acceptance. Damn it, you shall die. With a furious shout, Han Wuji pushed his power to the utmost. However, at that very moment, Chu Luo's gaze sharpened. The patterns in his blood-red eyes swirled. An astonishing soul force, intertwined with incredible devouring power, erupted forth. Before Han Wuji could react, his body trembled violently. His eyes transformed into the same blood-red orbs as those behind Chu Luo. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain engulfed him. Ah! Han Wuji screamed in agony, clutching his head as his power dissipated in an instant. Boom! The manifestation behind him, wielding the spear of raging flames, vanished without a trace. The red and white giant fingers, laden with terrifying strength, tore through the residual void of flames and struck directly towards the faltering Han Wujie. Disciple. The ancient Saint Yin Jun reacted swiftly, filled with unrestrained fury. In a flash, he appeared beside Han Wujie and effortlessly shattered Chu Luo's 2 attacks. However, as the ancient Saint Yin Jun moved, Enya, Lin Feng, and the other elders also vanished from their positions in an instant, appearing beside Chu Luo to shield him. At that moment, the disciples of the Forbidden Sect who were observing the battle were left speechless. They gazed at Chu Luo, protected by their sect leader and elders, as if he were a monster. They could never have imagined that the menace they all wished to eliminate was so terrifyingly powerful. Even the Soul Realm Han Wujie had been defeated. As the crowd reminisced about the recent events, an overwhelming sense of unreality enveloped them, akin to the sensation of dreaming. The venerable Yin Jun Gusheng descended with Han Wujie's body cradled in his arms. Han Wujie, clutching his head with both hands, emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Disciple, what has befallen you? Yin Jun Gusheng's heart raced with anxiety as he placed a hand upon Han Wujie's wrist. In the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. He discovered an exceedingly bizarre spiritual force within Han Wujie, rapidly devouring his very soul. Without hesitation, Yin Jun Gusheng endeavored to eradicate this sinister soul energy, only to find that his exalted cultivation was utterly ineffective against it. How could this be? His countenance darkened as he glanced towards Chu Luo, positioned behind Lin Feng, a glint of ruthless intent flashing in his eyes. Yin Jun Gusheng, your disciple has fallen victim to our sect's forbidden ultimate technique, the soul-devouring evil eye. This technique, even among numerous forbidden arts, stands as a particularly malevolent force. The soul of the afflicted shall be immediately torn asunder and consumed, with no hope of rebirth. Fortunately, Chu Luo's cultivation is relatively weak, granting Han Wujie a slender chance of survival. Lin Feng spoke with an expression of calm. What must be done to save him and eliminate this strange power? Yin Yun Guxing placed Foensos. Lin Feng shook his head slightly, responding, Yin Jun Gusheng, I fear I must disappoint you. I too am at a loss regarding a solution. This kind of forbidden ultimate technique has yet to be mastered by anyone in our sect, aside from Chu Luo. Perhaps only the great emperor could intervene and resolve this. Upon hearing this, Yin Jun Gusheng turned his gaze towards Enya. With a sly grin, Enya replied, reveling in the misfortune, what do you look to me for? What concern is this of mine? Quickly take your useless disciple and return to your Crimson Flame Valley, seeking assistance from those old geezers in your sect. If you lack the skill, daring to challenge my forbidden sect, who can you blame? Chapter 8. Collective protection and bitter departure. The expression on Yin Jun Gusheng's face resembled one who had ingested something foul. Yet, he dare not retort. The current Enya was an unparalleled emperor. Should he provoke the other, he would be extinguished without hesitation. Master Lin, I, a prodigy of the Qiyin Valley, have merely come to issue a challenge. Yin Jun Gusheng stated somberly. It was previously agreed to limit our engagement, yet this young man has gravely injured my disciple. You must provide an explanation to Qiyin Valley. His gaze shifted towards Chu Luo, who appeared indifferent, reveling in the unfolding drama. A murderous intent surged uncontrollably within him. Sensing the hostility emanating from Yin Jun Gusheng directed at Chu Luo, Lin Feng, Enya, and several high-ranking elders felt an immediate chill envelop them. The temperature of the entire realm plummeted sharply. Ant, do you still dare to demand an explanation from us? This emperor's hand, when it strikes your face, shall serve as the explanation from my forbidden sect to Qiyin Valley. An overwhelming imperial majesty surged from Enya, enveloping the heavens and the earth. His stature grew immensely, casting a disdainful gaze upon Yin Jun Gusheng, akin to viewing an insignificant insect. Suddenly, Yin Jun Gusheng shivered, realizing he had unwittingly revealed his murderous intent towards Chu Luo. He quickly retracted it. An explanation? What if my forbidden sect chooses not to provide one? What can Qiyin Valley do about it? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, a chilling malevolence unmistakably evident. The elders by his side mirrored his demeanor. Having witnessed Chu Luo's astonishing prowess, Lin Feng had long regarded him as a precious treasure of their forbidden sect. Should this old man remain obstinate, he would not hesitate to eliminate an ancient sage today for the sake of amusement. Behind them, Chu Luo sensed the murderous intent radiating from Lin Feng and the elders, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He had never seen the typically affable sect master display such a countenance. Ding! 5,000 protection value from the sect master, 10,000 protection value from the emperor master, 5,000 protection value from the fourth elder. At that moment, a notification resonated in Chu Luo's mind. Observing the accumulating protection value, a broad smile nearly split his face. He glanced at Han Wu Jie's lamentations, and a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He realized how to swiftly amass protection value. If he could reduce all the prodigies on the prodigy list to the state of Han Wu Jie, surely the elders would emerge to confront him. At that juncture, his master would undoubtedly rally in his defense, just as today. Wouldn't that yield him a wealth of protection value? Ha! He truly was a genius. Resolutely, Chu Luo decided that once his strength grew further, he would challenge the prodigies on the prodigy list. You, very well. Master Lin, I hope when our ancestor from Qian Valley comes knocking, you will still possess such formidable strength. Yanjun Gusheng declared with a grim visage, seizing Han Wu Jie and tearing through the fabric of space to depart. The words of the ancient sage, Yanjun, were met with scorn by those present, as if the Forbidden Sect lacked its own ancestral figures. Well done, my diligent disciple. Elder Yin turned to his treasure apprentice, giving a thumbs up, his satisfaction growing with each glance. Who would have thought you were so concealed in your talents? You have managed to master the 4 ultimate techniques of our sect. However, heed my warning. While the forbidden techniques are indeed formidable, as your strength increases, so too will the magnitude of their consequences. Use them sparingly, unless absolutely necessary. At that moment, Lin Feng gazed at the figure of Chu Luo before him, filled with admiration. The Forbidden Sect had unearthed yet another prodigy. Yes, master, I shall remember. Chu Luo nodded, clasping his hands in respect. In truth, he had already grasped the gravity of the situation without Lin Feng's admonition. When he unleashed the great void-mending palm at the initial stage, it cost him 50 years of lifespan. Yet, upon enhancing his cultivation and employing 3 forbidden techniques, each strike remarkably drained a century of his life force. At present, he had 1,150 years of lifespan remaining. After ascending 5 minor realms, his original 1,000 years had expanded by 500. Buzzing. Just as Chu Luo was lost in thought, the heavens trembled, and golden light shimmered in the sky. Within the golden cloud, an ephemeral ranking list materialized. It was the Heavenly Prodigy list. This spectacle was not unfamiliar to Chu Luo. Over the past decade, he had frequently witnessed the extraordinary phenomena accompanying changes to the list. At this moment, countless powerful beings across the vast realms beheld the emergence of the Heavenly Prodigy list. Hiss! After 2.5 months, the list had shifted once more. Who could have been ousted this time? In the entirety of the 3,000 realms, only 200 prodigies could claim a spot on the list. Who knows? The recent fluctuations indicated a surge of exceptional talents emerging, heralding a golden era. Under the watchful eyes of innumerable powerful beings and prodigies, the name of Han Wu Jie's ranking at 150 gradually faded from the Heavenly Prodigy list, replaced by Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect. It was no surprise to learn of a prodigy from the Forbidden Sect, as it stood as the paramount force in the 3,000 realms, second only to the 4 hidden imperial clans and the 4 ancient families. Indeed, it was plausible that the reclusive imperial clans and ancient families might not even rival the Forbidden Sect. Yet, this prodigious figure, Chu Luo, was unfamiliar to many. Could he possibly be a newly risen disciple? It was highly likely. As discussions among the powerful factions unfolded, the Heavenly Prodigy list slowly dissipated. Within the Forbidden Sect, Chu Luo was equally astonished to find himself in Han Wu Jie's stead. Surely, this would bring him fame. This, too, aligned perfectly with Chu Luo's desires. Once he gained recognition, the prodigies from the list would seek him out for challenges. sparing him the effort of searching for them across the realms. Fellow cultivator, after observing for so long, it is time for you to reveal yourself, is it not? Must I, the sect leader, personally summon you? At that moment, the disciples who were on the verge of dispersing suddenly noticed sect leader Lin and the elders gazing intently into the depths of the void. Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback, instinctively lifting his gaze as well. Is the sixth still lurking in the shadows? Congratulations, sect leader Lin, for adding another prodigy to our Forbidden Sect. A voice, both ancient and hearty, resonated through the air. Following this, Chu Luo beheld an elder clad in a colorful robe, his hair a striking white, descending before him from the abyss of the void. Chu Luo recognized this venerable figure. He was an esteemed elder from the Dan sect, one of the top-tier forces. King Den Gusheng. The relationship between the Dan sect and their Forbidden Sect was amicable, with frequent exchanges between the two sections. During the years Chu Luo spent within the sect, he had encountered the esteemed Qing Dan Gusheng on several occasions. Chapter 9. The Emperor's Secret Realm is about to open, with Chu Luo leading the team. Old Master Qing Dan, I have long since discovered your presence. I thought you would reveal yourself, but it seems I must personally draw you out. The ominous crow chuckled sinisterly, rubbing his hands together. Can I, an old man, possibly conceal myself from the keen eyes of the ancient saint of the ominous crow? Oh no, I should now refer to you as the Emperor of the ominous crow. The ancient Saint Qing Dan laughed heartily. His demeanor towards the ominous crow shifted from mere friendliness to a deeper reverence. Spare me your meaningless chatter. This is my beloved disciple. An old man adept at alchemy should promptly present him with a welcoming gift. By the way, my disciple requires elixirs that can restore his lifespan. The ominous crow grinned mischievously, requesting gifts on behalf of Chu Luo from the ancient Saint Qing Dan. This scene left Lin Feng and the other elders utterly speechless. Even the third elder has become an emperor, yet remains so shameless. The ancient Saint Qing Dan, familiar with the temperament of the ominous crow, immediately produced several vials of high-quality elixirs capable of rejuvenating life and handed them to Chu Luo. Chu Luo graciously accepted the elixirs, delighting in their value. The elixirs bestowed by an ancient saint of alchemy need not be elaborated upon. Thank you, ancient Saint Qing Dan. Chu Luo expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. The ancient Saint Qing Dan waved his hand, examining Chu Luo from head to toe, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. He had witnessed the entire battle between Chu Luo and Han Wujia. It was difficult for him to fathom that the Chu Luo before him could triumph over the prodigy Han Wujia, who ranked on the prodigy list. The scene of Chu Luo breaking through 5 small realms in one breath still lingered vividly in the mind of the ancient Saint Qing Dan, leaving him in awe. Qing Dan, my friend, what brings you here on this occasion? You are not one to visit without purpose. Lin Feng suddenly inquired with a smile. Of course, I have matters of importance to discuss. The ancient Saint Qing Dan replied with a hearty laugh. Oh, what is it? The elders, filled with curiosity, leaned in, and even Chu Luo perked up his ears to listen. The ancient Saint Qing Dan sighed and replied, Recently, I have heard rumors that in the wasteland of the northern plains, a secret realm of the Emperor is suspected to have emerged. According to reports from the powerful individuals dispatched by our alchemy sect, the owner of this secret realm is believed to be an ancient Emperor Ancestor of our sect, who fell in battle long ago. It is likely that news of the Emperor's secret realm will soon spread, causing a stir throughout the 3,000 great realms. The Ancestor who fell was nothing short of extraordinary, having created 2 types of imperial elixirs. However, the Ancestor's demise was so abrupt that he left no recipes for his creations within the sect. Yet, we are certain that he must have left behind the formulas. Thus, following the decision of the elders within our sect, I have come to the Forbidden Sect, requesting the talents of the Forbidden Sect to assist our alchemy sect disciples in entering the secret realm to retrieve the lost formulas. You are well aware that, among the disciples of our Dan sect, most do not measure up to the prodigies listed on the Celestial Talents rankings. However, rest assured, we shall not seek your assistance in vain. Our sect will offer 16 sacred-grade elixirs and 1 imperial elixir as recompense. At this juncture, the ancient sage of Pure Dan expressed a sense of helplessness. Despite being one of the foremost powers, the younger generation has proven rather inadequate. In this vast Dan sect, only a single prodigy has made it onto the rankings. How unfortunate. With the emergence of the Emperor's secret realm, all of our direct disciples have entered seclusion. It is indeed a pity, Lin Feng lamented. The unveiling of the Emperor's secret realm is an unparalleled opportunity. Alas, the top talents of our sect are all in closed-door training, missing out on this grand fortune. As the Emperor's secret realm opens, the exceptional prodigies from various top-tier forces will undoubtedly converge. Ordinary disciples stand no chance against these extraordinary beings. Ha! Lin's sect leader, fear not. Is there not still one here? The ancient sage of Pure, Dan, turned his gaze toward Chu Luo. Chu Luo was taken aback. He had hoped to hear some gossip, but now found himself in the spotlight. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and the elders all lit up with realization. How could they have forgotten about this young man? Although Chu Luo is merely at the beginning realm, the memory of him breaking through 5 minor realms in one breath ignited their excitement. Once this young man enters the Emperor's secret realm and seizes opportunities, breaking into the spirit realm is merely a matter of time. At that point, even if he encounters the top prodigies on the rankings, he would possess the strength to contend. They would not allow their Forbidden Sect to miss this opportunity. Chu Luo, are you willing to lead the expedition into the Emperor's secret realm? The Emperor's secret realm is rife with opportunities. If you wish to compete for your place within the sect, your current strength may not suffice. Aside from those direct disciples in seclusion, there are several core disciples who also grace the rankings. Do you believe you can compete with them at your present level? Lin Feng looked at Chu Luo, smiling as he spoke. Chu Luo's brows furrowed slightly. Lin Feng's words bore truth. Despite the fact that the core disciples present were no match for Han Wujie, there were indeed prodigies among them. However, these individuals were also in seclusion, striving to enhance their strength for the forthcoming competition. The contest for ranks is the grandest affair of the Forbidden Sect. The ranked disciples are candidates for the next sect leader and high-ranking elders. My dear disciple, heed the sect leader's counsel. You must seize this opportunity. Inya pulled Chu Luo aside, speaking softly. Very well, Master, you must also attend, for I fear being targeted. Chu Luo nodded in agreement, promising to lead the expedition into the secret realm. Yet, he wished to convey to his master, your protectiveness is my greatest fortune. Indeed, who would dare to target you? I shall crush them to dust. Rest assured, I will accompany you. Jingde Chu Luo, encouraging him to proceed with confidence. Chu Luo nodded and turned to say, very well, sect leader, I shall depart. He then inquired of the ancient sage Qing Dan, might I ask when we shall set off? Qing Dan, with a faint smile, felt a measure of reassurance with Chu Luo's involvement and replied, dear young friend Chu, if you have no pressing matters, we can embark tomorrow. Splendid. Subsequently, Qing Dan engaged in a few casual conversations with the others before taking his leave from the Forbidden Sect and returning to the sect headquarters. After today's battle, Chu Luo had once again made a name for himself throughout the Forbidden Sect, and this time, it was one of commendation. This conflict had preserved the dignity of the Forbidden Sect, and disciples across the sect were animatedly discussing the thrilling duel between Chu Luo and Han Wujie. As night fell, Chu Luo returned to the mountain peak associated with the Shadow Crow, Nianxia Peak. Being the sole disciple of the Shadow Crow, Nianxia Peak was particularly desolate, with only Chu Luo inhabiting the vast courtyard. For the past several years, he had been accompanied solely by moonlight and fireflies. However, Chu Luo had grown accustomed to this solitude. Late into the night, noticing that his unreliable master had yet to return, he retreated to his room alone. After closing the doors and windows, Chu Luo focused his mind and accessed the system. Upon inspecting his attribute panel, he discovered that his previously depleted guardian value had risen to 35,000. Chu Luo had initially intended to utilize this guardian value to advance to the spirit realm. Yet, he suddenly recalled the fiery sacred body exhibited by Han Wujie earlier that day. To his knowledge, among the 9 direct disciples within the sect, apart from himself. All possessed some extraordinary physique. Furthermore, a significant portion of the prodigies listed on the talents ranking also boasted remarkable innate abilities. Were sacred bodies now so commonplace that everyone had one? This simply would not do if he wished to grow stronger. He too needed to acquire a sacred body or a divine body. Chapter 10. Infinite Longevity, Boundless Expansion. Chu Luo stroked his chin, resolving to explore the unique physiques available in the system's marketplace. Upon accessing the section dedicated to these exceptional traits, he was utterly astonished. The variety of unique physiques presented in the system's store was simply breathtaking. Any one of them, if acquired, would be extraordinarily powerful. However, the required protection value was exceptionally high. With his current possession of 35,000 protection points, he could only afford the most basic spirit body. Suddenly, Chu Luo's attention was drawn to the 10 most prominent physiques listed in the marketplace. These 10 physiques were renowned as legendary and unparalleled within the vast realms of the 3,000 great worlds. Chaos Divine Body, 5 million protection points. Void Divine Body, 4 million protection points. Primordial Sacred Body, 3 million protection points. Longevity Body, 2 million protection points. As he perused the list, Chu Luo was astounded to discover that the system even included the fabled 10 physiques. Truly, it lived up to its reputation. His gaze landed on the longevity body, captivated by its allure. Could it be that those who possessed this physique could attain eternal life? With a click, he opened the details for the longevity body and was immediately filled with exhilaration. Longevity body. Those who possess this physique have endless lifespans, imperishable bodies, undying souls, and eternal youth. In just a few brief words, Chu Luo made his decision. No matter what, he must gather enough protection points to exchange for the longevity body. Once he acquired it, wouldn't he be able to unleash forbidden techniques without restraint? The drawback of consuming lifespan with such techniques would be rendered irrelevant for him. The terrifying power of forbidden skills had captivated Chu Luo. He had grown disinterested in ordinary martial arts. Even imperial-grade techniques no longer held his interest. It was the forbidden techniques that embodied the essence of violent beauty. Some of these forbidden moves were even beyond the comprehension of emperors. It seemed that henceforth, he would need to rely on his own efforts to enhance his cultivation level. With his resolve firmly established, Chu Luo exited the system and sighed. From this moment, he would strive to accumulate protection points. 2 million protection points merely required his master to intervene on his behalf 200 times, which was hardly excessive. With a fleeting thought, Chu Luo sat cross-legged and began to cultivate using the forbidden primordial technique. Meanwhile, within one of the foremost powers, the Crimson Flame Valley. In the depths of the valley's sect, 2 figures stood respectfully before a moss-covered stone door. Should Chu Luo be present, he would undoubtedly be astounded to recognize one of them as Han Wujie, who had fallen victim to the soul-devouring evil god's gaze. At this moment, Han Wujie appeared pale. His aura somewhat weakened, and his eyes flickered with hatred. He swore that if given the opportunity, he would certainly eliminate Chu Luo. Youth, the strange power within you has been largely purged by us. This force is quite peculiar, one we have never encountered before, but you are no longer in mortal danger. The remaining strange energy has been sealed for you. We shall return in due time. A voice imbued with supreme authority resonated from beyond the stone door in front of Han Wujie. Thank you, Ancestor, for your life-saving grace. Han Wujie bowed deeply in gratitude. Ancestor, the Forbidden Sect is exceedingly oppressive. Had it not been for the intervention of our esteemed Ancestor, it is likely that Han Wujie would have met his untimely end today. We implore you, venerable Ancestor, to seek justice for us, your disciples. Beside Han Wujie stood the ancient sage Yan Jun, whose countenance darkened at the mere thought of the Forbidden Sect, igniting within him a fierce indignation. Moments later, the voice from beyond the stone door echoed once more. Now is not the time to sever ties with the Forbidden Sect. However, the disciple of the Forbidden Sect who employs such arcane techniques must not be allowed to remain. At such a tender age, possessing such formidable skills, should he be allowed to mature, confronting the Forbidden Sect will become an even greater challenge. Swish! As the words hung in the air, a beam of ethereal light suddenly shot forth from the moss-covered stone door, piercing into Han Wujia's mind. He was momentarily taken aback, his face lighting up with exhilaration. Within his consciousness, he discovered a newly acquired Imperial-grade martial art. This Imperial technique is bestowed upon you. The next time you encounter that young disciple of the Forbidden Sect, ensure that you eliminate him. The aged voice resounded once more. Thank you, venerable ancestor. I shall personally slay Chu Luo. Han Wujia responded with a respectful bow, his demeanor icy. Beyond the stone door, silence ensued. Subsequently, Yan Jun, the ancient sage, escorted Han Wujia away from the location. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to many, a piece of news reverberated throughout the 3,000 great worlds. In the North Plain realm, in the desolate Tianjiao, an emperor's secret realm was on the verge of manifesting. That night, beneath the celestial canopy of the 3,000 great worlds, extraordinary phenomena erupted, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that captivated countless factions. Swiftly, numerous powers dispatched their elite members, hastening to the North Plain realm. At dawn, as the first rays of golden sunlight graced the earth within the Forbidden Sect, Chu Luo awaited eagerly beside a colossal void ship. Soon, a dozen core disciples gathered, each bowing respectfully to Chu Luo, senior brother Chu. No longer did they refer to him as a harbinger of calamity. Their demeanor now radiated with reverence. Greetings, fellow disciples. Chu Luo responded with a gentle smile, returning their salutation. These core disciples were to accompany him into the Emperor's secret realm to vie for opportunities. By the way, fellow disciples, have any of you seen my master? Chu Luo suddenly recalled that his master had not returned the previous night and was nowhere to be found that morning. As the departure time drew near, the leading core disciples exchanged glances, shaking their heads, and replied, Senior brother Chu, we have not seen the third elder either. Chu Luo felt a wave of exasperation. Even with his master having attained the rank of emperor, he remained so unreliable. At that moment, the assembly beheld two beams of light descending from the depths of the sect, landing before them. Upon recognizing the two figures, the core disciples bowed in unison. Second elder. Fourth elder. The second elder, Zhao Sheng, nodded slightly, casting a cold glance at Chu Luo. Let us proceed. This expedition to the North Plain will be led by myself and the fourth elder. Understood. The disciples leaped aboard the void warship. It was only then that Chu Luo regained his composure, his lips twitching uncontrollably, feeling utterly disconcerted. Chu Luo stepped forward and addressed the fourth elder. Fourth elder. Where is my master? Where has he gone? This fourth elder, named Qin Yi, appeared to be a kindly old man. Young one, your master had urgent matters to attend to and departed the sect some time ago. Before leaving, the third elder specifically entrusted the responsibility of safeguarding you to me and the second elder. Time is of the essence. We must set off promptly. With that, Qin Yi and Zhao Sheng boarded the battle vessel, leaving Chu Luo standing there in a daze. His esteemed master had once again left him in the lurch, utterly unreliable. Zhao Sheng, who harbored little fondness for him, could potentially make things difficult for him. At this moment, the only support he had was the fourth elder. Are you coming or not? If you don't hurry, we shall leave without you. Zhao Sheng called out, noticing Chu Luo lost in thought, rooted to the spot. I'm coming. Chu Luo vito, so mewat I go. He had been waiting for them since early morning, while they had chosen to arrive at the last possible moment. Once aboard the void ship, it ascended into the sky, tearing through the void, and vanished into a rift in space. Chapter 11. The Elder's Assistance. A breakthrough once more within the dimly lit chaos of space. A colossal void warship surged forward with remarkable speed. On board, Chu Luo sat alone at the prow, immersing himself in his cultivation. Having spent the entire night in profound contemplation of the Forbidden Sect's supreme technique, the Forbidden Primordial Arts, he drew upon the enlightenment bestowed by the system. Chu Luo had already grasped the third layer of the Forbidden Primordial Arts and was on the verge of breaking through the bottleneck to ascend to the fourth layer. Buzz. Focusing intently, Chu Luo held his breath as shimmering specks of golden starlight emanated from his being, a unique aura of Tao radiating around him. The disciples aboard the ship were captivated by this spectacle. Brother Chu has actually cultivated the forbidden primordial arts to the 3rd layer. Remarkable. Indeed, I've been stuck at the 2nd layer for over a decade, and I've only just begun to sense a hint of a bottleneck. Wait, something's amiss. Brother Chu seems to be comprehending the 4th layer of the technique. This cannot be possible, can it? It doesn't appear so. The forbidden primordial arts only has 10 layers, and I heard that Brother by only reached the 3rd layer before entering seclusion. Brother Chu is merely in the midst of cultivation, surely. Without a doubt, he is cultivating. However, Brother Chu has successfully mastered 4 forbidden techniques, given his aptitude. It is only a matter of time before he reaches the 4th layer. A group of over a dozen core disciples engaged in animated discussion. Meanwhile, behind them, Zhao Sheng and Qin remained discreetly focused on Chu Luo. Who would have thought that this young man possessed such high comprehension? He has filled the 3rd layer's bottleneck and is now striving for the 4th. Such aptitude we had previously underestimated. Qin's gaze fell behind Chu Luo, exclaiming in awe. With his cultivation level, he could clearly discern that Chu Luo was attempting to break through the technique. Beside him, Zhao Sheng regarded Chu Luo, his eyes glinting with a complex expression. He had heard about Chu Luo's decisive victory over Han Wujie the day before. Never had he imagined that Chu Luo could defeat a prodigy of the talent rankings. He had upheld the honor of their Forbidden Sect. Though Chu Luo had previously committed many reckless acts, Zhao Sheng could not deny that he had now earned the right to be considered a prodigy of their sect. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy radiated from Chu Luo. The golden light that enveloped him morphed into a series of pulsating golden runes swirling around him. As Chu Luo opened his eyes, these animated runes formed a golden halo behind him, reminiscent of a divine circlet. Break! Chu Luo formed a hand seal, murmuring softly, "Boom!" In the next moment, the collective countenance of the core disciples turned pale with astonishment. They sensed that Chu Luo was channeling the technique, voraciously absorbing the thin spiritual energy within the chaotic space. This overwhelming pull made them realize that Chu Luo had indeed broken through to the 4th layer of the technique. Hiss! Brother Chu has truly broken through to the 4th layer of his cultivation technique. Is he even human? My goodness. It seems as if Brother Chu's advancement to the 4th layer of his technique was as effortless as drinking water. But has he indeed succeeded in his breakthrough? What is he doing now? A group of core disciples felt the immense force emanating from Chu Luo's body, both astonished and puzzled. This lad, he actually intends to challenge the realm of the spirit soul. The spatial turbulence renders spiritual energy scarce. This boy is utterly foolish. Zhao Sheng immediately discerned Chu Luo's intentions and couldn't help but mutter a scolding under his breath. Zhao Sheng's suspicion was correct. Chu Luo was indeed attempting to ascend to the spirit soul realm. Although he had realized the thinness of the spiritual energy in the turbulent space, which was detrimental to his breakthrough, he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation and could no longer contain himself. Chu Luo pushed his technique to the utmost limit, fervently extracting the sparse spiritual energy around him. Hiss! Damn it, this is bad. If I fail in this breakthrough, I will have to expend my protective value to succeed. Chu Luo felt a wave of headache wash over him. He still wanted to accumulate his protective value to exchange for the longevity body. Just as Chu Luo was troubled and contemplated using his protective value for the breakthrough, Zhao Sheng frowned, rising as he pondered. Elder Qin, let's lend this lad a hand. Qin, he was taken aback, glancing at Zhao Sheng in surprise. Before breaking into a smile, excellent. Buzz. With a grand gesture, Zhao Sheng and Qin summoned countless spirit stones from their storage rings, which cascaded around Chu Luo. Seeing the ever-piling spirit stones, Chu Luo was momentarily stunned, then turned to see Zhao Sheng and Qin continuously releasing spirit stones, utterly astonished. Boy, what are you dawdling for? Breakthrough, Zhao Sheng admonished sharply. Thank you, elders. A warm current flowed through Chu Luo's heart as he bowed respectfully to the two. Then, with a focused gaze, he activated his technique. Buzz! Under the astonished eyes of the onlookers, the ground covered in spirit stones was instantaneously drained of spiritual energy, reduced to powder. Elders, continue. It's still insufficient. Chu Luo fervently refined the spiritual energy, urging the two elders. This lad is attempting to reach the spirit soul realm and requires such an abundance of spiritual energy. Truly a peculiar being. Zhao Sheng gazed at the ground covered in powder, unable to suppress his astonishment. They had already released over 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. The dozen core disciples present were utterly dumbfounded. Chu Luo had absorbed the spiritual energy of 1,000,000 spirit stones. Just how solid is his foundation? As the spiritual energy surged, Chu Luo raised his head and let out a long roar. Break. Boom. First level of spirit soul. Second level of spirit soul. Before all eyes, not only did Chu Luo shatter his shackles, but he also ascended to the second level of spirit soul cultivation in one breath. The core disciples were left completely numb. They recalled that just yesterday, Chu Luo had broken through 5 minor realms, and today he had reached the spirit soul realm, advancing 2 levels at once. Truly a monster. Thank you, second elder. Thank you, fourth elder. Chu Luo reined in his aura and bowed respectfully to Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi. Zhao Sheng curled his lip and retorted with irritation. I shall decline your offer, and in the future, please refrain from visiting my medicinal fields. By the way, do remember to return my spirit stones. Chu Luo's lips twitched momentarily before he broke into a grin and shrugged. Sure, the second elder can always approach my master for them. Zhao Sheng's countenance darkened as he turned and strode into the cabin of his ship. Observing Zhao Sheng's retreating figure, Chu Luo felt a sense of gratitude. Ha! Young man, do not take offense. The second elder is merely being hypocritical. How could he possibly care about such a trivial amount of spirit stones? Qin Yi jested. Chu Luo nodded, silently committing the kindness of the two to memory. Remarkably, he found himself no longer harboring such disdain for Zhao Sheng. Amid their conversation, the void battleship trembled, departing from the spatial realm. As the ship emerged, Chu Luo beheld a magnificent array of architectural marvels. Palatial structures adorned with red walls and golden roofs soared into the heavens, built against the mountainside. Between the palaces, figures flew to and fro. Beneath this grand, mountainous expanse, endless stretches of spiritual fields came into view, where various grades of spiritual herbs emitted a soft glow. The rich medicinal aura permeated the fields. This place was none other than the esteemed Dan Sect, one of the foremost powers among the 3,000 great worlds. The battleship descended onto the plaza of one of the palaces, where a group of disciples clad in colorful robes awaited with eager anticipation. Chu Luo noticed, in addition to the familiar Qing Dangu Sheng, an elderly man with white hair whom he had never encountered before. However, what intrigued Chu Luo even more was the young boy leading the Dan Sect disciples. The boy seemed to catch Chu Luo's gaze and instantly lifted his head. Their eyes met, revealing a flicker of hostility and resentment upon the boy's countenance. Chu Luo was taken aback, pondering whether this individual was afflicted with some sort of malady. Chapter 12. The unyielding prodigy of the Pill Sect. What offense had I ever committed to provoke this individual? The other party regarded me with evident disdain. It was a disciple from the Forbidden Sect. Astonishingly, they had dispatched over a dozen core disciples. Look, that youth must be Chu Luo, the newly ascended prodigy on the rankings from yesterday. Hiss! I've heard that his master is the ancient saint of the Shadow Crow from the Forbidden Sect. No wonder, for it is said that the ancient saint has achieved the status of a great emperor, a direct disciple of a great emperor. TSK, TSK, TSK. The disciples of the Pill Sect cast envious glances at Chu Luo, whispering amongst themselves. Their eyes brimmed with admiration as they beheld him. Chu Luo could only smile wryly. Just a day ago, he was an unknown entity, and now he is the subject of everyone's attention. The leading youth from the Pill Sect, upon overhearing the murmurs of his fellow disciples, furrowed his brow, his gaze towards Chu Luo growing increasingly displeased. Chu Luo glanced at the discontented youth before following a group of core disciples and two elders to the square. Oh, why are there only these two friends? The ancient emperor of the Shadow Crow did not attend. The ancient saint of Pure Dan, accompanied by his disciples, paused momentarily in confusion, having failed to spot the ancient emperor of the Shadow Crow. Qin, he cupped his hands in greeting, explaining, "Dear friend Qin Dan." The third elder had an unexpected matter arise and could not come. He instructed me and the second elder to take his place. The ancient ancestor of Qin Dan nodded in comprehension. That old fellow from the Shadow Crow has made quite the advancement. I never imagined he would also step into the realm of the great emperor. I had hoped to spar with him, but it seems I must wait for another opportunity. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a colorful robe approached from behind the disciples of the Pill Sect. The disciples parted respectfully, showing him great deference. Chu Luo was taken aback. He sensed no aura emanating from this elder. His divine perception suggested that the man was almost non-existent. Yet, from the elder's self-identification, Chu Luo deduced that he, like his master, was an unparalleled great emperor. Having encountered the Medicine Ming great emperor, the elders Zhao Sheng and Qin immediately clasped their hands in reverence. So, this is the Medicine Ming great emperor. Chu Luo gasped internally, curiously observing the great emperor. The Medicine Ming great emperor had been renowned across the 3,000 great worlds a millennium ago. However, after ascending from the ancient saint to the great emperor, he had secluded himself, largely indifferent to worldly affairs. Yet his deeds continued to resonate throughout the 3,000 great worlds. The eyes of the two elders, Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi, flickered with intensity. The fact that the Pill Sect had summoned the Medicine Ming Great Emperor underscored the significance of the two missing pill formulas to their sect. The Medicine Ming Great Emperor revealed a gentle smile, his gaze settling upon Chu Luo, shimmering with a unique radiance. "Young one, are you the direct disciple of the Shadow Crow?" he inquired suddenly. Chu Luo, brought back to the moment, promptly nodded and cupped his hands in acknowledgement. "Yes, I am a junior, Chu Luo." The Medicine Ming Great Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly, his heart filled with astonishment, for at this moment, he sought to unravel the entirety of Chu Luo's essence. Yet, he found himself utterly unable to see through Chu Luo. All the celestial secrets surrounding Chu Luo were veiled by an unparalleled force. Should he attempt to forcefully deduce them, he would undoubtedly suffer a backlash from this formidable power. The Emperor of Medicine remained oblivious to the fact that this supreme force emanated from Chu Luo's own system. The system actively concealed all of Chu Luo's celestial mysteries. "Young friend Chu, your talent is truly remarkable. You are no ordinary individual. It is no wonder that old rascal, Inya, would take you as his disciple. During this expedition into the secret realm, I would appreciate your assistance in looking after the disciples of our alchemy sect. Once you enter the secret realm, all shall heed the commands of this young friend Chu." The Emperor of Medicine regained his composure, offering a warm smile as he addressed the gathered disciples of the alchemy sect. "Yes, Ancestor." The core disciples of the alchemy sect nodded in agreement. Only the foremost youth displayed a defiant expression. Chu Luo's lips twitched slightly as he clasped his hands and said, "Esteemed Emperor, I can only promise to do my best. That is all I require from you." The Emperor of Medicine smiled gently and patted Chu Luo on the shoulder. This scene only deepened the admiration the dozen or so core disciple from the Forbidden Sect held for Chu Luo. Even the Emperor of Medicine regarded their senior brother so highly. "Ancestor, I have a request, and I hope you will grant me permission." At that moment, the foremost youth stepped forward, bowing slightly. The Emperor of Medicine paused, noticing the expression on the youth's face. He glanced at Chu Luo, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth, and inquired, "What is it?" "Ancestor, I wish to spar with this newly ranked prodigy of the Forbidden Sect. I had originally intended to challenge Han Wujie to take his place in the rankings. However, it appears this esteemed friend from the Forbidden Sect has beaten me to it. Thus, I would like to test my skills against him and ascertain whether this recently ascended prodigy possesses the true capability to lead us." "Zhang Qianzi, what nonsense are you spouting? You cannot possibly be a match for Chu Luo. The ancient sage of pure Dan interjected angrily, stepping forward to admonish him. He had witnessed the battle between Chu Luo and Han Wujia in its entirety. Han Wujia had even employed his sacred physique, but was overwhelmingly defeated by Chu Luo. Esteemed elder, I am not being reckless. I have heard that Chu Luo is merely at the primordial stage. I simply wish to verify whether he truly has the ability to lead us. Dang Chunzi retorted as he cast a sidelong glance at Chu Luo, clasping his hands in respect. His words elicited knowing smiles from the disciples of the Forbidden Sect. The Chu Luo of today was not the same as the Chu Luo of yesterday. Dang Chunzi was likely unaware that their senior brother, Chu Luo, had just recently broken through to the soul realm. With this thought, the core disciples began to anticipate the challenge eagerly, almost wishing for Dang Chunzi to confront Chu Luo. Upon learning that this youth was named Dang Chunzi, Chu Luo instantly understood the source of his defiance. Dang Chunzi was the only prodigy from the alchemy sect, ranked 151st, sharing the same cultivation level as Han Wujia, 5th level of the soul realm. This individual clearly harbored doubts about yielding to him. The group of disciples from the alchemy sect behind Dang Chunzi also grew increasingly excited. They too wished to witness the prowess of the newly ascendant Chu Luo on the celestial rankings. Is he truly as formidable as the rumors suggest? Young friend Chu Luo, it appears that Dan Chunzi harbors some discontent towards you. What are your thoughts on this? The Emperor of Medicine smiled slightly, directing his gaze toward Chu Luo. Clearly, the Emperor of Medicine had taken an interest and tacitly approved of Dan Chunzi's challenge. Observing this, Zhao, Sheng, Qin, Yi, and the ancient saint of Qingdan chose to remain silent. A look of hesitation crossed Chu Luo's face as he clasped his hands and said, Esteemed Emperor, if I were to strike, it would result in either death or injury. I fear that should I falter. Upon hearing this, Dan Chunzi furrowed his brow, a surge of indignation rising within him. He assumed that Chu Luo's words stemmed from fear of his prowess, a ploy to dissuade him from engaging. What infuriated him further was the implication that he was not Chu Luo's equal. There is no need for you to worry, my friend Chu Luo. If I were to inadvertently fall at your hands, it would merely be a testament to my own inadequacy. Rest assured, our Dan sect shall not impose upon you. Dan Chunzi replied with a cold demeanor. At that moment, the Emperor of Medicine interjected, Young friend Chu Luo, there is no need for concern. Should danger arise, I shall intervene. You may proceed with confidence. Very well. With the Emperor of Medicine's assurance, Chu Luo felt compelled to accept the challenge. It seemed that he would need to subdue Dan Chunzi through force. Chu Luo stepped into the open arena, a look of resignation on his face, and extended a finger. Beckoning Dan Chunzi, Brother Dan, please make your move. This provocative gesture caused Dan Chunzi's blood pressure to spike, his countenance darkening. A spirit sword materialized in his grasp. Brother Chu Luo, I await your guidance. With a thunderous roar. Chapter 13. Does this sword have a right to strike? Dan Chunzi's body trembled slightly as an overwhelming surge of spiritual power emanated from him, conjuring a tempestuous wind that nearly toppled those nearby. Such formidable spiritual energy. No wonder Dan Chunzi ranks just behind Han Wujia, his strength nearly on par with Han's. Indeed, however, it is likely that he is no match for senior brother Chu. This goes without saying. The disciples of the Forbidden Sect sensed the imposing aura radiating from Dan Chunzi and began to murmur among themselves. Go, senior brother Dan, cheered the disciples of the Dan sect, rallying behind him. Even Zhao Sheng and Qin couldn't help but brighten their eyes, nodding in admiration. This young man possesses remarkable talent. Behold the sword. With a sharp shout, Dan Chunzi stepped forward, his figure vanishing in an instant. In the blink of an eye, his blurry silhouette appeared before Chu Luo, a spirit sword enveloped in spiritual energy lunging towards Chu Luo's chest. Chu Luo was astonished by Dan Chunzi's speed. Indeed, those on the celestial talent list are rarely easy opponents. Yet Chu Luo was no slouch either. He deftly sidestepped Dan Chunzi's strike. Boom! A beam of sword light erupted from the spirit sword, shattering the ground of the nearby square. Dan Chunzi continued to swing his sword, attacking Chu Luo relentlessly. Yet every strike was evaded by Chu Luo. Why isn't senior brother Chu fighting back? The dozen or so disciples from the Forbidden Sect were perplexed. The previous battle between Chu Luo and Han Wujie was not at all like this. Hearing the confusion of his junior disciples, Chu Luo couldn't help but ponder. The moment he struck, it would be a forbidden move. Could Dan Chenzi withstand it? What if, in a moment of carelessness, he accidentally killed him? His master was not present. Buzz! Another fierce sword strike was easily dodged by Chu Luo. Dan Chenzi, filled with rage, retorted coldly, "Chu Luo, do you only know how to evade?" In response, Chu Luo broke into a grin, shaking his head slightly. "Dan brother, unleash your full strength. If you don't, I truly fear I might accidentally kill you." Hiss! How arrogant! Brother Dan, satisfy him. Show him your true strength, and make him regret it. The core disciples of the Dan sect, observing from the sidelines, were incensed by Chu Luo's words. How brazen of him! Did he truly believe he could trample Brother Dan? At that moment, Dan Chenzi's veins bulged with fury as he declared, "Very well. Chu Luo, since you insist, I shall oblige." Boom! Dan Chenzi leaped into the air, stepping into the void. A vibrant force surged from him, reaching skyward. Beneath this power, thick vines as robust as a man's thigh erupted from the ground, lashing out towards Chu Luo. "Subit, Chu Luo et VP then." But the vines seemed to possess a will of their own, relentlessly pursuing him. It is the wood spirit body. Rumors had it that Dan Chenzi was endowed with a wood spirit body. The tales were indeed true. A core disciple of the Forbidden Sect, with a grave expression, spoke. "Hiss! Brother Dan has unleashed his spiritual form. If Chu Luo does not act now, he is destined to fail. Hif hif. Let him be arrogant. Look quickly, Brother Dan. Is he about to employ that technique?" At that moment, a disciple from the Dan sect, familiar with Dan Chenzi, suddenly changed countenance, fixating on the figure of Dan Chenzi suspended in midair. Dan Chenzi formed intricate hand seals, conjuring a complex imprint that materialized in his palm. The spiritual sword hovering before him radiated a verdant glow, with peculiar green runes dancing and entwining along its blade. Whoosh! Buzz! Dan Chenzi pointed skyward, and the spiritual sword soared into the heavens, vanishing within the clouds. Immediately, a tremendous force enveloped the surroundings, stirring up a tempest. The onlookers noted the trees upon the mountains of the Dan sect swaying violently. Before long, emerald leaves filled the sky, each leaf emanating a green luminescence, embodying the momentum of the sword. Boom! The sky was awash with verdant foliage, swept upward by the wind, merging into the clouds. Dan Chenzi's eyes sparkled with green light as he gazed downward with an imposing presence brewing from the depths of the firmament. Unexpectedly, this little fellow has mastered this technique to such an extent. Even Emperor Yao Ming involuntarily lifted his head in admiration, nodding in approval. Boom! Chu Luo countered with a palm strike, shattering the vines that pursued him. As if sensing something, he suddenly looked up, a smile gracing his lips. "Chu Luo, do you have the qualifications to act?" "Sen lo svirtilt." Dan Chenzi howled towards the heavens, then pointed at Chu Luo below. Boom! The gathered crowd witnessed a colossal sword overshadowing the sun and moon, parting the clouds, as if it descended from the universe, vast and overwhelming, pressing down. The phantom of the giant sword, framed by the green leaves, encompassed all phenomena. The majestic sword intent swept across the heavens and earth, descending from the 9 skies. It seemed this sword could subdue demons and annihilate worlds. No one could stand in its way. The disciples from both sects were collectively astonished, their expressions shifting dramatically. "Come fort, let us battle." Boom! Chu Luo laughed heartily, leaping into the air. At that moment, his fighting spirit was thoroughly ignited by Dan Chenzi's sword. In the next instant, the onlookers beheld a powerful, rich spiritual force surging from Chu Luo, ascending towards the sky. Chu Luo formed seals with his hands, his eyes glowing with a faint golden light. Buzz! In an instant, the world transformed, the entire firmament shrouded in darkness. This boy, Forbidden ultimate skill. Emperor Yao Ming was momentarily taken aback, seemingly realizing something, his face displaying astonishment. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng, Qin Yi, and the other core disciples of the Forbidden Sect were all left dumbfounded. Everyone realized that Chu Luo was exhibiting a form of forbidden ultimate skill. However, the phenomenon produced by this forbidden skill was one they had not witnessed yesterday. This meant that their senior brother, Chu, was performing a newly learned forbidden grand technique. Just how many forbidden ultimate skills has this boy mastered from a sect? Elder Qin, he could not help but exclaim in shock. Zhao Sheng took a deep breath, shaking his head slightly. It is worth noting that even he had only mastered the forbidden arts of 3 sections. These 3 forbidden skills had now become his trump cards for victory. One can only imagine how arduous it is to comprehend such forbidden techniques. This young man, from yesterday until now, had managed to wield 5 forbidden arts. Boom! Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a magnificent spectacle of myriad realms rose behind Chu Luo. Within this vision, celestial rivers danced, the sun and moon cycled, seasons changed, and the tides ebbed and flowed, all while the world transformed. A force imbued with an ancient aura converged from this extraordinary manifestation. In an instant, a phantom golden sword emerged from the vision, exerting a suppressive presence. The moment this ethereal sword shadow materialized, even the heavens and earth dimmed in its presence. The eternal void severing sword. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhao Sheng and Qin, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Chu Luo had even mastered this technique. Millennia ago, they had only seen a certain ancestor of the Forbidden Sect execute it once. That ancestral sword stroke had rendered the pinnacle powers of the 3,000 great worlds speechless. Though the might of the sword now wielded by Chu Luo paled in comparison to that of their ancestor, it still left the 2 elders in awe. Forbidden arts, the eternal void severing sword. Go, go! Chu Luo and Dan Qinzi simultaneously pointed with their fingers. 2 colossal sword phantoms clashed fiercely. Boom! In the next moment, Dan Qinzi's face turned ashen. What? How could this be possible? Chapter 14. The Secret Realm. Falling sky mountain gorge before the incredulous gaze of Dan Qinzi. A colossal sword shadow, imbued with the essence of myriad phenomena, clashed with the golden sword shadow of Chu Luo. At the moment of impact, it shattered into countless fragments that scattered into oblivion. With a spurt of blood, Dan Qinzi suffered backlash. Nevertheless, the golden sword shadow, having obliterated Dan Qinzi's sword manifestation, surged forth with formidable power, relentlessly pressing down upon him with alarming speed. Dan Qinzi's pupils constricted, and a flicker of despair etched itself upon his stunned visage. This is disastrous. At that moment, Chu Luo's expression also transformed dramatically, astonished by the fragility of Dan Qinzi's strike. Once unleashed, the forbidden ultimate technique was beyond his control. Brother Dan, the disciples of the Dan sect erupted into cries of alarm, with several female disciples even covering their eyes. Just when everyone believed Dan Qinzi was doomed, a towering figure suddenly appeared before him. Upon seeing this figure, Chu Luo breathed a sigh of relief. The Ancestor, Brother Dan, exclaimed the disciples of the Dan sect in unison. The one before them was none other than the revered Emperor Yao Ming. Extending a gnarled finger, Emperor Yao Ming lightly pointed at the golden sword shadow bearing down upon them. With a resonating hum, an invisible wave emanated from his fingertip. In the next moment, the massive golden sword shadow dissipated into twinkling starlight. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone felt a sense of calm wash over them. Soon after, Dan Qinzi and Chu Luo returned to solid ground. Cheers erupted among the dozen or so disciples of the Forbidden Sect. Indeed, young friend Chu is extraordinary. With you leading our disciples, this emperor feels reassured. Emperor Yao Ming smiled gently, nodding at Chu Luo. Chu Luo smiled politely, yet internally he mused. You feel reassured? That last move cost me over a century of lifespan. A lifespan that should not have been lost, all because of this meddlesome old man. As Emperor Yao Ming concluded his words, he waved his hand, and a vial of elixir soared toward Chu Luo. That last technique must have drained a significant portion of your lifespan, did it not? The execution of forbidden arts always demands a price. Catching the vial, Chu Luo opened it to reveal a plump pill radiating a soft glow. Thank you, esteemed Emperor. Chu Luo beamed, revealing his pearly whites as he expressed his gratitude. He promptly consumed the pill, feeling the century of lost lifespan gradually restored. As he witnessed his lost years being replenished, Chu Luo suddenly regarded the old man, Emperor Yao Ming, with newfound appreciation. Little one, do you now recognize the prowess of young friend Chu? Do you still believe he is unworthy to lead you? Emperor Yao Ming turned to the dazed Dan Xinzi, speaking earnestly. Dan Xinzi regained his composure, taking a deep breath and clasping his fists as he spoke. I acknowledge my mistakes. Brother Chu, I apologize for my previous offenses. During our expedition into the secret realm, my junior brothers and I will follow your lead throughout. However, once my strength has increased, I shall challenge you again. I hope that next time, I can withstand even one of your strikes. Dan Xinzi approached Chu Luo, bowing sincerely in apology. Observing this exchange, both Emperor Yao Ming and the ancient saint of Qingdan felt a sense of relief. Though Dan Xinzi had faced defeat, he did not lose his warrior spirit. He dared to confront failure. This young man's future is surely destined for greatness. You are too kind, Brother Dan. When you return next time for guidance, I shall surely hold back, unlike today when I nearly led you to your demise. Chu Luo replied with a faint smile, returning the gesture of respect. Ha ha, it is my lack of skill that is to blame. I cannot fault Brother Chu. Dan Xinzi laughed in response. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of both sects broke into smiles. It is getting late. Let's depart. Emperor Yao Ming nodded slightly, glancing at the sky as he spoke. Indeed, the disciples of both sects boarded the ethereal warship. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Sheng tore through space, guiding the vessel into the rift and heading towards the northern plains. As the northern plains lie at the edge of the 3,000 great worlds, Chu Luo and his companions traveled aboard the warship for an entire month before finally reaching the domain of the northern plains. The northern plains, known as the Desolate Heaven Continent, is home to the Falling Sky Gorge, one of the most perilous locations among the 3,000 great worlds. Deep within the Falling Sky Mountains, dangers abound, and even saints dare not venture alone into its depths. In ancient times, it is said that the Falling Sky Gorge was once a vast battlefield, where a colossal imperial war took place. Legends speak of great emperors falling in battle here. The current Falling Sky Gorge is a result of that imperial conflict, having been shaped by the ravages of time and the passage of eons. At this moment, above the Falling Sky Gorge, the celestial phenomena that had persisted for over a month gradually faded away. Meanwhile, in the surrounding mountains of the Falling Sky Gorge, a spatial rift appeared, emanating powerful waves of energy. This rift was enveloped in a layer of milky white luminescence. Through the membrane of light, a mysterious world could be glimpsed beyond the rift. This spatial fissure serves as the entrance to the Emperor's secret realm. Outside the entrance to the secret realm, a multitude of powerful beings and disciples from various factions across the 3,000 great worlds had already gathered. According to the strong individuals present, the entrance would soon stabilize. As the powerful beings waited at the entrance, an invisible wave of spatial energy rippled through the heavens above. A spatial rift opened. From within the rift, a massive warship emerged. The onlookers, having grown accustomed to such arrivals over the past month, were unfazed. Yet upon seeing this particular vessel, their expressions began to shift. It is the warship of the Forbidden Sect. The warriors of the Forbidden Sect have arrived. Moreover, a disciple of the Dan sect has surprisingly allied with the Forbidden Sect. What is so peculiar about this? The Dan sect has long maintained a cordial relationship with the Forbidden Sect. Yet, it is indeed curious why the Forbidden Sect has only dispatched the two esteemed elders, Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi, while their extraordinary direct disciples remain absent. A wave of commotion swept through the crowd as numerous powerful individuals recognized the warship. Countless gazes converged upon this majestic vessel. On board, Zhao Sheng, Qin Yi, and the venerable Qing Dangu Sheng, accompanied by their respective disciples, descended upon the entrance of the secret realm. As for the Emperor of Medicine, he had already concealed himself in the shadows. Is this truly the entrance to the Emperor's secret realm? It appears to be somewhat unstable. Chu Luo surveyed the entrance before him and spoke. Elder Qin nodded slightly and remarked, "This secret realm is in fact the inner world of the fallen emperor. Upon ascending to the sage realm, martial artists can cultivate a world within themselves. As cultivation improves, this inner world gradually becomes more refined and expansive. However, the present emperor's secret realm is ensnared by a restriction that permits only those below the nirvana realm to enter. Should a powerful individual of the nirvana realm or higher attempt to force their way in, the restriction will be triggered, resulting in their obliteration. Ultimately, the secret realm will revert to the chaotic currents of space. When it manifests again, one can only wonder how long they will have to wait." Upon hearing Elder Qin Yi's elucidation, Chu Luo and the assembly of disciples were struck with understanding. No wonder the layer of luminous membrane at the entrance sent shivers down their spines. Buzz! At that moment, distant ripples in the void heralded yet more spatial disturbances. Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback, sensing a familiar aura. Raising his gaze towards a particular direction in the void, he furrowed his brow and smirked coldly. Chapter 15. A covert strike provoking the ancient sage war? The spatial fluctuations emanating from the void once again drew the attention of countless powerful beings present, who gazed upwards in awe. Before their eyes, several fissures in space manifested, from which emerged colossal void battleships. As the banners upon these ships unfurled, a collective gasp resonated through the crowd. The formidable forces of other elite factions had arrived. Among them were the Crimson Flame Valley, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, the Spirit Purity Sect, the Universal Holy Land, the Cloudy Mist Holy Land, the Extreme Emperor's Lineage, and the Eternal Lineage. Yet, curiously absent were the 4 great imperial clans and the 4 great ancient families. What was so strange about this? The 4 great imperial clans and the 4 great ancient families held the emperor's secret realm in contempt. This realm was merely the inner world of an emperor long fallen. The emperor himself had long since ceased to exist, devoid of any legacy, and it was not a tomb of an emperor. Thus, they deemed it beneath their notice to appear here. Chu Luo's gaze fixated upon the approaching battleships, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Among the pinnacle forces of the 3,000 great worlds, besides their own Forbidden Sect, the Pill Sect, and the Crimson Flame Valley, there were also the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, the Spirit Purity Sect, the Universal Holy Land, the Cloudy Mist Holy Land, the Extreme Emperor's Lineage, the Eternal Lineage, the Shangguan Imperial Clan, the Ouyang Imperial Clan, the Situ Imperial Clan, the Murong Imperial Clan, the Ancient Yi Family, the Ancient Jiang Family, the Ancient Wang Family, the Ancient Ji Family, as well as the Dragon and Phoenix clans, totaling 19 elite factions. The 4 great imperial clans and the 4 great ancient families, along with the Dragon and Phoenix clans, had always been shrouded in mystery, seldom descending into the mortal realm. As Chu Luo surveyed the battleships of these eminent factions, he noted that each elite faction had dispatched at least 2 ancient sages, numerous great sages, and a throng of young disciples. At that moment, Chu Luo suddenly sensed a surge of murderous intent. Instinctively, he turned his gaze towards the battleship of the Crimson Flame Valley. Upon it, he recognized 2 familiar faces, the ancient sage Yan Jun and Han Wujia. At this instant, Yan Jun and Han Wujia were fixated upon him, their eyes brimming with icy malice. That wretched creature from the Forbidden Sect. Yan Jun's expression darkened, his gaze sharpening. Boom! An invisible force surged toward Chu Luo in an instant. Damn it, that old wretch. Chu Luo's hair stood on end, his heart seething with anger. He had not anticipated that the old coot Yan Jun would resort to a covert attack against him. Oof. Boom! Old ghost Yan Jun, do you seek death? Daring to strike at a disciple of the Forbidden Sect, I have refrained from action for many years. How about we exchange blows today? Just as Yin Jun's force approached surreptitiously, a familiar voice resonated in Chu Luo's ear. Following this, a figure stepped in front of him. This figure was Zhao Sheng. With a cold snort, Zhao Sheng effortlessly neutralized Yin Jun's force. His expression was frigid, his murky eyes fixed intently upon Yin Jun and his companions. Simultaneously, Qin Yi stepped forward, pointing accusingly at Yin Jun and rebuking old ghost Yin Jun as a dignified ancient sage. How dare you strike at a junior from the shadows? Don't you relish combat? Come, let us spar. At this moment, the commotion here instantly captured the attention of the entire assembly. Numerous formidable powers were left astounded. The enmity between the Crimson Flame Valley and the Forbidden Sect was well known. Typically, conflicts arose only among the younger generation of these two factions. However, no one anticipated that today, the ancient Saint of Flame Lord would strike against a disciple of the Forbidden Sect. The other prominent forces were equally astonished, their gazes fixating on Chu Luo, who was shielded by Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi. Who is this young man? What has incited the ancient Saint of Flame Lord to take such action? TSK, TSK, TSK. How shameless Crimson Flame Valley is. An ancient saint secretly attacking Brother Chu. Indeed, it was this old fellow who, accompanied by that worthless Han Wujia, challenged our Forbidden Sect and, unable to best Chu Luo, bore a grudge. Crimson Flame Valley has always been so brazen. The dozen core disciples behind Chu Luo rallied to defend him, privately mocking their adversaries. Although their jests were whispered, many powerful figures still overheard. It turned out that the youth was the newly emerged prodigy of the Forbidden Sect, having replaced Han Wujia just a month prior. No wonder. I recall that lad's name is Chu Luo. But why would an ancient saint intervene in a dispute among the younger generation? Who knows what undisclosed matters lie beneath? Nonetheless, there is no denying that the actions of the ancient Saint of Flame Lord were indeed somewhat shameless. Some powerful individuals present caught the attention of the ancient Saint of Flame Lord. His expression darkened. Upon meeting the gazes of Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi, his demeanor shifted, and he smiled, saying, "Old ghost Zhao Sheng, old ghost Qin Yi." This saint merely observed that Chu Luo seemed to have made some progress in strength and wished to test him. I had no intention of causing him harm. Upon hearing these words, many of the prominent figures present rolled their eyes. Even Chu Luo inwardly scoffed at the audacity of this old man. However, at that moment, Chu Luo's heart was filled with joy. The instant Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi stepped forward, his system issued a notification. Defensive value from Elder Zhao Sheng, 5,000. Defensive value from Elder Qin Yi, 5,000. Is that so? After listening to the ancient Saint of Flame Lord's words, Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi exchanged cold smiles. Boom! In the next moment, the two ancient saints unleashed their power, striking toward the ancient Saint of Flame Lord. Buzz! In an instant, the heavens and earth dimmed, as overwhelming sacred might enveloped the entire arena. Under the terrifying pressure of the two ancient saints, all powerful figures beneath the level of ancient saints fell to their knees. The other ancient saints from the top factions changed their expressions slightly, quickly releasing their sacred might to counteract the pressure from the two elders, allowing their own sect's members to breathe a sigh of relief. Boom! The sudden attack from Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi caught the ancient Saint of Flame Lord off guard, and his expression shifted dramatically, revealing his distress. Yet he quickly regained his composure and retaliated with a powerful strike. Beside him stood an elderly man clad in crimson robes, who immediately sprang into action. This elder was another venerable figure from the Crimson Flame Valley, known as the Ancient Saint of Fiery Darkness. The clash of four formidable powers erupted with astonishing force, shattering the void worship of the Crimson Flame Valley. Several saints and great saints from the valley waved their hands, ensuring the safety of their disciples as they safely descended to the ground. After the initial strike, both the Ancient Saint of Fiery Darkness and the Ancient Saint of Flames retreated a half step, their eyes ablaze with wrath. What do you think? It seems that you, old ghost, have made some progress in your strength. We merely wish to test your abilities. Zhao, the elder, remarked with a cold chuckle. Following the actions of the two elders, a notification from Chu Luo's system echoed in his mind, filling him with amusement. He found himself wishing fervently for the ancient Saint of Flames to target him once more. Glancing at the two elders, his heart swelled with warmth. "Are you from a forbidden sect truly seeking to wage war against us, the Crimson Flame Valley?" The ancient Saint of Flames retorted, his expression twisted in fury. "Humph. Since you have spoken thus, we shall take it upon ourselves to slay you two old ghosts today, providing you with an excuse to declare war." Qin sneered, rolling up his sleeves as a spiritual sword materialized in his hand. Meanwhile, a small bronze cauldron appeared in Zhao's grasp. The spiritual artifacts in their hands emanated an overwhelming aura of Tao, and a chilling intent to kill enveloped the vast expanse, causing the temperature of the world to plummet sharply. Everyone's countenance turned pale with terror, disbelief etched upon their faces. The battle between the ancient saints was on the brink of eruption. Chapter 16. A sharp tongue and a tender heart. The atmosphere was thick with the aura of slaughter. Observing the two ancient saints, Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi, exuding overwhelming power, the assembled strong were both astonished and envious of the disciples of the Forbidden Sect. It was said that the Forbidden Sect was fiercely protective of its own, but none anticipated that such devotion would manifest to this extent. The elders of the sect were willing to engage in fierce combat to defend their disciples, even risking the outbreak of a sect war. "Let the battle commence. We are not afraid of you." Boom! The expressions of the ancient saints Yin Jun and Ming Yin grew exceedingly unnatural. They had not foreseen the formidable stance of these two old fellows from the Forbidden Sect, nor did they expect events to escalate to this level. Gritting their silver teeth, they unleashed their own tremendous might. In the presence of so many formidable beings, retreating would lead the powerful from the 3,000 great worlds to believe that they, the Crimson Flame Valley, were intimidated by the Forbidden Sect. Just as everyone braced for the impending clash of ancient saints, an elder clad in a blue robe, with a benevolent demeanor, stepped forward and said with a smile, "Esteemed friends from the Forbidden Sect, since this young friend has not been harmed, and the two friends from Crimson Flame Valley have also received a strike from you, let us consider this matter settled." With so many strong individuals present, the outbreak of an ancient saint battle would undoubtedly injure innocents. Such a conflict could escalate into a larger-scale disaster for the 3,000 great worlds. Furthermore, the entrance to the Emperor's secret realm is about to stabilize. Chu Luo looked up and recognized the elder as a member of the Lingqing sect, an ancient saint elder of their order. "Indeed, my esteemed friends," another ancient saint from the extreme Emperor Dao lineage added, "Blue Qing's words hold merit. For now, let the grievances between your two factions be set aside. After the Emperor's secret realm, you may proceed as you wish." Blue Qing, you and the Crimson Flame Valley are already cut from the same cloth. If it weren't for my timely intervention, our genius, Chu Luo, would have been harmed by the ancient and decrepit Yin Jun. How dare you speak so? Elder Zhao Sheng cast a cold glance at Blue Qing of the Lingqing sect, his gaze sharp and unkind. Yet, he quickly shifted his tone, dissipating his formidable presence, adding, "However, Taoist Ling Kong from the extreme Emperor Dao lineage is correct. After the Emperor's secret realm, should you from Crimson Flame Valley wish to battle, the Forbidden Sect will gladly oblige." Upon hearing this, Yin Jun and Ming Yin let out a cold snort, retracting their overwhelming aura. Witnessing this scene, all the strong present exhaled a sigh of relief. Subsequently, Yin Jun and Ming Yin, accompanied by a group of disciples from Crimson Flame Valley, approached the Lingqing sect. Chu Luo glanced at the disciples of Crimson Flame Valley, his gaze meeting that of Yin Jun and Han Wujia. With a grin, he brazenly raised his middle finger at them, a blatant act of provocation, before turning away and ignoring them. This moment did not go unnoticed by the many strong individuals present. Many have taken an interest in Chu Luo. This little beast, Yin Jun, the ancient saint, wore an expression as dark as the depths of water, his eyes glimmering with murderous intent. "Han Shidi, is this the brat who defeated you? He hardly seems impressive." Beside Han Wujia stood two youths clad in crimson robes. One possessed eyes of fiery red, seemingly swirling with molten magma, while the other sported crimson hair, exuding an occasional searing aura. These two were named Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu, both distinguished talents on the talents ranking, positioned at the 120th and 148th places, respectively. Han Wuji's expression darkened at their tone as he clasped his hands in respect. Esteemed senior brothers, this is indeed him. His name is Chu Luo. Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu nodded slightly, casting a disdainful glance at Chu Luo's silhouette. Du Sheng, Tianyu, do not underestimate him. This little beast has mastered several forbidden techniques from the Forbidden Sect. Be cautious. However, the Ancestor has decreed that he must be eliminated at all costs. Your entry into the secret realm presents the perfect opportunity, reminded the ancient saint of Ming Yin to the two. Understood. Rest assured, Elder. We shall ensure this brat meets his end without a trace. Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu replied, bowing respectfully. Esteemed senior brothers, I wish for this little beast to be left to me for resolution. The humiliation he has inflicted upon me, I shall repay 100-fold, Han Wuji declared, his expression frosty. The two nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Chu Luo laced with mockery. At that moment, Chu Luo sensed a chill and turned back, catching the eyes of Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu. Chu brother, we must be cautious once we enter the secret realm. Those two are Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu from the Red Flame Valley, ranked 120 and 148 on the talents ranking. Dan Shenzi whispered to Chu Luo. With a slight smile, Chu Luo waved his hand dismissively. Do not worry, Dan brother. If they dare to cause trouble, I have ample means to deal with them. Chu Luo's mind began to churn with thoughts. What if he were to slay all the disciples of the Red Flame Valley within the secret realm? Would Yin Jun and Ming Yin not fly into a rage? The answer was assuredly yes. Upon emerging, those two old men would certainly not let it go lightly. Wouldn't that allow him to accumulate more protective merit? With this thought, Chu Luo resolved firmly. If he encountered anyone from the Red Flame Valley, he would strike with lethal intent. Young man, once you enter the secret realm, should opportunities arise and you possess the strength, seize what should be seized and contend for what should be contended. Do not fear, even if you must slay the opposing talents. Upon your return, we two old fellows will be here for you. If we cannot protect you, you can only pray for the arrival of your deceased master. Zhao Xing advised earnestly as Chu Luo was lost in thought. Startled, Chu Luo's face broke into a smile as he bowed respectfully to Zhao Sheng, saying, I am grateful to you, Elder. Elder Zhao, I have wronged you in the past. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Rest assured, I shall not trespass upon your medicinal fields again. Oof. Zhao Xing let out a soft snort and turned away. Chu Luo rolled her eyes. Oh, this little old man still possesses quite the temper. I have sincerely apologized. Yet, Chu Luo understood, as Elder Qin he had remarked, that Elder Zhao's sharp tongue belied a tender heart. Buzzing. The entrance to the secret realm has stabilized. Let us proceed. At that moment, a powerful wave emanated from the rift in space. The shimmering membrane gradually became transparent, yet it still exuded an aura of imperial might. Countless formidable beings at the scene surged into the membrane without hesitation. Some cultivators of the Nirvana realm and above attempted to force their way in, only to be instantly obliterated by the terrifying energy of the membrane. Shall we enter as well? Chu Luo Vompet. Following this, Shi and Dan Shenzi, accompanied by their respective disciples, soared into the vast world beyond the luminous membrane. Upon witnessing Chu Luo and her companions entering the secret realm, the three prodigies of the Crimson Flame Valley exchanged cold smiles, and with dozens of their disciples in tow, they swiftly followed suit. Chapter 17. Encountering the prodigy again as Chu Luo and his companions stepped into the radiant membrane. A sudden transformation of the surrounding scenery left him momentarily bewildered. Instinctively, he glanced at his fellow disciples, only to realize that out of the numerous core disciples who had accompanied him, merely 6 remained. The esteemed Dan Shenzi and several other core disciples from the Dan sect had inexplicably vanished. In the blink of an eye, Chu Luo and these 6 core disciples found themselves amidst a foreign mountain range. What is happening? Where are the others? It must be that we were scattered upon entering the secret realm. The 6 core disciples, upon looking back, also recognized the absence of their fellow brothers. However, as elite disciples of a top-tier faction, they remained composed and began to assess the situation with calmness. All 6 turned their gazes toward Chu Luo. The foremost among them spoke, "Chu Xixiang, what shall we do now? We will follow your lead." Chu Luo noted that, intending to have his disciples use their sect tokens to contact the scattered members when, all of a sudden, a rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. Chu Luo was taken aback and, upon looking around, discovered a medicinal field not far below the mountains. "Xixiang, it's a medicinal field. Wow! So many spirit herbs. They seem to possess quite a high quality." The 6 core disciples exclaimed in unison upon spotting the field. "Quickly, follow me to gather them," Chu Luo commanded, waving his hand as he led the 6 core disciples towards the medicinal field. Upon reaching the field, Chu Luo observed that the spirit herbs within were all of at least the spiritual grade. This is spiritual soil. Sensing the abundant spiritual energy within the field, he furrowed his brow and knelt to grasp a handful of the soil, exclaiming in astonishment. He was no stranger to spiritual soil. A minuscule patch resided on the peak of Elder Zhaosheng, cherished as a treasure. Yet here lay such an expansive area of spiritual soil. Ha ha ha! Zhu Xixiang, we have struck gold. With such a large patch of spiritual soil, if we bring it back to the sect, we shall never lack for spirit herbs again. The disciples were instantly filled with excitement. Why are we still dawdling? Let us start digging. We must not leave a single speck of spiritual soil behind. Chu Luo snapped back to reality, his face brimming with exhilaration as he urged his disciples onward. Yes, the 6 disciples immediately rolled up their sleeves, ready to clear the entire medicinal field. Ha ha! Who would have imagined there would be a medicinal field here? Suddenly, as the 6 core disciples began to excavate the field, leaving no trace of the ground untouched, several figures approached swiftly from afar, descending upon the field. Chu Luo looked up, noticing 10 individuals descending from the sky, a mix of men and women clad in uniform attire. It seemed these individuals hailed from the same faction. Chu Luo raised her gaze slightly, focusing on a young man at the forefront. To her astonishment, the young man's cultivation level was at the initial stage of the primordial realm, among the other 9, for we're at the spirit realm's 1st and 2nd levels, while the remaining 5 were all at the boundless realm. We are disciples of the Forbidden Sect. This place was discovered by us first. Hurry and leave. Boom. The 6 disciples of the Forbidden Sect, who were scavenging the medicinal fields, immediately turned cold at the sight of the 10 in the void. At once, they unleashed a powerful aura simultaneously. All 6 core disciples possess cultivation at the spirit realm. Most of the core disciples of the Forbidden Sect were at the spirit realm. However, they could not enter the talented rankings, as some among them were several hundred years old. The aura of the 6 spirit realm cultivators subdued the approaching group. The Forbidden Sect. The 10 saw the sect robes worn by Chu Luo and her companions, their expressions fluctuating between gloom and clarity. The other 9 glanced at the young man leading them. This young man, named Lu Feng, ranked 118th on the talented rankings. He hailed from the Heavenly Gate Sect, one of the major powers in the vast world. Although the Heavenly Gate Sect was far inferior to the Forbidden Sect, it still held considerable influence in its domain. It was rumored that an ancient emperor resided within its ranks. Lu Feng was also the young lord of the Heavenly Gate Sect. Gentlemen, it would be wise for you to leave. The treasures of my Forbidden Sect are not easily taken, even if you manage to seize our spiritual herbs. Can you transport them back? Outside the entrance to the secret realm, 2 ancient saints from our sect will be on guard. If you do not wish to bring trouble upon your sect, you should leave at once. Chu Luo flashed a smile, offering this kind advice to the others. Young lord. The members of the Heavenly Gate Sect all turned to Lu Feng. They were not unfamiliar with Chu Luo, as the Forbidden Sect had nearly gone to war with the Crimson Flame Valley due to her actions outside the secret realm. The scene of the Forbidden Sect fiercely protecting their own left a deep impression on them. Young lord, that is spiritual soil? Hiss. This medicinal field is actually a patch of spiritual soil. Just as Lu Feng was about to abandon the idea, One of the disciples from the Heavenly Gate sect suddenly exclaimed upon discovering the dense spiritual energy emanating from the soil. Chu Luo furrowed her brow. Her eyes, narrowing as her hands, concealed within her sleeves, swiftly began to form seals. Lu Feng was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed spiritual soil. Such soil was exceedingly rare, considered priceless. He never anticipated such a vast expanse of it would exist here. At that moment, a glimmer of greed flashed in Lu Feng's eyes. "Are you still not leaving?" Chu Luo my Li. Her hands hidden in her sleeves as she addressed the group. As she spoke, she discreetly exchanged a glance with the 6 disciples. The 6 core disciples instantly understood, hastily continuing to gather the spiritual herbs and soil from the field. Lu Feng's thoughts raced, and he quickly made a decision. Leave? Those who see the spiritual soil shall have a share, unless your forbidden sect is willing to relinquish half of the spiritual soil. We will depart immediately. Lu Feng let out a cold laugh as he turned to Chu Luo. "Oh, what if we refuse?" Chu Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a seemingly harmless smile. "Then you shall meet your demise." Lu Feng's expression turned icy, and a tremendous force emanated from within him, suppressing the atmosphere around them. The 9 disciples of the Tianjiao sect immediately released their auras, enveloping the entire area. The Taichu realm, the 6 core disciples of the Forbidden Sect halted their movements, drawing their weapons, prepared for battle. "Do you dare to challenge our Forbidden Sect? Are you eager to embrace death?" Chu Luo responded with a faint smile, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. "Heh, I recognize you. Your name is Chu Luo, isn't it? If we eliminate all of you here, the Forbidden Sect, no matter how protective they may be, will remain oblivious to our actions. You few deal with those core disciples while I take care of this brat, and then come to your aid." With a shift in tone, Lu Feng stepped forward, charging towards Chu Luo. "Yes, young master." Boom! The other 9 disciples of the Tianjiao sect immediately rushed toward the 6 individuals in the medicinal field, seeking death. The 6 core disciples sprang into action, engaging the disciples of the Tianjiao sect. At that moment, Lu Feng approached Chu Luo, his face twisted with malice. Chu Luo appeared to show fear. Observing this, Lu Feng laughed heartily. "Brat, today I shall remove your name from the list of prodigies." Lu Feng believed that Chu Luo was paralyzed by his overwhelming presence and thus lowered his guard. Just as he raised his hand to strike Chu Luo's forehead, the seemingly terrified Chu Luo's expression abruptly changed and he grinned widely. "Forbidden absolute art, God-slaying heavenly poison." Boom! Chapter 18. 1 against 2. Victory brings gain, defeat brings death. Chu Luo's eyes shimmered with a haunting green glow, hidden within the folds of his robe. His hand surged forth with audacity, enveloped in a faint, ethereal green light, intricately entwined with peculiar runes. The moment Chu Luo extended his palm, the wild grass beneath him withered instantaneously. His hand collided forcefully with Lu Feng's, resulting in a thunderous impact. Chu Luo braced himself against Lu Feng's powerful strike, staggering back several paces before steadying himself. A tingling sensation coursed through his arm, and his blood surged violently. What overwhelming strength! Chu Luo inhaled deeply, shaking his hand. "What have you done to me?" Lu Feng's anguished cries echoed. Chu Luo raised his gaze to witness Lu Feng rolling on the ground, clutching his arm, as eerie green patterns crept upward along his limb. Approaching Lu Feng, Chu Luo looked down upon him, revealing a charming smile that displayed 8 gleaming white teeth, exuding an air of innocence. This forbidden technique, the god-slaying poison, was unleashed silently and without any detectable aura or manifestation. Moreover, it was utterly unavoidable and exceedingly malicious. Within 10 breaths, the victim would inevitably dissolve into a pool of blood. Given his current level of cultivation, even a peak Taichu realm expert would meet certain demise. It was akin to a surefire ambush tactic employed by the most cunning of foes. Such a malevolent forbidden technique was but one among hundreds within the 1,000 forbidden arts. Chu Luo harbored serious doubts about the individuals who concocted such malevolent techniques. They must surely be a band of the most nefarious tricksters. Help me, Chu Luo. I realize my mistakes. Please assist me in dispelling the poison. Lu Feng, now unable to channel any spiritual power, felt the torment in his arm pierce through to his very soul. Grasping Chu Luo's shoe in desperation, he pleaded, stripped of all semblance of the proud young prodigy he once was. Chu Luo shrugged, a wry smile gracing his lips. I'm afraid I cannot help you. Just lie there and await your fate. Chu Luo's words plunged Lu Feng into a state of despair, his eyes filled with venomous resentment, his expression darkening. With his other hand gripping the poison arm, he yanked forcefully. Lu Feng brutally tore his own arm away. However, at the moment he severed his limb, the blood that gushed forth was not red, but green. In the next instant, Lu Feng's body became adorned with ominous green patterns as his flesh began to dissolve. Overcome with regret, his consciousness gradually faded, and his vitality slipped away. Young Master, the 9 disciples of the Tianjiao sect, engaged in battle, noticed Lu Feng, now transformed into a pool of blood, and were struck with horror. The momentary distraction of the 9 allowed the 6 core disciples of the Forbidden Sect to seize their opportunity. Don't you dare lose focus. To your demise. Boom. The 9 disciples of the Tianjiao sect fell victim to the 6 core disciples of the Forbidden Sect. Brother Chu, impressive. After dispatching several foes, the 6 core disciples approached Chu Luo. As the crowd beheld Lu Feng transformed into a pool of blood, they could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Their gazes towards Chu Luo were filled with admiration. Their senior brother, Chu, had actually vanquished a prodigy of the primordial realm with merely the cultivation of the 2nd stage of the divine soul. Should this news spread, it would likely be met with disbelief. Let us hasten our efforts. Otherwise, we may soon have company. Chu Luo instructed the leading disciple. And you, junior brother Tang, swiftly procure for me 2 herbs imbued with vitality. He had just unleashed the god-slaying heavenly poison, which had astonishingly cost him 300 years of life. Right away, the disciple entered the medicinal field and soon returned with 3 herbs rich in life force. Chu Luo seized the herbs and began to consume them directly. Meanwhile, the others continued to scour for more herbs and fervently excavate the spiritual soil, their movements displaying an extraordinary proficiency that indicated their extensive experience in such endeavors within the Forbidden Sect. Unbeknownst to them, outside the secret realm, the prodigy rankings re-emerged. The ethereal rankings manifested in the heavens, startling the powerful figures of various factions who were waiting outside, compelling them to look up. There, on the 118th position of the rankings, the name Lu Feng of the Tianjiao sect had vanished, replaced by the name Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect. How? How is this possible? Lu Feng of the Tianjiao sect was a prodigy of the primordial realm, was he not? Could it be that Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect is, in fact, a formidable being of the primordial realm? The astonished murmurs spread as the rankings revealed that within a month, Chu Luo had caused 2 prodigies to be removed from the list. Indeed, from the original 200, only a little over 180 remained on the list. The opportunity for re-entry would only arise during the next prodigy ranking conference. Countless powerful figures were taken aback, filled with myriad emotions. This little wretch, how could this be? The ancient Saint of Flames, upon seeing Chu Luo's name appear in the 118th position, felt an unsettling dread wash over him. Among the 3 prominent prodigies who entered the secret realm, the strongest, Du Sheng, shared the same realm as Lu Feng, ranking 120th. At that moment, a foreboding sensation stirred within the ancient Saint of Flames. There is no need for excessive concern. Perhaps Lu Feng merely encountered other prodigies and was outmaneuvered by that little rascal. The ancient Saint of the Nether Flames reassured. The ancient Saint of Flames nodded slightly, contemplating that it must be so. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi, upon seeing Chu Luo's name in the 118th position, were equally bewildered. The 2 elders were intensely curious. How had this lad managed to best Lu Feng, who was of the primordial realm? Had he perhaps employed forbidden techniques once more? Fenger. At that moment, a voice filled with unbearable sorrow drew the attention of all. The crowd turned to see a man clad in a white robe, his face etched with grief. Cradling a shattered life token in his hands, his eyes aflame with anguish. This man was none other than Lu Daoyuan, the sect master of the Tianjiao sect and Lu Feng's father. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi exchanged a knowing glance, instantly comprehending the gravity of the situation. It was not merely a defeat. This young man had slain Lu Feng. The Forbidden Sect, provide me with an explanation. Lu Daoyuan's face was aflame with fury as he directed his ire towards Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi. His enraged voice echoed through the heavens, a tempest of holy might ascending into the sky. Heh, what are you barking about? Zhao Sheng scoffed. An explanation? What does the Forbidden Sect owe you? You were outclassed, and yet dared to make a fool of yourself. By the way, your son is truly a waste, being vanquished by our own Chu Luo in the primordial realm. With the young one gone, do you old ones feel compelled to step forth? Lu Sect Master, if you have the time to yap here, you might as well return and conceive another. Zhao Sheng shot a derisive glance at Lu Daoyuan, his expression dripping with scorn. The numerous powerful figures from various prestigious factions present could not help but twitch their lips, inwardly shaking their heads. Zhao Sheng's words were nothing short of brutally piercing. Lu Daoyuan was seething with rage, suppressing the tumult within as his face turned a deep shade of crimson. What do you mean, you? If you seek a duel, the two of us old fellows are more than willing to entertain you. 1 against 2. If you triumph over us, you shall gain much. If you fail, then you shall leave your life here. Qin Yi rolled up his sleeves, once more drawing forth his spiritual sword. Forbidden Sect, I hope you maintain your arrogance when my ancestor from the heavenly gate arrives. Lu Daoyuan flung his sleeve in despair and fury, departing the scene. Every family has its share of aging relics, Zhao Sheng muttered under his breath, resuming his meditative state as he awaited the emergence of Chu Luo and the others. From Elder Zhao Sheng's protective value, 5,000. From Elder Qin Yi's protective value, 5,000. Oh, what has transpired? Chu Luo, who had just finished gathering herbs with several disciples, suddenly received a system notification. A look of bewilderment crossed his face. Chapter 19. With a swift motion, skillfully executed the inexplicable value of protection, left Chu Luo astonished. What had the two elders been up to outside? Nevertheless, he felt a surge of joy at having acquired this protection value. He was now a step closer to exchanging it for the elixir of life. Turning back, Chu Luo cast a satisfied glance at the medicinal field. The previous expanse of herbs had vanished, leaving only a deep pit behind. They had truly excavated the entire field. The 6 core disciples behind him wore expressions of contentment. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy surged from the distant mountains. Senior Brother Chu, someone is engaged in battle, exclaimed one of the disciples beside him, astonishment etched on his face. Chu Luo stroked his chin, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. The Emperor's secret realm was rife with opportunities. They had scarcely entered when they stumbled upon rare, spiritual soil. The fierce combat ahead was undoubtedly over the coveted chance to seize fortune. With a smile blossoming on his lips, Chu Luo decided to investigate the commotion. Let us stealthily approach, he urged, leading his 6 core disciples toward the distant mountain. Upon traversing the mountain, they arrived at a valley where numerous formidable figures were embroiled in intense combat. Chu Luo recognized them at a glance by their sect robes. They were disciples from 2 of the foremost powers, Linghai Sect and Yunmiao Holy Land. Among them, a graceful maiden clad in a flowing white dress, with an ethereal beauty that resembled a celestial being, caught Chu Luo's eye. Her striking presence was accentuated by the captivating allure of her figure. Without a doubt, he surmised that this extraordinary girl was a prodigy from Yunmiao Holy Land, as that sect was devoid of male disciples. However, Chu Luo was unfamiliar with her. Opposing her was a dashing young man garbed in azure robes, radiating a potent aura of spiritual energy. At that moment, he stood poised in the void, wielding a cerulean spiritual spear, his body adorned with swirling runes, akin to a youthful divine monarch, exuding an overwhelming sense of invincibility. From the energy emanating from both combatants, Chu Luo discerned their realms with ease. Both were at the 6th level of the divine soul realm, one from Lingxing Sect and the other from Yunmiao Holy Land. However, it was evident that the maiden from Yunmiao Holy Land was gradually falling into disadvantage. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Furthermore, the other female disciples from Yunmiao Holy Land were also embroiled in arduous battles. Chu Luo cast a hurried glance across the battlefield, but his attention was immediately captured by a gray flower deep within the valley. This flower emitted a faint gray luminescence, and its unique medicinal aura was palpable even from such a distance. To his astonishment, Chu Luo recognized this flower. It was the soul-nourishing flower of heavenly grade. He recalled that Elder Zhao had a seedling in his medicinal field, but that was merely a sapling, incomparable to the magnificent bloom in the valley. It appears that the foremost elites of the two great powers are vying for the coveted soul-nourishing flower. This flower is indeed a remarkable treasure. Its users can not only enhance their spiritual strength, but also restore their injured souls. Such a precious item. How could he possibly let it slip away? Brother Chu, that is the esteemed Fairy Yun Qianqian from the Cloud Mysterious Holy Land. She ranks 125 on the elite list. The other individual is Luo Yu from the Spirit Purity Sect, ranked 123. Brother Chu, we must assist Fairy Yun. The 6 core disciples, who were lurking in the shadows with Chu Luo, quickly alerted him upon recognizing the combatants. What? She is Yun Qianqian. Hearing this, Chu Luo was taken aback, his gaze fixating on the retreating figure of Yun Qianqian. Within the entire Forbidden Sect, who was unaware that their brother Bai Yun and Yun Qianqian of the Cloud Mysterious Holy Land are deeply in love with one another. The direct disciple, Bai Yun, is renowned within the sect as an exceptionally kind-hearted person. All disciples hold him in high esteem. On one occasion, Chu Luo was caught in Elder Zhao Shang's medicinal field. But fortunately, Bai Yun happened to be present. With Bai Yun's intervention, Elder Zhao Shang merely scolded him before throwing him out, without causing him any further trouble. Since Yun Qianqian is Bai Yun's partner, he cannot remain indifferent. What are you still standing there for? Grab your weapons and lend a hand. Regaining his senses, Chu Luo urged the 6 core disciples beside him. Oh, you audacious miscreants from the Spirit Purity Sect. Fear not, fairies of the Cloud Mysterious Holy Land, for I, Li Kuei of the Forbidden Sect, have arrived. Wang Sheng of the Forbidden Sect too. The 6 core disciples, momentarily stunned, immediately drew their weapons and rushed onto the battlefield. Meanwhile, Chu Luo formed hand seals, summoning a powerful spatial fluctuation. His eyes were fixed on the soul-nourishing flower deep within the valley. Forbidden Supreme Art, Spatial Great Shift. Buzz. In an instant, Chu Luo's figure vanished from the original spot. At that moment, both sides engaged in battle were startled, turning their gazes toward the mountainside. The 6 core disciples, wielding formidable power, charged into the fray. The Forbidden Sect. Damn it. How could the disciples of the Forbidden Sect appear here? Cursed. Several disciples from the Spirit Sect wore grim expressions, muttering curses under their breath. Meanwhile, several female disciples from the Cloud Mysterious Holy Land, caught in a fierce struggle, displayed joy upon seeing the arrival of the Forbidden Sect disciples. Junior sisters, these are friends from a Forbidden Sect. Fear not. Let us unite to repel this group from the Spirit Purity Sect. One female disciple, spotting the 5 core disciples from the Forbidden Sect entering the battlefield, immediately encouraged her fellow junior sisters. Boom! The female disciples of the Cloud Mysterious Holy Land joined forces with the 5 core disciples of the Forbidden Sect, launching a counterattack against the Spirit Purity Sect. Forbidden Sect, do you think we fear you? Boom! The disciples of the Spirit Purity Sect were utterly enraged. As they prepared to seize the female disciples of the Cloud, Miao Sacred Land, the sudden intervention of the Forbidden Sect caught them by surprise. Several disciples of the Lingqing Sect sprang into action. Yet at that moment, it was the Lingqing Sect that found itself at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, in the void above, after repelling Yun Qianqian with a single palm strike, Luo Yu immediately took note of the unexpectedly emerging disciple from the Forbidden Sect, his expression darkening in anger. Yun Qianqian suppressed the turbulent blood within her, her complexion somewhat pale as the majestic peaks of her chest heaved. upon seeing her junior sisters who, with the assistance of several Forbidden Sect disciples, were no longer in peril, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Luo Yu, you scoundrel! How dare you bully our senior brother Bai's Yin Fairy? Taste my sword, Wang Sheng. At that moment, another disciple from the Forbidden Sect, Wang Sheng, rushed to support Yun Qianqian, launching a surprise attack at Luo Yu with his sword. Luo Yu's gaze sharpened, and the battle spear in his hand erupted with a terrifying intent. Did a mere spirit realm dare to sneak attack? With a cold snort, Luo Yu countered with a sweeping thrust, his immense power instantly shattering Wang Sheng's spirit sword. The invisible force collided with Wang Sheng's chest, causing him to grunt and stagger back beside Yun Qianqian. This esteemed friend, are you unharmed? Yun Qianqian extended her delicate hand to steady Wang Sheng. Cough, cough. I'm fine, I'm fine. Rest assured, Yin Fairy, our senior brother Chu, has also arrived. Wang Sheng waved his hand dismissively, coughing lightly to reassure Yun Qianqian. In the next moment, however, Wang Sheng turned around, utterly dumbfounded. Huh? Where is senior brother Chu? Noticing that his senior brother had not followed, confusion washed over his face. At this, both Luo Yu and Yun Qianqian were taken aback. They were now familiar with Chu Luo. After all, it was this very Chu Luo who had nearly ignited a battle among the ancient saints outside the secret realm. Suddenly, Luo Yu seemed to sense something amiss and abruptly turned, directing his gaze towards the direction of the soul-nourishing flower. Unbeknownst to anyone, the previously vanished Chu Luo had stealthily appeared at the soul-nourishing flower's location. Astonishingly, none of those present had the slightest inkling of his presence. With deft precision, Chu Luo plucked the soul-nourishing flower, roots and all, and stored it within his spatial ring, his movements alarmingly proficient. Seeking death, a thunderous roar echoed. Chapter 20. Just a little flower. Nothing more. With a furious roar, Luo Yu's body radiated a faint glow of runes. Brandishing his spear, he launched a powerful strike towards Chu Luo from a distance. An ethereal golden spear shadow, brimming with immense force, tore through the air, emitting a piercing hum as it rushed towards Chu Luo in an instant. Brother Chu, be careful. Friend, watch out. The core disciples Wang Sheng and Yun Qianqian hurriedly warned Chu Luo. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Luo had already sensed the overwhelming force approaching from behind. With a sudden leap, he soared into the air. Boom! The golden spear shadow struck down, and a massive mushroom cloud erupted instantaneously. The violent energy dispersed like ripples across water, snapping surrounding trees in an instant. The disciples of the three major factions, who had been engaged in battle, halted their skirmish, turning to summon their spiritual energies to shield themselves from the aftermath of this overwhelming force. Moments later, as the smoke cleared, the onlookers stood in stunned silence. They beheld the mountains deep within the valley, now utterly vanished. What a terrifying attack! Several disciples from the Forbidden Sect and a few female disciples from the Cloud, Miao Holy Land, inhaled sharply, casting wary glances at Luo Yu's figure. What kind of monsters are these renowned prodigies? The power of that recent attack had far exceeded the thresholds of the spirit realm. What of the Forbidden Sect's disciples? With Brother Luo Yu here, your doom is sealed. The core disciples of the Lingqing sect chuckled coldly, their confidence bolstered. At that moment, Luo Yu descended before several disciples of the Lingqing sect, his expression as dark as water, fixating on the disciples of the Forbidden Sect and the Cloud Miao Holy Land. The icy glint in Luo Yu's eyes sent shivers down the spines of the core disciples from the two major factions. It is you. Hand over the soul-nurturing flower, or today you shall all perish. Luo Yu's eyes glimmered with a haunting golden light, his golden runes re-emerging. A frigid killing intent enveloped the air. How I must ask, dear brother, was it not merely a plucking of a little flower? Why resort to such deadly measures? A mocking voice emerged from behind the disciples of the two factions. Startled, the crowd turned to see several disciples of the Forbidden Sect, their excitement palpable. Chu Luo had appeared behind them unbeknownst to them. Brother Chu, they momentarily forgot about his presence. Emboldened by the thought that their brother Chu could easily vanquish even those in the primordial realm, The female disciples of the Cloud Miao sect were also aware of Chu Luo, their curious gazes fixated upon him. As Chu Luo stepped forward, he displayed a beaming smile, revealing 8 gleaming white teeth, exuding an air of harmlessness. At this moment, Wang Sheng and Yun Qianqian descended as well. "Sister, are you all right?" they inquired. Noticing Yun Qianqian's pale complexion, concern etched upon their faces. Yun Qianqian waved her hand, casting a glance at Luo Yu before turning to Chu Luo, cupping her hands in gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Chu, for rescuing us all. Young Master Chu, you're no match for him. Besides, I am also injured. Perhaps we should offer them the soul-nurturing flower. Otherwise, it would weigh heavily on me and the others." As soon as Yun Qianqian's words fell, a chorus of scornful laughter erupted from several disciples of the Linghai sect. You certainly know how to be sensible. If you wish to avoid death, quickly hand over the soul-nurturing flower. What the Forbidden Sect? What the Yun Miao Holy Land? With senior brother Luo Yu here, you are destined to leave empty-handed today. Faced with the taunts from the Lingqing sect disciples, several members of the Forbidden Sect could no longer contain their emotions. "You insignificant scum of the Lingqing sect, what are you so proud of? We have senior brother Chu with us. Young lady Yun, do not fear them. Luo Yu is nothing before our senior brother Chu. Senior brother, let's teach them a lesson. Yes. Senior brother Chu, let them know the might of our Forbidden Sect. Please, strike now. We can no longer endure their arrogance." The disciples of the Forbidden Sect, undeterred by the situation, eagerly implored Chu Luo to take action. Meanwhile, Yun Qianqian and several disciples from the Yun Miao Holy Land were perplexed, unable to comprehend why these Forbidden Sect disciples held such unwavering confidence in Chu Luo. To their perception, Chu Luo only possessed the cultivation of the second realm of the spirit soul. Chu Luo cast a sidelong glance at his fellow disciples. All they know is fighting. He thought, do they expect me to risk my life for this? Ever since I defeated Han Wuji at the sect, I have been embroiled in battles without respite. Those who know me think I am a prodigy of the Forbidden Sect, while those who do not might mistake me for a mere beast of burden. Turning his gaze towards the leader, Luo Yu, he shrugged and smiled benignly. It is merely a small flower. It is hardly worth the trouble. You may leave now. I do not wish to engage in combat with you. I fear that should I strike, it may result in your untimely demise. Chu Luo's words resonated with the disciples of the Forbidden Sect, who internally lauded his audacity. Indeed, senior brother Chu, no wonder the people from Qian Valley harbor resentment towards you. It seems you have no intention of surrendering the soul-nurturing flower. Boom! Luo Yu was infuriated by Chu Luo's remarks. After a moment of contemplation, an overwhelming aura erupted from his peak spirit soul realm presence. Golden runes filled the air, brimming with formidable spiritual power. Luo Yu's eyes glowed with golden light as he levitated off the ground. In the next instant, his body radiated golden brilliance, gathering the spiritual energy from the surrounding 1,000-mile domain with fervor. Then, Luo Yu formed hand seals, and the runes flickered. Golden light swirled around him, giving rise to a spectacular phenomenon. Within this spectacle, a multitude of spears stood tall, their sharpness threatening to subdue the universe. From the void behind him, a phantom of a colossal golden spear, hundreds of feet long, surged forth with violent energy. Hiss! Senior brother Luo truly intends to annihilate them. He has actually unleashed this technique. We must retreat. A few disciples of Lingqing's sect gazed in horror at the colossal golden spear's ethereal projection, swiftly retreating from a valley. Divine skill. Everyone flee. I shall hold him off. Yun Qianqian furrowed her delicate brows, gripping a spiritual sword and positioning it in front of Chu Luo. Her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the void. Do you think you can escape? 10,000 path divine spear. Boom. Luo Yu brandished the long spear in his hand, commanding the terrifying golden spear's illusion. With a single step, he charged directly towards the crowd. Under the influence of this overwhelming force, the very ground beneath their feet began to tremble. Quickly go. Yun Qianqian bit her silver teeth, on the verge of making a desperate move to withstand Luo Yu's attack, when, behind her, Chu Luo smirked and stepped forward. Miss Yun, may I borrow your sword? Chu Luo seized the spiritual sword from Yun Qianqian's grasp, transforming into a streak of light as he surged towards the incoming Luo Yu. If you wish to perish, then I shall grant you that. Buzz. Chu Luo's gaze solidified, a crimson light swirling within his eyes. In an instant, he bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to smear across the spiritual sword. Then, amidst the astonished stares of the onlookers, the sword in Chu Luo's hand blazed into an intense crimson hue. The next moment, a violent, bloodthirsty, and eerie sword intent erupted from his being, soaring towards the heavens. In an instant, the previously clear sky transformed into a realm drenched in crimson. What kind of technique is this? Such terrifying sword intent. Yun Qianqian's eyes widened, her exquisite visage revealing astonishment. At this moment, behind Chu Luo, an endless blood-red phenomenon materialized. Within that sanguine realm, countless souls howled, and bones clattered ominously. A colossal blood-red figure, wielding a blood sword, emerged from the vision, stepping upon the white bones. A tremendous aura of malevolence and staggering power cascaded down like a waterfall from the heavens, enveloping Chu Luo. At this moment, Chu Luo and the massive figure behind him seemed to fuse into one, resembling a deity of slaughter, having vanquished countless lives. Luo Yu's expression turned to one of terror, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. How is this possible? He could hardly believe that a mere being of the second realm of spiritual essence could unleash such a dreadful force. But at this moment, Chu Luo's figure had already reached him. With a furious roar, Luo Yu summoned all his inner strength and howled towards the sky. Die. Boom. Chapter 21. The assassin of the celestial rankings strikes again. A colossal phantom of a golden spear radiated a blinding brilliance. As Chu Luo approached the spectral weapon, he swiftly raised the blood-soaked sword in his hand, invoking the forbidden technique known as the blood slaughter sword art. With a thunderous roar, Chu Luo unleashed a single, decisive strike. In that instant, the world dimmed, and a crimson beam, connecting heaven and earth, surged forth with unrelenting speed. The formidable golden spear shadow was cleaved in twain by this terrifying blood-red sword light, which then transformed into dazzling golden starlight, dissipating into the cosmos. Yet, the fearsome sword light continued its relentless course, akin to a celestial phoenix descending from the ninth heaven. Under the horrified gaze of Luo Yu, it expanded in size until, in a fleeting moment, the blood-red beam zipped past him, cleaving a distant mountain in half. At that moment, silence enveloped the world. All eyes were fixed upon the two figures suspended in the void. Several disciples of the Forbidden Sect gazed at Chu Luo's gradually fading silhouette, their eyes gleaming with admiration and shock. Their senior brother, Chu, was indeed an assassin of the celestial rankings, having dispatched yet another figure of renown from the list. Moreover, he had employed a forbidden technique they had never witnessed before. They could hardly fathom just how many forbidden arts their senior brother had mastered. No wonder he had often resorted to elixirs and frequented the second elder's medicinal fields. The truth was now unveiled to the onlookers. Remarkable. Yun Qianqian's beautiful eyes sparkled as she could not help but exclaim softly. Had she been in Chu Luo's place, she would certainly have been unable to withstand that strike. At this moment, she finally understood why the disciples of the Forbidden Sect held such unwavering faith in Chu Luo. In a void above, the aura of Luo Yu dissipated completely. The long spear in his hand fell, and a vertical line of blood appeared on his forehead. The vitality within him rapidly faded. In his final moments, as he closed his eyes, he beheld the increasingly blurred visage of Chu Luo, his heart steeped in boundless regret. Thus, the once 123rd ranked genius on the celestial rankings met his demise. Seeing his opponent succumb, Chu Luo finally felt a sense of relief. The previous use of the forbidden technique had cost him 300 years of lifespan. Each strike exacted a heavy toll on his existence. It seemed prudent to master a few ordinary techniques in the future, as relying solely on forbidden arts was unsustainable without the longevity of the eternal body. Luo brother, Luo brother is dead. Dead. The disciples of the Lingqing sect, who had prudently distanced themselves, stood at a distance, their faces pale with disbelief. They could hardly comprehend the scene before them. They had not expected their senior brother, Luo Yu, to be outmatched by Chu Luo. As the realization struck, their expressions shifted dramatically, prompting them to flee the scene in haste. Chu Luo took note of the retreating disciples, but refrained from pursuing them. Having already slain a prominent figure from the Lingqing sect, he knew he had incurred their wrath, and they would not let this transgression go unpunished. Let these individuals depart, so that the Lingqing sect may realize that it was he who orchestrated the act of violence. In due time, the venerable elders of the Lingqing sect will undoubtedly seek retribution against him. At that moment, he shall accrue the values of protection for his kin. Upon this thought, Chu Luo's countenance brightened with satisfaction as he concealed his presence and returned to the group. Those few scoundrels from the Lingqing sect fled with remarkable swiftness, raising his suspicions of their training. Ha ha! Indeed, several disciples of the Forbidden Sect also recognized the situation, unable to suppress their laughter. Brother Chu, upon witnessing Chu Luo's return, the core disciples immediately rummaged through their storage rings. Soon, they presented 1 or 2 life-restoring spiritual herbs to Chu Luo. Brother Chu, these are the spiritual herbs we gathered earlier. Please consume them. We understand. The disciples winked playfully at Chu Luo. Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback. Their expressions seemed rather peculiar. However, a warm current flowed through his heart, and he grinned widely. How embarrassing! These spiritual herbs must be submitted to the sect. Though he spoke thus, he accepted the herbs from his fellow disciples and promptly began to consume them, replenishing a portion of his lost vitality. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched slightly. It was not evident that Brother Chu felt any embarrassment, observing the camaraderie among the disciples of the Forbidden Sect. Yin Qianqian couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, her expression shifted, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Senior sister. A few disciples from the Yunmiao Holy Land were taken aback in horror. Miss Yin, are you all right? Quickly, fetch the healing elixirs. Chu Luo was startled as well and hurriedly expressed his concern. If all went as expected, Yin Qianqian would very likely become their senior sister in the future. The disciples of the Forbidden Sect quickly produced a multitude of healing elixirs and offered them to Yin Qianqian. She waved her hand with a charming smile. Please do not worry, young Master Chu. I am fine. Merely an old ailment. As Chu Luo focused his thoughts on Yin Qianqian, he discerned that her soul appeared to be injured. Sensing his scrutiny, Yin Qianqian continued with a smile. It seems young Master Chu has noticed. Not long ago, in my eagerness to advance, I attempted to forcefully break through my cultivation, only to fail and injure my spirit. Upon entering today, I fortuitously discovered the soul-nourishing flower, yet was not aware that individuals from the Lingqing sect would also be here. Young Master Chu, may I exchange an equivalent item for the soul-nourishing flower? At this juncture, Yin Qianqian hesitated, feeling somewhat bashful. Chu Luo and the disciples of the Forbidden Sect instantly comprehended the situation. It turned out that Yin Qianqian had already been injured. No wonder she was no match for Luo Yu. Chu Luo regained his composure and smiled broadly, since Miss Yin. Yet, he had not finished his sentence. Yin Qianqian gracefully flipped her hand, revealing a jade vial, and earnestly stated, Young Master Chu, this is a boundary-breaking pill, a high-grade earth-tier elixir. Although the value of the boundary-breaking pill does not quite equate to that of the soul-nourishing flower, I assure you that upon my return, I shall compensate with other spiritual herbs or elixirs. Might I inquire, young Master Chu? Chu Luo regarded the boundary-breaking pill in Yin Qianqian's hand, and as he was about to express his intention to gift the soul-nourishing flower to her, he swallowed his words. Changing his tone, he remarked, Miss Yin, you are exceedingly gracious. While the boundary-breaking pill may not be equivalent to the soul-nourishing flower, you are, after all, the beloved of our senior brother Bai. Very well, I am willing to make an exchange with you. With that, Chu Luo promptly accepted the boundary-breaking pill from Yin Qianqian's hand, fearful that she might retract her offer. He then produced the soul-nourishing flower and handed it to her. Upon hearing by Yun's name, Yun Qianqian's cheeks flushed, and she quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Chu." Subsequently, she consumed the soul-nourishing flower on the spot, refining its medicinal power to mend her injured spirit, while the others stood guard to protect her. Witnessing this, Chu Luo contemplated seizing the opportunity to enhance his own strength, and thus he consumed the boundary-breaking pill, activating his cultivation technique. Meanwhile, outside the entrance to the secret realm, the talented ones list reappeared. The crowd was filled with astonishment as they discovered the name of Luo Yu, ranked 123rd, had vanished entirely. On the side of the Lingqing sect, the expression of the ancient sage, Lan Qing, changed dramatically. With a mere flick of his hand, a shattered life token appeared, plunging him into despair. "Disciple, who has slain my disciple?" His voice roared across the heavens, infused with rage. And a menacing aura swept through, sending chills down the spines of all present. Many powerful figures instinctively turned their gaze toward the Forbidden Sect, where Zhao Sheng and Qini stood. Chapter 22. The Phantom of the Great Emperor, Inheritance Preordained? Noticing the gazes of those around, the two elders exchanged glances. Could it be that this disciple of the old ghost Lan Qing was once again slain by that rascal Chu Luo? At this moment, the ancient sage Lan Qing's gaze also turned toward the two, filled with an icy disdain. "What are you staring at? What is with that look, old man? What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that your disciple fell victim to my Forbidden Sect members? Do you have any evidence?" The elder Zhao confronted Lan Qing's piercing stare with unabashed candor. Lan Qing's brows furrowed, his expression equally embittered. Yet, he remained uncertain whether Luo Yu had truly perished at the hands of the Forbidden Sect's disciples. After all, no one had supplanted Luo Yu's position on the talents ranking. Once our sect's other disciples emerge from the secret realm, we shall ascertain who is responsible for the death of my disciple. If it indeed turns out to be the doing of your Forbidden Sect, even if it ignites a war of ancient sages, I shall seek justice for my disciple," Lan Qing declared coldly. A sardonic chuckle escaped the lips of elders Zhao and Qin, who chose to disregard Lan Qing any further. However, a flicker of concern crossed their eyes. "Elder 2, if it truly is that rascal Chu Luo who has slain this old fool's disciple, we may find ourselves in a bit of trouble. Besides these two from Lingqing sect, the old ghosts Yan Jun of Qian Valley and Ming Yan are also eyeing Chu Luo with ill intent. It seems we will have no easy time dealing with them alone." Elder Qin conveyed discreetly through sound transmission. "Indeed, to be prudent, we should discreetly rally our allies, just in case. If it is indeed that rascal who has caused this uproar, let his ghostly master deal with the aftermath." Elder Zhao nodded in agreement. Hidden within the folds of his sleeve, a jade token appeared in his palm. With resolve, Zhao crushed it, feeling a newfound assurance. Meanwhile, at the innermost depths of the great emperor's secret realm, an oppressive heat enveloped the heavens and earth. A vast area of several dozen miles lay lifeless, shrouded in a sea of crimson flames. Outside this fiery expanse, the powerful figures from various sects who had entered the secret realm gathered, their gazes fixed upon the heart of the inferno. At the center of this sea of flames, a cauldron floated, torrents of red fire gushing forth from it. Moreover, a faint but palpable imperial aura emanated from the cauldron, unmistakably revealing it to be an imperial artifact. "Is an imperial artifact? Ha ha! The imperial artifact belongs to me now." Puffed the numerous powerful beings outside the sea of flames sensed the faint imperial pressure from the cauldron. Many rogue cultivators at the primordial realm, driven by greed, surged into the fiery depths, eager to seize this imperial treasure. However, as these individuals stepped into the fiery abyss, they were instantly engulfed by the terrifying crimson flames, leaving not a trace of their remains. This harrowing scene jolted the numerous formidable beings present into immediate awareness. "Senior brother, that is the burning flame cauldron from our alchemy sect's ancient texts. It is the fated imperial artifact of the great alchemist Ancestor. The great alchemist Ancestor has truly fallen." Among the crowd, a disciple of the alchemy sect, upon recognizing the red cauldron amidst the inferno, paled slightly and whispered to his companion, Dan Shinzi. Dan Shinzi nodded slightly, his brow furrowing in concern. After being separated from Chu Luo upon their entrance, he had felt an inexplicable guidance that led him and several core disciples of the Forbidden Sect, along with his own sect's disciples, to this location. However, shortly after his arrival, a multitude of powerful figures began to converge. Contemplating this, Dan Shinzi surveyed his surroundings, his gaze locking onto several youths. These young individuals were the prodigies from the foremost powers, including the three great prodigies of the Crimson Flame Valley, accompanied by dozens of disciples. Now, with so many elite figures gathered, it would prove to be quite challenging for him alone to reclaim the burning flame cauldron for their sect. Junior brother, could you possibly reach out to Brother Chu? Have him come here to lend us his assistance. Our alchemy sect would be eternally grateful. Dan Shinzi implored one of the disciples from the Forbidden Sect nearby. Certainly, I shall attempt to contact Brother Chu at once. The disciple nodded, retrieving a sect token to try and establish communication with Chu Luo and the others. Upon witnessing this, Dan Shinzi felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. He fixed his gaze upon the burning flame cauldron in the sea of fire, his eyes narrowing. According to the ancient texts of his sect, the cauldron harbored a realm within. Dan Shinzi speculated that if the great alchemist Ancestor had indeed left behind the imperial alchemy formula, it would undoubtedly be concealed within the inner world of the burning flame cauldron. Thus, he must, by all means, retrieve the cauldron. Suddenly, as Dan Shinzi was lost in thought, the distant sea of flames began to violently tremble. Almost immediately, the multitude of powerful beings present witnessed the cauldron quivering, emanating a faint crimson glow. The next moment, an imperial might surged forth, causing the assembled forces and prodigies to kneel in reverence. An air of terror enveloped everyone. Yet amidst the kneeling crowd, two figures stood conspicuously upright. One of them was Dan Shinzi. The other was a man, appearing to be around 27 or 28 years old, with an expression of arrogance. This man also radiated a subtle imperial aura that evoked a sense of ancient times. In contrast, Dan Shinzi bore no extraordinary aura, yet he remained entirely unaffected by this imperial pressure. Dan Shinzi himself was perplexed by the situation. The man also directed his gaze toward Dan Shinzi, a look of disdain crossing his features. Noticing the man's scrutiny, Dan Shinzi returned his gaze, discovering that this individual stood among several prodigies of the Lingxing sect. Could it be that this individual is a descendant of some great emperor of the Lingxing sect? As Dan Shinzi pondered this in astonishment, the might of the emperor coalesced within the sea of flames, manifesting into a towering figure. With a mere gesture of his hand, the crimson flames swiftly congregated, leaping into his grasp. Surrounding him were ethereal visions from epochs long past. This imposing figure was none other than an elderly man with white hair. Dan Shinzi's pupils constricted, and he instinctively exclaimed, You are the ancient Dan Ancestor? Ha ha! After all these years, the inner world of this emperor has finally revealed itself, and I have awaited the presence of my Dan Sect's kin. The elder smiled gently, his eyes exuding warmth as they settled upon Dan Shinzi. Indeed, he was the sovereign of this emperor's secret realm, ancient Dan Emperor. However, at present, this ancient Dan Emperor existed merely as a remnant soul confined within the secret world. Disciple of the Dan sect, Dan Shinzi pays his respects to the Ancestor. Dan Shinzi finally grasped the reason he remained unaffected by this imperial might. It was most likely due to the ancient Dan Ancestor's influence. Alas, I never anticipated the younger generation of our Dan sect to be in such decline. A member of the Wang family. No wonder. The ancient Dan Emperor surveyed the surroundings, his gaze falling upon the prodigies of other prominent factions. He sighed in resignation, then noticed a man radiating similar imperial might, countering his oppressive aura. The power emanating from this man did not originate from him, but was merely an imprint left by another. The man chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the ancient Dan Emperor's revelation of his identity, maintaining an air of pride. All present were taken aback. as they had not expected this man to be from the ancient Wang family. Yet, how could a member of the ancient Wang family be in the company of the Lingqing sect? Young ones, this cauldron and my legacy are specifically prepared for the prodigies of my dance sect. Go forth and seek other fortunes. Within my inner world lies an abundance of precious spiritual herbs for your taking. The authoritative voice of the ancient Dan Emperor resonated in the ears of every formidable being. Before he reached out toward Dan Shenzi, in an instant, both Dan Shenzi and the ancient Dan Emperor vanished from sight, and the imperial might that pervaded the heavens and earth dissipated. Once more, towering crimson flames surged within the sea of fire. Wonderful! Senior brother Dan Shenzi has attained the legacy of the ancient Dan Ancestor. Ha ha! Indeed, once senior brother Dan Shenzi emerges, his strength will surely escalate. The dozen or so Dan sect disciples who had risen were instantly filled with excitement. Meanwhile, some wandering cultivators nearby could not help but shake their heads, their faces etched with envy. Certain strong individuals discreetly departed to seek other opportunities, while others remained, their eyes glinting with cold light. So it was predetermined. In the fiery expanse of Qian Valley, Han Wujie gazed at the blazing furnace engulfed in flames, his mood decidedly sour. Do not fret, junior brother Han. That old fellow is but a remnant of his former soul, on the verge of dissipating entirely from this world. Once he has vanished completely, the ownership of this imperial artifact remains uncertain. However, before that moment arrives, we must settle some scores. Beside him, Du Sheng let out a cold chuckle, his gaze shifting towards several disciples of the Forbidden Sect who were alongside the disciples of the Dan sect, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Chapter 23. Breakthrough in Cultivation. Swift support. As the three prodigies of the Crimson Flame Valley contemplated teaching a lesson to the several disciples of the Forbidden Sect present, a flurry of hurried figures suddenly appeared on the horizon. The onlookers soon discerned that these newcomers were clad in the robes of the Lingqing sect. Among the dozen or so individuals from Lingqing sect, two young men took the lead, shielding a certain young man from the Wang family. These two youths, named Zhu Yu and El Chong Kong, were also renowned prodigies of the Lingqing sect, both possessing cultivation at the first stage of Tai Chu, ranked 116th and 119th on the prodigy list, respectively. Why have you all arrived only now? Where is junior brother Luo? Zhu Yu inquired, noticing the anxious expressions of the disciples and realizing that Luo Yu was absent. Prior to this, Luo Yu had communicated through the sect's token, informing him of having found a soul-nourishing flower and fortuitously encountering Yun Qianqian from the Cloud Miao sacred ground. Upon seeing the return of these disciples, Zhu Yu had presumed that Luo Yu had succeeded. Brother Luo has fallen, one of the returning disciples exclaimed in a state of panic. The words echoed clearly in the ears of all present, leaving everyone in utter shock. Who possessed such audacity to slay even a prodigy of the Lingqing sect? What? Who did this? Zhu Yu and El Chong Kong's expressions shifted dramatically, their faces paling at the news that their junior brother Luo had been slain. It was crucial to note that Luo Yu was one of their sect's top prodigies, the younger brother of Luo Qingxue. Compounding their distress was the fact that the young man from the Wang family by their side, named Wang Lin, was to be Luo Qingxue's future husband. Wang Lin had recently come with powerful members of the Wang family to propose, and it was precisely because Luo Yu was Luo Qingxue's brother that he had accompanied them into the secret realm. At that moment, Wang Lin's expression darkened as well. It was Chu Luo from the Forbidden Sect. Another disciple promptly responded, "How is that possible? When I saw Chu Luo outside the secret realm, he was only at the second stage of Divine Soul. How could he possibly be a match for junior brother Luo?" Zhu Yu's face darkened with disbelief. "Brother Zhu, it is true. We witnessed it with our own eyes. The techniques he wielded were terrifying." The disciples recounted the harrowing scene of Chu Luo slaying Luo Yu, their fear palpable. Zhu Yu and El Chong Kong exchanged glances, both turning their gaze towards Wang Lin. Meanwhile, as the Linghai sect disciples revealed that Chu Luo had killed Luo Yu, the disciples of the Forbidden Sect began to cautiously withdraw, inching backwards. "Where do you think you are going, disciples of the Forbidden Sect?" At that moment, the three prodigies of the Crimson Flame Valley, accompanied by their followers, confronted the members of the Forbidden Sect. The other powerful figures present began to watch the unfolding drama with eager anticipation. "Brother Zhu, Brother L, these fellows intend to flee. Ha ha! It seems we, the Crimson Flame Valley, have a score to settle with that young man. Capture these individuals, and naturally, that brat Chu Luo will come over with his entourage." The leader, Du Sheng, coldly remarked to Zhu Yu and the others. He had not forgotten the directive from the elder of the sect to eliminate Chu Luo within the secret realm. "Indeed, Brother Zhu, the Forbidden Sect is utterly despicable. Without a doubt, we shall avenge Brother Luo. The Forbidden Sect has always been tyrannical. We have suffered under their oppression in the secret realm before, and now is the perfect opportunity to settle both new and old scores." Zhu Yu and the disciples behind Lu Chong Kong echoed in agreement. "Capture them. Lure that fellow named Chu Luo here." At that moment, Wang Lin raised his head, his gaze fixed upon the several disciples of the Forbidden Sect. His expression was frigid, with glimmers of cold light flickering in his eyes. Zhu Yu and Lu Chong Kong subtly nodded, waving their hands. "Seize them." The dozen or so disciples behind them immediately brandished their weapons and charged the core disciples. Du Sheng also issued a command. The dozen disciples from Qian Valley surged forward. "Excellent. We, the Forbidden Sect, will remember this. Everyone, attack together. Brother Chu will arrive shortly. Let's clash with this rabble." A furious disciple from the Forbidden Sect cursed, leading a few to counterattack. "Fear not, comrades of the Forbidden Sect. We are here to assist you." It must be said the disciples of the Dan Sect are quite righteous, extending their helping hand at the first opportunity. A fierce battle erupted on the scene, plunging into chaos. Zhu Yu and Lu Chong Kong furrowed their brows. The two moved, personally entering the fray. At that very moment, deep within the secret realm, as the battle erupted, Chu Luo, who was breaking through in the valley, faced a pivotal moment. A powerful aura surged from Chu Luo, soaring into the sky. Brother Chu is about to break through. Several disciples of the Forbidden Sect sensed the fluctuations emanating from Chu Luo and became exhilarated. The closed-eyed Chu Luo suddenly opened his eyes and sprang to his feet. Break! Boom! In the next instant, several female disciples from Yunmiao Sacred Land gazed at Chu Luo as if he were a monster. They beheld Chu Luo's cultivation level ascend from the second realm of the divine soul to the third realm, then to the fourth realm. A single earth-level breaking pill astonishingly enabled him to break through 2 realms consecutively. Truly a prodigy. The disciples of the Forbidden Sect had long since grown accustomed to such marvels. After advancing to the 4th realm of the divine soul, Chu Luo's aura gradually diminished. He reveled in the surging power within him, feeling immensely satisfied. Young Master Chu is indeed a genius. Harnessing the power of the breaking pill, he was able to shatter 2 realms in succession. Impressive. At that moment, not far away, Yun Qianqian, who was restoring her soul, opened her beautiful eyes and smiled at Chu Luo. Chu Luo grinned back, noticing that Yun Qianqian had restored her soul, and was about to say something when suddenly, a disciple from the Forbidden Sect behind him changed countenance slightly. With a flick of his hand, a sect token materialized in his palm. The sect token emitted a faint glow. The disciple pointed at it, and a streak of light shot into the token. In the next moment, the token radiated brilliance, revealing a line of ethereal characters. Brother Chu, hasten to the depths of the secret realm. An imperial artifact has been discovered. Immediate assistance required. Upon reading these words, Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the existence of an imperial artifact within the great emperor's secret realm. Brother Chu, the imperial artifact has manifested, and the formidable forces from other sects are surely already en route. We must depart swiftly to aid our fellow disciples. Several disciples voiced their agreement. We shall accompany you. Young Master Chu, should you desire to contend for the imperial artifact, I am willing to assist you, as a token of gratitude for your kindness today. Yin Qianqian replied with a charming smile. Chu Luo nodded slightly and offered a respectful gesture, saying, I am grateful. Miss Yun, do visit our Forbidden Sect often to spend time with Brother Bai Yin. Yun Qianqian's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, Chu Luo and his companions hurriedly made their way towards the depths of the Great Emperor's secret realm. Chapter 24 Arrival at the scene. The wrath of the Forbidden Sect disciples Chu Luo and Yun Qianqian, accompanied by a group of their junior disciples, hastened to the depths of the secret realm. Upon entering this mysterious territory, they were met with a vast expanse of crimson flames. The formidable figures guarding the periphery of this fiery landscape sensed their approach and turned their gazes toward Chu Luo and his companions. More arrivals, one exclaimed. It's the celestial fairy of the Yun Miao Holy Land. Look, they're a disciple from the Forbidden Sect as well. That young man is Chu Luo. Chu Luo has come. Curiosity rippled through the crowd as they pondered the unexpected alliance between the celestial fairy and Chu Luo. The atmosphere shifted subtly with the mere mention of Chu Luo's name, igniting a sense of anticipation among the gathered strongmen. Finally, they have arrived. Han Wujia's expression darkened as he observed the approaching figures, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Beneath his feet lay a battered disciple of the Forbidden Sect, while several others from both the Forbidden Sect and the Pill Sect lay nearby, all showing signs of severe injuries. However, none were in peril of losing their lives. Clearly, even the Crimson Flame Valley and the Spirit Clear Sect dared not eliminate these disciples in plain sight, mindful of the ancient saints guarding the entrance to the secret realm. Meanwhile, on the side of the Spirit Clear Sect, Wang Lin, Zhu Yu, and El Changkong followed the gaze of the crowd. Wang Lin's countenance was as frigid as ice, his eyes shimmering with cold fury. Upon their arrival, Chu Luo and his fellow disciples were taken aback. They halted, immediately noticing their incapacitated juniors sprawled on the ground, along with several severely injured disciples from the Pill Sect. Chu Luo's brow furrowed, his expression darkening with concern. Chu, Brother Chu, do not mind us, just go, pleaded the battered disciples of the Forbidden Sect. These scoundrels from the Crimson Flame Valley and the Spirit Clear Sect are utterly despicable. Brother, fellow disciples, damn it, these ruffians are truly ruthless. How infuriating. The anger of Chu Luo's fellow disciples surged as they witnessed the brutalization of their comrades by the forces of the Crimson Flame Valley and the Spirit Clear Sect. Chu Luo surveyed the scene, his gaze landing on Han Wujia, Du Sheng, Zhao Tianyu, Zhu Yu, and El Changkong. His expression remained composed, yet a glimmer of murderous intent flickered within his depths. Be cautious, young Master Chu. The leaders from the Crimson Flame Valley are exceptional talents listed on the genius rankings. Du Sheng, Zhao Tianyu, and Han Wujia, the two from the Spirit Clear Sect, Zhu Yu and El Changkong, are also renowned figures on the same list. Both individuals possess the cultivation of the primordial realm. Beside them, Yun Qianqian furrowed her brows and cautioned Chu Luo. He nodded slightly. To him, the names of these individuals had become inconsequential. For today, they were all destined to perish here. Chu Luo, it seems you won't be leaving today. Han Wujia sneered as he kicked aside a disciple of the Forbidden Sect beneath his feet. Han Wujia, you dare seek death. The disciples of the Forbidden Sect beside Chu Luo were incensed by this provocation. As they rolled up their sleeves, preparing to retaliate, Chu Luo intervened, secretly transmitting a message to his fellow disciples. Brothers, do not act impulsively. Leave this to me. You must find an opportunity to rescue the other disciples and those from the alchemy sect. Then retreat to safety. I fear you may be caught in the crossfire. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Forbidden Sect paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement, suppressing their fury. Chu Luo cast a sidelong glance at Han Wujia, wearing an innocuous smile. A defeated foe who was once beaten so thoroughly that even your mother wound T recognize you dares to bark? You should have been finished off last time. The only reason you can stand there yapping now is that the ancient ones of the Scarlet Flame Valley intervened to spare your life. This time, however, you lack the protection of that ancient relic, Yin Jun. At these words, Han Wujia's fury surged, his expression darkening to the utmost degree. He was consumed with a desire to rush forward and rend Chu Luo to shreds. The disgrace of his previous defeat at Chu Luo's hands haunted him. Simultaneously, he was struck with astonishment. This young wretch had only been at the initial realm a month ago, yet had now ascended to the 4th stage of the divine soul realm. No wonder the higher-ups sought to eliminate him. Heh! All of you from the Forbidden Sect are nothing but sharp-tongued, arrogant fools. You, a mere practitioner of the 4th stage of the divine soul realm, dare to speak so insolently? You will pay for insulting my sect today. Du Sheng stepped forward, his gaze icy. Immediately, the overwhelming aura of the 1st stage of primordial realm engulfed the area. With a wave of his hand, he commanded a dozen disciples from the Scarlet Flame Valley to encircle Chu Luo and his companions. Chu Luo merely cast a fleeting glance at Du Sheng, maintaining his harmless smile. Unbeknownst to anyone, the palms concealed within his sleeves were pulsating with black and purple energies, devoid of any spiritual power fluctuations. Chu Luo, did you kill our disciple, Luo? At that moment, Zhu Yu and Lu Chongkong stepped forward, glaring at Chu Luo with accusatory eyes. Meanwhile, several disciples from the Lingqing sect joined forces with the Scarlet Flame Valley, blocking their escape route. Witnessing this scene, the other powerful figures present could not help but revel in the misfortune. It seemed the disciples of the Forbidden Sect were unlikely to escape today. Although the Lingqing sect and Scarlet Flame Valley did not dare to take their lives in front of such a crowd, a severe beating was undoubtedly inescapable. Perhaps he might even be stripped of his powers. Chu Luo turned his gaze towards Zhu Yu and Lu Chongkong, shrugged his shoulders, and chuckled. Are you referring to that lad, wielding the spear? Indeed, I was the one who dealt with him. At that moment, I kindly warned him, yet he insisted on courting death. Do not place the blame on me. Upon hearing these words, the disciples of the Lingqing sect were filled with indignation. Zhu Yu's expression darkened as he coldly remarked, as long as you acknowledge it, Chu Luo, surrender yourself willingly. The matter of your slaying my sect's direct disciple will be adjudicated by our higher-ups. You merely need to return with us to the Lingqing sect. Chu Luo shook his head, a smile gracing his lips. What if I refuse? Do you dare to kill me? My master is an emperor. If you so much as touch a hair on my head, you shall find yourself confined within your sect for the rest of your days. Zhu Yu was taken aback, his countenance instantly turning grim. I dare not, but you certainly do. You killed Luo Yu. Take your own life. Consider it a favor to the emperor of the Forbidden Sect. Otherwise, should I be compelled to act, you shall die in a most gruesome manner. At that moment, Wang Lin, who had remained silent, stepped forward with a frigid expression, addressing Chu Luo. Chu Luo was momentarily stunned, examining Wang Lin with curiosity, and replied with a grin. And who might you be? Are you out of your mind? Spouting such foolishness. Take your own life? Why don't you do it instead? For the sake of my master, you ought to do it right now. I have encountered foolishness before, but never of your caliber, speaking without a shred of sense. Even a pig is wiser than you. Ha ha! Well said, Brother Chu. They laughed in unison. This person, despite his decent appearance, speaks without thought. Who does he think he is? An emperor? The disciples from the Forbidden Sect beside Chu Luo could not contain their laughter. Their brother Chu's words were truly delightful. The surrounding onlookers were left in stunned silence. They had not anticipated that this disciple of the Forbidden Sect, merely at the 4th level of the spirit realm, would speak so recklessly, even daring to insult a member of the ancient royal family. Truly courting death. Silence. Chu Luo, you are courting your own demise. This individual is Wang Lin of the ancient royal family. He is the grandson of the emperor who suppresses evil. To insult young Master Wang is to insult the emperor himself. Not even your master, the Shadow Crow, can save you. Zhu Yu scolded furiously. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, gazing at Wang Lin in astonishment. They had not expected him to be the direct grandson of the emperor who suppresses evil. Huh, and so what? Even if he is the grandson, I would still insult that old man if he were here. Chu Luo slut in dai fen. You seek death. Kill him. My family will bear the consequences. Wang Lin, consumed by rage, waved his hand. Boom. Chapter 25. Unprincipled Tactics. Chu Luo's surprise attack. Zhu Yu and L Chongkong shuddered. Just as they were about to take action, Chu Luo was also poised to strike, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, from the depths of the tranquil sea of flames, a violent tremor resonated. Startled, everyone looked up. They beheld the crimson flames within the inferno roiling once more, surging towards the burning flame cauldron. In the blink of an eye, the towering inferno was drawn into the cauldron, vanishing from sight. The next moment, a white figure soared out from the burning flame cauldron. Brother Dan. The injured disciples of the Dan sect, upon seeing this familiar silhouette, could not contain their excitement and gasped in unison. Boom! Almost immediately, the aura of Dan Chenzi surged dramatically. This individual was breaking through to a new realm. He had received the legacy of the ancient Dan Emperor. The powerful figures present sensed the energy emanating from Dan Chenzi, their expressions shifting noticeably. A glint of greed sparked in some of their eyes, including Du Sheng, Zhao Tianyu, and Han Wujia. A breakthrough in cultivation. What an opportunity. Du Sheng chuckled coldly, a spiritual sword materializing in his hand. At that moment, Chu Luo also noticed Du Sheng's movements. Surveying the surroundings, he found that everyone's attention was fixated on Dan Chenzi. Chu Luo's eyes brightened, and a smile graced his lips. He immediately signaled to several disciples of the Forbidden Sect nearby. The disciples, momentarily taken aback by Chu Luo's glance, quickly grasped his intent. They nodded in understanding. Buzz. Forbidden secret art, spatial displacement. Chu Luo's gaze intensified, and with a tremor, he vanished from his original position in an instant. Han Wujia, who was focused on Dan Chenzi, suddenly sensed a familiar presence appear before him. He hastily redirected his gaze from Dan Chenzi. The next instant, a seemingly harmless smile materialized before him. Han Wujia's pupils constricted, and his expression transformed drastically. This time, even the Emperor cannot save you. Forbidden secret art, calamitous poison finger. Boom! Chu Luo grinned, swiftly extending a hand from within his sleeve. With 2 fingers poised, he targeted the unsuspecting Han Wujia. With a flick, a jet of black light erupted from between his fingertips. Han brother, be careful. At that moment, Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu also reacted in shock. By the time they noticed Chu Luo, he had already launched his attack on Han Wujia. Fear gripped their hearts, as they had failed to detect Chu Luo's presence before Han Wujia. Such an eerie movement technique. They never anticipated that Chu Luo would choose this moment to launch a surprise assault. Damn, truly a schemer. Filled with rage, the two unleashed their formidable power, converging to assault Chu Luo. Meanwhile, Han Wujia had no time to react. The black light pierced into his body in an instant. What have you done to me? Han Wujia was immediately engulfed by excruciating pain, as if countless insects were gnawing at his bones. He acutely sensed that his vitality and spiritual energy were rapidly dissipating. His flesh began to emit a peculiar black mist, gradually succumbing to decay. Han Wuji's heart-wrenching cries drew the attention of everyone present. What has happened? What kind of sinister technique is this Chu Luo employing? So malevolent. Observing Han Wuji, whose flesh was rotting and writhing on the ground, the assembled powerhouses collectively inhaled sharply, swallowing hard in trepidation as they cast wary glances at the retreating Chu Luo. Junior brother Han. Chu Luo, you seek death. Boom! The enraged duo of Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu charged fiercely towards Chu Luo. With a leap, Chu Luo rose, revealing another hand concealed within his sleeve. The onlookers beheld a hand enveloped in deep purple radiance, emitting a crackling sound. Chu Luo grinned, feigning an attack with his palm towards the oncoming Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu. Forbidden ultimate art, the heart-devouring purple poison palm. Both Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu's expressions shifted dramatically, halting abruptly to evade to the sides. Boom! What in the world is this? My heart aches terribly. Kill me. I cannot endure this. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, it became evident that Chu Luo's palm did not strike Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu. Instead, it was aimed at the dozen disciples of the Qian Valley and Lingxing sect who obstructed their retreat. A purple phantom palm print erupted among the disciples of the two sections. Flecks of purple light penetrated their bodies, causing them to collapse and emit anguished cries. This turn of events took everyone by surprise. Not only did Chu Luo exploit the element of surprise for an ambush, but he also executed a clever feint. What a meticulously crafted strategy. Before the eyes of the witnesses, dozens of disciples from both sects had their skin turn purple, gradually losing their vitality amid their wails of despair. As for the Qian Valley's prodigy Han Wuji, he had now become a mere heap of rotting flesh. From ambushing Han Wuji to executing a feint against the disciples of the two formidable forces, the entire sequence transpired within mere breaths. What an opportunity! A few disciples from a Forbidden Sect quickly advanced to rescue their battered comrades, and several disciples from the Pill Sect hastily retreating from the battlefield. At this moment, Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu of the Qian Valley, along with Zhu Yu and El Chongkong of the Lingqing Sect, completely disregarded the disciples of the Forbidden Sect. Their bloodthirsty gazes were fixated on the ethereal Chu Luo, filled with unbounded fury. Chu Luo, you seek death. Boom! Zhu Yu, El Chongkong, Du Sheng, and Zhao Tianyu unleashed their formidable auras simultaneously. The four prodigies, weapons in hand, manifested overwhelming phenomena. With a single step, they collectively surged toward the suspended Chu Luo. Zhu Yu, El Chongkong, and Du Sheng each possessed the cultivation of the initial stage, while Zhao Tianyu had attained the pinnacle of the divine soul realm. The numerous formidable forces present were collectively struck with astonishment. They had not anticipated that circumstances would escalate to such a degree. In a remarkably swift turn of events, both the Lingqing Sect and the Qian Valley had suffered grievous losses at the hands of Chu Luo. At that moment, none of the spectators, be they independent cultivators or the prodigies of other elite factions, dared to underestimate Chu Luo in the slightest. Otherwise, they would meet the same fate as Han Wuji, who had been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh in the void above. Upon witnessing the four adversaries charging towards him, Chu Luo silently uttered a thought. System, how much guardian value is required to break through to the primordial realm? Chu Luo intended to leverage the system to swiftly ascend to the primordial realm. Otherwise, with his current cultivation, facing four prodigies simultaneously would be an insurmountable challenge. It requires the consumption of 10,000 guardian value. Upon realizing that he would need to expend 10,000 guardian value, Chu Luo felt a pang of regret. After all, guardian value was hard-earned. He still needed to accumulate 200,000 more to exchange for an eternal body. Yet at that moment, there was no room for further contemplation. Exchange. With a silent thought, Chu Luo flipped his hand, and a spiritual sword materialized in his grasp. As he beheld the four prodigies rushing towards him, he let out a hearty laugh, brimming with valor. Since you wish to battle, then let us fight. Primordial realm, arise. With a resounding declaration, an astonishing aura surged from him, soaring into the heavens. The formidable force bore down upon them. The four prodigies immediately halted, gazing at Chu Luo's figure in utter astonishment. To the perception of the onlookers, Chu Luo, who had originally possessed only the cultivation of the soul realm's fourth level, had, in the blink of an eye, broken through two minor realms, advancing to the first level of the primordial realm. The crowd was left dumbfounded, their faces etched with disbelief. Chu Luo was nothing short of a prodigy. He had achieved a breakthrough with such ease. Moreover, he had accomplished the remarkable feat of consecutively breaking through two minor realms. How impressive! Yin Qianqian, who had been observing the battle, gazed at Chu Luo. Now, in the primordial realm, her astonishment rekindled. It was noteworthy that Chu Luo had just ascended from the second to the fourth level of the soul realm. At such a juncture, most would still be striving to stabilize their newfound realm. Yet Chu Luo had once again broken through. Kill him. Chu Luo, meet your demise. Roared Zhu Yu in fury, unleashing his formidable power to assault Chu Luo. The other three prodigies, having recovered from their shock, also launched their attacks. Witnessing this scene, Yin Qianqian moved swiftly, stepping forth. Young Master Chu, I come to assist you. Buzzing with energy, she declared, Do not fear, Brother Chu, for I am here to support you. Chapter 26. The Return of the Sixth Brother, the Unmoving King of Light. At that moment, Another voice echoed through the air. The crowd turned toward the sound, discovering that Danshinzi had also achieved a breakthrough. A formidable aura, rivaling that of Zhu Yu and the others, emanated from Danshinzi. He had reached the first realm of primordial beginning. Remarkably, Danshinzi had advanced 2 minor realms consecutively, transcending into the primordial realm. His ranking on the genius list would undoubtedly be rewritten. The spectators gasped in astonishment. Having attained a new level of cultivation, Danshinzi gripped his spiritual sword in one hand while holding a crimson flame in the other. In an instant, he charged toward the 4 great prodigies. Seek death. Chong Kong, you deal with Danshinzi. Tianjiao, block Yin Qianqian. I will take care of Chu Luo. Zhu Yu and Du Sheng commanded immediately. El Chong Kong from Lingqing Sect and Zhao Tianyu from Qian Valley swiftly intercepted the approaching Danshinzi and Yin Qianqian. The battle among the 4 great prodigies erupted in the heavens. Meanwhile, Zhu Yu and Du Sheng, cloaked in divine light and stepping upon the void, advanced toward Chu Luo. Boom! The two appeared as youthful deities. One wielded a blazing long sword, while the other held a spiritual spear. Their formidable attacks surged toward Chu Luo. Chu Luo quickly responded by raising his sword to defend. Boom! Chu Luo successfully parried their assault with a single strike. Turning, he unleashed a fierce counterattack with a sweeping blow. Zhu Yu and Du Sheng's eyes sharpened, wary of underestimating him. Having witnessed Chu Luo's earlier peculiar techniques, they were now filled with trepidation. To disregard Chu Luo at this juncture would be sheer folly. Boom! The two launched their counteroffensive simultaneously, blocking Chu Luo's strike. Ha! Come on, keep it coming. Chu Luo grinned, provoking the duo. Unbeknownst to them, a vial of medicinal pills had appeared in his hand. This vial contained elixirs for restoring lifespan. Without hesitation, Chu Luo consumed the pills, chewing a few times before swallowing them whole. He swiftly activated his cultivation technique to refine the medicinal energy, restoring his vitality to its peak. Let us finish this swiftly and capture this brat. Zhu Yu snorted coldly, exuding a tremendous spiritual might. Very well, Chu Luo, prepare to meet your end. With that, the two simultaneously stepped forward, transforming into 2 streaks of light as they charged toward Chu Luo once more. Unfazed, Chu Luo met their advance with his sword drawn. Before the eyes of the onlookers, 3 streaks of light collided rapidly in the heavens. Waves of powerful energy radiated outward in all directions. Hiss! Just after breaking through to the primordial realm, with his foundation still unsteady, Chu Luo could contend with Zhu Yu and Du Sheng. Truly formidable. Indeed, another prodigy had emerged from the Forbidden Sect. As long as Chu Luo did not perish, his future was bound to be limitless. The powerful figures present gazed at the swiftly colliding lights in the void, filled with myriad emotions. Should Chu Luo not be defeated in this battle, even if he were to successfully evade capture, the name of Chu Luo shall undoubtedly resonate once more throughout the vast expanse of the 3,000 great worlds. Listening to the discussions of those around him, Wang Lin's expression darkened like stormy waters. He raised his gaze to the figure of Chu Luo engaged in battle, and a cold smirk suddenly crept across his lips. Boom! In the next moment, Wang Lin's body trembled slightly, and a surge of golden energy erupted from him, soaring into the sky. Surrounding him, peculiar golden runes began to dance. This scene astonished the powerful beings present. The second stage of primordial beginning. Wang Lin's talent is not to be underestimated. Alas, at his age, he cannot enter the ranks of the prodigies. Otherwise, he would surely be renowned. Indeed, only those under the age of 25 can make it onto the prodigy list. What does Wang Lin intend to do? Does he wish to join the fray? Ignoring the gazes of those around him, a glint of treachery flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and he stepped forth. Buzz! In an instant, Wang Lin's figure vanished from sight. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated through the void. The onlookers looked up again, only to see Chu Luo and his companions swiftly separating. You two truly deserve your status as prodigies. Ordinary practitioners of the primordial beginning realm are indeed no match for you. Chu Luo grinned widely, his signature smile exuding an air of harmlessness. At this moment, Zhu Yu and Du Sheng gritted their teeth, their murderous intent surging. As prodigies themselves, the two of them were struggling to subdue Chu Luo in a 2-on-1 situation. If they failed to defeat him, word of this battle would surely render them the laughingstock of other prodigies. Chu Luo, do not revel in your success. This move shall be your end. Buzz! Zhu Yu shouted in fury, his body suddenly quaking. In the next moment, he swung the spear in his hand, and an unparalleled spear intent enveloped the heavens and earth. The golden spear intent solidified into a tangible form, creating a divine halo behind him. Zhu Yu's eyes shone brightly as he leaped into the air, rapidly forming seals with his hands. Buzzing. From behind Zhu Yu, invisible ripples of space undulated. In the blink of an eye, the onlookers beheld hundreds of massive spear phantoms, entwined with golden patterns, erupting forth. Each golden spear bore patterns that flowed as if alive. The astonishing power sent chills down the spines of the gathered experts. Hiss! Such terrifying strength. Is this truly the power that a first-stage primordial beginning warrior can wield? Even the pinnacle of the primordial beginning realm would likely struggle to withstand this attack. The spectators gasped in horror. Boom! Yet, the spectacle was far from over. Following Zhu Yu's astounding assault, Du Sheng was equally unwilling to be outdone and revealed his trump card. Flames of crimson engulfed Du Sheng, scorching the heavens. At this moment, he shone like a sun descending upon the earth, radiant and fervent. Immediately, a colossal phantom bearing a blazing sword of fire rose behind him, treading upon countless flames, imposing its will upon the universe. The combined might of the two prodigies rendered the heavens and earth themselves dim in comparison. Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback, yet her expression remained composed. In her eyes flickered an unquenchable fighting spirit. She sheathed her spiritual sword and swiftly formed hand seals. However, at that very moment, an enormous shadow suddenly enveloped the realm of the secret territory. Everyone was momentarily stunned, instinctively glancing behind Chu Luo. At this juncture, a colossal golden dharma, towering hundreds of feet high, descended behind her. This dharma form, with fierce eyes like a wrathful deity, bore a blazing flame upon its back. In its right hand, it wielded a three-colored, while in its left hand, it held, stepping forth into the cosmos. With its fierce gaze, it embodied the immovable wisdom king. Between the brows of the dharma form, one could see the flowing Sanskrit surrounding Wang Lin, who raised his hand and cast a chilling smile. Senior Brother Chu, be careful. Master Chu, Brother Chu, watch out. At that moment, the disciples of the Forbidden Sect, observing from distance, along with the combatants Dan Xunzi and Yun Qianqian, all changed countenance, gasping in alarm to warn her. Chu Luo abruptly turned around, her pupils contracting slightly. Ha! The immovable wisdom king. Boom! Wang Lin pressed down with his hand. The immovable wisdom king's dharma form bore down upon Chu Luo with overwhelming force. A massive mushroom cloud suddenly erupted into the sky. Chapter 27. Relentless Strikes. No sign of Chu Luo, alas. Withdraw swiftly. At the moment the mushroom cloud ascended, the many formidable beings present were struck with terror and hastily retreated. Upon reaching a safe distance, they beheld the nearby mountains, astonishingly flattened by an overwhelming force. Yet this was not the end. As the crowd looked up, they witnessed Zhu Yu and Du Sheng rushing towards the origin of the mushroom cloud to deliver final blows. The two unleashed their long-prepared, fearsome techniques upon the heart of the cloud, the Ling Yun soul-subduing spear and the burning sky sword slash. Boom! Hundreds of ethereal golden spears surged forth, accompanied by a blazing sword light engulfed in fierce flames. The two terrifying techniques struck with a resounding crash. Boom! An incredible explosion erupted once more. The violent energy surged outward like ripples in water, wreaking havoc in all directions. Those who had retreated to safety, witnessing the rapid approach of the explosive aftermath, were compelled to unite and conjure a spiritual barrier to withstand it. Chu Xixiao, the disciples of the Forbidden Sect, who had long since evacuated to safety, gazed at the distant explosion, each filled with rage and despair, their eyes bloodshot. They yearned to rush forth and slay the ambushers, Wang Lin, Zhu Yu, and Du Sheng. After a considerable time, the explosion gradually subsided. Countless strong beings stared at the dissipating smoke in the distance, shaking their heads in lamentation. Alas, such a pity for Chu Luo. Indeed, under such a terrifying onslaught, even a peak Taichu realm expert would find it difficult to survive. However, Chu Luo, even in death, would be honored. Indeed, even with the combined might of Du Sheng and Zhu Yu, they struggled to subdue Chu Luo. Had it not been for Wang Lin's treachery, the outcome could have been uncertain. Although Zhu Yu and Du Sheng emerged victorious, their victory was hardly commendable. Alas, Wang Lin of the Wang family resorted to a sneak attack, a dishonorable act, yet the outcome is now sealed. After today, the 3,000 great realms shall undoubtedly be set ablaze with commotion. You speak nonsense. Our Chu Xixiao would never perish. Indeed, how could Chu Xixiao possibly be defeated by such rabble? Yes, I too refuse to believe it. Chu Xixiao is a calamity for our sect, a calamity that cannot possibly meet its end. Upon hearing the discussions around them, a dozen disciples of the Forbidden Sect had reddened eyes. Throughout their journey, Chu Xixiao had instilled in them countless shocks. They would never accept that Chu Xixiao could die. Nearby, disciples of the Dan sect and Yun Miao's sacred land wore solemn expressions, offering words of comfort to the dozen disciples of the Forbidden Sect. They could no longer sense Chu Luo's aura. Most likely, he had perished. That brat has finally met his end. Du Sheng sneered as he gazed at the smoke below. Under the might of their 3 formidable attacks, not even a newly ascended Chu Luo could survive, let alone a peak Taichu realm expert. This is the fate that befalls those who show disrespect to my Wang family. Wang Lin restrained his aura, and with a grand gesture, his voice, imbued with spiritual power, resounded through the heavens and earth, echoing in the ears of every observer. Boom! At that moment, a deafening sound erupted from the battlefield where Dan Qinzi and Yun Qianqian were engaged. The crowd turned their gaze towards the source of the sound and discovered that the fierce battle between these 2 formidable talents had reached its conclusion. The prodigy of Lingxing's sect, El Chankong, was overwhelmed by Dan Qinzi and sustained grave injuries, while the genius Zhao Tianyu from Qian Valley was likewise defeated by Yun Qianqian. Crashing to the ground, "Brother Chu," Dan Qinzi exclaimed, his anger palpable as he beheld the dissipating smoke. Dan Qinzi, if you are wise, you will surrender that cauldron. Considering your status as a prodigy of the Dan sect, I shall let you leave unharmed if you comply. Otherwise, I will be forced to seize it. Du Sheng, witnessing Dan Qinzi's triumph over El Chankong, felt a surge of astonishment. His eyes narrowed, fixating on Dan Qinzi with a menacing glare. Zhu Yu and Wang Lin, too, directed their attention towards Dan Qinzi. You cannot protect that imperial artifact, boy. If you wish to avoid death, hand it over to me willingly. Wang Lin's lips curled into a smirk as he stepped forward. Boom! A tremendous aura from the ancient times surged around him, golden runes swirling about him, resembling a youthful divine king from a bygone era. Upon witnessing this, Du Sheng's expression darkened considerably. He felt uncertain about his ability to confront Wang Lin, especially after the formidable power Wang Lin had displayed during his ambush on Chu Luo. This is a treasure of my Dan sect. Unless I perish, you shall not lay a finger on it. Dan Qinzi's eyes blazed with fiery determination as he trembled with renewed vigor, the formidable aura of the first stage of Tai Chi erupting once more. He was fully prepared to fight to the death. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Wang Lin scoffed disdainfully, stepping forward with deliberate intent. Just as he was about to strike, a martial artist in the distant crowd noticed that the smoke had completely dissipated, revealing a vast, deep pit on the ground. Yet, within this pit, there was no trace of Chu Luo's body, not even the remnants of tattered clothing. The martial artist exclaimed in astonishment, "Everyone look! There is no body of Chu Luo." His voice drew the attention of the entire assembly. all eyes now fixed upon the empty pit. It was devoid of any evidence. Could it be that Chu Luo had survived? Logically, even if he had been blown to pieces, some remnants of fabric or flesh should remain scattered about. Yet the pit contained nothing but the disturbed earth from the explosion. Zhu Yu, Du Sheng, and Wang Lin exchanged bewildered glances, their brows furrowing in disbelief. Could it be that the young man truly had not perished? This was inconceivable. Buzzing with anticipation, the crowd remained fixated on the deep pit. Suddenly, the entire realm of mystery began to tremble ever so slightly. In the next moment, the void above transformed into a crimson expanse. The blood-red aura surged like the tides of heaven and earth, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. This is malevolent energy. What is happening? How could such a terrifying force of malice manifest so abruptly? Some warriors present, sensing the ominous scarlet power enveloping the void, could not help but exclaim in shock. Simultaneously, an ominous premonition arose deep within their hearts. The previously devastated disciples of the Forbidden Sect, upon gazing at the blood-red sky above, seemed to recollect something and instantly became agitated. The sorrow etched on their faces vanished in an instant. Above the void, Zhu Yu, Du Sheng, and Wang Lin, confronted with this sudden upheaval of nature, could not help but feel a sense of vigilance. At this moment, a profound sense of foreboding blossomed in their hearts, especially for Zhu Yu and Du Sheng, whose eyelids twitched uncontrollably for reasons unknown. A profound sense of crisis enveloped their minds. The forbidden art, blood malice swallowing the heavens. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated throughout the heavens and earth. Zhu Yu, Du Sheng, and Wang Lin's expressions changed dramatically. It was Chu Luo. That brat is still alive. Du Sheng's demeanor turned grave, filled with dread. He immediately unleashed his spiritual sense, sweeping across the area. Yet, he could detect not a trace of Chu Luo's presence. Alarm surged within him. Crack! Boom! Buzzing. Suddenly, a crisp sound of shattering echoed. Senior Brother Du, be cautious above. Senior Brother Zhu, watch out. The injured Zhao Tianyu and El Chongkong noticed a massive spatial rift had unexpectedly opened above them. Their faces paled instantly as they shouted warnings. Zhu Yu and Du Sheng were startled, instinctively looking up. Their pupils constricted, terror etched across their faces. This is bad. Chapter 28. The appearance of Chu Luo and the dislocation of time and space above the void. A blood-red wormhole, spanning several miles in diameter, loomed ominously over the crowd. A powerful force of attraction devoured everything in its vicinity. Within the crimson vortex, a tumultuous sea of blood roiled, coalescing into a vast expanse. Countless vengeful spirits wailed and howled amidst this sanguinary ocean. This terrifying spectacle instilled fear, leaving many with a creeping dread. Zhu Yu and Du Sheng summoned all their strength, desperately resisting the horrific pull. However, the force was overwhelmingly formidable, rendering their efforts futile as their bodies were inexorably drawn towards the blood-red wormhole. Damn it! Let us join forces to disperse this wormhole. Zhu Yu exclaimed in sheer panic. Understood. Boom! Shatter. Once again, an astonishing power radiated from both Zhu Yu and Du Sheng. They struck simultaneously, unleashing attacks even mightier than before. Yet, as their assaults plunged into the wormhole, the crimson vortex consumed their strikes without a trace, causing not even a ripple. How is this possible? Damn it! What kind of extraordinary skill is this? The expressions of Zhu Yu and Du Sheng turned grim, realizing that if they continued on this path, they would surely be engulfed by the mysterious blood pit. In that moment, the two prodigies from Lingqing's sect and Qian Valley finally displayed palpable fear before the multitude. Young Master Wang, save me. Zhu Yu called desperately to Wang Lin in the distance. At that moment, Wang Lin also gazed up at the colossal blood-red wormhole above them, his expression a tumult of emotions. The power emanating from the wormhole had long surpassed that of the Taichu realm, far beyond his capacity to resist. Thus, he turned a deaf ear to Zhu Yu's plea. Seeing Wang Lin's indifference, despair washed over Zhu Yu, and resentment brewed within his heart towards Wang Lin. Everyone look, that is Chu Luo. He is alive. The crowd gasped, astonished at how Chu Luo had evaded the terrifying attacks from Wang Lin and his companions. Just then, from the depths of the blood sea, a blood river unfurled, and Chu Luo emerged, enveloped in a malevolent aura. A familiar, seemingly harmless face appeared before all eyes. Chu Luo. How can this be? Zhu Yu and Du Sheng turned pale, their eyes shimmering with disbelief. Wang Lin, too, was taken aback, his gaze fixated on Chu Luo. How can this be? How could this little wretch possibly wield such terrifying skills? Creating a spatial wormhole is a feat achievable only by those above the Saint Realm, is it not? This little wretch harbors a great secret. Wang Lin cursed inwardly, his eyes flickering with an unusual light as he stared at Chu Luo. His expression shifted, and a strange smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He contemplated that once he emerged from this ordeal, he would summon the powerful members of his family to capture Chu Luo and uncover the secrets that lay within him. Ha ha ha. I always knew that Brother Chu could never be defeated by such insignificant beings. Brother Chu is truly formidable. I never anticipated that he had mastered the terrifying forbidden technique, blood devouring the heavens. At this moment, the dozen or so disciples of the Forbidden Sect were filled with excitement upon witnessing Chu Luo emerge from the wormhole. Their brother Chu, a calamity that has endured for a millennium, certainly could not be so easily vanquished. Simultaneously, these disciples were awed by Chu Luo's extraordinary talent. The forbidden skill, blood devouring the heavens, had been spoken of by the sect's elders to these core disciples. No one within the sect, including the Ancestors, had managed to master this technique. Brother Chu, is this the extent of your power? Dan Shinzi stared in astonishment at Chu Luo, who stood within the crimson wormhole. A bitter smile escaped him. It seemed that during the earlier sparring, Chu Luo had indeed held back. Had he unleashed this technique at that time, Dan Shinzi would not have possessed the courage to even resist. Hiv hiv. You too. I noticed you were enjoying yourselves while attacking me earlier. Now it is my turn. Chu Luo grinned, addressing Zhu Yu and Du Sheng with an icy demeanor. Had it not been for his timely use of the forbidden escape technique, he might have truly fallen victim to Wang Lin's sneak attack. With this thought, Chu Luo cast a sidelong glance at Wang Lin, who stood imperiously in the distance, mentally marking him for certain death. His little notebook had long since recorded Wang Lin's name. Once he dealt with these two, he would settle accounts with that sly one. Chu Luo's life motto was to avenge grievances immediately, never letting them linger. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he slowly raised his hand under the gaze of countless onlookers. The moment his hand ascended, a cataclysmic surge erupted from the blood sea within the wormhole. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Yu and Du Sheng struggled against the terrifying pull, swallowing hard, their faces etched with fear. They were genuinely terrified. See Chu Luo. My master is the ancient saint of transformation. If you kill me, my master will not let you go. That's right, Chu Luo. My master is the ancient saint of inferno. He is right outside. If you kill me, my master will also seek vengeance upon you. Zhu Yu and Du Sheng invoked the names of their masters, hoping to instill some caution in Chu Luo. Hearing their words, the other disciples of the Forbidden Sect erupted into laughter. These two were facing imminent death, and still dared to threaten their brother Chu. Did they not realize that their brother Chu's master was the newly ascended emperor of the Forbidden Sect? An ancient saint pales in comparison to an emperor. Bah, my master is an emperor. Boom. Chu Luo couldn't help but laugh at their remarks. He then raised his hand, reaching out towards and with a single motion, the blood-red wormhole behind him unleashed an even more terrifying force of attraction. In an instant, their bodies were drawn into the blood-red wormhole, overwhelmed by its horrific pull. Ah! With a resounding echo, two piercing screams reverberated through the heavens and earth, lingering in the ears of every onlooker. Before the astonished crowd, Zhu Yu and Du Sheng were mercilessly torn apart, their bodies dissolving into a mist of crimson. Two formidable prodigies, thus meeting their tragic demise. Subsequently, the sanguine wormhole behind Chu Luo quietly dissipated, and the blood-red hue enveloping the world gradually faded away. Wang Lin's countenance darkened, his gaze fixed upon Chu Luo, his eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Just as everyone believed the fierce battle had reached its conclusion, Chu Luo suddenly broke into a grin, revealing a mysterious seal in his hand. The forbidden technique, the distortion of time and space. Chu Luo, with renewed vigor, unleashed an enigmatic gesture toward Wang Lin from afar. Grasping the air, Wang Lin was taken aback, abruptly snapping back to reality. Yet at this moment, he found himself enveloped by an enigmatic force. In the next instant, he realized the scenery around him was shifting at an alarming pace. In the blink of an eye, to his utter horror, Chu Luo's seemingly innocuous smile was now mere inches away. The entire sequence unfolded in an instant. Boom! Splatter. Chapter 29. To vanquish Wang Lin. Chu Luo loses control as Wang Lin began to comprehend the situation and was about to utter a word. Chu Luo unleashed a powerful punch that struck him squarely in the abdomen. Blood erupted from Wang Lin's mouth, and his body fell to the ground like a cannonball. At that moment, the world around them fell into a profound silence, devoid of any sound. What a peculiar technique. On a distant mountaintop, three exceptionally young boys observed Chu Luo's silhouette, each inhaling sharply in astonishment. These three youths were also prodigies listed on the Talented Ones ranking. The leader, clad in white robes like a celestial being, was Ling Xuanzi from the Tianjiao pavilion, possessing the cultivation of the first realm of Taichu. Beside him were two others, distinguished talents from the extreme Emperor and Eternal Dao lineages. They had been watching the battle unfold for quite some time. Brother Ling, this Chu Luo is remarkable. His combat prowess is formidable, and his decisiveness in battle is striking. He is someone to befriend, not to offend, exclaimed the prodigy from the extreme Emperor lineage. The talents from Lingqing Sect and Xian Valley were swiftly eliminated by Chu Luo without a moment's hesitation. Such a ruthless character is best avoided. It seems that Wang Lin is destined to follow in the footsteps of Zhu Yu and Du Shang. The three had initially contemplated seizing the imperial artifact from Danshenzi, but now reconsidered their intentions. Ling Xuanzi gazed thoughtfully at Chu Luo's retreating form, his eyes glinting with intrigue as a subtle smile graced his lips, seemingly concocting a plan. Returning to the battlefield, Wang Lin lay grievously injured by Chu Luo's strike. Before he could recover from the excruciating pain, Chu Luo had already appeared before him. Boom! As Chu Luo approached Wang Lin, he delivered a forceful kick to Wang Lin's dantian. Wang Lin let out a heart-wrenching scream, a cry so agonizing that it sent chills down the spines of all present. What a vicious method! You have ruined my cultivation. Wang Lin gasped, enduring the intense pain, cold sweat beading on his forehead, as he sensed the loss of spiritual energy within him, his face paling to a ghastly hue. Chu Luo flashed a grin, placing a foot on Wang Lin's chest, and playfully remarked, "How does it feel to be ambushed? If it weren't for my clever tactics, you would have truly triumphed over me today. I, Chu Luo, despise the likes of you. Chu Luo, if you have the ability, just kill me. Ha ha ha. If you spare me, believe me, your fate will be dire." Wang Lin's visage twisted in rage as he laughed maniacally, his eyes brimming with unending resentment and malice. "Oh, you genuinely think I would hesitate to kill you? You dare to threaten me? Very well, I shall grant your wish." Chu Luo shrugged, his hands raised in mock surrender. And then, unexpectedly, he delivered a kick that sent Wang Lin soaring through the air. Boom! Wang Lin was sent flying by Chu Luo, landing several meters away, spewing a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Wang Lin was utterly weakened. "Ha ha! Come on, come and kill me." Wang Lin continued to laugh maniacally, shouting furiously at Chu Luo. The many powerful observers could not help but shake their heads in disbelief. They all thought Wang Lin's cultivation had been utterly destroyed, leading him to lose his sanity. Chu Luo revealed his trademark smile, a spiritual sword appearing in his grasp. "It is said that you ancient aristocratic families are shrouded in mystery and power, commanding respect from all within the vast realm of 3,000 worlds. Today, in front of so many witnesses, I shall set a precedent. I will slay you today, to entertain everyone. As Chu Luo's words fell, he raised his hand and swung the sword through the air towards Wang Lin. Boom! A streak of dazzling sword light shot forth, aimed directly at Wang Lin. This scene caused the other powerful figures to swallow hard, astonished by Chu Luo's ruthless decisiveness, reminding themselves to never provoke this Chu Luo again. Buzz! Just as the sword light was about to strike Wang Lin, suddenly, the familiar imperial pressure emanated from Wang Lin once more. Chu Luo's sword light was instantly crushed by this overwhelming force. Ha ha! Chu Luo, you are doomed. Witnessing the resurgence of this imperial might, a vicious glint appeared in Wang Lin's eyes as he laughed maniacally. His earlier provocation of Chu Luo to kill him was merely to awaken the life-saving mechanism left within him by his grandfather, the Jinxia Emperor. Buzz! An imperial aura enveloped the heavens and earth. In the next moment, a radiant light erupted from Wang Lin's body, followed by an ethereal, towering figure transcending the realm. This figure shimmered with divine brilliance, an extraordinary sight, resembling a supreme deity. The crowd looked up, and only then did they realize that this ethereal figure was that of an elderly man with white hair. Jinxia Emperor. Upon recognizing this magnificent apparition, the gathered crowd gasped in astonishment. Chu Luo was equally taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. Cursing internally, he thought, what a monumental disaster. He never expected that this old man had left a life-saving measure within Wang Lin. Truly a doting grandfather. Next time I encounter a progeny of such an emperor, I must tread carefully. Grandfather, kill him. He has crippled my cultivation. Wang Lin spoke fiercely to the back of the Jinxia Emperor. Upon hearing this, the phantom of the Jinxia Emperor suddenly turned. Seeing the barely alive Wang Lin, his murky eyes were filled with boundless fury. Grandson, the phantom of the Jinxia Emperor, filled with murderous intent, turned sharply, his gaze icy as it fixed upon Chu Luo. At this moment, the entire secret realm was suffused with the terrifying aura of the Jinxia Emperor. Even Chu Luo could not help but shudder at this moment. That, esteemed elder, please allow me to explain. There may be some misunderstandings between Wang Xiao and myself. Chu Luo forced a smile, relinquishing the spiritual sword in his hand and slowly retreating. At this moment, anxiety gripped Chu Luo's heart. How could that scoundrel Wang Lin possess such life-preserving measures of the emperor? No one had informed him of this. Had he known earlier, he would have merely incapacitated Wang Lin. Afterward, he would have summoned Wang Lin's master to eliminate this brat. What a miscalculation. The assembled powerful observers could not help but twitch their lips in disbelief. This Chu Luo changes his demeanor faster than one can turn a page. Heh. A misunderstanding, you say. Then let this emperor misunderstand as well and flay you alive. Boom! The ethereal visage of the Jinxia Great Emperor let out a cold laugh and ruthlessly struck out, reaching for Chu Luo. In an instant, Chu Luo was ensnared by an irresistible force. Damn! This old man lacks martial ethics. As the phantom giant hand loomed closer, Chu Luo cursed vehemently. Chu Xixiao, the disciples of the Forbidden Sect in the distance, turned pale with fear. Yet, at that moment, they were powerless to intervene. However, just as the ethereal giant hand of the Jinxia Great Emperor was about to descend upon Chu Luo, boom! To the astonishment of all, an unparalleled divine might surged forth from Chu Luo. In the next moment, an astonishing power of the emperor erupted from him. Boom! The phantom giant hand conjured by the Jinxia Great Emperor was instantly shattered by this terrifying force. Following this, a voice of sheer dominance reverberated through the heavens and earth. Who dares to harm my beloved disciple? You, old fossil. Today I shall slay your grandson and sever the roots of your lineage. Boom! Chapter 30. The inevitable slaughter of King Lin. The collapse of the secret realm before the assembled crowd. A brilliant surge of blood radiated from Chu Luo, and almost immediately, a formidable ethereal figure manifested above him. An overwhelming imperial aura enveloped the surroundings, rendering all present breathless. Master! Chu Luo exclaimed, raising his gaze to behold a familiar visage, his heart swelling with joy. He had not anticipated that his master had left behind a life-preserving measure within him. When had this occurred, how had he remained oblivious? From the protection of the great Emperor Master, 10,000 protection points. In that moment, an alert from Chu Luo's system chimed in. A smile crept across his lips as the tension that had gripped him began to dissipate. Those present were equally astonished to discover that Chu Luo possessed a life-saving measure bestowed by the great emperor as well. Is this the Shadow Crow Emperor? They murmured in awe. Indeed, the Forbidden Sect lives up to its reputation as the pinnacle of power. The Shadow Crow Emperor has only recently ascended to greatness. While the Evil Suppression Emperor has long been established, from a distance, the warriors of various factions, suppressed by the imperial might, began to converse amongst themselves. Some expressed skepticism regarding the Shadow Crow Emperor's capabilities. Fear not, my dear disciple. This mere shadow is but a manifestation of an attack. The power I have left within you is but a fraction of my true strength. Should you dare to harm my cherished disciple, I shall eradicate your lineage today. The ethereal figure of the Shadow Crow Emperor regarded the Evil Suppression Emperor's apparition with scorn and derision. Shadow Crow, do you dare? You are but a newly ascended emperor. If anything happens to my grandson, I shall descend in my true form. The Evil Suppression Emperor's countenance darkened, his voice seething with fury. In response to the threat posed by the Evil Suppression Emperor, the Shadow Crow Emperor merely chuckled, dismissing it entirely. Old fool, did you not anticipate this? I too possess a life-saving measure from an emperor. Just moments ago, were you not so arrogant? Come, attempt to slay me. A grin spread across Chu Luo's face as he brazenly provoked the apparition of the Evil Suppression Emperor. With his great Emperor Master by his side, he felt an unparalleled strength coursing through him. You little wretch. The Evil Suppression Emperor's expression darkened to an extreme, an ominous killing intent surging forth. How could a mere insect dare to insult him? A dignified emperor. Boom! Old Spectre, you have just attacked my beloved disciple. Now, receive my... At that moment, the ethereal figure of the Shadow Crow Emperor seized the opportunity as the Evil Suppression Emperor faltered, launching a fierce assault. With a swift motion, the Shadow Crow Emperor raised a hand and unleashed a sudden strike towards the apparition of the Evil Suppression Emperor. The terrifying might of the Emperor caused the entire secret realm to tremble violently, as if it could scarcely withstand the force unleashed by the Shadow Crow Emperor. The very earth and heavens began to crumble around them. The apparition of the Evil Suppression Emperor was suddenly filled with dread. Cursed old specter, he spat, hastily raising his palm to counter the impending blow. Boom! Two terrifying powers of the great emperors once again engulfed the entire secret realm. The ethereal figure of the suppressing evil great emperor became even more translucent at this moment. You old ghost of the suppressing evil. Your shadow is on the brink of collapse, isn't it? The Shadow Crow Great Emperor let out a boisterous laugh, relentlessly attacking the figure of the suppressing evil Great Emperor. The latter intended to use his remaining strength to forcibly take Wang Lin away. However, the Shadow Crow Great Emperor offered him no such opportunity. Enraged, the suppressing evil Great Emperor could only counterattack. If his shadow were to be shattered, his grandson Wang Lin would undoubtedly be in grave danger. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of the two great Emperor shadows unleashed a force that swept across the secret realm. At this moment, the entire realm began to collapse. This is bad. The secret realm is collapsing. We must flee. After the battle between the two great Emperor shadows, the oppressive presence dissipated. The martial artists present, sensing the impending collapse, displayed expressions of terror and turned to escape towards the exit of the secret realm. However, Chu Luo and the disciples of the Forbidden Sect were oblivious. The remaining elite of the Lingqing sect, El Chong Kong, and Zhao Tianyu from the Qiyin Valley seized the chaos to depart, hastening toward the exit. Chu brother, we must leave. It's about to collapse. At this moment, Dan Shenzi surveyed the surroundings and hurriedly called out to Chu Luo, who was not far away. Chu Luo turned around and promptly responded, Dan brother, Miss Yin, please take my disciples of the Forbidden Sect and leave first. I must confront that bastard. How dare he deceive me? Fear not. I have a way to escape. Danchunzi and Yun Chanqian nodded. Since Chu Luo asserted he had a means of escape, it was certain he would succeed. With the shadow of the Shadow Crow Great Emperor present, they felt no apprehension. The dozen or so disciples of the Forbidden Sect decisively followed the two elites, swiftly evacuating the secret realm. After everyone had departed, Chu Luo approached the weakened Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin's face was filled with terror. Chu Luo, please, don't kill me. Whatever you desire, I can provide. My grandfather is a great emperor. I possess imperial-grade techniques, martial skills, and divine medicines, just say the word, as long as you spare my life. Hearing Wang Lin's plea, Chu Luo couldn't help but laugh, mockingly responding, have you lost your mind? By killing you, I could still obtain all those things. As the beloved grandson of the old suppressing evil, you must possess a wealth of treasures. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with despair. As soon as the words left his lips, without a moment's hesitation, Chu Luo struck, his palm aimed directly at Wang Lin's crown. Wang Lin let out a wretched scream before collapsing, unconscious. Chu Luo understood, well, that someone like Wang Lin would never change, even in death. If he spared Wang Lin's life, the latter would surely return to the Wang family and send powerful adversaries after him. Now that enmity had been established, it was better to eliminate him now, thus preventing future troubles. Suddenly, Chu Luo snatched Wang Lin's spatial ring, delighting in her acquisition. Grandson, in the void above, the ethereal figure of the Jinxia Emperor was engaged in combat with the Yinya Emperor. Sensing something amiss, he abruptly turned around, only to find Wang Lin lifeless on the ground. The Jinxia Emperor erupted in fury, exclaiming, wretched creature, I shall slay you. He then directed a palm strike towards Chu Luo from afar. Old wretch, dare you lay a hand upon my cherished disciple? Annihilate. Boom! Just as the ethereal figure of the Jinxia Emperor was about to strike Chu Luo, the ethereal visage of the Yinya Emperor was consumed with rage. Harnessing the immense power of the Emperor, he delivered a resounding blow to the Jinxia Emperor's apparition. Buzz! The Jinxia Emperor's figure was abruptly shattered. Ah, you old wretch, Yinya, and you little beast, you shall pay for this. His voice, filled with boundless wrath and resentment, echoed through the secret realm, vowing vengeance for his grandson. Upon witnessing the dispersal of the Jinxia Emperor's figure by his master, Chu Luo felt a wave of relief wash over her. Fear not, my beloved disciple. Your master is here. This old fool cannot harm you. Quickly, depart from this place. It is on the brink of collapse. My true form shall arrive shortly. The ethereal figure of the Yinya Emperor reassured Chu Luo, then with a grand gesture, enveloped her in a powerful force. She transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the impending collapse of the secret realm's exit. Chapter 31. The four saints apply pressure. Chu Luo returns meanwhile. Outside the secret realm, the atmosphere is fraught with tension. The esteemed Saint Blue Qing of the Lingqing sect, accompanied by another senior elder, the ancient saint of transformation, along with a throng of great saints and holy beings, ascends into the void. An overwhelming aura of sanctity envelopes the heavens, infused with a chilling intent to kill. In addition, the ancient saints Yin Jun and Ming Yen from the Red Flame Valley also arrive in the void, accompanied by several powerful great saints and holy beings. At this moment, the formidable forces of both factions are consumed by boundless fury, encircling elders Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi. A holy war is on the brink of eruption. The other elite figures present from various top-tier factions can't help but feel a surge of anxiety. Not long ago, the genius rankings had surfaced multiple times. On the rankings, the prodigy Zhu Yu, previously ranked 116, has been replaced by Chu Luo, who is now in 118. Upon witnessing this, the two ancient saints of the Lingqing sect immediately grasped that Zhu Yu's demise was orchestrated by Chu Luo. They suspect that the earlier incident involving Luo Yu might also be the result of Chu Luo's actions. Furthermore, the prodigy Du Sheng from the Red Flame Valley has also vanished from the genius rankings. Du Sheng is a disciple of the ancient Saint Ming Yen. After Du Sheng's name disappeared from the rankings, it was discovered that his life token had shattered, signifying his fall within the secret realm. Consequently, the first target of suspicion for the ancient saints Yan Jun and Ming Yin becomes the taboo sects Chu Luo. This leads to the current scene. Zhao Sheng, Qin Yi. If your taboo sect fails to provide us with an explanation today, we shall seek retribution. The ancient saint of transformation declared coldly, his fury palpable. Your disciples simply lack the skill. Are you saying your disciples can strike, while mine cannot retaliate? If they fall, it is their own fault. You old fools can't handle the game, can you? When the young ones are gone, the old ones jump in. If that is the case, then my taboo sect shall play along. Enough talk. Let us engage in battle first. Zhao Sheng proclaimed. Wielding a small cauldron as a torrent of sacred might surged forth from him. The terrifying power of a peak ancient saint caused the expressions of the four ancient saints from the two leading factions to shift slightly. Ha ha ha, my friends, I shall lend you my assistance. The ancient Saint Qing Dan laughed heartily, appearing beside Zhao Sheng and the others. Qing Dan the Elder, this is no concern of your Dan's sect. Depart at once, or do not blame us for being impolite. The ancient Saint Ming Yan's expression darkened, as he thundered in anger. Ming Yan, the two from the taboo sect, are dear friends of mine. I cannot stand idly by. Ancient Saint Qing Dan replied with a serene smile. Ming Yan, why waste words on this old fool? Let us act. Boom. The ancient Saint Blue Qing's intent to kill surged, an astounding force soaring into the sky. Witnessing this, the other powerful figures from various factions hurriedly retreated from the scene. No one could have anticipated that the ancient battle of the saints, dormant for over a millennium across the 3,000 great worlds, would erupt today due to a single disciple of the taboo sect. However, just as both parties were about to engage in conflict, the entrance to the Emperor's secret realm suddenly trembled violently, as if it were on the verge of collapsing and sealing shut. This scene caused the countenance of all the formidable figures present to change drastically. Even the four ancient saints from Lingqing Sect and Qian Valley were momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, disciples from various major factions and wandering cultivators surged forth from the entrance of the secret realm. Upon witnessing their returned disciples, the powerful figures of the top factions collectively exhaled in relief. Tianjiao and Chong Kong, the two prodigies from Qian Valley and Lingqing Sect, were equally stunned to see Zhao Tianjiao and Lu Chong Kong escaping alongside them. Each of the two prodigies returned to the side of their respective sects experts. Meanwhile, Qing Dan, along with Zhao Sheng and Qin He, also spotted Dan Chenzi leading the disciples of their two sects out. Yet, Zhao Sheng and Qin He noticed the absence of Chu Luo, their brows furrowing immediately. At this juncture, the ancient Saint Lan Qing inquired of the returning Lu Chong Kong. Chong Kong, where are the other disciples? All eyes in the vicinity turned towards the Lingqing sect. Lu Chong Kong collected his thoughts and addressed the dozen or so disciples from the Forbidden Sect, saying, Elder 4, Brother Zhu Yu, Junior Brother Luo Yu, and the other disciples have all perished at the hands of Chu Luo from the Forbidden Sect. Moreover, even Wang Xiao, I fear he is in grave danger. What? The expressions of the ancient saints Lan Qing and Zhao Hua shifted dramatically upon hearing that Wang Lin might have also fallen to Chu Luo. Yet, in the next moment, a smirk crept upon their lips. Elder Ming Yin, Brother Du, Junior Brother Han, and all the disciples who entered have also met their demise at the hands of Chu Luo. Furthermore, Dan Chenzi from the Dan sect has obtained the inheritance of the ancient Dan Emperor, along with an imperial artifact. At this point, Zhao Tianyu from Qian Valley exclaimed in horror and anger. This revelation left the other powerful figures present in utter shock. The fallen prodigies from Lingqing Sect and Qian Valley had indeed been slaughtered by Chu Luo. How could this young man from the Forbidden Sect be so incredibly formidable? No wonder Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi were so concerned about Chu Luo. However, upon learning that Dan Chenzi possessed an imperial artifact, many of the powerful figures turned their gazes towards him. The ancient Saint Qing Dan narrowed his eyes, instinctively shielding Dan Chenzi behind him. Boom! The four ancient saints, Lan Qing, Zhao Hua, Yan Jun, and Ming Yin, stepped forward, their divine presence overwhelming. The murderous gazes of the four ancient saints fell upon the two elders, Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi. Old Ghost Zhao, do you have anything left to say? Lan King Bao Lao. The evidence is irrefutable. Even if you two old ghosts were here today, you could not protect that little beast. Chu Luo, Zhao Sheng, and Qin Yi exchanged glances, their brows knitted in concern. They had not anticipated that this young man, Chu Luo, could be so astonishingly powerful, having slain so many prodigies. How had they failed to recognize Chu Luo's extraordinary prowess before? Buzz. At that moment, the entrance to the secret realm completely collapsed. Just as the secret realm crumbled, a stream of radiant light surged forth from the entrance of the secret realm. As the brilliance dissipated, a figure emerged. Upon seeing this silhouette, the formidable beings present were momentarily taken aback. It was Chu Luo. Boom! You little rascal. At last, you have emerged. Upon Chu Luo's appearance, the four ancient saints from the two great factions instantly locked onto him. For formidable forces surged toward Chu Luo with lethal intent. Startled, Chu Luo cursed vehemently within, cursing the unprincipled nature of these old-timers who resorted to underhanded tactics. Boom! However, at that, two towering figures stepped forward to shield Chu Luo. The overwhelming power from the four saints was intercepted by these two. You four old geezers, if you wish to lay a hand on Chu Luo, you must first step over our two old bones. From Elder Zhao as protective value, 5,000. From Elder Qin as protective value, 5,000. Chapter 32. The frequent presence of the sixth Elder Ah. Since it is thus, fellow Taoists Yin Jun and Ming Yin, let us unite and first deal with these two old rascals. Then we shall capture that little beast, Chu Luo. The ancient Saint Lan Qing declared with fury. Agreed. The ancient saints Yin Jun and Ming Yin nodded, their murderous intent surging forth. Do you four old ghosts think you can intimidate us? Zhao Sheng roared in anger, celestial phenomena manifesting around him. As Chu Luo gazed at the retreating figures of the elders, a warm current flowed through his heart. Yet, he could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Where was his unreliable master, the Emperor? Buzz. Everyone, cease this. Just as all anticipated the eruption of a battle among the ancient saints, an ancient voice resonated throughout the heavens and earth. In the next moment, the world shifted, and the winds and clouds transformed. An overwhelming imperial might instantaneously envelop the realm. Sensing this familiar imperial aura, Chu Luo recalled that they had another emperor, the sixth elder, lurking in the shadows, the emperor of the Dan Sect, Yao Ming. At this moment, both Zhao Sheng and Elder Qin let out a sigh of relief. Imperial might. Hiss. An emperor is concealed in the shadows. They wondered which emperor of the Forbidden Sect it could be. This sudden surge of imperial pressure astonished many powerful figures present. Everyone assumed that the Forbidden Sect had dispatched a mighty emperor to oversee the situation. The four ancient saints of the two factions were equally taken aback, their expressions turning grave in an instant. Buzz. An invisible wave emanated forth. In the next moment, the crowd beheld the appearance of the white-haired, benevolent-faced Yao Ming, the emperor, radiating an aura of imperial authority before Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi. Yao Ming. The numerous powerhouses present recognized him at first glance. They had not anticipated that this emperor was indeed Yao Ming of the Dan Sect. It had been ages since he last emerged into the world. Yet today, they found themselves in his presence. This matter pertains to the grievances between the Forbidden Sect and our Lingqing sect. I kindly request the emperor to refrain from intervening. The ancient Saint Lan Qing stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Yao Ming. He then spoke with neither servility nor arrogance. Lan Qing's conduct left the audience astonished. This included Chu Luo. How could the ancient saint dare to speak to Yao Ming in such a manner? Was this old fellow's mind also muddled? Beneath an emperor, all are but ants. This was no idle statement. Chu Luo was quite curious about what had emboldened Lan Qing to speak thusly to Yao Ming. Yao Ming shook his head slightly, a calm smile gracing his lips. As a disciple of the Dan Sect, I am grateful for the assistance of my young friend Chu during this expedition into the secret realm. I cannot permit you to harm him. Upon hearing these words, the disciples of the various factions cast envious glances at Chu Luo. Lanqing's eyes flickered as he took a step back, falling silent. Yet, in the next moment, Yao Ming slightly raised his head. Gazing at the void above the heads of the blue, clear ancient saint and the ancient saint of creation, he spoke softly, "Friend Baikong, why not reveal yourself?" Upon hearing his words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically as they followed the gaze of Emperor Yao Ming. A tremendous, unfamiliar imperial pressure enveloped the heavens. Astonishingly, another emperor had emerged. Chu Luo could not help but exclaim inwardly in astonishment. He had not anticipated that, in addition to Emperor Yao Ming, another emperor lurked in the shadows. Truly, it seemed that today was particularly abundant with such figures. "Ah, my friend Yao Ming, it has been many years." Suddenly, an elderly figure, hunched and wizened, appeared before the two ancient saints. Upon recognizing the visage of this elder, Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi could no longer maintain their composure. "Hiss! That is one of the ancestors of the Lingqing sect, Emperor Baikong." They were astounded that Emperor Baikong had also descended into the mortal realm. What was happening today? Even the emperors had made their presence known. Some martial artists present immediately recognized the identity of the elder, their astonishment palpable. In that moment, Chu Luo finally grasped who had provided the blue-clear ancient saint with such confidence. It was this old fellow. The blue-clear ancient saint chuckled coldly. The reason Ancestor Baikong had appeared here was due to Wang Lin's circumstances. Upon learning that Wang Lin intended to accompany them to the secret realm, the higher-ups of the Lingqing sect had specially summoned Emperor Baikong to follow, to ensure Wang Lin's safety. Yet, what the blue-clear ancient saint and his companions did not expect was that Wang Lin had still perished within the secret realm, slain by Chu Luo's hand. "You, the scion of the Forbidden Sect, are indeed inscrutable to me. Since you have killed the pride of my sect, you shall accompany me." Emperor Baikong grinned menacingly, his gaze fixed upon Chu Luo, an expression of surprise flickering in his eyes. Elders Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi's faces darkened instantly. "Friend Baikong, I have already stated that you shall not take young friend Chu away today. As for what happens afterward, that is beyond my concern." Emperor Yao Ming radiated an overwhelming aura, counteracting Emperor Baikong's imperial might. "Heh, Yao Ming, you alone cannot impede me. Whoever I wish to take, you are powerless to stop." Emperor Baikong regarded Emperor Yao Ming with a knowing glance before revealing a broad, yellowed grin. "Boom! The ancient one of the Lingqing sect. You intend to take my cherished disciple away and imprison him for hundreds of years." Just then, an enraged voice resonated from the far-off horizon. This aged voice, imbued with boundless killing intent and overwhelming imperial power, echoed through the air. In the next moment, a streak of crimson light surged forth, descending upon the heads of the gathered crowd. That was the Shadow Crow ancient saint of the Forbidden Sect. No, now he was the Shadow Crow Emperor. "Hiss! The Shadow Crow Emperor has arrived as well. My heavens, because of this Chu Luo, 3 emperors have manifested today." TSK. The formidable beings present all raised their gazes towards the descending Emperor of Dark Ravens, unable to suppress their astonishment. At the same time, the ancient sage of blue clarity, the ancient sage of creation, and the Emperor of the Void all felt a subtle change in their expressions upon witnessing the arrival of the Dark Raven. In particular, the faces of the ancient sage of blue clarity and the ancient sage of creation appeared as grim as if they had consumed something foul. "Master, you have finally arrived." Chu Luo felt a sense of relief in his heart and could not help but exclaim, "Ha ha, my dear disciple, are you unharmed?" The Emperor of Dark Ravens fixed his gaze upon Chu Luo. After confirming that Chu Luo was unscathed, he let out a sigh of relief. "Old Dark Raven, had you arrived any later, you would have had to seek out your disciple at the Lingqing sect. Furthermore, since you are here, you shall take responsibility for the troubles your disciple has caused." Elder Zhao, secretly relieved, shot a displeased glance at the Emperor of Dark Ravens. The Emperor of Dark Ravens chuckled, turning his attention to the Emperor of the Void, and coldly remarked, "Old Medicine Ming, keep an eye on my disciples from the Forbidden Sect. If anyone else dares to intervene, you are to suppress them first. Fear not, I shall ensure your task is not burdensome. Once I am free, I will deal with these old wretches who bully the younger generation. The gaze of the Emperor of Dark Ravens sharpened as he glanced at the ancient sage of blue clarity and his entourage behind the Emperor of the Void. At that moment, the ancient sages of the two factions felt an ominous premonition wash over them. Ahem. Rest assured, Dark Raven, with me present. They shall not harm young Chu. The Emperor of Medicine Ming, taken aback, quickly responded. That is reassuring. Old Void, should you dare to bully my dear disciple, it will be a battle in the void. If you lack the courage, I shall eradicate all those from the Lingqing sect present today. Boom! Chapter 33. Standing Up for the Disciple. Unleashing the imperial battle, the Shadow Crow Emperor stepped forth, manifesting in the void. In the next instant, the heavens of the vast 3,000 worlds darkened ominously. Following that, an endless surge of bloodthirst engulfed the universe. The Shadow Crow Emperor's eyes gleamed with a sanguine light as he tread upon the ocean of malevolence. Around him, the laws of existence unraveled, and the great Tao resounded with thunderous echoes. An imperial avatar, towering to immeasurable heights, emerged from his being, standing atop the boundless ocean of bloodthirst, resembling the sovereign of myriad realms. A terrifying aura of slaughter materialized, locking onto the 100 Void Emperor. This scene left the onlookers in a state of stunned disbelief for an extended moment. They collectively inhaled sharply, their hearts gripped with terror as they gazed at the imperial avatar above the heavens, their scalps tingling with apprehension. No one had anticipated that the Shadow Crow Emperor would instigate an imperial battle merely to vindicate his disciple. In light of this revelation, the assembled powerhouses turned their envious gazes toward the equally astonished Chu Luo. They too yearned for a mentor as fiercely protective as he. Simultaneously, numerous hidden powers throughout the 3,000 worlds were stirred by this terrifying commotion. Who has initiated the imperial battle? It is none other than the Shadow Crow Emperor of the Forbidden Sect. This old fellow, having just ascended to Emperor, dares to provoke an imperial battle? Who would dare challenge him? Unbeknownst to them, this elder from the Forbidden Sect has cultivated such astonishing malevolence. How many lives has he claimed? The 100 Void Emperor's expression darkened instantly. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes ablaze with uncontainable fury. He had not expected that a mere newly ascended emperor would dare to challenge him. What audacity from the Shadow Crow Emperor, a mere fledgling emperor. Yet he dares to instigate an imperial battle against me. Since you seek war, I shall oblige you today. I shall claim your imperial blood and stain the heavens crimson. With a furious roar, the 100 Void Emperor waved his sleeve and took a step forward. Boom! An even more terrifying imperial avatar loomed between heaven and earth. As this formidable avatar emerged, the very fabric of time and space surrounding it became chaotic and intertwined. With every gesture of the 100 Void Emperor, the great Tao trembled throughout the cosmos. The elements filling the world, along with myriad laws, wove together, coalescing into a divine halo that towered above the imperial avatar. Ha ha ha! Old Ghost by Kong, is that all you have? Just words? Come and fight. Boom, boom, boom. The imposing figure of the Shadow Crow Emperor hovered above the void, casting a cold glance downward, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Behind him, boundless bloodthirst surged like an ocean, suppressing infinite realms. In an instant, the two supreme emperors vanished from the sight of countless beings within the 3,000 worlds. Boom! The next moment, a thunderous sound erupted from the depths of the void beyond the 3,000 worlds. Following that, two colossal forces, akin to the tides of heaven and earth, surged forth, sweeping across the celestial dome. Under the onslaught of these two destructive powers, the void of the 3,000 worlds was utterly obliterated. The vast expanse of the 3,000 worlds was suddenly enveloped in darkness. Fragments of space, akin to twinkling stars, emitted a faint glow. This scene resembled the apocalyptic end of the world. How terrifying! Is this the fearsome power of the Emperor? Beneath the Emperor, all are but ants. Countless powerful beings displayed expressions of dread, staring blankly at the sky, which was continuously mending the shattered space. Although many powerful individuals could not witness the clash between the two emperors, the overwhelming force unleashed by their battle instilled a sense of despair. One can only imagine the intensity of the confrontation between these two titans. At that moment, a notification from the system reached Chu Luo. Yet, Chu Luo's gaze remained fixed upon the heavens, his heart heavy with worry. "Fear not, young one. I have bickered with your master for many years and have known him for quite some time. While I cannot claim to understand that old ghost entirely, I am certain of one thing. Your master, much like you, harbors a multitude of schemes. Moreover, he is exceedingly fearful of death, without sufficient assurance. That old fellow would never act recklessly." Elder Zhao, standing beside Chu Luo, likewise gazed upward at the sky and spoke slowly. Chu Luo was taken aback. Looking towards Elder Zhao, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Was the second elder praising him? "Thank you. No need for flattery next time," he thought, slightly nodding, his anxiety beginning to ease. Meanwhile, deep within the Forbidden Sect, in a secluded area, two ancient figures appeared atop a massive stone. One elder had hair as white as snow, with a kind and gentle demeanor, exuding an air of cultured amiability with every gesture. The other elder, however, appeared disheveled, with dirt smeared across his hands, face, and clothing, resembling a beggar from the mundane world. The kind that could easily beg on the streets with nothing but a broken bowl and a stick. The disparity in the two elders' appearances was striking. At this moment, both elders gazed at the battlefield beyond the void. "Ha! Those who dare to bully my forbidden sect." The third elder has just ascended to emperor, yet finds himself at a disadvantage against the ancient being, Bai Kong. Hith. Once the third elder begins to falter, I shall intervene and deliver a secret strike to that old immortal. The disheveled elder smirked malevolently, and a gnarled wooden stick materialized in his hand. He appeared eager to engage in the fray. Should you strike carelessly, you might awaken the slumbering ancients within. You will be the one to bury them again. The refined elder shot a disdainful glance at the untidy elder. Just as the disheveled elder was about to retort, he suddenly noticed something and rolled his eyes, saying, "Old man, do you think you have the right to criticize me? Can you even release your accumulated forbidden technique? How shameless! How dare you speak to me like that?" The refined elder, with an air of elegance, awkwardly concealed his palm, which was adorned with peculiar runes, and cleared his throat. Accidentally discovered by this old fellow. Ahem. "Oh, our esteemed third elder is indeed remarkable. The outcome is already determined, and there's no need for us two old geezers to intervene." The elegant elder gazed at the battlefield beyond the realm, his eyes sparkling with delight as he exclaimed with a smile. The disheveled elder beside him also put away the withered stick in his hand, clucking in astonishment. TSK. Our third elder is truly extraordinary. He has managed to severely wound that old ghost, 100 Void, despite being at the first level of the Emperor. Impressive. He, not only is the third elder remarkable, but his treasured disciple is no ordinary individual either. The refined elder chuckled. The disheveled elder paused for a moment and inquired. "The disciple of the third elder is the same one you mentioned, the lad who mistakenly intruded last time?" The elegant elder nodded. "Indeed, that young man. He has mastered all of the next 1,000 forbidden techniques. When he entered, he discovered the remaining 2,000 forbidden techniques and attempted to learn them stealthily, but I promptly intervened and expelled him. If he had gazed at the remaining 2,000 forbidden techniques any longer, he would have surely perished on the spot." That young man. He actually mastered all of the next 1,000 forbidden techniques. This lad is a prodigy. The disheveled elder inhaled sharply, instinctively turning to look. Not far behind the two, a massive stone tablet stood tall. Inscribed upon it were the 3,000 forbidden techniques. It turns out that the forbidden techniques of the Forbidden Sect are not merely 1,000, but 3,000. He, truly a prodigy. What a pity that this young man lacks an immortal body. Otherwise, the Forbidden Sect will undoubtedly give rise to an extraordinary existence in the future. The refined elder could not help but shake his head in regret, raising his gaze towards the direction of the desolate Tianjiao. His sight transcended the shackles of time and space catching a glimpse of Chu Luo, who was staring up at the heavens alongside Zhao Sheng. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The battle of the emperors has come to an end. Who has emerged victorious? As peace gradually returned to the world, countless eyes turned towards the sky. Chu Luo also gazed up at the heavens. In the next moment, a figure returning from the void beyond the realm caused Chu Luo's expression to change dramatically. Chapter 34. The defeated Baikong retreats. Embarking on the journey home, the figure emerging from the void of another realm was none other than the great Emperor Baikong. Baikong had triumphed. At this moment, the assembled powerful beings recognized the returning figure as Emperor Baikong, their expressions shifting with astonishment. Ha ha, the ancient sage Lanqing and the ancient sage Zhaohua burst into laughter, their joy palpable. Wait, that old ghost Baikong is injured. At this juncture, elders Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi, their eyes narrowing, discerned an unsettling truth. The ancient sage Lanqing and the ancient sage Zhaohua, too, seemed to notice something amiss, their smiles abruptly freezing. The onlookers beheld Emperor Baikong. Hastening back, his left arm vanished. At the sight of the wound, a terrifying force of bloodthirst was eroding the imperial blood that flowed forth. Emperor Baikong's countenance darkened, a flicker of panic gleaming in his eyes. Ancestor, the ancient sage Lanqing and the ancient sage Zhaohua exclaimed in unison. The weakened imperial pressure descended as Emperor Baikong soared above the crowd. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, a formidable force enveloped the ancient sages Lanqing and Zhaohua, along with a dozen or so mighty sages from the Lingqing sect. Let us go. Emperor Baikong whisked everyone away, tearing open a rift in space. Before the astonished onlookers, he plunged into the rift, fleeing from sight. We must depart as well. Just as the crowd was regaining their senses, the ancient sage of the Qiyin Valley, Yanjun, appeared to recall something, his complexion shifting drastically. In a state of panic, he alerted the dazed ancient sage Mingyan and the powerful beings behind him. Suddenly jolted back to reality, ancient sage Mingyan, alongside Yanjun, hastened to flee with their entourage. They all left. A gasp of realization passed through the crowd. Look, Emperor Baikong has lost an arm, could it be? Buzz! At that moment, many powerful beings seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, their gazes lifting in unison. A figure suffused with an overwhelming aura of murderous intent and terrifying bloodthirst descended from a void above. Master! Upon seeing the imposing figure radiating imperial might, Chu Luo's heart soared with joy, especially upon confirming that his master was unscathed. He realized that victory was theirs. Damn it, that old fellow runs remarkably fast. He must have practiced this. The Emperor of the Shadow Crow cursed vehemently, his chest heaving. He then dissipated his overwhelming presence and returned to the side of Chu Luo and the others. At this moment, the other powerful beings present beheld the retreating figure of the Shadow Crow Emperor, their hearts trembling with astonishment. They had not anticipated that this newly ascended Shadow Crow Emperor could actually defeat the Emperor Baikong of the Lingqing sect. It was truly unfathomable. Master, you're incredible. Chu Luo stepped forward, relieved to find his master unharmed, and gave a thumbs up to the Shadow Crow Emperor. Ha ha ha, indeed, my dear disciple. You must not underestimate that old fellow. Though he possesses some skill, it is hardly sufficient to match me. Had it not been for that old fellow's swift escape, I would have undoubtedly slain a great emperor today to entertain you. The Emperor of the Shadow Crow stood with his hands on his hips, a triumphant expression adorning his face. He appeared quite pleased with Chu Luo's praise. At that moment, the Emperor of the Shadow Crow exhibited none of the aloofness or sternness typically associated with a powerful emperor. Rather, he exuded the charm of an amiable old neighbor. Chu Luo cast a sidelong glance at his master. His master displayed no semblance of humility. That old rascal, could he not survive without boasting? If it were as simple as slaying a great emperor, he would not have allowed that old ghost to escape. Elder Zhao Sheng scoffed, exclaiming, "You old fool, can you not remain silent for once? No one will mistake you for a mute if you keep your mouth shut." The Emperor of the Shadow Crow, accustomed to Zhao Sheng's retorts, bellowed back in response. "Humph, Elder Zhao Sheng huffed and fell silent. The banter between the two elders elicited chuckles from Chu Luo and Elder Qin Yi, who shook their heads in amusement. The daily exchanges of verbal jabs between the two elders lightened the atmosphere for the several disciples of the Forbidden Sect, who could not help but stifle their laughter. Friend Shadow Crow, your martial prowess is unparalleled. I hold you in high esteem. Should time permit, I would be delighted to host you in my alchemy sect for a discussion on our philosophies. At this moment, Emperor Yao Ming approached, clasping his hands in respect towards the Emperor of the Shadow Crow, smiling warmly. Ah, my dear friend Yao Ming, you are far too courteous. I shall certainly visit your alchemy sect when I have the opportunity, replied the Emperor of the Shadow Crow with a hearty laugh. This exchange caused the expression of the ancient sage Qing Dan, who stood behind Emperor Yao Ming, to shift slightly. What will become of my alchemy sect if that old rascal decides to visit? Well, since the matter of the secret realm has concluded, we can now return. The Crimson Flame Valley and the Spiritual Purity Sect will undoubtedly seek retribution. We must report this to our sect leader and prepare for the forthcoming actions of these two formidable factions. Elder Qin, he interjected at this juncture. The Emperor of the Shadow Crow nodded slightly, fully aware that these two sects would not let the matter rest easily. Furthermore, his beloved disciple had already slain the prodigies of both sections. At that moment, Chu Luo suddenly recalled that he hadn't merely eliminated the prodigies of these two factions. He had also slain Wang Lin. The Wang family would certainly not let this transgression go unpunished. However, noticing the multitude of witnesses present, Chu Luo suppressed his thoughts, knowing that his master was already aware of the situation. Let us depart. I shall return at once. The Emperor of the Shadow Crow declared, joining Emperor Yao Ming and the disciples of both sects aboard the same void warship, soaring into the skies. As the formidable figures of the Forbidden Sect and Alchemy Sect departed, the other elite forces also began to leave with their respective disciples. Once the various factions had vacated the area, a youth clad in white stood upon a slowly ascending void warship. Gazing intently in the direction of the departing members of the Forbidden Sect, his eyes shimmering with determination. This white-clad youth was none other than the prodigy of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, Ling Xuanzi. Master, I have made my decision. I wish to choose Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect as my protector in battle. If Chu Luo were to serve as my protector, my chances of becoming one of the Celestial Calculators would significantly increase, remarked the Celestial Calculator with a subtle smile at the corners of his mouth. Beside him stood an elderly man with white hair, renowned across the vast realms as the 9th Elder of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, Ancient Sage Xuanji. With a slight furrow in his brow, Ancient Sage Xuanji cast his gaze toward the direction of the Forbidden Sect, a wry smile gracing his lips as he said, Disciple, are you certain about selecting this young man for external assistance? He is as unruly as his master, and I fear he may lead you into unforeseen troubles. The Celestial Calculator chuckled softly in response. Master, you have not witnessed his prowess firsthand, particularly when he decisively eliminated Zhu Yu and Du Sheng. With Chu Luo's aid, my likelihood of becoming one of the Celestial Calculators will greatly enhance. Presently, on the list of prodigies, no one stands a chance against Chu Luo. Upon hearing this, Ancient Sage Xuanji pondered for a moment, recognizing his disciple's resolve. He cautioned, since you are determined to choose Chu Luo, I will find a time to accompany you to the Forbidden Sect. However, we must wait until they resolve their impending troubles. The Crimson Flame Valley and the Spirit Clear Sect will undoubtedly not relent. The coming events across the 3,000 great worlds will be quite the spectacle. As the grand era approaches, my dear disciple, you must seize the time to enhance your strength. The Ancestor guarding the Dark Sea's borders recently sent a message indicating that the ancient divine relic connecting our 3,000 great worlds to the Dark Sea will be unveiled in 5 years. The ancient relic appears once every 100,000 years, and that time is now upon us. Thus, the elders of the pavilion have decided that in 2 years, we shall unite all the top-tier forces of the 3,000 great worlds to commence the prodigy ranking battle. The ancient relic of 5 years, hence, will depend on the talents among you listed as prodigies. The Celestial Calculator's expression changed dramatically at this revelation, exclaiming, "No wonder." With the imminent opening of the Emperor's secret realm, none of the top prodigies from other elite forces have arrived. It turns out they are all preparing for the prodigy ranking battle in 2 years. Ancient sage Xuanji nodded and waved his hand, causing the void warship to soar into the skies. Chapter 35. Various Movements. The Great Emperor enters the world as the major powers returned. Within the realm of the 3,000 Great Worlds lies the Tianmen domain. The Tianmen domain is a medium-sized realm, dominated by its most formidable sect, the Tianmen Sect. Countless sects, large and small, exist within this domain, yet all bow to the authority of the Tianmen Sect. At this moment, deep within a floating island of the Tianmen Sect, the sect leader, Lu Daoyuan, who had returned from the knelt before a moss-covered, sealed stone door. His face was a portrait of grief and indignation, his eyes glimmering with boundless hatred as he addressed the stone door. Ancestral Master. My disciple Feng has perished at the hands of a wretch named Chu Luo. This wretch is a disciple of the Forbidden Sect's sinister Enya. I intended to seek justice from the Forbidden Sect, but those old fiends have gone too far. Ancestral Master. Feng is also your disciple. As Lu Daoyuan's words faded, the moss-covered stone door trembled violently. The entire floating island soon followed suit, quaking under the force. Boom! In the next instant, an overwhelming imperial might shattered the heavy stone door. The entire Tianmen domain was engulfed in a tempest, dark clouds looming over the landscape. An unparalleled imperial aura filled the heavens and the earth. From the depths of the dark cavern emerged an elderly man, bald and exuding an aura of terror, his face contorted with rage. Ancestral Master. Seeing the elder, Lu Daoyuan hastily rose and bowed respectfully. This elder was none other than the founder of the Tianmen Sect, the Great Emperor of Tianmen. Did Feng truly perish at the hands of a disciple from the Forbidden Sect? The Great Emperor's face was a mask of fury as he pondered coldly. Indeed, Ancestral Master, Feng's ranking on the Heavenly Talents list has been usurped by that wretch from the Forbidden Sect. Lu Daoyuan replied. Boom! The Great Emperor's body trembled, a chilling, killing intent radiating from him. Even Lu Daoyuan could not help but shudder. What an audacious Forbidden Sect! Do you truly believe you stand at the pinnacle of the world's powers, as you did 100,000 years ago? If it were not for your contributions during the battle in the Dark Sea, would you still claim the title of the foremost power? Huh! What a farce! You have slain my cherished disciple and severed my legacy. This enmity is irreconcilable. Rest assured, Daoyuan, I shall pay a visit to the Forbidden Sect forthwith to seek justice for Feng. The Great Emperor declared, his gaze fixed towards the direction of the Forbidden Sect, his voice cold and resolute. Lu Feng was his most prized disciple. His demise signified the necessity for a new prodigy to emerge. Otherwise, his profound teachings would fade away. Now, with his cultivation stagnating and his lifespan dwindling, the Great Emperor contemplated seizing this opportunity to extract something from the Forbidden Sect, hoping it might aid him in breaking through his current limitations. Though a great emperor, he too could not escape the clutches of mortality. As his words echoed, the Great Emperor took a single step forward, vanishing from his place, simultaneously within a vast and enigmatic world. This world does not exist among the myriad realms. It is a domain forged by the might of supreme emperors. Here lies the stronghold of the ancient Wang family. At this moment, deep within the ancestral grounds of the Wang clan, within a vast and dimly lit cavern, an extraordinary scene unfolds. Numerous small, floating islands hover in the space. Upon each island, a figure sits cross-legged in meditation. Suddenly, on one of these islands, an elderly man abruptly opens his eyes. His expression shifts to one of furious rage, and he rises with a start. Curse the Forbidden Sect, curse the sinister crow, curse those wretched creatures. A formidable imperial aura surges from this figure, soaring into the heavens. In an instant, the atmosphere within the Wang family's world transforms, with tumultuous winds and rolling thunder. This aged and wrathful voice reverberates throughout the entire Wang clan. Hiss! Is that the voice of the Ancestor, the evil-subduing emperor? What has transpired? Countless powerful members of the Wang family are taken aback by this sudden, overwhelming imperial presence. Many gazed toward the depths of the ancestral grounds. Meanwhile, within an enormous palace, a middle-aged man clad in a dark robe, with thick brows and piercing eyes, suddenly rises from his seat, his gaze fixed upon the depths of the ancestral grounds, his brow furrowing. This man is Wang Outyin, the head of the Wang family. With a single step, he vanishes from his location. Simultaneously, within the cavern of the ancestral grounds, the figure exuding an astonishing imperial might is filled with an aura of murderous intent, his eyes glimmering with sorrow and wrath. This individual is none other than the evil-subduing emperor himself. What is the matter? What has happened? The other figures meditating on the floating islands are also awakened by the presence of the evil-subduing emperor. An elder from a nearby island looks toward the emperor in inquiry. With eyes gleaming with cold light and a deeply somber expression, the evil-subduing emperor coldly responds, "My beloved grandson has been slain by a mere wretch from the Forbidden Sect." Upon hearing this, the faces of the gathered elders change dramatically, and they too become grim. They understand that the lineage of the evil-subduing emperor now consists solely of him and his grandson Wang Lin. With Wang Lin's demise, it signifies the potential extinction of this bloodline. The Forbidden Sect. They dare to slay a member of my Wang family, truly believing they're the apex of the celestial powers. An elder retorts coldly, our Wang family rarely meddles in worldly affairs. Those unaware might even think we fear the Forbidden Sect. Very well, it is indeed time for the Wang family to step into the myriad realms. Let our first battle be against the Forbidden Sect. The evil-subduing emperor declares, "I shall accompany you, so that the world may know that our Wang family is not so easily vanquished." Additionally, let us see how many of those old fools from the Forbidden Sect remain after all these years. An elder on the floating island beside the emperor slowly rises, a mocking smile gracing his lips. The great emperor of Zhengxia nodded slightly, and in an instant, the two figures vanished from their original spot. As the great emperor of Zhengxia and the esteemed Ancestor emerged outside the cave dwelling, Wang Outyin promptly appeared as well. Great Ancestor Zhengxia, Ancestor Ming Wang. Upon witnessing the presence of the two venerable ancestors, Wang Outyin could not help but feel astonished. "Ancestor, what has transpired?" He sensed the overwhelming aura of murder emanating from the great emperor of Zhengxia and could not restrain his inquiry. "The head of the family, my grandson, has perished outside." The great emperor of Zhengxia spoke with a haunting gaze. "What?" Wang Outyin was taken aback, and his expression darkened immediately. Not long ago, he had dispatched powerful members of the family, at Wang Lin's request, to accompany him to Lingqing sect for a marriage proposal. He never imagined that Wang Lin had met his demise. "Ancestor, who is responsible for this?" Wang Outyin pressed for answers. "The Forbidden Sect." The great emperor of Zhengxia replied coldly. Wang Outyin was momentarily stunned, then nodded slightly. As he beheld the two ancestors, a realization dawned upon him, and he spoke in a grave tone. "Do the two ancestors require me to summon the formidable members of our clan to declare war on the Forbidden Sect at once? It is high time the world recognizes the might of the ancient Wang clan." "No, head of the family, there is no need for such trouble. The two of us old fellows can handle it." The great emperor of Zhengxia waved his hand, then took a step forward, vanishing from the Wang clan's ancient realm. Emperor Ming Wang followed closely behind. Chapter 36. A heart-to-heart between master and disciple. Return to the sect of Forbidden Arts. As Wang Outyin watched the two venerable ancestors depart, his gaze turned towards the direction of the Forbidden Arts sect, glimmering with a chilling light. At that very moment, while the Heavenly Gate sect and the Wang family were making their moves, the Emperor Baikong of the Lingqing sect and his entourage were also returning to their own sect. Upon learning of the events that transpired, the upper echelons of the Lingqing sect were incensed. On that day, two more emperors from the Lingqing sect made their appearance and departed from the sect. Next came the Crimson Flame Valley. Two elderly men with red hair discreetly left the valley without alerting anyone. Above the void where the Dan sect resided, a spatial rift suddenly opened quietly. Following this, a massive warship, enveloped in a terrifying aura, surged forth from the rift and gradually descended onto a plaza within the Dan sect. This warship carried none other than the returning Chu Luo and his companions. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Yin, esteemed elders, young friend Chu, my heartfelt gratitude for this endeavor. Emperor Yao Ming expressed his thanks with a respectful gesture. Fellow Taoist Yao Ming. This is merely your suggestion for gratitude. I happen to have a small favor to ask of you. Emperor Yin replied with a grin. Emperor Yao Ming was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled. Please, do not hesitate to speak. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall surely assist. Emperor Yin nodded slightly, producing a spatial ring with a flick of his wrist. He tossed the ring to Emperor Yao Ming, who, upon probing it with his divine sense, changed countenance. For within the ring lay dozens of sacred herbs, along with several divine herbs. These herbs were renowned for their ability to restore longevity, and were exceedingly precious, typically found only in perilous realms. The herbs within this ring were specifically sought by me for my dear disciple in such perilous lands. I am aware that your Dan sect possesses a sacred pill known as the Sacred Longevity Pill. This pill is gentle in its effects and can cumulatively extend one's lifespan. I'm not at ease having others refine it. Hence, I must trouble you, dear friend. Emperor Yin rubbed his hands together, eager. Upon hearing this, all present were taken aback, especially Chu Luo, who felt a surge of emotion as he gazed at his slightly stooped master. It dawned upon him that his master had refrained from accompanying him to the Emperor's secret realm because he had ventured into perilous lands to seek out herbs that could replenish his lifespan. Emperor Yao Ming stored the ring and respectfully said to Emperor Yin, "Rest assured, I shall personally refine this pill. I will then send it along with the other elixirs to the Forbidden Sect. I'm most grateful." Emperor Yin clasped his hands in gratitude, and with a grand gesture, the warship once again levitated, departing from the Dan sect and heading towards the Forbidden Sect. Thank you, Master, for all that you have done for your disciple. Chu Luo secretly conveyed his gratitude to Emperor Yin. The Emperor of Shadows paused, a lewd smile spreading across his face as he communicated telepathically. Oh, my dear disciple, when did you become so sentimental? Have you been possessed? Allow me to see. Chu Luo rolled his eyes in response. His master was indeed incapable of being serious. Ha ha ha, I was merely jesting with you. Throughout all these years, I have been engrossed in seclusion and have failed to guide you in your cultivation. My dear disciple, your talent surpasses even my own, and I cannot intrude too deeply upon your martial path. All I can do is protect your growth. If you insist on expressing gratitude, then strive to become the zero-sequence disciple of our sect, the future young master of the Forbidden Sect. When the time comes for the current master to step down, you shall ascend as the master of our Forbidden Sect. At that point, I shall enjoy a life of comfort alongside you. The Emperor of Shadows smiled faintly, transmitting his thoughts discreetly. Chu Luo nodded, resolute in his determination. He would undoubtedly seize the position of zero-sequence disciple and become the young master of the Forbidden Sect. Meanwhile, the warship arrived at the Forbidden Sect. In the Grand Hall, Lin Feng and several elders welcomed the returning Chu Luo and his companions. Upon seeing Chu Luo and the disciples return safely, Lin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. However, when Lin Feng and the elders sensed Chu Luo's current cultivation level, they were taken aback. This young man had ventured into the Emperor's secret realm and attained a breakthrough to the first realm of primordial beginning. How astonishing! At that moment, the other elders regarded Chu Luo as if he were a rare treasure, contemplating whether they should claim him for themselves. But the next instant, they were deterred by the Emperor of Shadows' piercing gaze. Chu Luo, it seems you have gained quite a lot from this secret realm journey. Lin Feng smiled gently, expressing his contentment toward Chu Luo. Chu Luo revealed a broad grin, stepping forward to clasp his hands in salute. Master, I indeed had significant gains during my expedition to the secret realm. As he spoke, Chu Luo beckoned his 6 junior brothers to step forward, opening their spatial rings. In the next moment, a mound of spirit soil, brimming with vitality, appeared before everyone. Alongside the spirit soil, there was also a heap of spiritual herbs. This is spirit soil. You little rascal, you found spirit soil in the secret realm and didn't even mention it to me. I stood guard outside the realm for you so many times. The second elder, Zhao Sheng, was nearly drooling at the sight of the towering mound of spirit soil and reproached Chu Luo with a hint of annoyance. Zhao Sheng squatted down, cradling the spirit soil in both hands, inhaling its aroma while displaying an expression of excitement and ecstasy. Even Lin Feng and the other elders were deeply moved by the sight of the abundant spirit soil. Spirit soil was exceedingly rare, and they had not anticipated that Chu Luo would acquire such a bounty from the secret realm. Ha ha, Zhao, old fool, look at your feeble aspirations. As the earth was broken, my dear disciple now submits to the sect. In the end, it will be you who manages everything. In our forbidden sect, apart from you, the old rascal who idles away his days tending to flowers and grasses, which elder is like you? The Dark Crow Emperor disdainfully regarded the excited Zhao Sheng and intentionally mocked him. Bah, old crow, if you have the ability, don't come to my medicinal fields in the future. Zhao Sheng immediately sprang up, pointing at the Dark Crow Emperor and venting his anger. Observing their impending quarrel, Lin Feng hastily interjected, all right. These spiritual soils will be entrusted to the second elder. Chu Luo, you have made contributions to the sect this time. Speak up. What reward do you seek from the sect? Chu Luo smiled broadly and quickly clasped his hands, saying, this is what a disciple ought to do. No rewards are necessary. However, I did cause some trouble within the secret realm, which might implicate the sect. I hope the sect will not hold it against me. Upon hearing this, everyone present was momentarily taken aback. Lin Feng suddenly laughed, looking at Chu Luo, and said, "Isn't it just that you killed the prodigy of the Lingqing sect in the secret realm? What a trivial matter. The people of Lingqing sect simply lack the skill. If you have slain them, then so be it. Even if they come knocking, you need not worry, for the sect leader, the elders, and your esteemed master are here." Chapter 37. Trouble in the Sect. Summoned the Ancestor previously. The battle between the Shadow Crow Emperor and the Void Emperor had naturally drawn Lin Feng's attention. It was not difficult for him to surmise that this little troublemaker had stirred up chaos once more within the secret realm. Coupled with the recent emergence of the talented list, it was easy for him to deduce that Chu Luo had likely slain a prodigy from the Lingqing sect. Chu Luo nodded slightly and continued, Sect Master. Aside from the Lingqing sect, inadvertently killed Du Sheng and Han Wujie from the Qian Valley as well. Lin Feng and several elders exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. This troublemaker. No worries, it's just Qian Valley. What of it if two major factions come together? Lin Feng, still oblivious to the severity of the matter, waved his hand dismissively. Furthermore, while acquiring the spirit soil, I encountered Lu Feng, a prodigy from the Tianmen sect, who attempted to rob me. In the ensuing struggle, I inadvertently took his life as well. Chu Luo added earnestly. Lin Feng's expression froze. The elders were equally stunned. It's nothing to fret about. It's merely the Tianmen sect. Lin Feng waved his hand again, taking a deep breath. My dear disciple, you seem to have omitted one detail. You also killed a young scion from the Huanggu royal family. At this moment, the Shadow Crow Emperor, recalling something, hurriedly interjected. All right, Master, I almost forgot. Sect Master. In the secret realm, I was compelled to eliminate someone who claimed to be from the Huanggu royal family. Chu Luo promptly clarified to Lin Feng. Upon hearing the name of the Huanggu royal family, Lin Feng nearly lost his footing. Boom! Chu Luo, you little rascal, come out and face your demise. Just then, a voice filled with murderous intent echoed from above the Forbidden Sect. Following that, an overwhelming imperial presence engulfed the entire void surrounding the Forbidden Sect. Lin Feng and the others present turned pale in an instant. Lin Feng exclaimed to Elder Qin, Elder, summon the Ancestor at once. Elder Qin immediately turned and vanished in an instant. Sensing the familiar imperial might enveloping the Forbidden Sect, Chu Luo could not help but curse inwardly. The old ghost from the Wang family has come knocking so soon. Let us go. Lin Feng furrowed his brows and led everyone outside the Great Hall. Chu Luo hurriedly followed. At that moment, outside the Great Hall, Countless strong practitioners and disciples of the sect gazed upwards into the void. They beheld thunder flashing and imperial might rolling forth. The overwhelming aura covered an immense expanse. The forces of the entire 3,000 great worlds were startled by this terrifying presence. Hiss! Which emperor has descended into the mortal realm now? Sigh! As the great era approaches, emperors frequently descend, and the 3,000 great worlds are bound to descend into chaos once more. That direction seems to be the Forbidden Sect. I heard that within the secret realm, disciples of the Forbidden Sect had slain prodigies from Qian Valley and Lingxing Sect. Could it be that the emperors of these two factions have personally come to demand an explanation? Certainly. Let us proceed to observe. Countless powerful factions stealthily converge upon the Forbidden Sect. Even some hidden, ancient beings from various sects have been stirred, casting their divine senses forth. At this very moment, above the Forbidden Sect, an overwhelming multitude of potent divine thoughts arrive. Crack! As Chu Luo, accompanied by Sect Master Lin Feng and others, emerges before the Grand Hall and gazes upward, a violent, invisible wave ripples through the void. Subsequently, a colossal spatial rift shatters, stretching for miles. From this rift, two towering imperial avatars, each tens of thousands of feet tall, stride through the air, casting their gaze downward, exuding an awe-inspiring majesty. In this instant, the very realm surrounding the Forbidden Sect descends into chaos, with the laws of the Great Tao and elemental energies becoming tumultuous. It is the evil banishing emperor of the Wang family, alongside the Ming Emperor. Good heavens! How has the ancient Wang family's emperor entered the world? And why have they sought out the Forbidden Sect? Rumor has it that Chu Luo, in the secret realm, may have slain a member of the Wang family, who was purportedly the grandson of the evil banishing emperor. This Chu Luo is indeed a troublemaker, bringing misfortune upon the sect. Indeed, it is fortunate that it is the Forbidden Sect. Had it been another sect, they would have faced annihilation countless times over. However, before the many powerful figures of the 3,000 great worlds could finish their discourse, suddenly, after the appearances of the evil banishing emperor and the Ming Emperor, several more terrifying imperial presences surged from the distant horizon. In the next moment, 5 figures, riding upon imperial avatars and treading upon the void, descended upon the skies of the Forbidden Sect. In the blink of an eye, the entire realm quaked violently beneath the weight of their formidable power, as if the very heavens and earth could scarcely withstand the forces unleashed from within these emperors. That is the Heavenly Gate Emperor of the Heavenly Gate Sect, along with the Heavenly Fire Emperor of the Crimson Flame Valley, the Fire-Bathing Emperor, the Wine Saint Emperor of the Lingxing Sect, and the Wuchen Emperor. Good heavens! Has this Chu Luo violated celestial laws, provoking 3 top-tier forces and 1 first-rate force, a total of 7 emperors, to come knocking at the door? My goodness! If Chu Luo manages to escape today, he will be an unparalleled figure, renowned throughout the 3,000 great worlds. How could this be possible? Unless the Forbidden Sect is willing to fight to the bitter end. Even the Yin Crow Emperor cannot protect Chu Luo, just as countless powerful beings were left in awe within the Forbidden Sect. Facing the 7 formidable emperors hovering above, Lin Feng and the elders could not help but twitch their lips in agitation. Yet, those observant enough would notice that there was no trace of fear in Lin Feng and the elders' eyes. At this moment, Lin Feng and several elders, in unison, turned their gazes towards Chu Luo. Chu Luo, wearing a face of embarrassment and helplessness. It seems he has truly stirred up a monumental storm this time. Can the sect withstand this? Fear not, dear disciple. These are but trivial matters. You need only to know that our Forbidden Sect possesses immense strength. At this moment, the voice of my master resonated in my ears. Startled, I turned to look at my master, only to find that he seemed to perceive my unease. Thus, I questioned, Master, how formidable is our sect? After all, we are facing 7 great emperors. Perhaps it would be wise for us to accompany them, lest we bring trouble upon our sect. Fear not, my obedient disciple, he replied with a chuckle. Today, not even the presence of 7 great emperors, nor even 20, will be able to take you away. You must understand, our Forbidden Sect is terrifyingly powerful, strong enough to stand against the entirety of the 3,000 great worlds. The ominous Emperor Enya grinned and conveyed this message discreetly. My eyes widened in astonishment. My heart stirred with profound shock. If that were indeed the case, I could proceed with boldness in my actions henceforth. Esteemed seniors, you have journeyed from afar. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? The sect leader, Lin Feng, stepped forward, gazing up at the imposing forms of the 7 terrifying emperor avatars, addressing them with both respect and confidence. A thunderous response followed. Chapter 38. The Arrival of the 7 Emperors. The Ancestor enters the world, the god of suppression, with an icy demeanor, let out a low growl. An overwhelming imperial might surged forth, rapidly descending upon Lin Feng and his companions. Lin Feng and the elders present felt an oppressive weight upon their shoulders. Just as the formidable aura of the god of suppression was about to crush them, the Raven Emperor stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the group. Letting out a sinister chuckle. In an instant, a vast pressure emanated from the Raven Emperor, countering the onslaught of the god of suppression. Upon witnessing this scene, the 6 emperors, Ming Wang, Tian Min, Tian Hua, Yu Hua, Jiu Sheng, and Wu Chun, simultaneously stepped forward. Boom. 6 menacing presences, imbued with lethal intent, surged toward the Raven Emperor. Yet, in the next moment, all the emperors present were struck with disbelief. The combined pressures of the 7 emperors did not cause the Raven Emperor to falter. He successfully repelled their might. The expressions of the 7 emperors darkened, their gazes fixated on the Raven Emperor. Is this old fellow truly a recently ascended emperor? Remarkable. Chu Luo couldn't help but exclaim internally. He had not anticipated that his own master would possess such extraordinary prowess, single-handedly withstanding the pressures of 7 emperors. Even Lin Feng and the other elders couldn't help but admire the figure of the Raven Emperor. The Raven Emperor raised his gaze toward the 7 emperors in the void, a cold smile gracing his lips. My sect master is inquiring about you. Have you old relics gone deaf? His voice resonated through the heavens, showing no respect for the 7 emperors. You old coot, hand over that little brat. Chu Luo. The god of suppression spoke first, his voice heavy with contemplation. Indeed, surrender Chu Luo. He has slain our Ling Qing Sect's prodigy. If he is not handed over today, your Forbidden Sect must provide an explanation to us. The Jiusheng Emperor, leading the Ling Qing Sect, fixed his gaze on Chu Luo with lethal intent. And from my Crimson Flame Valley, Chu Luo has killed our prodigy, and this matter must be resolved today, or we will not let it rest with your Forbidden Sect. The Tianjiao Emperor of Crimson Flame Valley bellowed fiercely. Moreover, for my Tianmin sect, my disciple perished at Chu Luo's hands. Thus, your Forbidden Sect owes me an explanation. The Tianmin Emperor chimed in with a cold smile. As the words of the emperors echoed, all disciples of the Forbidden Sect present turned their gaze toward Chu Luo, silently raising their thumbs in admiration. Brother Chu Luo, how formidable! Feeling the admiration of his fellow disciples, Chu Luo's lips twitched slightly. He raised his head to regard the 7 emperors in the void, mentally noting their identities and the factions they represented. One day, when I ascend to emperor status, I shall collect my debts from each of them. They dare to strike the young, and now these old relics come forth, showing none of the dignity one would expect from such powerful beings. The old ghost from Tianmin, I advise you to leave. Your pitiful sect is but a speck, and your useless disciple attempted to seize opportunities for my beloved pupil within the secret realm, only to meet his demise at my pupil's hands. I have yet to seek trouble with your Heavenly Gate sect, yet you, old fool, have come knocking on my door seeking death. If you know what's good for you, quickly leave. Otherwise, I shall bring my forces to annihilate your Heavenly Gate sect. The Dark Crow Emperor unleashed a torrent of insults upon the solitary Heavenly Gate Emperor. The scathing remarks of the Dark Crow Emperor brought immense satisfaction to Chu Luo. The Heavenly Gate Emperor, taken aback by the onslaught of insults, fell into silence, his countenance darkening ominously. The Dark Crow Emperor, dismissing him entirely, cast his gaze upon the evil Suppression Emperor and the other two Supreme Forces Emperors, sneering, "And you, ancient relics of 1,000 years. What will you do if I refuse to hand over my cherished disciple? What will you do? Today, I shall declare war against your forbidden sect." The evil Suppression Emperor, seething with rage, laughed coldly, a chilling murderous intent enveloping the realm. "Our Lingqing sect shall not stand idle either. Our Qian Valley stands united. Should you fail to surrender that little beast, Chu Luo, let us engage in battle today." The voices of these formidable emperors resonated throughout the heavens, drawing the attention of countless powerful beings who were observing this confrontation. Many were left aghast, unable to fathom that the three supreme forces would choose to engage in warfare over a disciple of the Forbidden Sect. Furthermore, this declaration of war came from the mouth of an unparalleled emperor. At this moment, countless powerful entities from the myriad worlds were filled with trepidation and curiosity regarding how the Forbidden Sect would respond. Should such a colossal conflict arise, it would undoubtedly spell doom for many within the vast realms. Very well, let the battle commence. Does the Forbidden Sect fear you? The Dark Crow Emperor scoffed, undeterred by the threats posed by the others. He would protect his disciple at all costs. With a thunderous roar, the Dark Crow Emperor unleashed an overwhelming aura of imperial might, a blood-red imperial manifestation rising from him. Master Chu Luo, witnessing his mentor's determination to protect him, was deeply moved. Gazing at the 7 emperors above, his eyes gleamed with a fierce resolve. He vowed that the day he ascended to emperor would also be the day that these 7 old geezers would meet their demise. Simultaneously, Lin Feng and several elders stepped forward, their expressions grim. "Chu Luo is a disciple of our Forbidden Sect. He has committed no wrong. It is your disciples who have proven inadequate. Since you seek battle, the Forbidden Sect shall not shy away from this confrontation," Lin Feng declared, his gaze unwavering, devoid of fear. "Indeed, let's engage in battle. What are the 3 supreme forces? Since you desire war, let it be so. The Forbidden Sect has never cowered before you," he retorted. "We have never bowed to threats from anyone." Several elders stepped forward to confront the 7 great emperors suspended in the void, each voicing their resolve. "Fight! Fight! Fight!" Countless disciples of the Forbidden Sect were moved by the determination of their leader and the elders, raising their arms in fervent oath to battle the 3 supreme sections. From sect leader Lin Feng, Guardian value 5,000. From second elder, Guardian value 5,000. From 5th elder, Guardian value 5,000. The notifications from Chu Luo's system continued to resonate. The myriad powerful beings across the 3,000 great world were left utterly astounded. They had not anticipated that the Forbidden Sect would exhibit such ferocity. To defend a mere direct disciple, they were willing to engage in war against the 3 foremost powers. In that moment, some of the mighty finally grasped why the Forbidden Sect had endured for such an extensive period. What a formidable sect indeed. If that is the case, then let this emperor initiate the great battle. Today, you shall all pay a grievous price. Boom! The Jinya Emperor roared in fury, and the divine manifestation behind him erupted with countless extraordinary phenomena. You possess such audacity. Who granted you the courage to come to my Forbidden Sect and display your might? Just then, an ancient voice, imbued with supreme authority and suffused with endless killing intent, echoed from the depths of the Forbidden Sect's sacred grounds. In the next instant, the entire sky was shrouded in darkness, resembling the night. Chu Luo was taken aback, instinctively turning around. The ancestors of the Forbidden Sect were finally ready to emerge into the world. Chapter 39. The Ancestors' Arrogance, Disciples' Fear for Their Lives Buzzing. 2 immense forces surged from the depths of the Forbidden Sect, soaring into the sky. In the next moment, a golden pathway emerged, and myriad phenomena of the laws alternated and intertwined. Within these extraordinary manifestations, countless deities and demons gazed down upon the world, their feet treading upon the suspended rivers. 2 towering figures emerged from the terrifying spectacle, stepping forth into the void. Chu Luo cast his gaze and beheld these 2 figures, 2 elders of distinct temperaments. One was clad in white, with white hair, exuding an air of elegance and amiability. The other appeared disheveled and irreverent. It was him. Chu Luo's eyes fixed upon the refined elder, and he could not help but exclaim in his heart. It was indeed this old man. Previously, when he was practicing the final forbidden art of evasion, he miscalculated his direction and mistakenly teleported deep into the forbidden grounds. Within that sacred space, he had encountered a stone tablet inscribed with the records of 3,000 forbidden arts. It was then that Chu Luo realized the number of forbidden arts within the sect was not merely 1,000, but a staggering 3,000. At that time, he had intended to seize the opportunity to transcribe the remaining 2,000 forbidden arts when an elder appeared and unceremoniously cast him out of the forbidden grounds. The elder who had expelled him was none other than this cultured ancestor. This was the old ghost of Xiaocheng, the old ghost of Daoyuan, the evil suppressing emperor, and the other 6 emperors present felt their expressions shift as they beheld the 2 elders who had appeared above the Forbidden Sect in an instant. Yet in the next moment, their countenances returned to normal. The 7 emperors' divine consciousness surged towards the depths of the Forbidden Sect, but a formidable force within obstructed their probing. Hiss, that is, the demon of Xiaocheng and the demon of Daoyuan from the Forbidden Sect. 100,000 years ago, during the Battle of the Dark Sea, these 2 emperors wreaked havoc, achieving great feats for our 3,000 worlds, instilling fear in those from the Dark Sea who have since dared not stir. Indeed, it is astonishing that after 100,000 years, these 2 emperors still endure. Remarkably, there is no trace of death upon them. It appears their strength has grown even more formidable since that time. These 2 are the most recent ancestors of the Forbidden Sect. One wonders if the ancestors from earlier generations still remain. If they do, the objectives of the 7 emperors today may well be thwarted. Who can say? Countless powerful beings observing this scene were stirred upon witnessing the emergence of the 2 ancestors from the Forbidden Sect. Some reclusive old ghosts recalled the cataclysmic battles of 100,000 years ago, their gazes towards the 2 elders filled with reverence. Ancestors. Lin Feng felt a surge of joy, leading the gathered elders and disciples in respectful salutation towards the 2 ancestors. Chu Luo followed suit in reverence. There's no need for excessive courtesy. Sect Master, the little fellow, we meet again. The venerable Xiaocheng, clad in white, cast a smile towards Lin Feng and the others. Then his gaze rested upon Chu Luo. Young lad, these 7 rascals are summoned by you, aren't they? You troublemaker. The Daoyuan elder, dressed as a beggar and holding a wooden staff, also fixed his eyes on Chu Luo. After scrutinizing him from head to toe, a flicker of unusual expression crossed his eyes as he spoke with evident annoyance. The 2 elders paid no heed to the 7 emperors opposite them, whose expressions darkened. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo scratched his head, shrugged, and awkwardly smiled. Elders, this cannot be blamed on me. If I do not fight back, I will be slaughtered by their disciples. I merely did not expect these prodigies from top-tier forces to be so feeble. Elders, you must stand up for me. As soon as Chu Luo's words fell, the 2 elders erupted into laughter that echoed through the heavens. You lad. Not bad, not bad. This is the demeanor of a disciple of the Forbidden Sect. Rest assured, no matter who comes today, they cannot harm you. Not only you, but every disciple of the Forbidden Sect is the same. Should anyone perish at the hands of their peers, it simply signifies their inadequacy. If they dare to bully you, we old ones will step in to teach them a lesson. The voices of the 2 elders resonated throughout the land. The disciples of the Forbidden Sect were all moved to tears, fervently chanting the names of their elders. As disciples of the Forbidden Sect, they felt immensely fortunate. He, Jinxia, Mingwang, Tianhua, Jiuxing, you 4 have truly excelled. You have all broken through to the 4th realm of the Emperor. However, even if you 4 are 4th realm emperors, do not think of harming a single hair on the disciples of the Forbidden Sect. If you are wise, you should promptly leave. I have no desire to kill today. The Daoyuan elder then glanced at the 7 emperors, his gaze settling upon the foremost 4 as he grinned. As for the remaining 3, the Tianmin Emperor, the Yuhua Emperor, and the Wuchen Emperor, although they were also genuine emperors, they seemingly did not catch the eye of the 2 elders. Their cultivation levels were merely at the first and second realms of the Emperor. Oof. Dao Yuan, you old ghost, after so many years, your tongue remains as foul as ever. You two have only attained the fourth realm of the Emperor over the years. And facing my four fourth realm Emperors, what gives you the confidence? The Jinxie Emperor sneered, a chilling intent in his voice. Upon hearing Jinxie's words, countless powerful beings understood the cultivation level of the two elders of the Forbidden Sect, fourth realm of the Emperor. Even Chu Luo could not help but twitch his lips. He had thought that these two elders were mightier than these 7 old geezers. It turned out they shared the same realm as the Jinxie Emperor, the Tianjiao Emperor, the Jiuxing Emperor, and the Mingwang Emperor. The number of fourth realm emperors on the opposing side was evidently greater, not to mention the presence of the Tianmin, Yue, and Wuchen, 3 emperors as well. How dare these two ancestors be so arrogant? Chu Luo initially believed that he had already reached a level of audacity. It turns out that these two elders from the Forbidden Sect are even more brazen than he. Master, are these truly the only 2 elders we have? If there are others, please summon them forth. I'm concerned that these 2 might be overwhelmed in this confrontation. Chu Luo expressed his unease, secretly transmitting his thoughts to sect leader Lin Feng. Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly as he coughed discreetly and replied through their mental connection. Fear not, my young friend. These 2 elders were once renowned for their invincibility at the same level. However, as he spoke, doubt crept into Lin Feng's mind. What was Elder Qin thinking? Why had only these 2, the weakest of the elders, been summoned? As the leader of the sect, he was acutely aware of the sect's foundation. Could it be that those ancient beings in the forbidden grounds had truly succumbed to eternal slumber? He resolved to investigate this matter personally at the earliest opportunity. Dao Yuan, why are you wasting words with these old specters? You are well aware of their nature. They are merely remnants of past defeats. Another bout will surely remind them of their folly. The elegant and affable elder Xiaocheng sneered, gripping a long spear with determination. With a single stride, the very void beneath his feet trembled, and in an instant, he manifested a colossal imperial avatar, soaring into the vastness of the outer void. Very well, let the defeated come forth to battle. Elder Dao Yuan chuckled, vanishing from sight only to reappear in the outer void above the Forbidden Sect. Elder Xiaocheng, let us engage. Today, we shall vanquish you 2 old specters. With fervor, the great Emperor Jinjiao bellowed, Allies, let us join forces to vanquish them. Agreed. A resounding roar echoed through the air. Chapter 40. The Battle of the Emperors, terrifying beyond measure in that instant. He stepped forth, commanding the celestial visage of the Emperor, charging into the boundless void beyond. The other 6 emperors followed closely, each wielding their majestic manifestations as they ventured forth. Boom! In an instant, the vast firmament of the 3,000 great worlds was enveloped by an overwhelming force. The infinite void of the heavens shattered under the weight of this terrifying power, revealing a dim, ethereal expanse. Fragments of space, akin to grains of sand, littered the void. The entire 3,000 great worlds appeared to be plunged into an apocalyptic state, sending shivers down the spines of countless beings. Fortunately, these emperors had chosen the outer void as their battlefield. Had they opted for the 3,000 great worlds, it would have resulted in untold suffering for the inhabitants. Chu Luo's system chimed once more with a notification. At this moment, Chu Luo examined his attribute panel and discovered that his protective value had accumulated to 145,000. He was one step closer to exchanging for the immortal body. My dear disciple, stay close to the sect leader. I shall assist the Ancestor. Just as Chu Luo was lost in thought, the ominous Crow Emperor, gazing at the battlefield, noticed that his 2 esteemed ancestors were besieged by 7 assailants. He urged Chu Luo to remain vigilant and then stepped forward, summoning a blood-red manifestation of the Emperor to soar into the void and join the fray. Boom! At this moment, within the void battlefield, the Flame Emperor, the Fire-Bathing Emperor, the Dustless Emperor, and the Heavenly Gate Emperor were converging their might against Ancestor Xiaocheng. Meanwhile, the Jinxie Emperor, the Mingwang Emperor, and the Wine Saint Emperor surrounded Ancestor Dao Yuan. Boom! Boom, boom. In both arenas, numerous grand manifestations of the emperors dominated the sky, their myriad techniques suppressing the endless realm. The force unleashed by their fearsome assaults shattered the infinite void of the outer expanse. Stars within a radius of myriad miles were reduced to mere dust. The clash among the emperor-level beings was formidable beyond comprehension. The titanic forces from both battlefields rampaged and collided, penetrating the depths of the chaotic void. The power of the emperors stirred the chaos, inciting dread. With a battle spear in hand, Ancestor Xiaoqing resembled an ancient demon god poised for conquest. He was unmatched in combat, faced with the combined might of 4 emperors. He showed no signs of yielding. In this moment, Ancestor Xiaoqing exuded no trace of his former elegance. Only an aura of murderous intent prevailed. The longer he fought, the more ferocious he became, displaying an invincible presence. Confronted with Xiaoqing's terrifying combat prowess, the 4 emperors bore grave expressions. As the battle raged on, the once long-lived Heavenly Gate Emperor began to entertain thoughts of retreat. In contrast, Ancestor Daoyuan, single-handedly contending against 3 formidable emperors, found himself at a slight disadvantage. Yet, Ancestor Daoyuan remained resolute. The staff in his hand radiated black flames, incinerating boundless realms. His masterful staff techniques conjured myriad illusions. With a single strike, even the divine and demonic trembled. The ground beneath him collapsed entirely. In the vast expanse of the 3,000 great worlds, countless formidable beings gazed through their constraints, capturing the sights of the 2 epic battlegrounds deep within the void of the outer realm. Remarkable! These 2 old fellows have not diminished in their grandeur over the years. Within the Dan sect, several elders gasped in astonishment. Among these elders was the esteemed Emperor Yao Ming. Clearly, the others were also venerable ancestors of the Dan sect. Alas, that old fellow Daoyuan, despite his astonishing combat prowess, finds it exceedingly arduous to contend single-handedly against 3 fourth realm emperors. It is likely that he will succumb before long. I wonder if the other ancient ones of the Forbidden Sect have perished. If not, why do they tarry in their emergence? Daoyuan is nearing his limit. The foremost ancestor of the Dan sect sighed as he beheld the frenzied battle of Ancestor Daoyuan. The other elders nodded in agreement. Just as everyone marveled at the astounding strength of the 2 venerable ancestors, the figure of Emperor Yin suddenly materialized on the battlefield of the outer void. Ancestor, I come to aid you. Emperor Yin intended to relieve Ancestor Daoyuan of some pressure. Daoyuan, having repelled the 3 assailants with a powerful strike, cast a glance at Emperor Yin and replied, I can still endure. Go assist Ancestor Xiaoqing. Emperor Yin paused, turning his attention to the battlefield of Ancestor Xiaoqing. Suddenly, he noticed Emperor Tianmin attempting to withdraw from the fray. With a grin, he stepped forth. Old ghost Tianmin, did you not desire an explanation from the Forbidden Sect? I shall provide it now. Prepare to meet your end. Boom! The infuriated Emperor Tianmin, blocked from retreat, retaliated fiercely, and thus the 2 emperors opened a 3rd battlefield. The Wrath of the Diamond, the immovable king. Boom! At that very moment, the Emperor Mingwang seized the fleeting distraction of Ancestor Daoyuan. Instantly, he unleashed the ultimate technique of the Wang family. The colossal and destructive figure of the immutable king descended. Emperor Daoyuan was taken aback, his flaming staff entwined with black flames. With a mighty swing, he struck. Boom! The massive figure, brimming with annihilating power, was shattered by a single blow, the spectral prisoner of the abyss. Buzz! In the instant the immutable king was obliterated, Emperor Jiuxing appeared before Emperor Daoyuan. With a swift motion, he summoned a colossal illusory tower, cloaked in unfathomable power, enveloping Ancestor Daoyuan within. The expression of Emperor Daoyuan changed drastically. Ha ha! Today marks your demise, old ghost Daoyuan. The demon-slaying palm. At an unknown moment, Emperor Jinxia, riding upon an unparalleled manifestation, appeared behind the illusory tower, imprisoning Ancestor Daoyuan, launching a terrifying strike against the temporarily confined Ancestor. Ancestor! In that moment, Lin Feng and the elders of the Forbidden Sect finally changed their expressions in horror. That damned old fool, lacking martial virtue. What kind of emperor resorts to ambushes? At this juncture, Chu Luo could no longer restrain himself from cursing aloud. However, just as everyone believed that the Ancestor Daiyuan was about to be ambushed by the great Emperor of evil suppression, deep within the most forbidden grounds of the Forbidden Sect, in a desolate expanse, a tomb mound constructed from purple bricks shimmered with an ethereal violet glow. These bricks harbored a peculiar energy, seemingly not of this world. Suddenly, the purple brick tomb erupted with a thunderous roar, revealing a bronze coffin within. The coffin creaked open, and an unparalleled force surged forth, soaring into the void beyond. This terrifying power, capable of sending chills down the spine of anyone who felt it, moved with a speed that was nothing short of astonishing. In an instant, it appeared behind the great Emperor of evil suppression, launching a lethal assault. The great Emperor, sensing the impending threat, was taken aback, swiftly turning to behold the source. His pupils constricted in alarm, and he hastily evaded. The dreadful force obliterated the illusory tower that had imprisoned the Ancestor Daiyuan. Quickly, the Ancestor stepped back, casting a glance deep into the forbidden grounds of the sect, a grin spreading across his face. Who could be? At this moment, the great Emperor of evil suppression, the great Emperor of wine, and the great Emperor of enlightenment all ceased their actions, their gazes fixed upon the forbidden sect of the 3,000 great worlds. Simultaneously, the three emperors, great Emperor of heavenly fire, great Emperor of fiery baptism, and great Emperor of dustlessness, who had been besieging the Ancestor Xiaocheng, also halted, their attention drawn to the tumult behind the Ancestor. The fiercely engaged great Emperor of Shadow Crow and great Emperor of Heavenly Gate were likewise startled by the earlier surge of power, pausing their combat to focus on the Forbidden Sect. At this moment, not only did all the powerful emperors from beyond the void turn their sights back to the Forbidden Sect, but countless formidable beings from the entirety of the 3,000 great worlds also redirected their gazes towards it. Is the sect leader? Are the other ancestors finally making their move? Chu Luo mused instinctively, his eyes fixed on the direction of the forbidden grounds. Lin Feng nodded slightly, a wave of relief washing over him. Finally, these ancient beings have chosen to act. In the next instant, a voice, ancient and imbued with lethal intent, echoed, as the heavens cycle through countless generations. Only my forbidden sect shall remain eternal. Chapter 41. The River of Swords buries the jade. A sword crossing the galaxy. As the ancient voice resonated, a figure clad in white, with strands of white woven into his black hair, silently materialized above the Forbidden Sect. This venerable elder, wielding a spiritual sword, emanated an overwhelming presence, suffused with an oppressive aura of death. Upon beholding the elder's visage, the evil suppression emperor was momentarily taken aback, and the formidable beings from the 3,000 great worlds experienced a profound contraction of their pupils, their faces etched with astonishment. Particularly, the 7 individuals of the evil suppression emperor's entourage exhibited palpable trepidation in their eyes. Who is this elder of our sect? Surely he is not in peril. Is he? As they gazed upon the figure in white, emanating a dense aura of death, Chu Luo felt a wave of concern wash over him, sensing that their ancestor might be nearing the end of his days. At this moment, Sect Master Lin Feng also lifted his gaze to scrutinize the elder, his brow furrowing with confusion. He is one of the ancestors of the Forbidden Sect, Zhongyu. It is strange, how has he come to be in such a state? This should not be the case. Lin Feng discreetly communicated to Chu Luo. Zhongyu, Chu Luo thought, realizing that after many years in this realm, he was hearing the name of this ancestor for the very first time. It occurred to him that Zhongyu must have existed eons ago, for such a potent aura of death could not arise without considerable passage of time. Zhongyu. It is indeed Zhongyu. The River of Swords buries the jade. He gasped, recognizing that even Zhongyu, the emperor, had entered the fray. The name of Emperor Zhongyu had reverberated through the 3,000 great worlds long before he himself had even reached the ancient saint realm. The presence of such a substantial aura of death around Zhongyu was perplexing. Alas, while an emperor's lifespan is extensive, without a breakthrough, one is ultimately destined to perish. This Zong Yu appears to have scarcely a century left. In 100 years, this old fellow will surely fade away, he chuckled darkly. If even Zong Yu has succumbed to the 5 declines of heaven and man, one can only surmise that those even older than he within the Forbidden Sect have long since departed this world. This gathering of 7 emperors has finally afforded us a glimpse into the current state of the Forbidden Sect, revealing its evident decline. Indeed, the Forbidden Sect has fallen into disarray. Zong Yu, a relic of the previous generation alongside the likes of the 2 ancient specters, Xiao Chun and Dao Yuan, finds himself afflicted by the 5 declines, while those older than him remain in seclusion, fearful to emerge. Should those ancient beings choose to re-enter the world, they too would face obliteration indeed. The lifespans of those old-timers within the Forbidden Sect are shorter than ours. In their heyday, they engaged in relentless battles, frequently employing forbidden techniques, which has greatly diminished their longevity. Once the Forbidden Sect is utterly diminished, I shall relish watching how they retain their 1,000 forbidden techniques. Numerous hidden masters have emerged, quietly observing the battlefield. Upon learning of Emperor Zong Yu's current plight, a glimmer of avarice surfaced among these enigmatic figures. The Forbidden Sect's forbidden techniques have long been the object of desire for countless individuals. It is precisely because the Forbidden Sect possesses 1,000 esoteric teachings that its legacy endures through the ages. However, numerous reclusive ancient beings are acutely aware that the time is not yet ripe, even though the Forbidden Sect still harbors some ancient relics on the verge of passing. Should they be cornered, those old entities would not hesitate to act, even at the cost of their own dissolution. Such an event would spell disaster for their respective factions. In the void above, the venerable Ancestor of Burial Jade slightly lifted his gaze. In the next moment, the torn fabric of the void, previously ravaged by the might of an emperor, was instantaneously restored under an even more terrifying force. With merely a glance, he quelled the tempestuous energies roiling in the heavens and mended the shattered void. This spectacle sent shivers down the spines of countless hidden ancient beings, instilling a profound sense of dread. What formidable power! Chu Luo could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Just how advanced is the cultivation of our esteemed Ancestor of Burial Jade, the ancient royal family, the Lingqing sect, the Crimson Flame Valley, and a lesser-known sect. What audacity you possess! Who granted you the confidence to provoke the Forbidden Sect? Clad in flowing white, the Ancestor of Burial Jade appeared ethereal, his presence seemingly unbound by the winds, his gaze piercing. The battlefield beyond the realm lay before him in its entirety. His voice, resonant and chilling, echoed like a bell from a bygone era, causing the evil-suppressing emperor and his companions to flinch, their eardrums tinged with a faint pain. Though separated by a great distance, the 7 emperors, including the evil-suppressing emperor, felt as though the Ancestor of Burial Jade were right beside them. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on their brows, their resolve nearly faltering. It is essential to remember that even in their time, the Ancestor of Burial Jade was a legendary figure. Despite the current aura of death surrounding him, the state of the Ancestor provided the 7 emperors with a clear understanding of the Forbidden Sect's predicament. The decline of the Forbidden Sect was imminent, perhaps no more than a century away. After a century, the Forbidden Sect would no longer be a match for these top-tier forces. Retreat, the evil-suppressing emperor urged, snapping back to reality and warning the nearby Ming Wang emperor. The 2 turned on their heels and made their escape. Likewise, the Tianjiao emperor and the Jiusheng emperor quickly alerted their own respective emperors. The fiery Rebirth emperor and the Dustless emperor. The several emperors swiftly pivoted, tearing through space to flee. The retreat of the 3 leading forces emperors jolted the Tianmin emperor into awareness. Yet, in that very moment, the Enya emperor struck first, launching a surprise attack. You old fool, perish! Boom! The Enya emperor, channeling his strength into a single palm, dealt a devastating blow that sent the Tianmin emperor hurtling away. Despicable! You dare to ambush me! Roared the Tianmin emperor, spitting forth his imperial blood. However, before he could regain his composure. The Ancestor of Shaochun and the Ancestor of Daoyuan had already charged forth. The three emperors surrounded the Tianmin Emperor, cutting off all avenues of escape. At that moment, the Tianmin Emperor was consumed by regret. "Damn it, I shall fight you to the end." Boom, the Tianmin Emperor bellowed, bracing himself to confront the onslaught of three adversaries. Yet at this moment, the Ancestor of the Forbidden Sect, gazing at several emperors fleeing deeper into the universe, let out a cold laugh. "You come and go as you please. Do you truly believe the Forbidden Sect is so easily dismissed?" As soon as the words left his lips, the Ancestor raised his sword, addressing the void beyond the realm, and intoned, "Forbidden supreme art, a sword traverses the galaxy." With a thunderous roar, he wielded his long sword, cleaving through the expanse of the outer void. Chapter 42. The Fall of the Emperor. A sorrowful world, a radiant beam of light, vast enough to obscure the heavens, erupted from the spiritual sword held by the Ancestor of Burial Jade. In an instant, this sword light expanded to an unimaginable size, enveloping the entirety of the 3,000 great worlds and soaring into the void beyond. Countless powerful beings gazed upwards. Their eyes widened like brass bells, trembling in body and spirit, their faces betraying sheer terror. Before them manifested an indescribably colossal river of sword, where a terrifying sword intent materialized and roared forth. Within this river, composed of condensed sword energy, glimmered lights reminiscent of stars, illuminating the entire firmament of the 3,000 great worlds. Boom! As this river of swords surged forward, it shattered the void in its wake, wreaking havoc upon the fabric of time and space. "Oh my heavens! Ancestor, do you wish to annihilate us?" The two ancestors, recognizing the oppressive sword river that surged forth from the 3,000 great worlds, were taken aback, and immediately urged the Ancestor of Sky Gate and the Ancestor of Dao Source to flee. In their flight, one of them did not hesitate to strike the distracted Ancestor of Sky Gate, propelling him into the river of swords. "Curse it! Ah!" The Ancestor of Sky Gate, filled with immense grief and fury, emitted a heart-wrenching wail as he was swept into the oncoming sword river. Boom! This river of swords relentlessly tore through space, transcending its constraints, in pursuit of the fleeing emperors who had retreated into the depths of the void. Boom! In the next instant, a deafening sound echoed from the profound depths of the outer void. Brilliant sword light shone forth from the chaos, illuminating the expanse of the 3,000 great worlds. The astonishing power caused a violent tremor throughout the entire realm. After a considerable time, tranquility returned to the world. The Ancestor of Burial Jade's lips curled into a subtle smile. Boom, boom, boom. Soon after, the 3,000 great worlds were shrouded in blood clouds, phenomena manifesting in the skies. A torrential downpour of crimson rain fell relentlessly. Hiss! An emperor has fallen, and the world mourns. One of those fallen is the Ancestor of Skygate, who had just been ambushed by the Emperor of Shadow Crow and plunged into the river of swords of the Emperor of Burial Jade. Indeed, we can no longer sense the presence of the Ancestor of Skygate. A great era approaches, yet with the fall of an emperor. Alas, this great era is a time of chaos. Even before this great era has fully unfolded, an emperor has perished. The impending chaos will likely surpass any previous turmoil. Countless powerful beings looked upon the falling blood rain, their hearts heavy with sorrow. In a time of turmoil, even the emperors stain the skies with blood, let alone the other martial artists. The Ancestor of Burial Jade sheathed the spiritual sword, his aura of death growing ever more intense, as if he were on the brink of transcending this realm. This scene did not go unnoticed by many hidden old monsters watching with ulterior motives. Master, why did our Ancestor, who is evidently shrouded in the aura of death, still exert such effort to employ forbidden techniques at the cost of his lifespan? Chu Luo inquired, filled with perplexity. Lin Feng shook his head, equally bewildered. Suddenly, the divine consciousness of numerous powerful factions withdrew from above the Forbidden Sect. The venerable Ancestor Zanyu appeared before the crowd. At that moment, Ancestor Shaochuan, Ancestor Daoyuan, and the Emperor Yinya also returned to the sect. Ancestor Lin Feng and the elders bowed in respect to Ancestor Zhongyu. With a wave of his hand, Ancestor Zhongyu smiled and said, "There is no need for such formalities, Sect Master. Ancestor, have you entered the realm of the 5 declines of heaven and man? Perhaps you should select some divine herbs from the sect's treasury." Lin Feng expressed his concern, mentioning the deathly aura surrounding Ancestor Zhongyu. Both Ancestor Xiaochan and Ancestor Daoyuan exchanged peculiar glances at him. Ancestor Zhongyu waved his hand and then turned his gaze to Chu Luo, smiling mysteriously. "Little one, you possess remarkable talent. In the future, when seeking opportunities, do not hesitate or hold back due to today's events. A grand era is approaching. One must strive and seize what is rightfully theirs. If any old fellows dare to bully you, rest assured, we have yet to perish." Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback, then clasped his fists and replied, "Disciple understands. I am grateful for the protection of the Ancestor and the sect. In the future, I shall certainly not bring shame to the sect." Ancestor Zhongyu nodded slightly, his gaze on Chu Luo growing increasingly approving. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and the other elders were astonished. They could hardly believe that Ancestor Zhongyu held such regard for this young man. The Emperor Yinya, standing nearby, was nearly beaming with joy. His beloved disciple receiving the Ancestor's attention filled him with more happiness than his own ascension to Emperor. "Young man, focus on your cultivation. The future of the Forbidden Sect may very well depend on your generation." Ancestor Zhongyu chuckled, then turned and stepped back into the sacred ground of the sect. Ancestor Xiaochan and Ancestor Daoyuan cast a few more glances at Chu Luo before following after Ancestor Zhongyu. "Everyone may disperse," Lin Feng said, finally feeling a sense of relief as he addressed the crowd before vanishing from sight. The other elders also departed in their own ways. Chu Luo gazed into the depths of the sacred ground, still in awe of the sword strike from Ancestor Zhongyu. Coming back to himself, he planned to return to Tianjiao Peak to relax, for he was utterly exhausted from the expedition into the Emperor's secret realm. Additionally, he sought to replenish the lifespan he had depleted during his repeated use of forbidden techniques within the realm. Soon, under the adoring gazes of numerous disciples, Chu Luo and the Emperor Yinya returned to their mountain peak. Meanwhile, within the sacred ground of the Forbidden Sect, Ancestor Zhongyu, having just returned, emanated a faint glow. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of Ancestor Xiaochan and Ancestor Daoyuan, it became evident that the deathly aura surrounding Ancestor Zhongyu had completely vanished. Furthermore, his skin regained its elasticity, and the white strands of hair gradually returned to their original black hue. In the blink of an eye, the once aged Ancestor Zhongyu transformed into a youthful and handsome man. Adorned in flowing white robes, he resembled an immortal descending from the heavens. Should an outsider witness this astonishing scene, they would undoubtedly be left agape. It turned out that the previous state of Ancestor Zhongyu was merely an act, a ruse to deceive everyone. As for the current form of Ancestor Zhongyu, both Ancestor Xiaoqing and Ancestor Daoyuan appeared unfazed. "Why did you choose to disguise yourself in such a manner, Ancestor?" inquired Ancestor Daoyuan, perplexed. Ancestor Zhongyu smiled broadly, lifting his gaze towards the void, and replied, "Another grand era is on the horizon. With the advent of this grand epoch, extraordinary beings will emerge. If I, the Emperor, and my Forbidden Sect exhibit too much strength, those self-important factions will hesitate to act. Consequently, our generation's prodigies might miss out on essential trials. Only by adopting a facade of decline can we ensure that these arrogant factions, while reluctant to confront us old-timers openly, will still devise means to stifle our young talents. Thus, our younger generation in the Forbidden Sect will have ample opportunities for growth." "Ah, now it makes sense," remarked Ancestor Xiaoqing, as enlightenment dawned upon him. "But, Ancestor, will you still remain in slumber?" he asked. Ancestor Zhongyu gently shook his head and addressed them. "With the grand era approaching, I shall no longer remain in slumber. That lad named Chu Luo is extraordinary. Should he not meet an untimely demise, our Forbidden Sect might very well usher in another remarkable existence." Upon hearing this, Ancestor Xiaoqing and Ancestor Daoyuan nodded in agreement. Therefore, I do not intend to sleep any longer, but rather to safeguard the path for the youth of our forbidden sect. Besides that young man named Chu Luo, there are several other talented individuals within the sect. You too must also begin to discreetly protect these young ones. Ancestor Zhongyu instructed. Ancestor Xiaoqing and Daoyuan nodded in acknowledgement and bowed respectfully before retreating. Ancestor Zhongyu slowly turned around, a smile gracing his lips. Before him lay 100 burial mounds, constructed of purple stone bricks. Within each mound rested a bronze coffin. Chapter 43. Renown across the 3,000 realms. The annihilation of the Heavenly Gate sect, the ancient royal family within the ancient realm of the Wang family, deep within their ancestral grounds. Two feeble and disheveled figures returned to their cave abode. The moment these two figures materialized, all the beings on the small, floating isles within the cave rose to their feet. The returning pair were none other than the previously fleeing Emperor of Restraining Evil and the Emperor of Brightness. However, at this moment, the Emperor of Restraining Evil bore a ghastly wound upon his chest, with terrifying sword energy relentlessly corroding his body. Beside him, the Emperor of Brightness was missing an entire arm upon witnessing the dire state of these two. The numerous ancestors of the Wang family fell into a profound silence. They had secretly observed the earlier battle of emperors, and the emergence of the Emperor of Buried Jade had indeed taken them by surprise. Little did they expect that the ancient specter of Buried Jade had not yet passed into the afterlife. Although he had once been unmatched in battle, his frequent use of forbidden techniques had severely depleted his lifespan. It was astonishing that he had endured until this day. At most, he has a century left. After a century, that old wretch will surely perish. Let us notify the family head. Our ancient Wang family must re-enter the world additionally. Let the talented youths of our clan venture out of the ancient realm for training. Since the ancient sect's elder is nearing his end, we must not allow the younger generation of the Forbidden Sect to rise indeed. Let us send forth our youth to extinguish the future of the Forbidden Sect. Esteemed elders, let us first assist the Emperors of Restraining Evil and Brightness in expelling the sword energy from their bodies. The ancestors of the Wang family promptly took action, commencing the removal of the terrifying sword energy from the bodies of the Emperor of Restraining Evil and the Emperor of Brightness. A similar scene unfolded within the Lingqing sect in the Qian Valley. Although the sword of the Ancestor of Buried Jade did not slay the four emperors, Emperor of Heavenly Fire, Emperor of Fiery Baptism, Emperor of Wine, and Emperor of Dustless, the injuries sustained by these four supreme beings were even more grievous than those of the Emperor of Restraining Evil and the Emperor of Brightness. The Lingqing sect and the Qian Valley would have to pay a substantial price to heal their respective ancestors. Simultaneously, following the battle of emperors within the Forbidden Sect, the three dominant forces, the Wang family, Lingqing sect, and Qian Valley, fell into a collective silence, refraining from responding to external inquiries. Meanwhile, the outside world was already in an uproar. The names of the Emperor of Buried Jade, Emperor of Xiaoqing, and Ancestor Daoyuan once again echoed throughout the 3,000 great worlds. Alongside them were the Emperor of Shadow Crow and the instigator of this battle, Chu Luo. Now, the name of Chu Luo was known far and wide across the 3,000 great worlds, even eclipsing some of the top prodigies in the talented individuals list in the domain of the Heavenly Gate within the Heavenly Gate sect. The sect leader Lu Daoyuan sat despondently on the main seat, his eyes devoid of spirit. Below him were 5 elders of the Heavenly Gate sect, among whom 2 were of ancient sage cultivation, while the remaining 3 were at the great sage level. In total, the Heavenly Gate sect, including Lu Daoyuan, possessed only 3 ancient sages. At this moment, the atmosphere was laden with gravity. The fall of the Heavenly Gate Emperor had caught them all unawares. The venerable ancestor of the Tianmen sect is the sole patriarch of their esteemed order, the only sovereign to preside over the sect. With the demise of the Tianmen Emperor, the sect has plummeted from a first-rate power to a second-rate one. The sect master, in a state of dismay, pondered their next course of action. An elder of the ancient sage realm, standing at the forefront, turned to the despondent Lu Daoyuan and inquired, "What shall we do now?" Lu Daoyuan pressed his temples, his mind in turmoil, and replied, "What else can we do? Issue a decree. Henceforth, our Tianmen sect shall retreat from the world. Activate the protective great formation of the sect. All disciples and elders must not leave the sacred grounds without permission." Understood, Sect Master. Just as the 5 elders present were about to exit the Grand Hall, an overwhelming force suddenly enveloped the skies above the Tianmen sect, isolating them from the outside world. Lu Daoyuan and the 5 elders' expressions shifted dramatically. "We are under attack. Quickly, follow me to confront the enemy." Lu Duan's visage darkened as he led the 5 esteemed elders outside the hall. At that moment, under the oppressive presence of the divine might, the disciples within the Tianmen sect were thrown into chaos. Lu Daoyuan gazed solemnly into the void and called out, "Which esteemed friend has come to our Tianmen sect?" Just as his words fell, a spatial rift tore open in the sky above the sect. From this rift emerged 3 towering figures, each embodying the form of an ancient sage. Behind these 3 imposing figures followed 10 great sages and 10 formidable saints. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Daoyuan and the elders felt their spirits plummet into despair. The Forbidden Sect. Lu Daoyuan's countenance turned grim. Indeed, the powerful beings emerging from the rift hailed from the upper echelons of the Forbidden Sect. Leading the trio of ancient sages were 2 venerable elders and a captivating woman, renowned as the high-ranking elders of the Forbidden Sect: Elder Qingyi, Elder Xiaozhu, and Elder Jifeng. "You dare!" Lu Daoyuan's expression was one of panic. The 8 elders of the Forbidden Sect were legendary across the 3,000 great worlds. Apart from the current emperor of the Shadow Crow, the other 7 were all at the pinnacle of the ancient sage realm. Lu Daoyuan had never dreamed that the Forbidden Sect would dispatch 3 peak ancient sages so swiftly. A mere first-rate power dares to trouble our Forbidden Sect. Prepare to perish. The leading elder Qingyi, her beautiful eyes cast downwards, bore a face of exquisite coldness. Immediately, Elder Qingyi, Xiaozhu, and Jifeng, accompanied by their legion of great sages and saints, launched their assault. The following day, the Tianmen sect was obliterated by the mysterious force, causing a great uproar. As for the identity of this enigmatic power, all the formidable beings were acutely aware. It was the Forbidden Sect. On the peak of Nianxia, after returning, Chu Luo secluded himself in his chamber for meditation. At this moment, golden Sanskrit characters danced around him, exuding a unique resonance. Suddenly, Chu Luo's eyes snapped open. Buzz! The golden Sanskrit inscriptions on his body vanished in an instant. Chu Luo smiled broadly, clenching his fist. He lowered his gaze and picked up a jade tablet from beside his bed. This tablet bore the character for king. Within this jade tablet lay the unparalleled divine technique of the Wang family, the immutable king. This martial art was discovered by Chu Luo while rummaging through Wang Lin's spatial ring. Although it could not compare to the Forbidden Sect's ultimate techniques, its power was nonetheless considerable. If he were to encounter another prodigy from the Wang family, he would employ this technique to confront them. "Chu Xixiao, are you there?" At that moment, a disciple's voice echoed from outside the room. Chu Luo was taken aback. It was rare for disciples to visit him at Nianxia Peak. He rose and opened the door, stepping outside to find a core disciple waiting for him. Upon seeing Chu Luo, the disciple's face lit up with admiration, and he hurriedly said, "Chu Xixiao, the sect leader requests your presence in the main hall." "The sect leader is looking for me? What is the matter?" Chu Luo inquired with curiosity. The core disciple shook his head, but leaned closer, whispering, "Chu Xixiao, early this morning, the ancient sage of the Tianji Pavilion, along with his disciple Ling Xuanzi, came to pay a visit. They are currently in the main hall." "Chu Xixiao, you haven't had a confrontation with Ling Xuanzi, have you? Are they here to cause you trouble?" The disciple continued, "The relationship between the Tianji Pavilion and our Forbidden Sect is relatively amicable. Perhaps you should hide for a while. I could inform the sect leader that you are not present." Chu Luo scrutinized the disciple thoughtfully. This junior had a good head on his shoulders. However, as he recalled his journey into the secret realm, he realized he had not engaged in any conflict with the disciples of the Tianji Pavilion. No need for that. I will go and see for myself. Perhaps they are not here to cause me any trouble. Just as Chu Luo regained his composure and was about to head to the main hall, he noticed that the disciple appeared to have more to say. Hesitating to voice his thoughts, Tang Shitty, do you have something else to discuss? Chu Luo raised an eyebrow, inquiring. He remembered this disciple, Tang He, from their time in the Great Emperor's secret realm. Tang He's relentless approach to excavating spirit soil had left a deep impression on him. Tang He scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed as he replied, Chu Xixiang, it's like this. A few of us juniors are planning to venture into the Monster Mountain range in the southern sky to train. We were wondering if you might be available to join us. With you around, we would feel much safer. Of course, if you're busy, we completely understand. After pondering briefly, Chu Luo realized he had no pressing matters, so he agreed to Tang He's invitation. Very well, when shall we depart? Tang He, upon hearing Chu Luo's agreement, became instantly exuberant. Norus, Norus. Let us wait until Chu Xixiang has finished meeting with the sect leader. If you have other matters to attend to, you can handle them first. We can wait. Chu Luo nodded in acknowledgement, bid farewell to Tang He, and made his way to the main hall. As he stepped into the main hall, Chu Luo soon discovered that his master and the other 7 elders were present. To the side of the grand hall, an unfamiliar old man sat, accompanied by a young lad clad in white. At that moment, the gazes of both the elder and the youth were fixed upon him. Chapter 44. The arrival of the spirit calculator at the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. The duo, an elder and a youth, are the ancient sage of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion and the spirit calculator. Master. Chu Luo retracted his gaze and bowed to Lin Feng, who occupied the main seat. Chu Luo, the reason I summoned you today is that our young friend, the spirit calculator, wishes to enlist your assistance as an external supporter to help him become one of the heavenly calculators. What say you? Lin Feng smiled faintly and winked at Chu Luo. Not only Lin Feng, but even the Emperor of Shadows and several elders present exchanged knowing glances with Chu Luo, as if fervently signaling him not to decline. Chu Luo was taken aback and instinctively turned to look at the spirit calculator. The heavenly calculator of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is akin to a sequential disciple of their Forbidden Sect. Once one attains the status of a heavenly calculator, they are poised to become a future elder or pavilion master. Yet, Chu Luo was puzzled as to why this spirit calculator would seek his assistance, especially since he had never interacted with him before. The spirit calculator seemed to perceive Chu Luo's confusion. He stepped forward and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, Brother Chu, I am the spirit calculator. Within the depths of the Emperor's secret realm, I witnessed your formidable prowess and was deeply impressed by your invincibility. Thus, I wish to take the opportunity to befriend you. Coincidentally, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is about to commence the selection of heavenly calculators. Although my strength is lacking, I aspire to compete and require the support of an external ally. Hence, you're the first individual I thought of, and I came today to forge a friendship with you. I would also like to request you to be my protector in this endeavor. Upon hearing the spirit calculator's explanation, Chu Luo finally understood. This fellow wanted him to serve as his bodyguard and enforcer. He stared blankly at the spirit calculator and asked, Is that all? The spirit calculator was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Chu Luo's meaning, and replied blankly, No. That's all. Chu Luo shot a glare at the spirit calculator. Firstly, he did not know him. Secondly, there was no camaraderie between them. Thirdly, there were no benefits to be gained. Such matters were best left to those who desired them. He, Chu Luo, would not partake in this at all. Lin Feng and the assembly of elders were astute and immediately discerned Chu Luo's thoughts, shaking their heads in unison. This lad was indeed just like his stubborn master, unable to endure even the slightest loss. Chu Luo disregarded the spirit calculator's perplexed gaze and turned to Lin Feng. Just as he was about to voice his refusal, he heard his master's voice echoing in his ear. My dear disciple, quickly agree to this young man. Assisting him in becoming one of the heavenly calculators will grant you the opportunity to enter the celestial spirit pool of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. The celestial spirit pool is a remarkable treasure. My dear disciple, this morning the old rascal Xuandi brought news that in 2 years, The top forces of the 3,000 great worlds will gather for the talent ranking battle to re-establish the talent rankings, and in 5 years, the ancient divine ruins will be opened. Our sect master intends to delay the selection of sequential disciples until after the talent ranking battle. Gaining entry to the celestial spirit pool is an excellent opportunity for you to enhance your power. One who does not seize a bargain is a fool. Quickly, agree to this, young man. I shall protect your path. Fear not. Upon hearing these words, Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the selection of the sect's sequential disciples had been postponed. However, since even his esteemed master proclaimed that the heavenly spirit pool was a remarkable treasure, it must indeed be extraordinary. Thus, with clasped hands, Chu Luo immediately turned to Ling Xuanzi, his demeanor transforming completely. A broad smile revealing 8 gleaming teeth graced his face as he warmly exclaimed, "Ah, it is you, Brother Ling. What an honor to meet you. I have long heard of your illustrious name. Today, seeing you in person, Brother Ling, you are truly exceptional. We are as close as brothers upon our first meeting. Your affairs are now my own. Chu Luo, I promise to wholeheartedly assist you in becoming one of the celestial mechanists. Whoever dares to obstruct, you shall face dire consequences." Chu Luo's enthusiasm was palpable, as if Ling Xuanzi were a long-lost sibling. Ling Xuanzi, taken aback by this sudden fervor, managed a joyful smile and replied, "Thank you, Brother Chu. From this day forth, you shall be my good brother. Should you require assistance in the future, I shall do my utmost to aid you." Those present observed Chu Luo's dramatic shift in demeanor, their lips twitching uncontrollably, especially the ancient sage Xuanji, whose expression twitched slightly as well. This lad, alongside the old ghost Inya, truly exemplified the bond of master and disciple. "Ha, indeed. Pray tell, Brother Ling, when shall we embark?" Chu Luo inquired. "If Brother Chu has no other matters to attend to, we can depart immediately. There are but 2 days remaining until the selection of the celestial mechanists," Ling Xuanzi responded. Chu Luo nodded and was just about to set forth with Ling Xuanzi and the ancient sage Xuanji when Emperor Inya produced a blood-red jade token and 2 vials of elixirs, tossing them to Chu Luo, saying, "My dear disciple, as an emperor, it would be inconvenient for me to accompany you to the celestial mechanist pavilion. Take this token. Should any old codger dare to bully you, my avatar will appear. As for these 2 vials, they contain the holy longevity elixirs crafted for you by Emperor Yaoming." Chu Luo's eyes sparkled as he accepted the jade, token, and elixirs. After all, the protective value he received from both his master's true form and avatar was the same. Now, he almost hoped that some oblivious elder in the celestial mechanist pavilion would dare to challenge him. "I shall remember this." Chu Luo bowed respectfully to Emperor Inya. Nearby, Ling Xuanzi was filled with envy upon hearing the words "holy longevity elixir." Brother Chu's imperial master treated him exceedingly well, bestowing upon him sacred elixirs. He too yearned for such a master. Alas, his own mentor was leagues away from reaching the status of an emperor. Shortly thereafter, Chu Luo departed with the ancient sage Xuanji and Ling Xuanzi, leaving the Forbidden Sect behind. A day later, the ancient sage Xuanji brought Chu Luo to the domain of the celestial mechanist pavilion. As they emerged from the spatial rift, dozens of massive floating islands came into view before Chu Luo's eyes. Upon the floating island, enveloped in mist, the mountains stretch endlessly, and magnificent palaces rise against the backdrop, resembling a realm of immortals. Here lies the abode of one of the foremost powers of the 3,000 great worlds, the Hall of Heavenly Machinery. Beneath these floating islands sprawls an immense city, akin to a colossal beast, sprawling across the vast earth. This city, known as Heavenly Machinery City, is directly governed by the Hall of Heavenly Machinery. The relatives of the disciples of the Hall reside within this city. Furthermore, several affiliated powers of the Hall also have a presence here. Today, Heavenly Machinery City has become one of the renowned cities of the 3,000 great worlds, continuously attracting martial artists from all corners. Disciple, take your friend Chu to settle in Heavenly Machinery City. Remember to return to the sect on time tomorrow for the selection. I shall return to the hall now. instructed the ancient sage of mysteries. "Yes, master, I shall remember," replied the disciple. Subsequently, the ancient sage stepped forth, soaring towards one of the floating islands. "Brother Chu, let's first rest in the city. Moreover, I shall show you around our heavenly machinery city," said Ling Xuanzi with a smile. Chu Luo nodded in agreement. He had heard of heavenly machinery city, but had never visited it. Today, he sees the opportunity to explore this famed city. Thus, following Ling Xuanzi, Chu Luo entered the city. As soon as they stepped inside, Chu Luo was captivated by the city's vibrancy. Within the city, martial artists from various locales thronged the streets, where vendors lined both sides, offering a dazzling array of spiritual herbs, elixirs, techniques, martial skills, and rare curiosities. While Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi meandered through the bustling streets, a sudden commotion erupted. Countless eyes turned skyward, where a magical beast descended from the heavens. "Hiss! It's a celestial unicorn horse. My heavens, who is that woman on its back? To ride such a precious beast." Legends speak of the celestial unicorn horse possessing a trace of dragon lineage. It appears this woman possesses an extraordinary background. Chu Luo, witnessing the impending arrival of the celestial unicorn horse, was equally astonished. It indeed seemed quite majestic. Perhaps he could persuade his master to acquire one for him in due time. It is said that the celestial unicorn horse, bearing dragon blood, possesses the ability to traverse the void. "Look out quickly!" At that moment, a cry of alarm pierced the crowd. The onlookers realized the celestial unicorn horse was descending rapidly. They scattered in all directions. However, in the next instant, a 5- or 6-year-old girl stood transfixed, gazing up at the descending celestial unicorn horse. "Little girl, move aside!" The surrounding martial artists rushed forward to pull her away, but it was too late. The golden hooves had already descended upon the girl's head. Countless martial artists instinctively shut their eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending scene. Prohibited Supreme Technique. Space Transcending Great Shift. Chapter 45. Eloquence of Chu Luo, striking the prodigy of the Yi family as the golden hooves were about to descend upon the little girl's head. Suddenly, a massive black hole emerged behind her. From within this void, an ethereal hand reached out, imbued with astonishing power, instantly enveloping the girl. Thud! Boom! Roar! The hooves of the Tianlin horse landed upon the back of the illusory hand. The clash between the hooves and the spectral palm unleashed a tremendous wave of energy. In the next moment, the force emanating from the hand propelled the Tianlin horse away. The steed neighed, startled, and fell back. The woman atop the Tianlin horse grew pale. With a firm grip on the reins, she pulled sideways, preventing the horse from toppling over. The raised hooves of the horse descended to the side. Meanwhile, the illusory hand that had enveloped the little girl tugged her back, drawing her into the darkness of the black hole. "Do you seek death, daring to startle my Tianlin horse? I shall spare your life for the price of an arm." The woman glared coldly at Chu Luo, her beautiful eyes radiating frost as she reprimanded him sharply. Upon hearing her chilly, haughty voice, the surrounding martial artists, who had been with their eyes closed, opened them in unison. Following their gaze, they beheld Chu Luo cradling the little girl, offering her solace despite the imminent danger that had just transpired. The onlookers were taken aback, unable to comprehend how Chu Luo had managed to save the child in such a perilous situation, something that seemed impossible for an ordinary person. Even the nearby diviner couldn't help but cast an admiring glance at Chu Luo. "Brother Chu, what a remarkable feat!" the diviner exclaimed, further solidifying his conviction that selecting Chu Luo as his protector was indeed the wisest decision. "Child!" At that moment, a woman rushed out from a nearby shop. "Mother!" The little girl, upon seeing the woman, waved her arms, yearning for comfort. Recognizing the bond between them, Chu Luo entrusted the child to her, advising, "Please keep a closer eye on her next time." "Thank you, benefactor." The woman accepted the girl, wiping away her tears, and hurriedly departed. "Are you deaf? I'm speaking to you." Boom! Just then, the woman on the Tianlin horse, seeing that Chu Luo had ignored her, darkened her expression. A powerful and overwhelming force radiated from her, sending shockwaves through the surrounding martial artists. Everyone was taken aback. astonished to discover that this young woman possessed the cultivation of the fifth realm of the primordial beginning. She hisses. She appears to be Yi Qing Snow, the 79th prodigy on the list of elites. What? She's Yi Qing Snow? The prodigy from the ancient Yi family. Wasn't it said that ancient families seldom intervene in the world? It was clear that Yi Qing Snow had been invited by the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion as a protector, just like the others. After all, the Tiangong Pavilion is to hold the selection for the Tiangongzi tomorrow, and, as the protector, as long as the one who Fairy Yi safeguards becomes one of the Tiangongzi, it is said that both the Tiangongzi and their protectors can enter the celestial pool of the Tiangong Pavilion. Hiss! No wonder the Yi family has emerged. Oh, isn't that the prodigy of the Tiangong Pavilion, the spiritual calculator? Indeed it is, but who is that youth beside him? Unclear. He should be the protector invited by the spiritual calculator, seemingly not simple at all. Hearing the murmurs of those around him, Chu Luo then cast a few more glances at Yi Qingxue atop her steed. He had not anticipated that this eccentric woman was actually a prodigy of the ancient Yi family. Chu Luo suddenly realized that these ancient aristocrats all share a common trait. Beside him, the spiritual calculator's countenance darkened. He had not expected that someone within the pavilion could actually invite Yi Qingxue as a protector. It seems that this selection for the Tiangongzi will be more challenging than he had envisioned. Chu Luo flashed a grin, donning a harmless smile as he stepped forward. The surrounding martial artists assumed that Chu Luo had also recognized Yi Qingxue as a member of the ancient Yi family, intending to humble himself and curry favor. However, the next moment, Chu Luo's expression shifted dramatically as he pointed at Yi Qingxue and unleashed a torrent of invective. You crazy woman, your whole family are deaf. You possess a beautiful exterior, yet your heart is as venomous as a viper. That little child nearly fell victim to your recklessness, and you caused me to sever my own arm? Have you lost your mind? Truly, you people from the ancient aristocratic families have hidden yourselves so long that your brains have gone awry. You only grew a pretty face, forgetting to cultivate your intellect? How can you utter such mindless words? I feel embarrassed on your behalf. Chu Luo's frenzied outburst left all present in a state of shock. Meanwhile, the spiritual calculator behind Chu Luo gazed at his back with admiration, exclaiming, Brother Chu truly has a way with words. Hiss! Who is this lad? He dares to insult not only Fairy Yi, but also the entire Yi family. Uncertain, yet for some reason, I find his rebuke rather exhilarating. Chu, are you courting death? Be cautious lest Fairy Yi hears you. That would be your end. Oh, right. At this moment, Yi Qingxue, stunned by Chu Luo's tirade, suddenly regained her composure. Her expression darkened, and a murderous intent surged forth. Never in her life had anyone dared to insult her in such a manner. A glint of malice flashed in Yi Qingxue's beautiful eyes as she brazenly declared to Chu Luo, You dare to insult me, the young mistress. You even dare to slander my Yi family. Today, I shall let you experience the taste of despair, where one cannot seek life nor death. I will also target the sect forces behind you, as well as your kin. Forbidden Ultimate Technique Shadow Shifting. Forbidden Ultimate Technique Bloodthirsty Demonic Poison. Yi Qingxue had yet to finish her words. Suddenly, Chu Luo silently chanted a phrase in his heart, and in an instant, his figure flickered into existence, moving with an astonishing speed that defied comprehension. In the blink of an eye, he materialized upon Yi Qingxue's steed. Despite Yi Qingxue's formidable cultivation at the fifth realm of Taichu, she was momentarily oblivious to Chu Luo's terrifying velocity. By the time she registered his presence, an ominous hand loomed larger in her terrified gaze. The next moment, smack, boom, a crisp sound resonated in the air. Following that, all present bore witness to Yi Qingxue being launched from her mount, her pristine white teeth stained with blood, scattering like confetti at that instant. The world descended into a profound silence, with every onlooker wide-eyed, their faces etched with shock as they beheld Chu Luo standing triumphantly atop the Tianlin horse. Even the diviner was agape. Overwhelmed with an indescribable awe and admiration, Chu Luo wore an innocuous smile, gazing at the airborne Yi Qingxue. and cheerfully remarked, "Those who court death are always the most talkative. Not only do I dare to scold you, but I also dare to strike you." Chapter 46. A familiar recipe, a familiar flavor. As Chu Luo's words fell, no one noticed the faint red glow that flickered across the palm he had just pressed against Yi Qingshue's face, silent and subtle. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he calmly produced a vial of elixir. This vial contained the revered Shengshuo Dan, crafted for him by his master, the Medicine Emperor. Upon uncorking the vial, a formidable barrier manifested, ensnaring the opening. Peering into the vial, Chu Luo observed it brimming with perfectly rounded Shengshuo Dan, each roughly the size of a thumb. It appeared to contain dozens of these exquisite pills. A unique energy surged forth. "Goodness, so many Shengshuo Dan!" Chu Luo exclaimed in astonishment. In front of the multitude, he poured out one pill. In an instant, the overwhelming force of the barrier and the aura emanating from the divine elixir snapped everyone back to reality. They gazed at Chu Luo in disbelief, murmuring, "Who is this audacious youth? He dares to strike even the fairy Yi. Ruthless and cunning, attacking from the shadows. TSK, what kind of movement technique did he just employ? His speed is astonishing. Look, that boy is holding a divine elixir. By heavens, he dares to confront a member of the Yi family and casually produce a divine elixir. Who on earth is he?" Hearing the discussions swirling around him, Chu Luo flashed a grin at the crowd. "Yes, a divine elixir. Would you like to seize it?" His words left everyone momentarily speechless, rolling their eyes collectively. While some in attendance displayed evident greed, reason reminded them that this boy, capable of standing alongside the famed spirit calculator and striking Yi Qingshu, was undoubtedly not an ordinary individual. He must have an impressive background. Moreover, they were on the territory of the Tianji pavilion. With a smile, Chu Luo popped the divine elixir into his mouth. The next moment, his pupils constricted. He had just unleashed 3 forbidden techniques, expending 1,200 years of life force. And now, in an instant, it was fully restored. Chu Luo was astonished. With these Shengshuo Dan, he could finally unleash his full potential without restraint, at least until he exchanged for the longevity body. Indeed, what the Emperor produces is of exceptional quality. Carefully, he stowed the elixir away. At that moment, Yi Qingshu, whom he had sent sprawling, was slowly rising to her feet. The onlookers turned to her, their faces contorting in disbelief, drawing in sharp breaths. This boy was truly merciless. Did he not understand the concept of cherishing beauty? Yi Qingshue's once exquisite cheek was now swollen, a prominent handprint glaringly visible. The searing pain coursed through her, and a row of her front teeth was missing, leaving her mouth stained with blood. This scene elicited a mix of amusement and restraint among the spectators, as they struggled to suppress their laughter. You, I will make you pay." Yi Qingshu glared at Chu Luo, her voice trembling with fury, each word escaping her lips with difficulty. With a furious scream, Chu Luo noticed the venomous gaze of Yi Qingshu, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Just as he prepared to raise his hand to cast a forbidden technique that he had secretly infused into Yi Qingshu, a chilling voice filled with murderous intent reverberated in the ears of all present. Chu Luo felt a sharp pain in his eardrums as the sound echoed. In the next moment, a rift in space appeared above Yi Qingshue's head, and a woman clad in white, adorned with a pair of enormous snow-capped peaks, descended from the tear in the fabric of reality. The towering snow mountains were so imposing that even Chu Luo couldn't help but steal a glance. They were massive enough to crush him effortlessly. The surrounding martial artists, however, had already exhibited expressions of astonishment. Yet, a terrifying aura emanated from this woman, enveloping the heavens and the earth. All present martial artists averted their gazes, cold sweat trickling down their brows. It was none other than the forgotten emotion ancient saint of the Yi family, Yi Luo. It dawned on them that the forgotten emotion ancient saint was indeed Yi Qingshue's protector. If this young man had no guardian behind him, he would surely meet his doom today. But with the appearance of the forgotten emotion ancient saint, they would soon uncover this young man's background. As the crowd of martial artists braced themselves in anticipation, Yi Luoyi had already arrived beside Yi Qingxue. Auntie! Yi Qingxue was taken aback. She did not expect her aunt to appear at this moment. In their family, there was a rule that guardians were not permitted to intervene unless it was a matter of life and death. Yi Luoyi's expression turned icy as she locked her cold, murderous intent onto Chu Luo. What a malicious little beast, Yi Luoyi mused, her delicate hand striking Yi Qingxue's back. Auntie, Yi Qingxue questioned, perplexed. Do not move, Snow. This little beast has just secretly inflicted a vile technique upon you. Yi Luoyi declared coldly. What? Yi Qingxue's complexion drained of color, her gaze shifting to Chu Luo, now filled with resentment and murderous intent. Sensing Yi Luoyi's animosity, Chu Luo remained unfazed, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ah, this is the flavor I know well. A familiar recipe, a familiar taste. He felt the scent of protective instinct wafting through the air. However, to his astonishment, he had not anticipated that the bloodthirsty demonic poison would be so cleverly concealed that it was discovered by Yi Luoyi, this ancient hag. In a fleeting thought, Chu Luo secretly detonated the bloodthirsty demonic poison he had embedded within Yi Qingxue. As Yi Luoyi was about to eradicate the remaining silent and eerie force within Yi Qingxue, the residual strange power suddenly erupted. It transformed into bizarre patterns, merging into Yi Qingxue's vital energy. Ah! Yi Qingxue's face turned ashen as she let out a piercing scream, a wave of excruciating pain emanating from the depths of her soul. Fortunately, Yi Luoyi had managed to eliminate a significant portion of the unactivated, forbidden technique's eerie power in that very moment. Otherwise, this Yi Qing Snow would perish on the spot. It is a forbidden, arcane art. You little beast, you are a disciple of the Forbidden Sect. Yi Luoyi's expression tightened, sensing the strange and ominous power surging within Yi Qing Snow. She suddenly turned her gaze towards Chu Luo, her killing intent palpable. What? This lad is a disciple of the Forbidden Sect? Good heavens, could he be the direct disciple of the Forbidden Sect, Chu Luo? It must be him. Only that audacious fellow would dare to act against the ancient families. Indeed, he is undoubtedly Chu Luo. It is said that he even dared to slay the grandson of the emperor who subdued the Wang family. Not long ago, the battle of the emperors was ignited by this very individual. The warriors present regarded Chu Luo with eyes akin to those one would reserve for a monster. Chu Luo shrugged, revealing an innocuous smile, and addressed Yi Luoyi. Fairy sister, I cannot comprehend your words. Do not presume that. Simply because you are an ancient sage of the Yi family, you can slander me at will. As a disciple of the Forbidden Sect, I, Chu Luo, am upright and honorable. How could I possibly resort to such insidious and despicable methods? Old woman, ahem, fairy sister, do not falsely accuse me. As he spoke, unnoticed by anyone, a blood-red jade token appeared in the palm of his hand, concealed within his sleeve. Chapter 47. The Raven Emperor, slapping Yi Luoyi. Yi Luoyi let out a cold snort, her hand striking forcefully upon Yi Qingxue. A terrifying power surged into Yi Qingxue's body. In the next moment, Yi Qingxue gasped for air, her pale face gradually regaining its color. Yi Luoyi withdrew her hand, and an eerie crimson force was extracted from Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue exhaled a sigh of relief. Yi Luoyi gently caressed Yi Qingxue's face, and the swelling on her cheek, bruised by Chu Luo, instantly subsided. Yet, the tooth that Chu Luo had knocked out did not regrow. Aunt, incapacitate him. There is no need to kill him. I intend to torment him thoroughly. Yi Qingxue's eyes brimmed with resentment and malice as she pointed at Chu Luo and shouted fiercely. Yi Luoyi nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes glinting with murderous intent. At such a tender age, your heart is already so wicked. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the Forbidden Sect. I will spare your life, lest the world accuses me of bullying the weak. However, I will strip you of your cultivation as punishment. Upon hearing Yi Luoyi's words, Chu Luo inwardly scoffed at her audacity. What a shameless act. This old woman truly has thick skin. And who is truly wicked here? Boom! Yi Luoyi's gaze sharpened, and an overwhelming sacred might descended upon Chu Luo. Chu, brother. The expression of the diviner behind Chu Luo changed drastically, thinking to himself that his master should have appeared by now. With Yi Luoyi's presence, the elders in the hall could not possibly be unaware. Just as the surrounding warriors believed Chu Luo was doomed, he immediately lifted the crimson jade tablet in his hand, shouting in terror, "Master, save me! Someone is bullying your disciple." Boom! The crimson jade tablet in Chu Luo's hand erupted with dazzling bloodlight. Following that, an unparalleled divine majesty enveloped the entirety of Tianji City. Countless powerful figures within Tianji City could not withstand the terrifying pressure of the Emperor's might, and they collectively knelt. Emperor's might. Hiss! Which Supreme Emperor has descended? In other parts of Tianji City, numerous martial artists looked on in horror, their eyes filled with dread as they gazed toward Chu Luo's direction. At that moment, within the scene, the sacred might exuding from Yi Luoyi, imbued with dark energy, was instantaneously shattered by the terrifying imperial pressure. "You wretched woman! How dare you bully my precious disciple?" Above Chu Luo's head, a blood-colored phantom materialized. The avatar of the Raven Emperor had appeared. The Raven Emperor's gaze sharpened as he scolded Yi Luoyi fiercely. "Emperor!" The expressions of Yi Luoyi and Yi Qingxue changed dramatically, especially Yi Qingxue, who was utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that this disciple of the Forbidden Sect would have a powerful emperor to safeguard him. Boom! Just as Yi Luoyi was momentarily taken aback, the avatar of the Raven Emperor suddenly launched a palm strike toward her from afar. With a formidable strike, the Emperor of the Shadow Crow exerted his power and sent Yi Luoyi flying through the air. Witnessing this spectacle, Chu Luo couldn't help but break into laughter. At this very moment, the world fell into an eerie silence. Countless martial artists present turned their gazes toward the avatar of the Emperor hovering above Chu Luo, swallowing their saliva in awe. Indeed, as the rumor suggested, the Emperor of the Shadow Crow was fiercely protective of his disciples. Today, they finally witnessed it firsthand. Even the ancient, emotionless sage of the Yi family was effortlessly dispatched with a single blow. Truly, one can discern the nature of a disciple by the character of their master. Behind Chu Luo, the diviner felt a wave of relief wash over him, while simultaneously harboring genuine envy for Chu Luo. A great rogue and a minor rogue. How could such a loyal disciple of the Emperor be bullied? The Emperor of the Shadow Crow cast a frosty glance at Yi Qingxue and berated her mercilessly. Under the Emperor's piercing gaze, Yi Qingxue felt as though she had plunged into a frigid abyss, struggling to breathe, and instinctively took a step back. Meanwhile, the Emperor's overwhelming presence surged with astonishing speed into the halls of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. Outside the city of Celestial Mechanism, in a void space, a white-haired elder's expression darkened. Accompanying this elder was a young man in his 20s, named Yu Xuanzi, who was also a prodigy of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. Had it not been for Yu Xuanzi's age surpassing 25, he would undoubtedly have secured a place on the prodigy list. The elder beside Yu Xuanzi was none other than his master, the 8th elder of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, the sage of spiritual evolution. Yi Qingxue had been invited as a protector by Yu Xuanzi. Upon Yi Qingxue's arrival in Celestial Mechanism City, both the Sage of Spiritual Evolution and Yu Xuanzi had taken note of the ancient sage's oppressive aura that Yi Luoyi had emitted upon her descent. Had it not been for the Sage of Spiritual Evolution's covert intervention, the higher-ups of the pavilion would have already sensed the arrival of an ancient sage in Celestial Mechanism City. Yet now, the Emperor of the Shadow Crow's imperial might was beyond the capability of a single ancient sage to withstand. "Master, what should we do now?" Yu Xuanzi inquired, his brow furrowed. "The pavilion master and those old geezers will certainly have noticed this. Let us depart," the sage of spiritual evolution responded after a moment of contemplation, gesturing for Yu Xuanzi to follow him out of the void space. Within the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, a refined middle-aged man was engaged in discussion with several elders in a grand hall. This elegant figure was none other than the pavilion master, the Sage of Heavenly Jade. The elders present were among the higher echelons of the celestial mechanism pavilion, including the Sage of Divination, who was also Yu Xuanzi's master. Suddenly, the assembly of officials rose abruptly, their faces etched with surprise. Pavilion Master, this imperial might belongs to the Emperor of the Shadow Crow from the Forbidden Sect. The Sage of Divination exclaimed, sensing the familiar imperial aura. He recalled that when Chu Luo had come to the celestial mechanism pavilion, the Emperor had bestowed upon him a jade token. Now, the oppressive presence of the Emperor was manifesting within Celestial Mechanism City. It seems that something has gone awry with Chu Luo. Come, let us accompany the Master of the Heavenly Jade Pavilion to meet the Emperor of Shadow Ravens. The Master of Heavenly Jade slightly nodded, rising from the throne and vanishing with a single step. The elders present quickly followed suit. Meanwhile, within the confines of Tianjiao City, after being struck and sent flying by the Emperor of Shadow Ravens, Yi Luo struggled to rise from the ground under the watchful eyes of countless warriors. The two grand snow-capped mountains bore the marks of disgrace. At this moment, everyone stood in collective astonishment. For Yi Luo, like her predecessor, Yi Qinxue, bore the brunt of humiliation. Half of her exquisitely crafted face was red and swollen, a conspicuous handprint branded upon her cheek. The searing pain enveloped her in profound shame. Witnessing this scene, the warriors present could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Did this master and disciple duo truly not understand the concept of cherishing beauty? It was no wonder they remained single. You, Emperor of Shadow Ravens, do you intend to wage war against the Yi family? Yi Luo exclaimed, both shocked and enraged, addressing the Emperor with a grave tone. Heh, you wretched being, were you to speak to me in such a manner? With a cold laugh, the Emperor of Shadow Ravens narrowed his gaze. The moment Yi Luo had just managed to rise was abruptly quashed as the Emperor's overwhelming aura bore down upon her, forcing her to kneel. War? What of it? Just days ago, my Forbidden Sect had a skirmish with the Wang family. What do you propose, Yi family Emperor? Shall you generously sacrifice a few to amuse our esteemed ancestor, Master Zhongyu? Do not presume that just because you hail from a Yi family, I would hesitate to eliminate you. That previous strike was merely a concession to your family status. Otherwise, you would not be alive to converse with me now. The Emperor of Shadow Ravens chuckled ominously, gazing down at the kneeling Yi Luo. Feeling the murderous intent emanating from him, Yi Luo was drenched in cold sweat. Great Emperor, please do not be angered. Just then, two figures emerged before Yi Luo and Yi Qinxue. Chapter 48. Release your grip from my reins. The two figures that emerged were none other than the Lingyan Ancient Saint and the Yu Xuanzi, who had previously concealed themselves in the void of Tianjiao City. The appearance of the Lingyan Ancient Saint once again stirred the crowd into a frenzy. Approaching the Enya Emperor, the Lingyan Ancient Saint performed a respectful bow. Haha, old fellow, after hiding for so long, you finally decided to show yourself? If my beloved disciple were to be harmed by this scoundrel, even the Tianji Pavilion could not shield you from my wrath. The shadow of the Enya Emperor cast a sidelong glance at the Lingyan Ancient Saint, his gaze heavy with ominous intent. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of intrigue passed through the eyes of the powerful figures present. Chu Luo discerned the underlying meaning of his master's statement. No wonder the higher-ups of the Tianji Pavilion had delayed their arrival. It seems this old rascal was scheming behind the scenes. Noticing the Yu Xuanzi beside the Lingyan Ancient Saint, Chu Luo discreetly communicated with the Ling Xuanzi. Ling, will that individual also participate in your Tianji selection tomorrow? At that moment, the Ling Xuanzi finally grasped the reason behind his master's tardiness. Observing the duo of Lingyan Ancient Saint and his disciple, he nodded slightly and replied telepathically, Chu, this individual is Yu Xuanzi, a disciple of the 8th Elder. It is likely that Yi Qinxue was invited by him as external support. Although Yu Xuanzi has not made it onto the Heavenly Talents list due to age, his strength should not be underestimated. Chu Luo donned an innocuous smile and nodded in understanding, mentally noting Yu Xuanzi's name. Since he was also a competitor, it would certainly be advantageous. The Emperor jokes, knowing that with your avatar present, I trust that my young friend Chu will be unharmed. Thus, I dare not interfere with matters concerning the Emperor. However, Emperor, the forgetting emotion ancient saint is a member of the Yi family. Should she fall within our Tianji pavilion, we would find it difficult to explain ourselves to the Yi family. A flicker of unease crossed the eyes of the Lingyan ancient saint as he respectfully addressed the Yi Emperor. At that moment, behind the Lingyan ancient saint stood Yi Qingsno and Yi Luo, both of whom dared not utter a word. Despite the overwhelming resentment and fury brewing within them, they were compelled to suppress their emotions, fearing that the Yi Emperor might decide to eliminate them. Haha! The Yi Emperor let out a cold laugh, dismissing the Lingyan ancient saint's words with indifference. Ha! The Yi Emperor has descended, and we have not properly welcomed you. Please forgive us. Just then, a gentle laughter resonated through the air. Suddenly, several figures materialized above, descending before the crowd. It was the master of the Tianyu Pavilion, along with several high-ranking elders from the Tianji Pavilion. It was unexpected that they had come forth in person. Listening to the whispers around him, Chu Luo's gaze fell upon the master of the Tianyu Pavilion. So this is the esteemed master of the Tianyu Pavilion. Chu Luo had only heard of him before, never having encountered this leader of the Tianji Pavilion. Haha, master of the Tianji Pavilion. Were it not for my avatar's presence, my beloved disciple would have fallen victim to these two scoundrels today. Moreover, has your esteemed Elder 8 accepted some form of benefit from that woman, Yi Luo? Before my avatar arrived, this old fellow merely watched the spectacle for an eternity without intervening. Just after I had chastised that woman, lo and behold, your Elder 8 appeared at the most opportune moment. Old man, did that woman offer you some of those intimate pleasures? The expression of the Yin Crow Emperor shifted more swiftly than the turning of pages. His once imposing demeanor dissipated entirely, replaced by a lewd and inquisitive countenance as he addressed the ancient sage Lingyan. Upon utterance of these words, the entire assembly fell into a profound silence. No one anticipated that such a statement would emerge from the lips of a supreme emperor. However, as they recalled earlier events, many began to wonder if the ancient sage Lingyan truly had an affair with Yi Luo. Countless eyes sparkled with curiosity, directing their gaze towards the ancient sage and Yi Luo, whose expressions resembled that of someone who had just ingested something distasteful. Chu, standing behind the Yin Crow Emperor, nearly succumbed to laughter. Silently, he gave his master a thumbs up. This tactic was indeed cunning. Although it was inappropriate to reprimand the ancient sage Lingyan in front of so many high-ranking members of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, a little humiliation was certainly warranted. Emperor, please do not jest. I assure you, I am entirely innocent alongside the ancient sage Wangqing. This is merely a misunderstanding. The ancient sage Lingyan suppressed the raging fury within, gritting his silver teeth as he spoke. Meanwhile, Yi Luo was seething with such indignation that she nearly succumbed on the spot. Her gaze fixed on the Yin Crow Emperor and Chu Luo, her resentment reaching its zenith. The newly arrived master of the Heavenly Jade Pavilion, along with several elders present, could only shake their heads in dismay. Elder 8, why would you provoke this old rogue? At this moment, the ancient sage Xuanji reflected on the most trying moments of his life. He struggled to suppress the corners of his mouth from curling upward. He and the ancient sage Lingyan had never seen eye to eye, and witnessing Lingyan being humiliated by the Yin Crow Emperor brought him more joy than the elevation of his own disciple to the rank of a heavenly machine child. Previously, the ancient sage Xuanji had believed that Ling Xuanzi's choice of Chu Luo would lead to complications. However, he now wholeheartedly approved of his disciple's decision. The master of the Heavenly Jade Pavilion, caught between laughter and tears, glanced at Yu Xuanzi and Yi Qingxue, then looked at the ancient sage Lingyan, quickly piecing together the general situation. Nonetheless, as the ancient sage Lingyan was indeed an elder of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, he did not wish to subject him to undue embarrassment. Thus, he addressed the Yin Crow Emperor with a respectful gesture. Yin Crow Emperor, it is indeed a lapse on the part of my Heavenly Machine Pavilion today. However, since the two members of the Yi family were invited by us, they are esteemed guests of our pavilion, just like young friend Chu and Your Excellency the Emperor. Furthermore, with the selection of the Heavenly Machine children approaching, I kindly request that the Emperor be lenient. The Een Crow Emperor, with a mischievous grin, replied, Ah, it seems that you, Tianyu, have a way with words. No wonder you were chosen by those old fellows. Very well. I shall grant your heavenly machine pavilion this favor. Having spoken, the Emperor of the Shadow Crow waved his hand, dissipating the oppressive aura that had restrained Yi Luai. Thank you, your majesty, the 8th elder exclaimed. Hurry and escort the 2 young ladies of the Yi family to settle in Tianji City. The master of Tianyu cast a fleeting glance and remarked coolly, Indeed, master. The ancient sage Lingyan inhaled deeply and promptly clasped his hands in respect. He then led the resentful Yi Luai and Yi Qingsnow away. However, just as Yi Qingsnow reached for the Tianlin horse, the Emperor of the Shadow Crow shot her a glance, a sly smile curling his lips. Little girl, you bullied my dear disciple, and you think you can simply walk away? This Tianlin horse has caught my eye. If you wish to reclaim it, let your elders from the Yi family come to me. You, Yi Qingsnow and Yi Luai were instantly filled with indignation, yet they dared not voice their fury. Who, indeed, was bullying whom? The Emperor of the Shadow Crow paid no heed to their expressions, cheerfully instructing, My dear disciple, lead the horse. All right, master. Chu Luo revealed a grin, her 8 pearly teeth gleaming, her smile radiating a joy that was almost overwhelming. She scampered over to Yi Qingsnow, beaming widely, and said, Fairy Yi, please release your grip from the reins of my horse. Chapter 49. O steed, do not blame yourself, for you are a delicacy of the mortal realm. Yi Qingsnow gazed at Chu Luo, whose expression was one of unabashed arrogance, feeling an overwhelming desire to strip away his facade. Swear. Yi Luai pondered briefly before gently shaking her head at Yi Qingsnow. Oomph. Yi Qingsnow scoffed, releasing her grip on the reins, turning away with great reluctance. The Tianlin horse had been tamed by her for quite some time. Once tamed, the Tianlin horse would remain loyal to its master for life. She could hardly believe that Chu Luo could master it. Surely, the horse would return to her in due course. Subsequently, Yi Qingsnow departed alongside Yi Luai. Tianyu, my dear disciple has just arrived at your Tiangong pavilion and has already been bullied. I am quite concerned. Therefore, I shall personally visit the Tiangong pavilion tomorrow to protect my dear disciple. You have no objections, I trust? The ethereal figure of the Een Crow Emperor withdrew its gaze and smiled at the pavilion master Tianyu. Tianyu was momentarily taken aback before bowing respectfully to the Een Crow Emperor. We await the Emperor's arrival with great anticipation. The Een Crow Emperor nodded slightly, observing Chu Luo, who was tenderly stroking the Tianlin horse, and remarked with a smile, My dear disciple, should anyone dare to bully you again, do not hesitate to summon me. Furthermore, I entrust my horse to your care. The Een Crow Emperor winked at Chu Luo. Chu Luo grinned widely, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. Absolutely. Rest assured, master. The ethereal figure of the Een Crow Emperor chuckled, gradually fading away amidst the multitude of gazes. The oppressive aura of the emperor that had pervaded Tiangong City dissipated alongside him. The surrounding warriors relaxed, struggling to rise from the ground after kneeling for an extended period. Their legs numb, Tianyu and several elders of the Tiangong pavilion exchanged deep, astonished glances at Chu Luo before turning to vanish from sight. Disciple, be sure to get along well with young friend Chu. Young friend Chu, I entrust my disciple to you for tomorrow's Tiangong selection. The Xuanji master, who had yet to leave, cautioned the Ling Swan master. He then produced a heavenly grade spiritual herb, tossing it to Chu Luo with a cheerful demeanor. Upon receiving the herb, Chu Luo recognized it as a heavenly grade specimen and promptly stored it away, bowing respectfully to the Xuanji ancient sage. Rest assured, esteemed elder, Ling will undoubtedly become one of the Tiangong disciples. In truth, Chu Luo had an unspoken thought lingering. If he failed, he would simply pretend he had never said it. The Xuanji ancient sage nodded and took a step forward, disappearing from view. Brother Chu, I shall trouble you tomorrow. The Ling Swan master bowed in respect to Chu Luo with a smile. Following today's events, he felt even more confident in Chu Luo's capabilities. After all, even Yi Qingsnow, at the 5th stage of Taichu, had been bested by Chu Luo, who among the top prodigies on the rankings could possibly rival Brother Chu. Ha ha! Well said, well said. Chu Luo waved his hand dismissively, his gaze returning to the Tianlin horse before him, finding it increasingly endearing. Suddenly, Chu Luo paused, sensing a surge of lethal intent. He swiftly turned around and glanced into the distance. There, outside a tea house, two strikingly handsome youths were fixated on him with piercing gazes. From their attire, Chu Luo instantly recognized them. They were clad in the robes of Qiyin Valley and Ling Qing's sect. Beside him, Ling Xuanzi noticed the change in Chu Luo's expression. Following his gaze, he was momentarily taken aback, his brows furrowing as he gravely remarked, "Brother Chu, the one from Qiyin Valley, is Xiao Xinge, ranked 78th on the talented youth list, while the other is Zhao Kongming from Ling Qing's sect, ranked 86th. I didn't expect them to be invited as well. This election for our pavilion's Tianjiao is likely to be the most intense in history." Chu Luo narrowed his eyes, meeting the gaze of the two in the distance, and revealed an innocuous smile. He perceived the members of Qiyin Valley and Ling Qing's sect as bothersome flies, ubiquitous and irritating. If these individuals dared to provoke him tomorrow, he would not hesitate to see these two formidable factions lose two more prodigies. After all, his master would personally arrive the following day. He was unafraid. Noticing Chu Luo's gaze, both Xiao Xinge and Zhao Kongming scoffed coldly and turned away. "Xiao, I never anticipated encountering that little beast, Chu Luo, here. Our sect's higher-ups have commanded us, the direct disciples, to eliminate this little beast of the Forbidden Sect on sight." However, Zhao Kongming couldn't help but feel apprehensive, recalling Chu Luo's terrifying speed. That little beast's earlier swiftness was indeed formidable. Even Yi Qing Snow of the 5th stage of Taichu couldn't react in time. Xiao Xinge nodded slightly, pondering, "I too did not expect this little beast, merely at the 1st stage of Taichu, to possess such astonishing speed. Qiyin Valley has likewise ordered us to slay Chu Luo on sight." Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongming was momentarily taken aback, a smile creeping onto his lips as he suggested, "Brother Xiao, how about we join forces tomorrow? I've heard that the first trial of the Tianji Pavilion selection is to enter the secret realm of Ming Kong, created by the great emperor. Within that realm, we may have the opportunity to eliminate him." Xiao Xinge nodded, a chilling smile gracing his lips. "Excellent. However, to ensure our success, we might also seek some allies. Who do you have in mind?" Zhao Kongming's curiosity was piqued. "The enemy of our enemy, is naturally our ally, the ancient Yi family, Yi Qing Snow. Additionally, I've heard that the Tianji Pavilion has invited the prodigy Wang Xiaojie from the Wang family as a protector," Xiao Xinge said with a sinister smile. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongming's eyes lit up, mirroring Xiao Xinge's devious grin. Watching the two retreat, Chu Luo shrugged. "Ling brother, let's find an inn to settle down for the night." Chu Luo grasped the reins of the heavenly Lin horse and addressed Ling Xuanzi. "Excellent. Brother Chu, please follow me. We shall venture to the Tianjiao Tower. It is the finest tavern in Tianji City," Ling Xuanzi invited. Chu Luo nodded slightly, intending to lead the heavenly Lin horse away, when, suddenly, the horse came to a halt, braying loudly. It seemed to defy Chu Luo, shaking its head from side to side, attempting to resist his departure. "Ah, you wretched beast! You dared not resist when my master was present. Yet now, you choose to defy me? Will you accompany me or not?" Chu Luo rolled up his sleeves and smiled at the horse. The heavenly Lin horse let out a thunderous roar, its voice laced with a hint of draconic resonance. Truly, it bore traces of dragon lineage. Yet in the next moment, Chu Luo delivered a resounding slap to the horse. The creature nearly toppled over. Unbeknownst to anyone, a spirit sword had materialized in Chu Luo's hand, which he positioned against the horse's neck. Leaning closer to its ear, he whispered with a grin, "Oh, dear steed, do not take offense. You are but a dish in this mortal realm. Steamed, fried, braised, or stewed. Choose one." I am aware that, as a spirit beast of your caliber, possessing the cultivation of a divine soul, you have certainly awakened your intellect. Upon hearing this, the heavenly Lin horse fell silent, its large eyes filled with panic and fear. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the heavenly Lin horse suddenly knelt, lowering itself to the ground, and gently tugged at Chu Luo's garment, signaling for him to mount. Chapter 50. Keep an eye on my steed, or I shall break your legs upon witnessing this scene. The multitude of formidable figures present took a considerable time to regain their composure. Was it not said that once a Tianlin horse is tamed, it recognizes only one master for life? You certainly possess some sense. With a cheerful smile, Chu Luo sheathed his spiritual sword and promptly settled himself onto the saddle of the Tianlin horse. Let's be off, Brother Ling. Chu Luo grasped the reins and turned to the still-dazed Ling Xuanzi with a grin. Oh, very well. True brother, follow me. Ling Xuanzi, now coming to his senses, led the way, while Chu Luo leisurely trailed behind on the Tianlin horse. The onlookers gazed at the departing duo, feeling an odd and somewhat awkward sensation. Why did it appear as though Ling Xuanzi of the Tianji Pavilion was akin to Chu Luo's groom? Not far away, in an inn's loft, a young girl clad in a golden dress sat by the window, observing Chu Luo atop the Tianlin horse, a faint smile gracing her lips. With ruby-red lips and pearly teeth, her bright eyes sparkled, and her delicately sculpted face seemed to be a masterpiece fashioned by celestial hands. Her 3,000 strands of hair cascaded down to her waist, a vision of unparalleled beauty. Indeed, this Chu Luo was as audacious as the rumor suggested. However, witnessing Yi Qingxue being subdued by him brought her a sense of delight. The girl smiled faintly. A young man in white attire, watching the girl's radiant smile, felt as though the universe dimmed in comparison. A fleeting look of admiration flickered in his eyes. This young man was Ling Xuzi, the distinguished talent of Tianji Pavilion, ranked 101st. As for the enchanting girl beside him, she was none other than the guardian he had invited, Jiang Luoli, the prodigy of the ancient Jiang family. When he extended an invitation to Jiang Luoli, he never anticipated she would agree to become his protector. What shall we do if we encounter this Chu Luo tomorrow, Miss Jiang? His speed earlier was beyond my reach. He is indeed a formidable opponent, Ling Xuzi remarked, his brows furrowed in concern. Jiang Luoli's lips curled upwards as she calmly replied, Fear not, my friend Ling. Should we cross paths with Chu Luo, I shall handle him. Then I must trouble you, Miss Jiang. Ling Xuzi smiled in understanding, his heart finally at ease. Meanwhile, news of Chu Luo slapping Yi Qingxue and the formidable arrival of the Shadow Crow Emperor's avatar, fiercely protecting his own, spread rapidly throughout Tianji City, transforming into whispers that traversed from one person to another. Under Ling Xuanzi's guidance, Chu Luo arrived at the most bustling area of Tianji City. A grand tavern loomed before him, the most esteemed establishment in the city, Tianjiao Tower. As Chu Luo, riding the Tianlin horse, and Ling Xuanzi reached the entrance of Tianjiao Tower, passers-by quickly gathered to witness the spectacle. Whispers filled the air. Hiss. It's Chu Luo. Who would have thought he would come to Tianjiao Tower? He is a disciple of an emperor and dares to offend the Yi family. With such status and strength, is it surprising that he stays at Tianjiao Tower? Oh, I'm not saying he should not, but you might not realize, right? The enchanting fairy Yi, having been struck by him, has also taken residence in the heavenly fragrance tower. So it is. Yet this is not the end. It is rumored that the astute Bai Xuanzi has invited the prodigy of the ancient Wang clan, Wang Xiaojia. Some have spotted Wang Xiaojia within the confines of the heavenly fragrance tower. Previously, Chu Luo had already provoked a conflict between the Wang clan and the forbidden religion by slaying the grandson of the Master Emperor. One must ponder, what might transpire when all of those whom Chu Luo has offended converge in the same establishment? Should a confrontation arise, the proprietor Lu of the heavenly fragrance tower is likely to weep in despair. These individuals are not to be trifled with, and their backgrounds are far beyond the reach of mere mortals like us. The murmurs of those around were overheard by Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi. Brother Chu, perhaps we should consider a different establishment. There are more than just the heavenly fragrance tower in Tianji City, Ling Xuanzi suggested, casting a tentative glance at Chu Luo atop his steed. Chu Luo grinned broadly and replied nonchalantly, Brother Ling, This establishment suits my tastes perfectly. What? Do you begrudge me the pleasure of the heavenly fragrance tower after traveling so far to assist you? And no, Brother Chu has misunderstood. I merely fear for your discomfort. After all, Yi Qing Snow is also residing at the heavenly fragrance tower, Ling Xuanzi clarified. Chu Luo shrugged and waved his hand dismissively. Fear not. As long as we remain unperturbed, it is others who shall feel the awkwardness. Let's proceed. As Chu Luo dismounted and led the Tianlin horse towards the heavenly fragrance tower, a middle-aged man with a prominent belly suddenly emerged from within. Upon seeing Chu Luo and the Tianlin horse behind him, his expression instantly soured. What on earth is this calamity doing in my heavenly fragrance tower? This rotund figure was none other than Lu Shoucai, the proprietor of the heavenly fragrance tower. Mr. Lu, prepare a premium guest room for Brother Chu, and also arrange for fine food and drink, Ling Xuanzi declared, producing bags of heavy spirit stones with a flick of his wrist. Upon seeing the weighty bags, Lu Shoucai swallowed hard, but a moment later, a look of embarrassment crossed his face as he rubbed his hands together and said, Young Master Ling, your timing is unfortunate. We are completely out of guest rooms. Perhaps you and this esteemed Chu could seek accommodations elsewhere? Brother Chu, what do you think? Ling Xuanzi turned to Chu Luo, seeking his opinion. Just as Chu Luo was about to suggest they look for another place upon hearing the proprietor state there were no guest rooms available, a martial artist brushed past them and strode directly into the heavenly fragrance tower. Waiter, bring me the finest guest room and some exquisite food and drink. Right away, esteemed guest. One guest room and a table of delicacies. The waiter's voice rang out within the tower. Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi's gazes swiftly converged on Lu Shoucai. Lu Shoucai thought to himself, he would certainly dismiss that waiter later. Chu Luo grinned, instantly comprehending Lu Shoucai's intentions. Cough. Young Master Ling. Young Master Chu, permit me to explain. Lu Shoucai had yet to finish his words. In a swift motion, Chu Luo snatched the bag of spirit stones from Ling Xuanzi's grasp, placing it firmly into Lu Shoucai's embrace. He also thrust the reins into Lu Shoucai's hands. With one arm wrapped around Lu Shoucai, he leaned in closer, whispering nonchalantly, Keep a close watch on my steed. Should it escape, I shall break your legs. Furthermore, my horse does not graze on grass. It only consumes spirit herbs, so you shall manage that. With that, Chu Luo strode confidently into the Tianjiao pavilion. Ling Xuanzi cast a glance at the bewildered Lu Shoucai, shaking his head in resignation before following after Chu Luo. Lu Shoucai stared at the spirit stones cradled in his arms, his expression twisted into a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful. One could not discern whether he was weeping or laughing. Perhaps he was experiencing a bittersweet moment. Chapter 51. Forbidden Arts. Capturing beasts and imprisoning spirits upon entering Tianjiao Tower, Chu Luo was indeed met with a familiar aura emanating from one of the guest rooms. It was likely the chamber of Yi Qingxue. However, the door to this room was shrouded in formidable prohibitions, radiating a sacred might. Furthermore, Chu Luo detected powerful barriers at the entrances of several other guest rooms. It appeared that the selection by Tianji Pavilion Tianjizi was not as straightforward as Chu Luo had anticipated. The presence of Chu Luo astonished several patrons present, yet he paid them no heed. Lu Shoucai courteously arranged a lavish feast for both Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi, personally attending to their needs, anxious not to provoke the wrath of this formidable figure. After indulging in a few rounds of wine, Ling Xuanzi took his leave, returning to Tianji Pavilion. Once Ling Xuanzi departed, Chu Luo initially intended to rest in his room. However, the thought of Yi Qingxue being in Tianjiao Tower prompted him to ask Lu Shoucai to escort him to the backyard where the Tianlin horses were housed. Forbidden Arts. Capturing beasts and imprisoning spirits. Chu Luo executed a forbidden technique on the Tianlin horse. Among the 1,000 forbidden arts, this particular technique was specifically designed to deal with spirit beasts. Whether it was a powerful spirit beast in its humanoid form, or even more formidable dragon or phoenix entities. Once ensnared by this technique, they would be forever under the control of its caster. Even an emperor would find it challenging to break free. Chu Luo was unaware of the origins of this technique, but it was fortuitously useful to him at this moment. Hiv. You shall never return to the Yi family. Depart from me, and your fate will be sealed. Just follow me without worry. He chuckled, affectionately patting the Tianlin horse's head. He then consumed a sacred longevity pill and returned to his room. Sensing a connection to his soul, the Tianlin horse lowered its head, eyeing the low-grade mortal spirit herbs in the trough, shaking its head repeatedly. Its once vibrant eyes now dulled with disinterest. Upon returning to his room, Chu Luo closed the door. To ensure his safety, he summoned a fragment of the Yin Crow Emperor using a jade token, instructing it to establish protective barriers within his chamber. With his Master South formidable wards in place, Chu Luo felt secure against any potential nocturnal assaults from that old woman. Ye Lui. Once the fragment of the Yin Crow Emperor dissipated, Chu Luo entered a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, in another room of Tianjiao Tower, Yi Qingxue learned of Chu Luo's presence. And why not eliminate that Chu Luo quietly? He is utterly detestable, she seethed, recalling the humiliation she had suffered earlier, wishing nothing more than to flay him alive. Seated beside her, Yi Luo's expression was dark and foreboding, her cold, piercing gaze brimming with unquenchable murderous intent. Xuya, that little wretch is far too cautious. He summoned that old Yin Crow to personally set barriers in his room. I find myself powerless against him. Yi Luo replied coldly. Not long ago, she probed into Chu Luo's room with her spiritual sense, only to be thwarted by a terrifying and vividly memorable barrier. Had she not withdrawn her spirit in time, the formidable force would have likely ensnared her through her own awareness. Are we truly to let that clan ant off so easily? Yi Qingxue exclaimed, a flicker of discontent illuminating her features. Yi Luo let out a cold snort, her eyes narrowing as she retorted, how could that be possible? This wretched creature, alongside that old crow, dares to humiliate us so brazenly. I, the Holy One, shall not let this transgression go unpunished. By the way, did that fortune-teller not inform you that the first trial tomorrow will take place within the secret realm crafted by those old fogies at the Tianji Pavilion? I've heard that the Wang family's prodigy, Wang Xiaojia, has also been invited by the Tianji Pavilion to act as a guardian. You might consider teaming up with Wang Xiaojia to deal with that little beast. I am certain he would be more than willing to ally with you. As for that old crow, you need not worry. I shall return to my clan at once and summon a great Emperor Ancestor. By that time, even if you were to slay that little beast, the old crow would be powerless to harm you. Yi Qingxue nodded, a glint of venomous determination flashing in her eyes. A tranquil night passed quietly. The following morning, in the guest room, Chu Luo was enveloped in a golden radiance. As he slowly opened his eyes, the light surrounding him suddenly dissipated. Stretching lazily, Chu Luo rose and opened the door, causing the room's barrier to dissolve as well. Stepping outside, he sensed that the barriers of several guest rooms from the previous day had vanished, and the rooms were now deserted, including the one occupied by Yi Qingxue. Presumably, they had all hastened to the Tianji Pavilion. Thus, Chu Luo hurried to the backyard, where he spotted the Tianlin horse savoring some spiritual herbs, and a smile spread across his face. He leapt onto the Tianlin horse, just as he was preparing to set off when a graceful figure suddenly appeared before him. It was none other than Yi Qingxue. What have you done to my Tianlin horse? Yi Qingxue glared at Chu Luo, indignation evident in her voice. Not long ago, she had intended to head to the Tianji Pavilion when she noticed a servant carrying a bundle of spiritual herbs into the backyard. Following him, she discovered her Tianlin horse. However, when she attempted to lead the horse away, it stubbornly refused to follow her. It even nearly harmed her. Hey, Ye Fei, what do you mean by my Tianlin horse? Do you think it would heed your call? Chu Luo grinned, speaking amiably to Yi Qingxue. Wretched creature. This Tianlin horse was originally my cousin Yi Ming's steed. He later gifted it to me. If you do not return it to me promptly, just wait until my cousin Yi Ming emerges from his seclusion. You shall face dire consequences. Yi Qingxue declared furiously. At her words, Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback. He had certainly heard of Yi Ming from the Yi family. Yi Ming was renowned as the most formidable prodigy of the Yi clan, ranked among the top 10 on the prodigy list, famously known as the Young Divine King. He had not anticipated. The foolish steed beneath me was once the mount of the youthful divine monarch, Yi Ming. Ha! Oh, Ye Lianzi. It appears that yesterday's strike has yet to instill in you a sense of decorum. With your striking beauty, it seems today shall be your last. Chu Luo grinned, his eyes glinting with a cold light. He slowly raised his palm. Yi Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of apprehension crossing her beautiful gaze. She too harbored intentions to slay Chu Luo here. However, upon reflection, she recalled that her clan aunt was absent. Should this little beast summon the ominous Emperor Inya, she would have no one to safeguard her. Humph, just wait. With a disdainful snort, Yi Qingxue turned and leaped toward the Tiangong pavilion. Indeed, Chu Luo had initially intended to slay Yi Qingxue. Yet, after invoking the Jade Talisman to summon his master for the arrangement of protective barriers, the talisman had shattered. The power his master had bestowed within the Jade had been entirely expended. Considering that Yi Qingxue was accompanied by the elderly woman Yi Luo, he refrained from striking. Unbeknownst to Chu Luo, Yi Luo had departed from Tiangong City the previous night. Come, foolish steed. With a tug on the reins, the Tianlin horse soared into the air, ascending toward the vast floating island above Tiangong City. Observing the departure of this living harbinger of death, Lu Shouzai of Tianjiao Tower slumped into his chair, exhaling a long sigh of relief. He had spent a restless night, fearing that Chu Luo, this living harbinger, might once again clash with Yi Qingxue. Now it seems these calamities have finally taken their leave. Before long, Chu Luo arrived atop the floating island of Tiangong Pavilion, and the scene before him left him momentarily stunned. Chapter 52. The Gathering of Powerful Forces. The selection of the celestial mechanism begins surrounding the floating islands stood countless disciples of the celestial mechanism pavilion. In the very heart of the largest floating islands plaza, dozens of smaller floating islands hovered gracefully. Upon each of these diminutive islands rested a stone chair, upon which sat imposing figures radiating an aura of sanctity. Among them were the pavilion master, Tianjiao, and the 9 esteemed elders of the celestial mechanism pavilion. Additionally, there were several ancient saints of formidable strength hailing from other top-tier factions. In the plaza, nearly 2,000 powerful individuals congregated. Among them, half were young disciples of the celestial mechanism pavilion, while the other half comprised youthful powerhouses from various other factions. It was evident that these individuals, like him, had been invited as external aid by the prodigies of the celestial mechanism pavilion. Hiss! That is the celestial unicorn. It must be Chu Luo arriving. Oh, that is him indeed. I heard he clashed with Yi Qingxue of the Yi family in Tianji City yesterday. The celestial unicorn he rides was seized from Yi Qingxue. Ha ha ha. I was present at the scene yesterday. This fellow not only snatched Yi Qingxue's celestial unicorn, but also struck her with a palm. Moreover, after being hit, the ancient saint of forgetfulness appeared, intending to teach Chu Luo a lesson, but unexpectedly, this clever rogue called upon his imperial master. And even the ancient saint received a slap in return. Indeed, it is quite absurd. Why provoke this fellow without reason? I've heard he even dares to eliminate the grandson of the Jinxia Great Emperor from the Wang family. Who would have thought that Chu Luo would also be considered external aid? If we encounter him in the arena, let us keep our distance. Yes, yes, yes. It is said that this man kills without hesitation and spares no one. Among the nearly 2,000 individuals in the plaza, many raised their heads, captivated by the celestial unicorn. Upon seeing Chu Luo atop the steed, a flurry of discussions erupted. Some gazes drifted towards a particular direction, where Yi Qingxue wore a sullen expression, her delicate hands clenched into fists, her nails digging into her flesh. It was evident how much she loathed Chu Luo. At this moment, Chu Luo, suspended in the void, had become the focal point of the entire assembly. Even the dozens of figures upon the smaller floating islands cast their gazes in his direction. Riding the celestial unicorn, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Chu Luo's mouth. He overheard the chatter among the plaza's denizens. What an absurdity! When have I ever devoured flesh? And without salt, how could one possibly consume it? Just then, Chu Luo sensed several icy intentions of murder. Following the source of this malice, he noticed that 3 figures on separate floating islands directed their cold stares and faint murderous intent toward him. Among them were 2 elders he recognized well, Yin Jun, the ancient saint from the fiery abyss valley, and Lan Qing, the ancient saint from the clear spirit sect. As for the remaining ancient powerhouse, Chu Luo could easily guess the identity of this old fellow. He must belong to the Wang family. Chu Luo's speculation was indeed correct. The remaining ancient sage, who harbored murderous intent towards him, hailed from the Wang family and is revered in the outside world as the ancient sage of extreme heaven. Is he Chu Luo? The ancient sage of extreme heaven fixed his eerie gaze upon Chu Luo and offered a chilling smile. The head of the Wang family has already issued a decree. Since the old fellows of the Forbidden Sect are currently not to be trifled with, they shall eliminate the younger generation of the Forbidden Sect. The prodigies of the Wang family are to eradicate any prodigies of the Forbidden Sect they encounter. Chu Luo cast a glance at the 3 ancient sages from the major powers who bore murderous intent towards him. Then, with a grin, he mounted his heavenly Lin horse and descended onto the square. Silly horse, go find some grass to munch on. Wait for me, will you? Chu Luo dismounted and patted the horse's head. The heavenly Lin horse shook its head and trotted away towards another floating island to graze. Brother Chu. At that moment, Ling Xuanzi, who had been present in the square, approached Chu Luo. Chu Luo smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries with Ling Xuanzi. Suddenly, Chu Luo's attention was drawn to Yi Qing Snow, who stood beside a handsome young man. This young man gazed at him with a smirk, though a faint glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. Chu Luo furrowed his brow. What's wrong with this guy? I don't believe I've offended him in any way. Brother Ling, who is that person? Chu Luo Inguit. Ling Xuanzi paused, following Chu Luo's gaze, and also noticed Yi Qing Snow and the young man beside her. Brother Chu, that individual is the external ally invited by our esteemed prodigy, by Xuanzi. He is Wang Shaojia of the ancient Wang family. Ling Xuanzi replied quietly. Nodding, Chu Luo grinned. So, he is from the Wang family. That explains everything. Subsequently, Chu Luo raised both middle fingers towards Yi Qing Snow and Wang Shaojia, then turned away, choosing to ignore them. Wang Shaojia's expression darkened, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes as he said, Miss Yi, is he Chu Luo? Yi Qing Snow maintained a frosty expression and nodded, indeed. He is that little beast. This little beast possesses rather peculiar methods. He must not be underestimated. Young Master Wang, let us join forces in the first trial of the secret realm to eliminate him. Otherwise, my resentment shall remain unresolved. Wang Shaojia let out a cold snort and sneered. Miss Yi, he is merely at the initial stage of Tai Chu. There is no need for such trouble. Should we encounter him in the secret realm, I alone will suffice. Yi Qing Snow glanced at Wang Shaojia and chose not to say anything more. Initially, she shared that sentiment, but after enduring Chu Luo's palm strike, her perspective had shifted. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Ha ha ha. It seems I have not arrived late. At that moment, an overwhelming imperial aura enveloped the heavens and earth. A laugh echoed down from the firmament. Following that, a magnificent blood-colored figure appeared silently in the void. Hiss! It is the Dark Crow Emperor. Indeed, the Dark Crow Emperor has descended in person. Upon discerning the arrival of the newcomer, all eyes in the square turned towards Chu Luo. A subtle smile graced her lips. Meanwhile, the ancient sages Yin Jun and Lan Qing, residing on the floating island, instantly darkened in countenance. They were taken aback that the old rascal, Enya, would personally make an appearance. This could spell trouble. Ha ha! Emperor Enya, please take your seat. Tianjiao rose and extended an invitation to the emperor. The Emperor of Enya reigned in his imperial aura, stepping forward and immediately materializing into a seat on a floating island, crossing his legs nonchalantly. Noticing Yin Jun and Lan Qing, he smirked lewdly and remarked, what a delightful reunion. You 2 old ghosts fled rather swiftly last time. I wonder if you can escape as easily this time. At these words, both Yin Jun and Lan Qing broke into a cold sweat, their expressions darkening. Was this old fellow now fixating on them? Tian Yu and the elders of the Tianji Pavilion could only shake their heads in silent dismay. Tian Yu then addressed everyone in the square, his voice resonating with gravity. Now that all are gathered, I hereby announce the commencement of the selection for the Tianji Z of the Tianji Pavilion. This election will yield only 7 candidates from our disciples. Those who successfully become Tianji Z, along with their appointed guardians, shall gain entry to the Tianling pool. Furthermore, I must declare that during the selection process, our disciples are forbidden from harming their fellow sect members, lest they forfeit their qualification. Should there be any grievances to resolve among the guardians, the Tianji Pavilion shall not intervene. However, if any guardian chooses to withdraw, our stronger members will ensure their safety. With this proclamation, a stir surged through the square. Tian Yu's final statement was also meant for the ancient sages from other top-tier forces present on the floating islands. As Tian Yu's words lingered in the air, the 9 elders of the Tianji Pavilion rose, forming intricate hand seals. They pointed towards the sky above the square, and in an instant, a spatial portal materialized quietly in the void. Behind this portal, an immense world unfolded before the astonished eyes of the gathered multitude. Chapter 53. The initial display of power. Tian Yu's gaze flickered as he addressed the 1,000 disciples of the Tianji Pavilion gathered in the square. Within the secret realm, there exist 100 distinct divination stones, each divided into several fragments scattered throughout the domain. Should you find even one fragment, it will guide you in locating the remaining pieces to assemble a complete divination stone. Once you successfully deduce the celestial secrets embedded within a stone, you shall advance to the next stage. However, once all 100 stones have been deciphered, only 100 of you will progress, while the rest will face failure. Now, go forth. The moment Tian Yu concluded his pronouncement, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Even Chu Luo felt overwhelmed by the intensity of the Tianji Pavilion selection process. Among the 1,000 participants, the majority were core disciples, with only a handful being direct apprentices. To eliminate over 900 individuals in the first round was indeed daunting. Let's move quickly. Buzzing sounds filled the air as, in a fleeting moment of distraction, Chu Luo observed several core disciples of the Tianji Pavilion swiftly accompanied by their summoned guardians as they soared into the secret realm. Witnessing this, the remaining participants hurriedly followed suit. Brother Chu, we should enter as well to avoid losing our advantage, Ling Xuanzi urged eagerly. Chu Luo nodded in agreement, and the two stepped forward towards the entrance of the secret realm above them. Moments later, the floating island square was deserted, leaving behind numerous inner and outer pavilion disciples gazing up at the unfolding events within the secret realm. Meanwhile, Tian Yu, along with the elders and the ominous Emperor Enya, also turned their attention to observe the performance of the participants within the realm. At the foot of a mountain, a ripple of ethereal spatial fluctuations emerged, revealing the silhouettes of Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi. Chu Luo looked skyward, scanning the surroundings before remarking, "It seems, much like the Emperor's secret realm, your higher-ups have dispersed us throughout different locations in this world." Ling Xuanzi nodded, surveying the area as a hint of disappointment crossed his features. "Brother Chu, it appears we are not fortunate. Upon entering, we have yet to encounter any fragments of the divination stones." Chu Luo smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry, Brother Ling. I am confident that you will succeed in advancing." He then inquired, "By the way, where is your Tianji Pavilion's Tian Xuanzi? I did not see him in the square earlier. Is he not participating in the selection for Tianjizi?" The Tian Xuanzi mentioned by Chu Luo is a prodigious talent from the Tianji Pavilion, ranked 13th on the list of exceptional youths. Ling Xuanzi chuckled, explaining as they walked, "Brother Chu, you may not be aware, but Tian Xuanzi and another exceptional peer from our pavilion, Shin Xuanzi, have already been designated as candidates for Tianjizi. They are currently in seclusion and therefore do not need to partake in this election round. Our Tianji Pavilion has 9 Tianjizi, of which 2 slots are reserved, leaving 7 to be selected." Upon hearing this, Chu Luo's understanding deepened. No wonder he did not notice the exceptional talents of Tian Xuanzi participating in the selection. It seems that their sect had already predetermined his fate. Suddenly, as Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi strolled and chatted, a powerful surge of energy resonated ahead. Someone was engaged in combat. Ling Xuanzi exclaimed with excitement. Hee! The fragment of the divination stone has finally appeared. Let us quietly approach and take a look. Chu Luo grinned and, taking Ling Xuanzi along, stealthily made their way toward the source of the commotion. Before long, they found themselves concealed behind a large tree. Witnessing a clearing where two core disciples of the Tianji Pavilion, along with their respective external aides, were embroiled in fierce battle. One of the Tianji Pavilion disciples held a fragment of the divination stone, radiating a faint glow. These core disciples and their allies had all attained the realm of divine soul. It is indeed a fragment of the divination stone. To think that it was senior brother Feng Yu who acquired the fragment first. Brother Chu, since we have discovered the fragment, shall we intervene and seize it? Ling Xuanzi inquired, his eyes narrowing with intrigue. Just as he was about to make a move, Chu Luo restrained him, saying, Brother Ling, why the haste? Let them fight. Your fellow disciple and his protector are no match for our senior brother Feng Yu. Once they finish, we can deal with your senior brother Feng more easily. Otherwise, if we join in now, they might unite against us, and we would have to exert additional effort. Ling Xuanzi paused, then nodded in agreement. Boom! On the battlefield, Feng Yu, a core disciple of the Tianji Pavilion, repelled his opponent with a single palm strike, sneering, Junior brotherly, you are no match for me. Why waste your time here? If you persist, I shall not hold back. Upon hearing this, the other core disciple's eyes flickered, revealing a hint of reluctance. Yet he felt powerless. Feng Yu had a point. Since he was not an equal adversary, why squander time? Thus, he turned away, begrudgingly leading his protector with him. Seeing his opponent depart, Feng Yu gazed at the fragment of the divination stone in his hand, a smile of triumph spreading across his face. Ha ha, young Master Feng. Let us swiftly use this fragment to seek out the remaining pieces. The protector accompanying Feng Yu was a prodigy from a first-rate force. Although he had not entered the ranks of the outstanding, he had nevertheless broken through to the 6th realm of divine soul at the age of over 30. Excellent. Just as Feng Yu intended to follow the guidance of the divination stone to search for the remaining fragments, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. Gentlemen, please wait a moment. We would like to stage a heist. Feng Yu was taken aback, and he and his protector turned around. In the next instant, their expressions changed dramatically. Chu Luo, the sly one, emerged slowly from behind the tree, accompanied by Ling Xuanzi. Chu Luo, Ling Xuanzi, senior brother. Feng Yu's countenance drastically changed, and he inwardly lamented his misfortune. How could he have encountered Chu Luo? The prodigy beside Feng Yu, belonging to a first-rate power, also became exceedingly tense. The tales of Chu Luo's exploits had recently spread like wildfire across the 3,000 great worlds. Within these realms, Chu Luo had even acquired a moniker, the Slayer of the Prodigy rankings. The number of renowned prodigies who had fallen at his hands was nearing a formidable tally. Boom! Chu Luo flashed a grin. A terrifying force emanated from his being. In the next moment, sacred patterns emerged upon him, shimmering with golden radiance. Behind him, extraordinary phenomena materialized. Subsequently, under the horrified gazes of Feng Yu and the guardian warrior, a colossal golden avatar, towering over 100 feet, ascended majestically. The wrathful Vajra, the immutable king, the overwhelming power it radiated left even the diviner in awe. Is this not the Wang family's ultimate technique, the immutable king? He had previously witnessed Wang Lin wield it within the Emperor's secret realm. Now, my dear friends, let us foster a friendship. Hand over the shards of the divination stone, and I shall keep them safe for you, if you prefer otherwise. I possess a modicum of knowledge in martial arts as well. Chu Luo extended his hand, gesturing invitingly towards Feng Yu with an innocuous smile. Faced with such a formidable display of mastery from Chu Luo, Feng Yu and the accompanying guardian warrior turned ashen in an instant. This power was beyond their capacity to withstand. Reluctantly, Feng Yu tossed the shards into Chu Luo's hands, before turning sharply with the guardian to make their exit. Chapter 54. The two elders begin fishing meanwhile, The spectators outside the secret realm beheld the formidable figure of the immovable king rising behind Chu Luo. Hiss! Is that not the exclusive technique of the Wang family? The immovable king. Indeed, how could Chu Luo possibly have mastered the Wang family's immovable king? Moreover, it appears that he wields it with remarkable proficiency. The seasoned disciples of the Tianji Pavilion were utterly astounded. Some of them instinctively turned their gazes towards the ancient sage seated upon the stone chair, Ji Tian. Not only the disciples of Tianji Pavilion, but even the master of Tianyu Pavilion and several elders of Tianji Pavilion were taken aback, casting furtive glances at the exceedingly grim-faced Ji Tian. It must be noted that the Wang family's secret technique, the immovable king, is never shared with outsiders. Should anyone outside the family master it, they would inevitably face the relentless pursuit of the Wang family's formidable warriors. This audacious young man, Chu Luo, has brazenly transgressed all of the Wang family's taboos. Oh dear, my precious disciple is truly gifted. Ji Tian, you must admit, my disciple's rendition of the immovable king appears quite impressive, does it not? Surely, it bears the essence of your Wang clan's practitioners. I dare say, even your younger generation might not execute it as adeptly as my disciple. The Emperor of Shadows, with an air of casual confidence, smiled at Ji Tian, crossing his legs. Ji Tian's expression was as wretched as if he had consumed something vile, filled with a mix of astonishment and rage. He quickly deduced that Chu Luo must have acquired the immovable king from Wang Lin. Thus, Ji Tian discreetly communicated this matter back to his clan through a communication jade token. With a cold snort, Ji Tian paid no heed to the Emperor of Shadows, his gaze fixed on Chu Luo within the secret realm, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Well hidden indeed, as Ji Tian found himself repulsed, the Emperor of Shadows could not suppress his laughter, showing no restraint in the presence of other powerful figures. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Chu Luo dissipated the immovable king behind him and handed the fragment of the divination stone to Ling Xuanzi. Upon receiving the fragment, Ling Xuanzi regarded Chu Luo with admiration, exclaiming, "I never imagined, Brother Chu, that you have even mastered the immovable king of the Wang family. Truly impressive." Chu Luo smiled broadly and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Oh, there is nothing to be overly impressed by. It's merely that bunch from the Wang family who treat this martial art as a treasure. What divine technique the immovable king pales in comparison to my own Forbidden Sect's ultimate skills. The Wang family's techniques, are they not merely a matter of intellect? Is there really a need to learn them?" At these words, Ling Xuanzi's lips twitched uncontrollably, feeling slightly insulted, and he forced a smile, muttering, "If only I could possess half of Brother Chu's insight." Chu Luo chuckled, patting Ling Xuanzi's shoulder, offering encouragement. "Do not underestimate yourself. Gold will always shine. Wouldn't you agree, Tizi?" Ling Xuanzi nodded, suddenly feeling that there was something amiss with Chu Luo's words. Who exactly is this Tizi he refers to? Chu Luo gazed at the fragments of the divination stone in Ling Xuanzi's hands and suddenly inquired, "Ling, is it true that the disciples of your Tianjiao pavilion seek external assistance solely to aid in acquiring these divination stone fragments?" Ling Xuanzi nodded, replying, "Indeed. Furthermore, once we assemble a complete divination stone, we must decipher the celestial secrets left by the higher-ups in order to advance to the next level. However, during the process of divination, it is inevitable that other disciples will attempt to seize these fragments. Thus, we seek external aid not only to assist in locating the divination stone fragments, but, more crucially, to safeguard our peace of mind during the divination and prevent interruptions from other disciples who may take advantage of the situation to snatch the stones." Chu Luo nodded in understanding. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, and a smile graced his lips. "Ling, I have conceived a splendid idea. Follow me." Before Ling Xuanzi could react, he was pulled along by Chu Luo. The two wandered through the secret realm, encountering other disciples engaged in fierce competition for fragments along the way. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Luo, the clever strategist, stealthily appropriated the divination stone fragments amidst the chaos of battle, or, akin to their initial encounter, emerged to ambush when both sides had exhausted themselves. Alternatively, they would strike from behind the newly victorious disciples, incapacitating both them and their guardians with swift precision. Within a mere half-day, Chu Luo had assisted Ling Xuanzi in collecting 6 distinct fragments of the divination stone, each representing a different type. Observing that they had gathered sufficient fragments, Chu Luo led Ling Xuanzi to a secluded valley. "Brother Chu, why do we require so many fragments of various divination stones? We only need one," Ling Xuanzi inquired, puzzled. Chu Luo, grinning as he examined the 6 fragments, placed them upon a nearby stone and explained, "Ling, since these fragments possess guiding properties, why should we expend effort searching for more? Once someone acquires a fragment of the same type as ours, they will naturally seek us out. These 6 diverse fragments will serve as our bait. We merely need to patiently await the arrival of our catch." Upon hearing this, Ling Xuanzi's eyes sparkled with realization. "Indeed, how'd I not consider that? Brother Chu is truly brilliant." As Ling Xuanzi absorbed Chu Luo's strategy, his admiration for him grew. At that moment, he felt a sense of anticipation. Who among the unfortunate disciples would soon gather their 6 types of divination stone fragments? Thus, the two concealed themselves, preparing to lie in wait for their unsuspecting prey. After a couple of hours had passed, a sudden surge of powerful auras approached rapidly from the distant horizon. "Brother Chu, they're coming." Ling Xuanzi, hidden in the shadows, remained vigilant, sensing the 2 formidable presences drawing near. Hastily, he roused the drowsy Chu Luo from his slumber. Upon sensing the 2 distinct auras, Chu Luo broke into a smile and immediately gestured for the spirit calculator to conceal his presence. Soon, 2 streaks of light descended into the depths of the valley. As the luminescence dissipated, 2 youthful figures emerged. It was he. Ah, what a twist of fate. Upon recognizing one of the figures, Chu Luo displayed an innocuous grin, for among the 2 who had arrived was none other than Wang Xiaojie, the prodigy he had encountered in the square. Accompanying Wang Xiaojie was a youth from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, Bai Xuanzi. At that moment, Bai Xuanzi held a nearly complete divination stone, with the last fragment tantalizingly close at hand. How peculiar! Why are there 6 fragments of divination stones here? It feels as though someone has deliberately placed them. Bai Xuanzi furrowed his brow, a sense of caution washing over him. Ah, what is so strange about that? If you comprehend and advance sooner, I too shall be able to enter the celestial spirit pool alongside you to enhance my strength. Wang Xiaojie scoffed dismissively, deeming Bai Xuanzi overly cautious. "Spirit brother, leave this Wang family individual to me, while you manage Bai Xuanzi. After all, he is your fellow disciple, and our pavilion master is watching from outside. It would not be prudent to harm him." Chu Luo discreetly transmitted his thoughts to the spirit calculator. The spirit calculator smiled slightly, his spiritual sword already drawn. Chu Luo swiftly formed hand seals. At that moment, Wang Xiaojie stepped forward, grasping the 6 fragments in his palm. He selected one and tossed it to Bai Xuanzi with a cold smirk, saying, "What danger could there be? Hurry and commence the divination." Bai Xuanzi caught the last fragment. But just then a familiar voice echoed. "Forbidden absolute technique, great heaven plucking heart palm." Boom! Bai Xuanzi's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted in alarm. "Wang brother, be careful." Wang Xiaojie abruptly turned, and a familiar figure materialized before him. In an instant, a blood-red, illusory hand expanded infinitely in his vision. Boom! Chapter 55. Forbidden Techniques. Annihilating Lotus Egg Blood-Red Phantom handprint struck Wang Xiaojie. A terrifying mushroom cloud, towering hundreds of feet, instantly erupted. The overwhelming and frenzied force flattened the entire gorge. Bai Xuanzi was also sent flying by this violent energy, utilizing the tremendous shockwave created by the explosion. He rapidly distanced himself from the site of the blast. However, before Bai Xuanzi could regain his footing, a spiritual sword suddenly struck from the front. Startled, Bai Xuanzi swiftly conjured a spiritual sword in his hand to block the attack. Boom! The immense power caused Bai Xuanzi to tremble. Ling Xuanzi. Upon seeing a familiar face appear before him, Bai Xuanzi's pupils constricted. Boom! With a sudden jolt, a sharp pain surged through his abdomen, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body flew back like a kite with a broken string, and the perfectly formed divination stone he had just created also soared from his grasp, landing securely in Ling Xuanzi's hands. Ling Xuanzi. As Bai Xuanzi rose from the ground, an astonishing aura emanated from him. He glared at Ling Xuanzi, his face filled with fury. Senior brother, I shall graciously accept this divination stone. Ling Xuanzi tucked the stone away and took a step back, vanishing into the rising dust. Boom! Just then, as Ling Xuanzi disappeared into the smoke, he sensed an extremely feeble aura emanating from the center of the explosion below, dispersing the dust. Startled, Ling Xuanzi quickly retreated to the side of Chu Luo, who had successfully launched a sneak attack. At this moment, Chu Luo held 5 fragments of divination stones in his hands. However, upon noticing the frail aura coming from the large pit, he was taken aback. Logically, that previous strike should have been sufficient to take Wang Xiaojia's life. Wang brother. Bai Xuanzi's expression turned grim as he glanced at Chu Luo, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. But when he saw the bloodied and tattered Wang Xiaojia emerge from the pit, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. You vile little creature, I will kill you. Wang Xiaojia's eyes burned crimson, his heart ablaze with unrestrained fury as he gazed at Chu Luo. At that moment, both Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi noticed that beneath Wang Xiaojia's tattered clothing was a suit of soft armor. This armor emitted a faint glow, suggesting its considerable quality, at least of heavenly grade. It seemed that the majority of the power from Chu Luo's earlier strike had been absorbed by this armor. Otherwise, Wang Xiaojia would have long since met his demise. Nevertheless, observant Chu Luo noticed that this suit of armor had already begun to develop cracks. Wang brother, do not act impulsively. Bai Xuanzi hurried forward, attempting to dissuade Wang Xiaojia. Get lost, you little creature. Today, I will slaughter you. Wang Xiaojia forcefully shoved Bai Xuanzi aside, flipping his hand to reveal a jade vial. Wang Xiaojia poured a miraculous elixir into his mouth. In the next moment, his injuries began to heal at an astonishing pace, visible to the naked eye. Boom! Wang Xiaojia swiftly formed seals with his hands, golden Sanskrit characters shimmering around him. The terrifying power of the 5th realm of Taichu erupted with fervor. Immediately, a golden, familiar to Chu Luo and his companion, rose majestically behind him, radiating golden light and standing firm upon the earth. The wrathful visage of the immovable king. You little beast, perish! With a roar, Wang Xiaojia leaped into the air, riding the immovable king towards Chu Luo and his companion. At this moment, he was consumed by fury. Brother Chu, we must flee, urged Ling Xuanzi, hastily advising Chu Luo. Ling, find a place to hide and calculate the heavenly secrets. I will send him to meet his ancestors before seeking you out. Chu Luo institute, also leaping forward to confront Wang Xiaojia, who was charging in on the immovable king. Without hesitation, Ling Xuanzi turned and departed, trusting in Chu Luo's strength. Chu Luo grinned, forming seals with his hands as golden Sanskrit characters emerged around him. In an instant, a similar immovable king rose behind him. What? How could you wield the Wang family's ultimate technique? Wang Xiaojia gasped in shock upon seeing Chu Luo's immovable king. Heh! Boom! With a cold smirk, Chu Luo propelled his own immovable king to collide fiercely with Wang Xiaojia's. Another earth-shattering explosion ensued, a terrifying mushroom cloud rising from the epicenter. Gazing at the figures shrouded in dust, Bai Xuanzi furrowed his brow and sighed helplessly, deeming Wang Xiaojia exceedingly irrational. He had heard of Chu Luo's exploits, a figure bold enough to strike Yi Qingshan. Should Wang Xiaojia falter, it was certain that Chu Luo would not show mercy. Contemplating this, Bai Xuanzi turned away, choosing not to involve himself with Wang Xiaojia. Rather than entangle with Chu Luo, he preferred to seize the opportunity to find other fragments. After all, the divination stones were not limited to just one, and he had no desire to make an enemy of Chu Luo. Ha ha, you little beast. I possess the ancient body of the diamond. Soon, as the dust settled, Wang Xiaojia's form was revealed. His muscles shimmered with a golden glow, exuding an aura from primordial times, as the surroundings manifested the wonders of an ancient world. Yet Chu Luo's figure had vanished. Wang Xiaojia believed Chu Luo had perished in the explosion. He chuckled. My friend, you celebrate too soon? Forbidden ultimate technique, the world-annihilating absolute lotus. Forbidden ultimate technique, the devouring heavenly poison. Boom! Hearing that familiar voice, Wang Xiaojia's expression changed dramatically, instinctively looking up, his pupils constricting. Above him, in the heavens, Chu Luo's figure had appeared, unbeknownst to him until now. A colossal, dark purple, ethereal lotus, radiating with cataclysmic power, descended rapidly to suppress him. As this ominous lotus swept through the air, the very fabric of space trembled and the clouds dissipated. Wang Xiaojia was engulfed in terror and disbelief. He could not fathom how this insignificant creature, possessing merely the cultivation of the first stage of primordial, could wield such a terrifying attack. Was the forbidden art of the Forbidden Sect truly so formidable? Simultaneously, disciples of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion within the Secret Realm, as well as guardians from various powerful factions, gazed in horror at the immense dark purple lotus. I surrender. Upon witnessing the annihilating lotus looming above him, Wang Xiaojia's face contorted with fear as he hastily cried out to the heavens. Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he uttered softly, explode. Boom! The dark purple lotus erupted instantaneously. Wang Xiaojia looked on in despair at the resplendent explosion unfolding before him. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated throughout the entire sea. In the wake of this cataclysm, a mushroom cloud, hundreds of feet tall, ascended into the sky. In an instant, within a radius of several hundred miles, mountains, rivers, flora, and fauna were utterly obliterated. Chapter 56. The wind above is too strong. I cannot hear the outside world. Tianjiao and the 9 elders rose in astonishment. They could hardly fathom that this Chu Luo, possessing merely the cultivation of the initial stage, could unleash such a terrifying technique. Xiaojia, how infuriating. Xiaojia had clearly surrendered. Why did Chu Luo still choose to strike? It was clearly intentional. Master of Tianjiao Pavilion, you ought to have intervened swiftly. If anything were to happen to Xiaojia, your Tianjiao must provide an explanation to my Wang family. The ancient saint of Jitian instantly leaped from his seat. His countenance darkened with rage as he bellowed. Hey, what do you mean by intentional? Mind your words, you old fool. What do you mean by intentional? At that moment, my obedient disciple was in the sky, while your Wang family's brat was on the ground, separated by such a distance. Only a ghost could have heard. The Emperor of Encro reclined comfortably, a playful smile gracing his face. You, the ancient saint of Jitian's face turned crimson, his heart ablaze with fury. Yet he dared not retort in the presence of the Emperor of Encro. At that moment, within the secret realm, a formidable imperial might surge forth. Buzz! Sensing this imperial aura, the master of Tianjiao Pavilion displayed a gleam of joy. Their ancestral elder from Tianjiao had made move. Upon witnessing this, Tianjiao and the elders felt a wave of relief wash over them. At this juncture, within the world of the secret realm, an overwhelming imperial presence enveloped the heavens and the earth. Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback, and the next instant he saw a fireball rise, only to dissipate instantaneously. Following this, a white-haired elder appeared, cradling the bloodied and grievously injured Wang Xiaojia. At this moment, Wang Xiaojia's complexion was deathly pale, lost to unconsciousness. The golden radiance coursing through his muscles gradually faded, replaced by strands of black lines. Observing this scene, Chu Luo finally felt a sense of relief. This fellow would no longer be so audacious in the future. The elder cradling Wang Xiaojia was evidently another emperor. With a gentle wave of his hand, the elder began to heal the majority of Wang Xiaojia's injuries. The Forbidden Sect's devouring body poison. This lad possesses ruthless tactics. The elder, Sensing the terrifying poison within Wang Xiaojia's body, could not help but cast a glance at Chu Luo. Noticing the elder's gaze, Chu Luo displayed an innocuous smile, scratching his head sheepishly, resembling a child who had committed a misdeed. However, the elder was also astonished by Chu Luo. At such a tender age, he had actually mastered these two formidable forbidden techniques of the Forbidden Sect. Regaining his composure, the elder reached out and lightly tapped Wang Xiaojia's chest. He then shook his head in resignation and addressed Chu Luo, saying, "Little fellow, this young one just surrendered. Why did you still strike with lethal intent?" Chu Luo's face revealed a look of bewilderment as he replied in surprise. "Ah, did he surrender? Perhaps the wind above was too strong. I did not hear." The elder gazed at Chu Luo, a knowing smile gracing his lips, as if to say, "Do you think I believe you?" Suddenly, the elderly figure disregarded Chu Luo, cradling the unconscious Wang Xiaojia before vanishing from sight. In the next moment, he reappeared before the ancient sage of extreme heaven, still holding Wang Xiaojia. "Xiaojia." The ancient sage hastily accepted the young man, probing with his divine sense, only to be met with a profound change in his expression. For he discovered that Wang Xiaojia's ancient body had been utterly ruined. "Ancestor." At this juncture, Tianjiao and several elders of the Tianji pavilion approached. The elder nodded, addressing the ancient sage. "I intervened just in time to save this young one's life. However, he surrendered a tad too late. Although I acted promptly, he was still affected by the explosion's force. Nevertheless, I have preserved his life, and for now, he is out of danger. But this young lad has been afflicted by the Forbidden Sect's body-eating heavenly poison. Even I can only suppress it. You must take him back and allow those old codgers from your Wang family to handle it." "What? Body-eating heavenly poison?" The ancient sage's murderous intent surged as he glared at Chu Luo in the secret realm, gritting his teeth. During the time of the ancient era, a member of their Wang family had fallen victim to the same poison, leading to the demise of a great emperor who could not bear the weight of such devastation. "What did you say, old man?" Just then, a chilling aura sent a shiver down the ancient sage's spine. In his rage, he had forgotten that the Crow Emperor was still present. Therefore, he turned to the elder and said, "Thank you, Emperor of Opportunity, for your intervention." With that, the ancient sage tore through the fabric of space, departing with the unconscious Wang Xiaojia. The Emperor of Opportunity turned, offering a respectful gesture to the Crow Emperor before vanishing in an instant. At this moment, the disciples of the Tianji pavilion on the floating islands were left in a state of astonishment. Truly, the assassins on the talents list were formidable. Had it not been for their ancestors' intervention, Chu Luo might have eliminated yet another talent from the list. The young are outmatched. Yet the old dare to criticize my obedient disciple. Sooner or later, I shall deal with this old fool. The Crow Emperor scoffed, showing no sign of restraint. Tianjiao, along with the other powerful figures present, found themselves in a mix of amusement and exasperation. From the protective value of the Emperor Master 10,000, upon hearing the notification from within, Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile. Just as he was about to contact Ling Swansea, a buzzing sound erupted. Suddenly, from several directions around him, powerful and familiar presences surged forth. In the next instant, streaks of light rushed in from all directions, revealing their true forms. Chu Luo. Upon seeing them, Chu Luo's lips twitched uncontrollably as he flipped his hand, revealing 5 shards of different divination stones. Surrounding him were none other than the talented Yi Qingsnow from the Yi family, the gifted Xiao Xinga from the Crimson Flame Valley, and the prodigious Zhao Kongming from the Lingqing sect. Additionally, there was an exceptionally beautiful woman among them. Upon observing the woman before her, Chu Luo discerned that she was far from ordinary. Accompanying this group were the prodigies of the Tianji pavilion, each brandishing a piece of the elusive divination stone, missing only a fragment to complete their respective stones. Remarkably, the very fragments they sought were the 4 among the 5 remaining in Chu Luo's possession. How fortuitous! With a playful smile, she addressed them. "Would you like the fragments? Allow me to offer them to you." Unperturbed, she turned and swiftly hurled the fragments in a particular direction. The shards soared through the air like shooting stars, racing toward the depths of the secret realm. After them, Chu Luo observed as the woman, none other than Jiang Luoli of the Jiang clan, pursued the fragments alongside a prodigy of the third stage of Taichu. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. Just then, Yi Qingshan, Xiao Xinge, and Zhao Kongming exchanged glances with their respective Tianji Pavilion prodigies, each lost in contemplation. The three Tianji prodigies promptly grasped their intent and hastened after the fragments as well. In the next moment, Yi Qingshan, Xiao Xinge, and Zhao Kongming, with malevolent gazes. Second Chu Luo. Chapter 57. This madman must not be allowed to live. You little beast, today I shall take my revenge. Yi Kingsnow's face darkened as she cast a cold smirk at Chu Luo, her eyes glinting with boundless malice. Heh, what? Do you all intend to overwhelm me with numbers? Chu Luo chuckled softly, glancing at Xiao Xinge and Zhao Kongming. From within his sleeve, he revealed a sacred longevity pill. You little beast, your demise is inevitable today. Xiao Xinge brandished a spiritual spear, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Luo. While assisting the celestial prodigies of the Tianji Pavilion in searching for fragments of the divination stone, Yi Qingsnow approached the two, proposing a coalition against Chu Luo. Without a second thought, Xiao Xinge and Zhao Kongming agreed, having been startled by the commotion caused by Chu Luo's world-extinguishing absolute lotus. They had come to investigate and indeed found Chu Luo. Boom! Yi Kingsnow's body trembled slightly as the formidable aura of the fifth realm of Taichu emanated from her. Xiao Xinge and Zhao Kongming also revealed their immense power. The three encircled Chu Luo, and a fierce battle was imminent. Meanwhile, the Emperor of the Shadow Crow outside revealed a furious expression. Casting a glance at the ancient Saint Yanjun of the Crimson Flame Valley and the ancient Saint Lanqing of the Lingqing sect, his voice was laced with menace. Good, good. I shall extend a favor to the Tianji Pavilion. You two had best never leave the Tianji Pavilion for the rest of your lives. Otherwise, faced with the Emperor of the Shadow Crow's overt threat, Yanjun and Lanqing wore grim expressions, yet dared not refute him on the spot, nor did they dare to depart from the Tianji Pavilion, fearing that this old man was not merely jesting. Within the secret realm, Chu Luo grinned as he swiftly consumed the sacred longevity pill. Gain 10,000 protective value from the Emperor Master. The system notified Chu Luo, but at that moment, he had little inclination to celebrate. Wait, my friends, is it really necessary? We harbor no grievances, yet you seek to bring about my demise? A spiritual sword materialized in Chu Luo's hand as he smiled warmly. Death. Boom. Yi Qingsnow, wielding her spiritual sword, had no intention of engaging in conversation with Chu Luo. She charged at him with her sword raised. Xiao Xinge and Zhao Kongming swiftly followed suit, launching a combined assault on Chu Luo. Startled, Chu Luo leaped into the air, narrowly evading their coordinated attack. Suspended in the void, Chu Luo's expression hardened. Very well, if you wish to play this way, then I shall oblige. A cold smile crept across Chu Luo's face as he raised his sword. Buzz! Suddenly, an unparalleled sword intent filled the skies of the secret realm. The heavens above darkened and swirled ominously. In the next moment, a vast cosmos appeared behind Chu Luo, where stars flickered and sword energy surged. This is the ultimate technique of the Emperor of the Buried Jade, the Star River Crossing Sword. This little fellow has even mastered the unparalleled skills of the Emperor of Burial Jade. Emperor Inya, your disciple is truly remarkable. The master of Tianyu Pavilion and several elders from the Tianji Pavilion gazed at Chu Luo in the secret realm, their expressions filled with astonishment, exclaiming in admiration. Emperor Inya chuckled, his mood instantly lifted by the praises for his beloved disciple. Meanwhile, the ancient sage Yanjun and the ancient sage Lanqing began to worry for Xiao Xinge and his companions. They had not anticipated that this little rascal, Chu Luo, had actually obtained the genuine teachings from that old man of Burial Jade. Countless disciples of the Tianji Pavilion surrounding them looked on with excitement at the battle of geniuses unfolding in the secret realm. Miss Yi, Brother Zhao, let us three join forces and eliminate him. Xiao Xinge sensed the formidable and terrifying sword intent emanating from Chu Luo, his expression turning grim as he spoke to the two other prodigies beside him. All right, boom. The three of them trembled. An extraordinary phenomena erupted behind them. A sword that could pierce the heavens. The dragon flame suppressing evil spear. The sword falls from the 9 heavens. Boom! Little rascal, perish. The three roared in fury, stepping forward. Yi Qingshue's spirit sword emitted a resonant hum, brimming with formidable power, as she slashed toward Chu Luo, behind Xiao Xinge. A colossal phantom of a blazing spear entwined with the image of a fire dragon materialized. Meanwhile, behind Zhao Kongming, a spectral white sword radiated a chilling aura of slaughter. In the face of the trio's ultimate moves, Chu Luo remained calm. Raising his sword, he countered their terrifying might with a single, sweeping strike. The forbidden ultimate skill. One sword crossing the Star River. Boom! A starry river of sword light, stretching hundreds of feet, erupted from the spirit sword in Chu Luo's hand. The sword river cascaded down like a cosmic river, mesmerizing and dazzling, yet perilous. Boom! Under the gaze of countless spectators, the sword river collided with the combined assault of the three prodigies. Crack! Boom! The trio's attacks were obliterated and crushed by the sword river infused with terrifying power. Yi Qingxue, Xiao Xinge, and Zhao Kongming's pupils constricted, their faces transformed in disbelief. How is this possible? How could this little rascal be so powerful? Not good, quickly defend. Zhao Kongming cried out in alarm, staring at the sword river that was instantaneously above them. In the moment they were engulfed by the sword river, each invoked their life-preserving techniques. Boom! The surrounding area, spanning hundreds of miles, trembled violently. Resplendent sword light surged from the earth, shooting into the sky. The countless disciples of the Tianjiao pavilion, watching the sword light rising within the secret realm, were left utterly dumbfounded. They had never imagined that this prodigy from the Forbidden Sect, Chu Luo, could be so extraordinarily powerful. It completely shattered their understanding. It is worth noting that Yi Qingxue and her companions were renowned prodigies, their cultivation levels even surpassing that of Chu Luo. Those who were aware of their status as prodigies would understand. Those unaware might have thought them to be worthless. Yet, they were unable to withstand Chu Luo even when joining forces. After a considerable time, the sword light faded. Under the watchful eyes of countless onlookers, beneath Chu Luo's feet, the ground fissured, unveiling a chasm that extended for hundreds of miles. What? How can they still be alive? Chu Luo furrowed his brow, sensing three exceedingly feeble presences deep within the abyss. He began to curse vehemently. Buzz! At that moment, from the depths of the chasm, three disheveled figures emerged. Yi Qingshuo, Xiao Xinge, and Zhao Kongming were drenched in blood, utterly exhausted. Upon their arrival, they collapsed onto the ground, devoid of any fighting spirit. Their faces were ashen, and panic began to set in. They had exhausted all their trump cards to withstand Chu Luo's earlier strike, barely escaping with their lives. Heh! Do they still dare to surround me? Allow me to send you three to meet your ancestors. Chu Luo grinned, sensing his murderous intent. The expressions of Yi Qingshuo and the others shifted dramatically. They hastily shouted, "We surrender." As the words of surrender escaped Yi Qingshuo's lips, Chu Luo's expression hardened. Forbidden absolute technique, instant téléportation. Buzz. Stop. The moment Yi Qingshuo uttered the word surrender, Chu Luo appeared before her in an instant. With a swift motion, he plunged his sword, sealing her throat. Fear and rage flooded her face as she fell to the ground, succumbing to eternal slumber. A subtle smile played on Chu Luo's lips. Such a madman cannot be spared. At the moment of Yi Qingshuo's demise, the celestial rankings re-emerged, causing a stir among countless powers. Yi Qingshuo's name vanished from existence. Buzz buzz. Two figures materialized beside Chu Luo. Oh dear, this is not my concern. She simply lagged behind her companions. Look, these two surrendered, and I did not harm them. Chu Luo glanced at the two figures before him, hastily discarding his spiritual sword, feigning innocence. Chapter 58. Trust me. My eyes are the measure. The two figures that emerged were esteemed elders from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. One of them was Elder Lingyan, the 8th elder of the pavilion. As for the other, Chu Luo did not recognize him. Chu Luo, why do you not cease this madness? Elder Lingyan's expression was grim as he gazed upon the lifeless body of Yi Xuan. She had been invited by him and his disciple, Yu Xuanzi, to the Yi family. Now, with her demise at the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, he bore a share of the responsibility. Elder Ling, this is a colossal misunderstanding. Look, these two gentlemen are perfectly fine, are they not? That deranged woman, this Yi fairy, I only struck her down after she cried for surrender. Chu Luo imlot, casting a glance at the two elders while feigning innocence. Xiao Xinge and Zhao Kongming, seated helplessly behind the two elders, swallowed hard upon meeting Chu Luo's gaze. They sensed a hint of murderous intent and regret emanating from him, prompting them to instinctively inch backward. At that moment, a seed of fear took root within them, vowing never to provoke Chu Luo again. As for the matter of dealing with him, they could leave it to those who wished to pursue it. Certainly, they would have no part in it. I see you are doing this intentionally. Elder Lingyan's frustration boiled over. He was acutely aware that Chu Luo had deliberately slain Yi Xuan. Had they not intervened, it was likely that the two prodigies from the Scarlet Flame Valley and the Spirit Clear sect would have met the same fate at Chu Luo's hands. This wretched boy had the audacity to feign victimhood. Chu Luo gazed at Elder Lingyan with an expression of feigned innocence, while his mind buzzed with schemes. Old man, the account from yesterday remained unsettled, and now you come to target me again? Chu Luo began to plot his revenge against the elder before him. Suddenly, he recalled his disciple, Yu Xuanzi. A twitch crossed his lips in a certain part of the secret realm. Yu Xuanzi, having just seized a fragment of a divination stone, inexplicably shivered, sensing a chill creeping down his spine. At that moment, the other elder felt a headache brewing. With the Emperor of Shadows still watching, he could not afford to confront Chu Luo too aggressively. Thus, he advised Elder Lingyan, 8th elder, perhaps we should leave this matter for the pavilion master to decide. Elder Lingyan, noticing the elder's expression, suddenly felt a chill run through him. He had momentarily forgotten that this boy's master was still outside. His previously dark expression transformed, becoming inscrutable as he nodded in agreement. The two elders then turned, gesturing grandly to escort the slumped Xiao Xinge and Zhao Kongming away. Once they departed, Chu Luo, unaffected, found a stone to sit upon and took out a sacred longevity pill to consume. He awaited the outcome, pondering the potential loss of his qualification, a considerable misfortune. However, with the Emperor of Shadows outside, he felt relatively unperturbed as Chu Luo awaited the results beyond the secret realm. A tremendous uproar has already ensued. Countless disciples of the Heavenly Mechanism have etched the name of Chu Luo deeply into their memories. Should they encounter this living embodiment of death in the future, they would surely take the long way around. Even the exquisite beauty, Yi Xue, has shown a ruthless side. The act of murder was so swift and decisive. No wonder this fellow remains unwed. At this moment, atop the floating island, the master of Tianjiao and several elders of the Heavenly Mechanism exhibit a bitter demeanor. They can clearly perceive that young Chu Luo is indeed acting with intent. Yet, the ominous presence of the Crow Emperor looms large. If they were to announce the revocation of Chu Luo's qualifications, that old rascal would undoubtedly turn their Heavenly Mechanism upside down. Master. Just then, Elder Lingyan and another elder emerged from the secret realm, accompanied by Xiao Xinge. Xiao Xinge and Zhao Kongming approached the locations of the ancient sovereigns Yin Jungu and Lan Qinggu. Upon seeing the two return alive, the ancient sovereigns refrained from further comment. After all, it was not their own prodigies who had perished. The old demon crow and that little rascal Chu Luo could only await the retribution from the Yi family. Unbeknownst to the Crow Emperor, he wore a broad smile as he addressed Tianjiao. Tianjiao, my precious disciple speaks the truth. That little girl surrendered just a tad slower than those two. I have witnessed it with my own eyes. Trust me, my vision is as precise as a ruler. The Crow Emperor's words caused the elders of the heavenly mechanism to twitch uncontrollably at the corners of their mouths. Believe you? You old rogue. Your mischief knows no bounds. Throughout the vast expanse of the 3,000 worlds, who does not know of your shamelessness, Crow? With a resigned smile, the master of Tianyu waved his hand and, addressing Chu Luo in the secret realm, intoned solemnly, Enough, enough, Chu Luo. This shall be your final warning. Should there be a next time, I shall personally revoke your qualifications as a protector. From the Emperor Master's protective value, 10,000. As Chu Luo's system delivered this notification, the voice of the master of Tianyu echoed in his ears. Displaying a wide grin, innocent and harmless, he promptly rose and bowed repeatedly towards the sky above the secret realm, exclaiming, Thank you, Master Tianyu. I shall remember this. I promise there will be no next time. With that, Chu Luo turned and soared into the distance. Ha ha, Tianyu. You truly are the one chosen by those old fellows. With you in this generation of the heavenly mechanism, prosperity is assured. The Crow Emperor laughed heartily, unabashedly showering praise upon the Master of Tianyu. The Master of Tianyu, with a weary smile, felt a headache coming on. Emperor, perhaps you should contemplate how you will explain this to the Yi family. The Yi family? What explanation do I owe them? It was not I who killed anyone. That little girl stumbled over her own words, unable to even articulate the term surrender, leading my precious disciple to act in haste, and you all nearly misunderstood the situation. What is that to us? The Crow Emperor leaned back, crossing his legs, and spoke with a grin. Tianyu, the elders of the Tianji Pavilion, the disciples of the Tianji Pavilion. Upon discovering that the Enya Emperor was merely a rogue, everyone's attention shifted back to the secret realm. At this moment, within the secret realm, competition was fierce. A disciple from the Tianji Pavilion had already gathered a complete divination stone and commenced the interpretation of the heavenly secrets within. After departing from the battlefield, Chu Luo contested Ling Xuanzi. Soon, Chu Luo reunited with Ling Xuanzi. Brother Ling, why have you not yet begun to interpret the heavenly secrets? Are you unable to? Chu Luo inquit gudio sili. Ling Xuanzi shook his head, a look of admiration crossing his face as he replied, I observed that you, Brother Chu, seemed intent on eliminating your opponent. Thus I refrained from interpreting the heavenly secrets. Otherwise, should my interpretation succeed, we would be teleported away, thereby thwarting your plans, Brother Chu. Ling Xuanzi displayed a knowing expression. Ahem. Brother Ling, I did not. Please do not speak nonsense. No, Brother Chu, you indeed do. I do not. Very well. If you say so. Brother Ling, could I trouble you with a request? Please, Brother Chu, go ahead. Be the last to interpret the heavenly secrets and exit. Why? I wish to see that disciple of your master, the Yu Xuanzi, leave in tears. Come on, I've long found him displeasing. Ah, you rascal. Let's go. Chapter 59. Two Old Fools, the distressed Yu Xuanzi deep within the secret realm. A figure clad in white gazed at the flawless divination stone in hand, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This figure was none other than Yu Xuanzi, the favored disciple of Elder Ling Yan. He chuckled softly. Chu Luo, did you ever imagine that the shards you discarded would perfectly allow me to complete the divination stone? A triumphant smile gracid Yu Xuanzi's face. Among the 5 shards previously cast away by Chu Luo, one was precisely the final piece he required. Now, if he could successfully deduce the secrets contained within the stone, he would advance to the next stage. Yet, Yu Xuanzi refrained from rushing into the divination. For prudence's sake, he decided to wait for Yi Qing Shui to return, intending for her to safeguard him during the process. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Qing Shui had already met her demise. Who goes there? Yu Xuanzi's expression shifted abruptly, darkening as he spun around to face the woods ahead, his voice sharp with authority. Swish, swish. Swish 6 figures emerged from the thicket surrounding Yu Xuanzi. The 6 individuals were all esteemed core disciples of the Tianji Pavilion, each possessing formidable cultivation at the divine soul realm. Brother Yu, hand over your divination stone, or do not blame us for being rude. The leader, a man stepping forward with a spirit sword in hand, addressed him boldly. Their protectors had all surrendered in advance, disqualifying them from the contest. Thus, These disciples without guardians had banded together, for their chances of advancing alone were slim. Seeing the 6 core disciples, Yu Xuanzi laughed derisively. Junior brother Fu, do you truly believe you can seize my divination stone? Although he had not made it onto the list of prodigies, he continued, pausing momentarily, his body trembling slightly. Boom, a formidable aura erupted from Yu Xuanzi. His cultivation was at the 2nd stage of Tai Chu. Were it not for his age, he surely would have secured a place on the prodigy list. What is 2nd stage of Tai Chu? Let us all attack together. The leader of the Tianji Pavilion disciples charged at Yu Xuanzi, followed closely by the others, who hesitated no longer. Boom, the battle erupted. Soon after, the tumult of combat subsided. Yu Xuanzi sheathed his spirit sword, surveying the 6 sprawled on the ground, their faces contorted in agony, with a look of utter contempt. Overestimating yourselves. Yu Xuanzi scoffed, preparing to depart in search of Yi Qing Shui, when suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Brother Yu, you have gone too far. Upon hearing that voice, Yu Xuanzi froze momentarily and spun around abruptly. In the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically, terror etched across his face. For the 2 figures appearing behind him were Ling Xuanzi and Chu Luo. Ling Xuanzi, Chu Luo, how could you? Yu Xuanzi stammered, bewildered. How could Chu Luo be here? What had become of Yi Qing Shui and the others? Are you not astonished? I have not perished at the hands of that deranged woman. Chu Luo grinned widely, his hands reaching out. Yu Xuanzi swallowed hard, contemplating a hasty retreat. However, to his dismay, Ling Xuanzi discerned Yu Xuanzi's intentions and swiftly blocked his escape route. Hand over the divination stone, if you are reluctant to comply. I possess a modicum of martial skills. Though I do not dare to take your life, I could certainly arrange for you to endure some humiliation. Just imagine, if I were to strip you bare and hang you from tree. Chu Luo displayed an innocuous smile. Yet his laughter sent shivers down Yu Xuanzi's spine. The thought of being observed by numerous junior disciples outside the secret realm made him tremble with dread. You are quite ruthless. Seeing Chu Luo poised to act, Yu Xuanzi reluctantly flipped his hand and tossed the divination stone to him. Can I leave now? He asked, his expression darkening. Chu Luo caught the divination stone and stepped aside, saying, Please proceed, young Master Yu. With a single step, Yu Xuanzi transformed into a streak of light, dashing away into the distance. Chu Luo handed the divination stone to Ling Xuanzi, who then passed it to the 6 core disciples who had risen from the ground. Senior Ling. The leading disciple, surnamed Fu, gazed at the divination stone in his hand, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. Rest assured, Junior Brother Fu, I have acquired the divination stone. I merely disapprove of young Master Yu's usual conduct. We are all fellow disciples, so I bestow this stone upon you. As for the rest, you must rely on yourselves, Ling Xuanzi declared. Upon hearing this, the 6 core disciples expressed their profound gratitude to Ling Xuanzi. Thank you, Senior Ling, they said, clasping their hands in appreciation. Ling brother, we must hasten and catch up to your senior brother. He is about to escape, Chu Luo urged. Very well. Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi transformed into streaks of light, pursuing the direction in which Yu Xuanzi had departed. The 6 core disciples gazed at the retreating figures of Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi, suddenly feeling a wave of sympathy for Yu Xuanzi. Not long after, the departing Yu Xuanzi learned of Yi Qingshang's demise at the hands of Chu Luo, leaving him utterly distraught. Yet now, he could scarcely afford to dwell on such matters, for within the secret realm, others had begun to complete their divinations and exit. Soon, Yu Xuanzi gathered several fragments, assembling them into a divination stone, just as he sought a secluded spot to conceal himself and secretly divine the heavenly mechanisms. Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi, who had been shadowing him, seized the opportunity to leap out and snatch his divination stone. This occurred repeatedly, nearly driving Yu Xuanzi to madness. Master, Ling Xuanzi's actions are utterly outrageous. His qualifications should be revoked. Elder Ling Yan, observing his disciple repeatedly being outmaneuvered by the cunning Chu Luo and the crafty Ling Xuanzi for the coveted divination stone, could no longer contain himself. With the formidable Yin Emperor present, he hesitated to confront Chu Luo directly and instead directed his frustration towards Ling Xuanzi. The corner of Lord Tianyu's mouth twitched with amusement. Before he could voice his thoughts, the ancient sage Xuanzi interjected with a cold smirk, stating, "Elder 8, my disciple and young friend Chu have committed no transgressions. Furthermore, they have not harmed any of our fellow disciples from the Tiangong Pavilion. Lastly, your disciple has not suffered a single injury. Why then should you strip my disciple of his qualifications?" A wave of satisfaction washed over Xuanzi. He had awaited this moment for a long time. His words resonated with the other elders, who nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Elder 8, Ling Xuanzi has not harmed your disciple in the slightest. This does not constitute a violation of the rules." Lord Tianyu interjected coolly. Elder Ling Yan's expression darkened, his face flushed with indignation, rendered momentarily speechless. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was undoubtedly Chu Luo's petty revenge. Not long after, among his direct disciples, aside from Xuanzi and Ling Xuanzi, the others had successfully deciphered the heavenly secrets and were transported out of the secret realm, returning to the plaza. Meanwhile, dozens of core disciples had also triumphed in their trials, emerging from the secret realm. As more core disciples returned, only one spot remained out of 100. That solitary spot belonged to Ling Xuanzi. Should Ling Xuanzi succeed in his divination and emerge, the first trial would conclude. Chapter 60. The glazed bead bracelet and the discovery of a great secret at this moment. The 99 disciples who successfully passed the trials in the square, along with countless others surrounding them, could not help but shake their heads in dismay at the sight of the furious Xuanzi raging against the void within the secret realm. Deep down, they understood well the gravity of the situation. Under no circumstances should they provoke Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect. Otherwise, Yiqing Snow and their esteemed Xuanzi brother would surely meet a dire fate. Chu Luo, the living embodiment of vengeance, harbored a grudge. Within the secret realm, upon learning that 99 disciples had advanced, Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi retreated to a secluded area where Ling Xuanzi began to decipher the heavenly mysteries. With Chu Luo personally safeguarding him, Ling Xuanzi successfully concluded his divine calculations within the Stone of Prophecy. Buzz. Following Ling Xuanzi's successful interpretation, both he and Chu Luo were teleported out of the secret realm. The first trial concluded. The 100 disciples who had successfully deciphered the mysteries advanced to the next stage of selection. An ancient and authoritative voice resonated throughout the secret realm. Hearing this voice, the remaining disciples still within the secret realm felt a wave of despondency wash over them. In the next moment, the guardians and disciples of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion were also transported out. Among the several direct disciples, only Xuanzi had failed to pass the first trial. Ling Yin, the ancient saint and one of the 9 elders, wore a grim expression. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned away, unable to bear staying any longer. "Damn you, Chu Luo. Just you wait." Xuanzi, gazing at Chu Luo in the square, was momentarily consumed by a glint of murderous intent. While engaged in casual conversation with Ling Xuanzi, Chu Luo suddenly sensed Xuanzi's hostility. Turning to look, he noticed Xuanzi departing from the square. Narrowing his eyes at the retreating figure of Xuanzi, Chu Luo contemplated. This little fellow dares to harbor ill will towards me? He must not be allowed to remain. It seems that should an opportunity arise in the future, I will have to eliminate him. Unbeknownst to Xuanzi, he was already being targeted by Chu Luo. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Chu Luo was lost in thought, the vast floating island square trembled violently. At the edges of the square, 7 stone tablets rose up. Embedded within these 7 stones were 7 precious gems. At this moment, the master of the Heavenly Jade Pavilion stepped forward and addressed the 100 disciples of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion assembled in the square. Our esteemed Heavenly Machine Pavilion specializes in the art of deciphering heavenly mysteries. The stone tablets bear 7 heavenly stones, each containing a mystery left by our sect's elders. You need only successfully interpret all of them and illuminate the 7 heavenly stones to become one of the Heavenly Machine disciples. You may also enlist the help of the guardians to seize the stone tablets. However, you must not harm your fellow disciples. Violators will have their qualifications immediately revoked. Now, you may begin. As the Master's words echoed, the disciples of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion surged towards the 7 stone tablets. Boom! The battle for the stone tablets erupted, with Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi swiftly claiming one of the tablets. Standing beneath the stone monument, Chu Luo gazed at the core disciples who hesitated to approach, and said calmly, "Brother Ling, you may focus on your comprehension. I shall take care of the rest." Ling Xuanzi, positioned beneath the monument, nodded slightly, turning his back to Chu Luo, and promptly seated himself to engage in profound contemplation. The disciples who had initially intended to contest for the stone monument, along with their guardians, upon witnessing Chu Luo's presence, decisively abandoned their ambitions, redirecting their efforts towards other monuments in pursuit of glory. After all, who would dare to confront the formidable Chu Luo, a living embodiment of death itself? The core disciples did not consider themselves superior to Yi Qingsno and Wang Shaojia. Among the 7 stone monuments, Chu Luo's area remained the most tranquil, devoid of any challengers. How remarkable! Brother Ling's insight is truly exceptional. Had I known, I too would have sought out Chu Luo as my guardian. You probably wouldn't even dare to approach the gates of the Forbidden Sect, would you? Moreover, would someone of Chu Luo's caliber even take notice of you? Truly, must you speak so foolishly? If you cannot articulate your thoughts, kindly remain silent. Do you wish to engage in a duel? If you dare, then come forth. Observing Ling Xuanzi, who was now comfortably engaged in his calculations, the eliminated disciples could not help but feel envious. Ling Xuanzi was destined to become one of the heavenly calculators, secured. The radiant ancient sage atop the floating island beamed with joy at this moment. The surrounding elders extended their early congratulations. In the plaza, Ling Xuanzi had successfully illuminated a heavenly calculation stone, while others were still embroiled in chaotic conflict. This is bored and seeking diversion. Chu Luo watched the struggle at the other 6 stone monuments when he noticed Jiang Luoli, whom he had previously encountered in the secret realm. On her wrist, she wore a string of beads that struck a chord of familiarity within him. Chu Luo's eyes widened in surprise as he observed closely. At that moment, Jiang Luoli, possessing the cultivation of the 5th realm of primordial beginning, asserted her dominance as a prodigy of the heavenly calculation pavilion, occupying one of the stone monuments. As Ling Xuzi sat down to decipher the heavenly calculation stone, Jiang Luoli exhaled a sigh of relief, only to suddenly sense something amiss, turning her gaze. Their eyes met, and Jiang Luoli realized that Chu Luo was scrutinizing the beads on her wrist. Instinctively, she glanced at her wrist, where a string of golden glass beads adorned it. Jiang Luoli seemed to recall something, her exquisite visage shifting abruptly. She concealed the beaded bracelet within her sleeve and turned away, no longer meeting Chu Luo's gaze. Noticing her reaction, Chu Luo took a deep breath. It couldn't be mistaken. Absolutely not. The stunning young woman, with that string of glass beads he had seen before, it was with Yin Xiaofeng, the second-ranked genius of their Forbidden Sect, renowned for his prowess. Yin Xiaofeng, a disciple of their esteemed elder, was highly regarded throughout the sect, destined to become the zero-sequence disciple. Chu Luo had once inadvertently crossed paths with this esteemed Yin brother. At that moment, Brother Yin was lost in thought, gazing at a string of glass beads. The bracelet of glass beads in his hand was identical to the one adorning the wrist of the young maiden. Good heavens! Brother Yin was secretly in love. Heh, Brother Yin, I have uncovered your great secret. Chu Luo flashed a grin, her eyes sparkling with the fire of gossip. Before long, all 7 stone tablets were claimed. Out of the 7, 6 were seized by the direct disciples of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, while the remaining 1 was taken by a core disciple who had only recently stepped into the realm of primordial beginning. 6 days later, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the scene, the diviner suddenly sprang to his feet. The final heavenly machine stone on the tablet before him had been successfully activated. Chu Luo beamed with delight. The spirit pool, here I come. Brother Ling had succeeded. He had become one of the heavenly machine masters. How impressive! Surrounding disciples of the heavenly machine pavilion cast envious glances at the diviner. "Thank you, Brother Chu," he said calmly, turning to Chu Luo with a respectful bow. He understood that without Chu Luo's assistance, it was highly likely he would not have become a heavenly machine master. Chu Luo waved her hand, about to say something when suddenly, with a resounding boom, several more stone tablets were illuminated all at once. Chapter 61. The Sword-Mad Emperor. The selection of the celestial mechanism concludes as the selection for the celestial mechanism at the celestial pavilion approached its conclusion, deep within the ancestral grounds of the Wang family. A middle-aged man knelt in a cave, consumed by grief as he gazed upon a dozen floating islands. Before him lay Wang Xiaojia, enveloped in unconsciousness. This man was Wang Xiaojia's father, Wang Zhandao, revered in the outside world as the ancient saint of war. Could it be that Xiaojia, his indomitable ancient body, cannot be restored? Wang Zhandao lamented, overwhelmed with sorrow. The ancestral figures on the floating islands sighed in unison, their eyes ablaze with fury. Previously, it was the grandson of the evil suppression emperor, Wang Lin, and now it was the prodigy of their Wang family, Wang Xiaojia. This despicable creature from the Forbidden Sect is indeed infuriating. Alas, Zhandao, fortunately, the old fellow of destiny intervened in time. Now Xiaojia's life is no longer in jeopardy. As for his ancient body, you are aware of the devouring body toxin. It is exceedingly vile. Although that wretched creature possesses low cultivation, the devouring body toxin is not merely a martial technique, but rather resembles a curse. For so many years, we have sought a method to dispel it. Long ago, an old wretch from the Forbidden Sect mastered such a malevolent move, and our Wang family, along with the Yi and Ji families, the three ancient clans, secretly allied with those from that side, to successfully quell it. After all these years, it is astonishing that this vile creature from the Forbidden Sect has also learned such a nefarious technique. We must eliminate it swiftly. Otherwise, once this creature grows stronger, it will become a formidable toxic emperor. An elder shook his head slightly and spoke in a solemn tone. His words prompted the other Wang family elders to nod in agreement. Meanwhile, Wang Zhandao at the bottom felt as if his heart had turned to ash. Looking at Wang Xiaojia lying before him, his pain deepened. Their lineage had finally produced an indomitable ancient body, only to have it destroyed by Chu Luo. Zhandao implored the elders to seek justice for Xiaojia. "I want that vile creature dead. Not only that creature, but also the old wretch Enya. Elders, if our Wang family does not respond, we shall be ridiculed by the 3,000 great worlds. The world will think that our Wang family has cowered before the Forbidden Sect." Wang Zhandao bowed repeatedly before the figures on the floating islands. "Alas, enough. I have not ventured outside for nearly 100,000 years. Today, I shall take the opportunity to step outside, perhaps to visit those old fellows at the Celestial Pavilion, or perhaps to meet that ancient being, Zhongyu." An elderly man with a head full of white hair rose from one of the floating islands, dusting off his robes and stretching languidly. Upon seeing the elder rise, the other ancestors nodded in acknowledgement. Below, Wang Zhandao bowed repeatedly in gratitude to this elder. The elder stepped forward, his figure vanishing without a trace, not stirring even the slightest breath of air. Meanwhile, within a vast world forged by a great emperor, a middle-aged man accompanied by a beautiful woman approached the grand entrance of an ancient palace. This middle-aged man, tall and handsome, bore an expression of solemnity, exuding an air of authority without uttering a word. A faint aura of sanctity emanated from him, barely perceptible yet undeniably present. This striking figure was none other than Yi Tiandi, the head of the illustrious Yi family. Beside him stood the beautiful woman, Yi Luochang, his beloved sister, whose eyes were red with unshed tears, her face suffused with sorrow and indignation. "Tiandi, I beseech you, let me see father," Luochang implored, her voice filled with desperation. The two voices resonated against the imposing gates of their ancestral palace, a hidden sanctuary for their forefathers' cultivation. "Tiandi Luochang, what brings you here?" A voice rang out from within the ancient palace, sounding as if belonging to a man in his 30s or 40s. "Father, your granddaughter Shuer, she has been murdered." Yi Luo Chong cried out, her sobs echoing with anguish. A moment of silence followed her words. With a low hum, the grand doors of the palace began to creak open. In that instant, a formidable presence, reminiscent of a great emperor's might, surged forth. Beyond the threshold lay a miniature realm. Then a man, bearing a striking resemblance to Yi Tiandi, appeared quietly at the entrance. With a single step, he stood before Yi Tiandi and Luo Chong. This man was none other than Yi Tiandi and Yi Luo Chong's father, Yi Jianquang, revered in the outside world as the sword-mad emperor. "Father." Yi Tiandi and Yi Luo Chong hurriedly bowed in respect. "What has transpired? Who is responsible for Shuer's death?" Yi Jianquang's brows furrowed, a chilling aura manifesting upon his visage. "Father, Luo Yi accompanied Shuer to the Tianji pavilion a few days ago, hoping to participate in the selection for the Tianji child as a protector and enter the Tianling pool. However, upon their arrival in Tianji City, Shuer encountered Chu Luo, a direct disciple of the Forbidden Sect, who humiliated her. Luo Yi stood up for Shuer, intending to teach that scoundrel a lesson, but to her dismay, the wretch invoked his master, the old fiend Enya. Luo Yi was also bullied by that old wretch, who seized the Tianlin horse gifted to Shuer by Tianming. Just as Luo Yi returned to seek the help of an elder to rectify this injustice, Shuer's life token shattered. At this point, Yi Luo Chong was overcome with grief, tears streaming down her cheeks. Upon hearing her account, Yi Jianquang's expression darkened ominously. "Father, the master and disciple from the Forbidden Sect are utterly intolerable. Moreover, if the Tianji pavilion does not provide us with an explanation, our Yi family shall not rest." Yi Tiandi declared coldly. Yi Jianquang nodded slightly, pondering aloud. "It seems that our Yi family has been withdrawn from the world for too long, leading others to believe we are easily bullied. Rest assured, my dear Shang, you shall undoubtedly seek justice for Shuer. Her death will not be in vain." As his words echoed, Yi Jianquang stepped forth, vanishing from sight. At that very moment, as both the Wang and Yi families began to stir, within the Tianji pavilion, the selection of Tianji Zi had concluded. The 7 esteemed Tianji Zi had been successfully chosen. Among them, 6 were direct disciples, including Ling Xuan Zi, while the remaining one was a core disciple. In the grand hall of Tianji pavilion, Chu Luo, Ling Xuan Zi, Ling Su Zi, Jiang Luo Li, and several other prodigies stood at the center. The Lord of Tianyu pavilion gazed at the 7 newly appointed Tianji Zi with satisfaction, nodding approvingly before addressing them. "From this day forth, you shall be the Tianji Zi of my Tianji pavilion, and we shall prioritize your training. As a reward, you shall have access to the heavenly spirit pool within our pavilion. Furthermore, your summoned guardians shall equally be granted entry to the heavenly spirit pool." With these words, the Lord of Tianyu pavilion waved his hand grandly, and a shimmering portal appeared above the heads of the assembly. Chapter 62. The Supreme Sovereign enters the celestial spirit pool. Behind the entrance to the spatial realm lies a small world that has been newly forged. Go forth. The extent of your gains lies in your own hands. With a grand wave of his hand, the Master of Tianyu summoned a powerful force that enveloped all within the hall, transforming into a streak of light that soared into the small world beyond the spatial entrance. Observing his beloved disciple finally poised to enter the celestial spirit pool, the Emperor of the Shadow Crow could not help but feel a surge of joy. However, a moment later, he felt an odd sensation creeping in. An ominous premonition took root within him. He paused slightly, his eyelids twitching, as a sense of foreboding washed over him. Simultaneously, upon entering the small world, Chu Luo and his companions were suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming imperial might. Almost instantly, 2 figures appeared before the group. One of them was an elder whom Chu Luo recognized as the Emperor of Fortune, who had previously intervened to rescue Wang Xiaojia within the secret realm. The other elder was the venerable Ancestor of the Tianji pavilion. Ancestor, Senior. The attendees, whether they were the prodigies of the Tianji pavilion or the defenders, bowed respectfully to the 2 emperors. The 2 sovereigns acknowledged them with slight nods. The Emperor of Fortune's gaze landed on Chu Luo, and he smiled warmly, saying, "Ah, the little fellow from the Forbidden Sect, we meet again." Chu Luo chuckled, somewhat embarrassed, and replied, I didn't expect you to remember me, senior." The other elder's gaze fell upon Chu Luo, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. He then addressed the crowd, "Follow me." As his words echoed, the two emperors turned and led the group deeper into the small world. "Brother Ling, what are the names of these two elders? They seem quite amiable, unlike those wretched old fogies from the Wang family and the Crimson Flame Valley." Chu Luo whispered in inquiry. "Hush, Brother Chu, you must address them as emperors. That one is our esteemed ancestor of fortune, and the other is our supreme, sovereign ancestor." Ling Xuanzi replied in hushed tones. "What? Supreme sovereign ancestor?" Chu Luo exclaimed in astonishment, barely suppressing his laughter. "Supreme sovereign? How could someone possess such a peculiar taste? How intriguing." Chu Luo's exclamation left the entire assembly momentarily stunned, their expressions rife with disbelief. Was he truly audacious enough to insult the supreme sovereign? Fortunately, Ling Xuanzi reacted swiftly, covering Chu Luo's mouth just in time to stifle his laughter. Realizing his blunder, Chu Luo broke into a cold sweat, especially as the supreme sovereign ancestor halted in his tracks, his countenance darkening, veins pulsating on his forehead. Beside him, the Emperor of Fortune's lips twitched uncontrollably. Did this young lad not understand that the supreme sovereign despised any misinterpretation of his title? "Ah, esteemed Elder Heba, I must clarify that my remarks were not directed at you. Please do not misunderstand. I was merely venting my ire towards Ling Xuanzi. Indeed, I was just berating that scoundrel Ling Xuanzi for his tardiness in revealing the illustrious reputations of the two esteemed elders, truly deserving of reproach." Chu Luo extricated himself from Ling Xuanzi's grasp and hastily offered his apologies. "Ah, yes. Please do not take offense, Ancestor. My brother Chu was indeed directing his ire towards me. It was certainly not a commentary on your honorific title." The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions betraying their skepticism as they observed the two. "Do you see our disbelief?" they seemed to convey. "Ha! Young friend Chu, you are indeed humorous. Has this old fellow's temperament been so easily swayed by you over the years?" The Emperor of Fortuity chuckled, seeking to smooth over the situation for Chu Luo. He patted Elder Heba on the shoulder and jested, "Spare me, you old ghost. How could I possibly be undone by a mere child? You are quite the jester, my boy. I find you utterly delightful." Elder Heba turned to Chu Luo with a broad grin, as if to convey, "I shall remember you, lad." Chu Luo offered an awkward smile, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Following this little interlude, the group continued onward until two pools, one large and one small, came into view. The larger resembled a small lake, while the smaller appeared only capable of accommodating a dozen or so individuals. These pools were, in fact, the heavenly spirit pools of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, filled with heavenly spirit liquid. The rich spiritual energy enveloped the newcomers, invigorating them with their first breath. "Ah, so this is the heavenly spirit pool." They murmured in awe, as tales had it that the liquid contained therein was produced by the heavens, capable not only of being absorbed by the powerful, but also of cleansing the meridians and refining the essence. A few members of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion exclaimed in excitement, "This is indeed our heavenly spirit pool." Upon entering, the amount of heavenly spirit liquid you can absorb will depend upon your own fortune. Furthermore, under no circumstances should anyone damage our heavenly spirit pool. Any protector who transgresses will face immediate execution. Disciples who violate this will be stripped of their status and expelled from the pavilion. Elder Heba issued a stern warning. "We shall remember." The crowd responded with cupped hands. The Emperor of Fortuity stepped forward and addressed Chu Luo and the others. "The 7 of you proceed to the larger heavenly spirit pool, while the remaining 4 young friends shall enter the smaller pool. You may enter now. In 2 hours, regardless of how much you absorb, I shall escort you out of here." Upon hearing the Emperor's words, Chu Luo paused, instinctively glancing towards the modest pool accommodating only a few, then at the larger pool resembling a small lake. This was a blatant display of preferential treatment. As soon as the Emperor's words echoed in the air, the group dispersed towards the two heavenly spirit pools. "Child, you have taken a wrong path." The expression on the face of the esteemed extreme dominance ancestor darkened as he beheld Chu Luo, who was following Ling Xuanzi. His gaze turned somber. Aha. My apologies." Chu Luo scratched his head awkwardly, casting a glance at the vast pool, filled with reluctance. Turning around, he pursed his lips and followed Jiang Luoli into the little heavenly spirit pool. Fortunately, apart from himself, the only other guardians who entered were Jiang Luoli, a prodigy from the undying Dao lineage, and another prodigy from the extreme sovereign Dao lineage, making a total of 3. Upon entering the heavenly spirit pool, the heavenly spirit liquid soaked Jiang Luoli's garments. Her alluring figure, with its captivating curves, caused the two prodigies from the undying and extreme sovereign Dao lineages to blush, hastily suppressing their inner desires as they closed their eyes to cultivate, beginning to absorb the heavenly spirit liquid. However, Chu Luo remained oblivious to this enchanting scene. Once he entered, he immediately closed his eyes and commenced the operation of the forbidden primordial art. Boom! In the next moment, both the extreme dominance ancestor and the heavenly mechanism ancestor were drawn to the commotion caused by Chu Luo. The two venerable emperors revealed expressions of astonishment. Chapter 63. Take care of my horse. I shall return. Chu Luo emanated a faint golden radiance. Golden motes swiftly converged around him, spinning at an incredible speed. The heavenly spirit liquid in the pool surged violently towards Chu Luo's body. It was as if it were being devoured. Centered around Chu Luo, the heavenly spirit liquid formed a vortex. The liquid in the pool diminished at a visibly rapid pace. This fellow, Jiang Luoli's stunning visage displayed a look of shock. She had not anticipated that Chu Luo would absorb the liquid at such a terrifying rate. Is this guy a monster? Not good. This fellow is nearly depleting the liquid all on his own. A prodigy from the undying Dao lineage exclaimed in alarm. He promptly closed his eyes again, channeling his cultivation technique to compete with Chu Luo for the heavenly spirit liquid in the pool. Jiang Luoli and the other prodigy from the extreme sovereign Dao lineage also immediately activated their techniques to seize the liquid. If they were any slower, they might only be left with mere remnants. This brat has actually cultivated the forbidden primordial art to the 4th level. Yet even so, after absorbing so much heavenly spirit liquid, shouldn't he be on the verge of a breakthrough? The extreme dominance emperor remarked, astonished. The chance emperor's gaze flickered as he observed Chu Luo, who was voraciously consuming the heavenly spirit liquid. He then turned to look at the 7 heavenly mechanisms by the large pool. Unable to restrain himself, the chance emperor shook his head and addressed Chu Luo. This child possesses an unprecedented foundation. It is the first time I have witnessed such depth. Even at his age, I was far inferior. Alas, such a prodigy is not a disciple of my heavenly mechanism pavilion. The extreme dominance emperor nodded in agreement, acknowledging the chance emperor's words. Although he felt that aside from his somewhat abrasive demeanor, Chu Luo's displayed talent left him utterly astounded. Amidst their conversation, the celestial spirit liquid within the celestial spirit pool is on the verge of being completely drained by Chu Luo. The Emperor of Fortune and the Emperor of Supremacy exchanged glances, sharing a wry smile. The stipulated 2 hours were far from over. Surely, they could not expel Chu Luo and his companions at this juncture. Thus, the Emperor of Fortune reached out towards the vast celestial spirit pool, making a sweeping gesture. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the celestial spirit liquid surged upwards, forming a water dragon that cascaded into the smaller celestial spirit pool occupied by Chu Luo and his companions. In an instant, the liquid in the small pool was replenished, only to be swiftly absorbed once more by Chu Luo. This little devil, what manner of creature is he? The heavenly mechanism pavilion had made a tremendous blunder in inviting this child. The Emperor of Supremacy, observing the dwindling pool, could not help but curse in frustration. Once this matter had passed, he would surely convene with the other elders in the pavilion. This child must be placed on a blacklist. The celestial spirit pool would never be made available to him again. What else could they do but accept their fate? Otherwise, word would spread, and it would appear as though the heavenly mechanism pavilion could not hold its own. Thankfully, the celestial spirit liquid in the main pool was capable of regeneration. The Emperor of Fortune also let out a bitter laugh. He then made another sweeping gesture to draw more liquid from the main pool to fill the smaller one, only for it to be consumed entirely by Chu Luo once again. Meanwhile, the other three prodigies, including Jiang Luoli, could only absorb a fraction of the liquid. The reason was simple. They could not compete with Chu Luo. His forbidden primal art was extraordinarily domineering. Observing this scene, both the Emperor of Fortune and the Emperor of Supremacy grew intrigued. They were curious to discover the limits of Chu Luo's capabilities. Thus, after the Emperor of Fortune retrieved the celestial spirit liquid 4 times, the pace at which Chu Luo absorbed and refined it began to slow. Could it be that this lad was finally reaching his limit? The Emperor of Supremacy sighed in relief, still astonished. The Emperor of Fortune nodded, watching Chu Luo with keen interest. Just how far could this little fellow push his boundaries? At this moment, Chu Luo felt the celestial spirit liquid he had been compressing and refining coursing through his meridians like a mighty river, causing the corners of his mouth to lift involuntarily. He felt a profound appreciation for the might of his sect's cultivation method. The forbidden primal art of his sect, once mastered to the 4th level, could unleash its true power. This technique allowed one to refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth countless times, compressing and stacking it to forge a solid foundation of spiritual power. This was also the reason why Chu Luo could continuously wield forbidden techniques without depleting his internal energy. Since the beginning of his training in the forbidden primal art, he had recognized its extraordinary nature. Thus, over the years, unlike other disciples who rushed to elevate their cultivation, he had diligently focused on refining, compressing, and stacking his spiritual power, establishing an incredibly robust foundation. Moreover, Chu Luo discovered that the forbidden primal art was perfectly complementary to the forbidden techniques he wielded. Even when employing the forbidden techniques, after depleting his internal spiritual power, he could swiftly extract and refine the celestial energies simply by circulating his cultivation method. The forbidden primordial art was nearly as outrageous as the forbidden techniques themselves. However, its true prowess only manifested after transcending the 4th realm. Buzz! Chu Luo gazed within, witnessing his spiritual sea brimming with incomprehensible power. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, leaping up and howling towards the heavens. Break! Boom! The Emperor of Opportunities and the Emperor of Extreme, along with the startled onlookers, all turned their attention to Chu Luo. In the next moment, they sensed his aura rapidly ascending. 2nd realm of primordial. 3rd realm. 4th realm. Boom! Chu Luo surged from the 1st realm of primordial, consecutively breaking through 3 minor realms in a single breath, achieving the 4th realm of primordial. Hiss! Brother Chu, truly remarkable. The spirit calculator could not help but exclaim at this moment. Such a lad. Even the Emperor of Extreme Domination could not contain his astonishment. Breaking through 3 minor realms in one go, this lad's talent was even more monstrous than that of their own Tianji sects, Tianjiao. Feeling the power coursing through his meridians, Chu Luo could not help but smile broadly. This journey to the Tianji sect had indeed been worthwhile. Kid, conceal your aura. Now that you've broken through, hurry down. You're disturbing others. The Emperor of Extreme Domination scolded gruffly. Chu Luo pouted. This old man truly held a grudge. Thus, he descended beside the 2 emperors, behaving like a well-mannered child, refraining from speaking lest he offend the Emperor of Extreme Domination once more. Following Chu Luo, the spirit calculator and several others from Tianjiao also made breakthroughs, while Jiang Luoli advanced by 2 minor realms, reaching the Nirvana realm. Chu Luo could not help but be astonished. Senior Yin's little lover is quite talented as well. Subsequently, everyone experienced breakthroughs and exited the heavenly spirit pool. The Emperor of Extreme Domination, as if sending away a plague, was the first to kick Chu Luo out of this small world. As everyone emerged from the heavenly spirit pool, the prodigies from other factions also departed the Tianji sect in succession. Ha ha! My obedient disciple, your gains are commendable. The Emperor of the Shadow Crow, noticing Chu Luo's current realm, was exceedingly pleased. However, before he could finish his sentence, the Emperor's expression abruptly changed. Before the Lord of Tianyu and several elders, he seized Chu Luo, tearing open a rift in space. My dear disciple, quickly go. Tianyu, we shall take our leave first. We will express our gratitude next time. As soon as the words were spoken, the Emperor of the Shadow Crow dragged the bewildered Chu Luo into the spatial rift, disappearing without a trace. The rift in space healed at an astonishing speed, and at the very moment the rift sealed, a voice echoed from its depths. Brotherling, take good care of my horse. I shall return. Chapter 64. A formidable adversary approaches. The master and apprentice take flight. Ling Xuanzi found himself perplexed. Why did the Dark Crow Emperor leave in such haste? It was not only Ling Xuanzi who was bewildered. Even the Lord of Tianyu and the gathered high-ranking elders were filled with expressions of confusion. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, the extreme Overlord Emperor and the Fortune Emperor made their entrance. Old Ancestor. The crowd bowed in unison. At this juncture, the extreme Overlord Emperor and the Fortune Emperor gazed gravely into the void, their eyes narrowing slightly. An invisible divine thought surged forth. Moments later, their attention returned. Old Ancestor, what has transpired? The Lord of Tianyu inquired, a frown creasing his brow. The solemn expressions of the two ancient ancestors surely indicated that something significant had occurred. Everything is well now. Just moments ago, the emperors of the Yi and Wang families paid a visit, but they have since departed, presumably in pursuit of the Dark Crow Emperor and his companions. The Fortune Emperor explained succinctly before both he and the extreme Overlord Emperor turned and vanished from sight. At that moment, the Lord of Tianyu and the others finally comprehended why the Dark Crow Emperor had departed with such urgency. It was clear that the emperors of the Wang and Yi families had come calling. Lord of Tianyu, we too must take our leave. With the Dark Crow Emperor absent, the ancient Saint Yanjun and the ancient Saint Lan Qing hurriedly bid farewell to Tianyu and swiftly exited the Tianji pavilion. Meanwhile, amidst the chaotic currents of the void, a tempest raged. An elder stood amidst the emptiness, impervious to the surrounding storm. This elder was none other than the venerable ancestor of the Wang family. Such a swift escape. The elder smiled faintly before suddenly looking up, addressing another direction with a casual tone. Since my friend has arrived, why not reveal yourself? Buzz. As soon as the elder's words fell, a figure enveloped in overwhelming sword intent materialized out of thin air. Yi Jianquang. Greetings to the esteemed Jiao Yu. Yi Jianquang clasped his hands in respectful salutation. Oh, you're the young lad from the Yi family all those years ago. I never imagined you would grow to this extent. It seems that in a few more years, you may rival an old man like me. The Jiao Yu Emperor chuckled. Jesting. Senior jests. Yi Jianquang replied with a slight shake of his head. His gaze sharpened as he pierced through the barriers of space, spotting the fleeing Dark Crow Emperor, who was carrying Chu Luo in his escape. It appeared that the Dark Crow Emperor had sensed Yi Jianquang's scrutiny, for he turned his head mid-flight and made a grotesque face, baring his teeth in a most unsightly manner. Are you also in pursuit of the duo from the Forbidden Sect? The Jiao Yu Emperor smiled faintly, resembling an exceedingly benevolent elder. Yi Jianquang nodded, contemplating. I recently learned from the Fortune Emperor that my granddaughter has fallen at the hands of Chu Luo. In that case, you shall accompany me. I too have matters to address with that master and apprentice. The Emperor of the Nine Hells chuckled lightly. Yi Jianquang nodded slightly, and the two of them stepped forward in unison. In an instant, their figures vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the Emperor of the Shadow Crow, who was frantically pulling Chu Luo along, turned his face back. Master, what are you looking at? And why are we running? Could it be that the powerful emperors of the Wang and Yi families have arrived? Suddenly, Chu Luo recalled that he had slain Yi Qingxue and crippled Wang Xiaojie. Given the nature of these two families, it was impossible for them to remain indifferent. My clever disciple, indeed. The Wang family has sent a 6-realm-old ghost. and the Yi family has dispatched a four-realm emperor. Your master cannot bear this alone. Fortunately, I took you and fled in advance. Otherwise, we would surely meet our doom. As long as we return to the safety of our sect's territory, we shall be safe. The Emperor of the Shadow Crow sneered. Upon hearing that the other side had dispatched 6-realm and 4-realm emperors, Chu Luo couldn't help but regard his master with a serious expression and asked, "Master, can we escape?" The Emperor of the Shadow Crow patted his chest with one hand, swearing an oath. "Rest assured, my dear disciple, what I excel at is evasion and stealth, especially evasion. I have trained specifically for this." "That's good." Seeing his master's confidence, Chu Luo felt reassured. However, in the next moment, the Emperor of the Shadow Crow suddenly turned his head, his expression shifting dramatically. He saw Jian Kuang and the Emperor of the Nine Hells approaching them with terrifying speed. It would not be long before they caught up. "My dear disciple, you go ahead." The Emperor of the Shadow Crow suddenly regained his composure, using one hand to push Chu Luo forward into the space ahead. Boom! "Ah, Master, you just hit my waist." Chu Luo transformed into a streak of light, shooting forward at an even faster speed. The Emperor of the Shadow Crow immediately turned, gathering a force devoid of any energy fluctuations in his hands. Hiv. Forbidden secret art, blood fiend poison. In a mountain range 1,000 miles away from the Forbidden Sect, the void suddenly shattered. A streak of crimson light dashed down, plunging into a small grove within the mountains. "Hiss, that hurts." In the grove, Chu Luo leaned against a tree trunk, one hand clutching the bark while the other pressed against his waist, grimacing in pain. His master's previous strike had nearly shattered his kidneys. After regaining his composure, Chu Luo scanned his surroundings and leaped into the air, treading upon the void. After surveying the mountains and rivers around him, Chu Luo finally let out a sigh of relief. He had finally returned to the territory of his sect. A few thousand miles to the east lay his Forbidden Sect. Boom! Just then, Chu Luo noticed the distant void suddenly shatter. A blood-colored streak of light shot forth from the broken void, plummeting rapidly downward. "Master!" Sensing the ominous aura emanating from the crimson glow, Chu Luo's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed forward. The resounding boom echoed through the mountains, where the blood-red light struck, unleashing a formidable force that carved a deep pit into the ground. Coughing and gasping, he muttered expletives, feeling the intense pain coursing through him. Emerging from the pit was a ragged, dirt-covered elder. A closer inspection would reveal that this disheveled figure was none other than Chu Luo's master, the formidable Yi Emperor. "Master, are you all right?" Chu Luo exclaimed as he arrived, his gaze landing on the battered Yi Emperor, whose lips bore traces of blood, filling him with concern. "My dear disciple, what are you doing here? We must flee at once. As long as we return to our territory, we shall be safe." The Yi Emperor, surprised to see Chu Luo, grasped his hand, eager to tear through the fabric of space once more. "Master, we are already within the confines of our sect's territory. If we travel eastward for several thousand miles, we will reach our sect." Chu Luo hurriedly interjected. The Yi Emperor paused, surveying his surroundings with newfound clarity. No wonder the vicinity felt familiar. They were home. "Ah, then all is well," he exclaimed, a wave of relief washing over him as he unleashed his imperial might, enveloping the area for thousands of miles. Just then, the void once more fractured, and two figures descended silently. Among them was Jian Kuang, his heart ablaze with fury and murderous intent, casting a disdainful glance at the Yi Emperor. At that moment, any onlooker would be struck with terror. The entirety of Jian Kuang's left hand had vanished, and from his shoulder surged an overwhelming force, staunching the blood that flowed from the neatly severed wound, likely inflicted by a sharp weapon. The sword in his hand dripped with golden blood, infused with the essence of an emperor. Chapter 65. The arrival of the three ancestors. The imperial battle resumes, gazing upon the severed arm of the sword-mad emperor. The Shadow Crow Emperor let out a cold chuckle. The arm of Jian Kuang was indeed his doing. After sending Chu Luo away, he had stealthily executed a forbidden technique, launching a decisive ambush on Jian Kuang, who was merely at the fourth realm of the Emperor level. The attack had succeeded, striking his arm. However, what the Shadow Crow Emperor did not anticipate was that upon sensing the sinister poison coursing through his arm, Yi Jinquang had swiftly wielded his sword, severing his own limb. "You old wretch, today I shall slay you." Yi Jinquang roared with unrestrained fury, his cold, murderous intent coalescing into a palpable force, causing the temperature of the surrounding atmosphere to plummet drastically. Yi Jinquang was also taken aback. How could he, a dignified Fourth Realm Emperor, be ambushed by a mere First Realm Emperor? As this realization struck him, he raised his sword, unleashing a terrifying aura of violence, wildness, and bloodlust that surged forth from his being. In the next moment, the heavens and earth shifted, manifestations of chaos erupted, and countless powerful beings throughout the vast world sensed this overwhelming sword intent. That figure, it is Yi Jinquang of the Yi clan. Ah! How has the sword-mad emperor entered the fray? Look, he is injured. What has happened to his other arm? Who could the sword-mad emperor be battling? As numerous powerful figures gazed in astonishment at the distant anomalies in the heavens and earth, their voices trembled with fear. Just as the Shadow Crow Emperor and Chu Luo wore grim expressions, an intense spatial fluctuation suddenly erupted behind them. Both the sword-mad emperor and the 9 Nether Emperor's eyes narrowed. Buzz! The void collapsed, and a thick aura of death permeated the air. Infused with an astonishing imperial might, 3 aged figures emerged from the rift in space. Upon seeing these 3 figures, the sword-mad emperor relinquished his sword, his divine presence, and the accompanying anomalies vanishing in an instant, replaced by a grave and cautious demeanor. Even the 9 Nether Emperor's countenance turned exceedingly serious at the sight of these 3 visitors. Chu Luo and the Shadow Crow Emperor abruptly turned, a wave of joy washing over them. Ancestors. Indeed, the 3 individuals who appeared behind Chu Luo and the Shadow Crow Emperor were none other than the Tomb Jade Emperor, the Xiaoqing Emperor, and the Dao Source Emperor of the Forbidden Sect. At the forefront, the Tomb Jade Emperor, clad in white garments, radiated an aura of death. His aged visage appeared ghastly pale, as if he might transcend into the void at any moment. Ancestors, save me. Chu Luo hastily concealed himself behind the 3 venerable figures. The Shadow Crow Emperor stepped forward, clasping his chest, and bowed respectfully to the 3 elders. Ahem! Elder, are you well? The Tomb Jade Emperor coughed lightly, his gaze fixed with concern upon the Shadow Crow Emperor. Hiss! Rest assured, Ancestor, I am not yet destined for death. However, Ancestor, you must be cautious of that old fellow from the Wong family. His prowess is truly formidable. The Emperor of Shadow Crows offered a warning before retreating behind the 3, much like Chu Luo. Young man, I can understand why the old ghost from the Wong family is targeting you, but why has the Emperor of the Yi family also come to trouble you? Have you slain a prodigy from the Yi family as well? The Emperor of Dao Source cast a perplexed gaze upon the sword-mad Emperor and inquired. Indeed, Ancestor, you are unaware that the mad girl from the Yi family is exceedingly insufferable. Within the secret realm of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, that lunatic actually allied with the prodigies of the Crimson Flame Valley and the Spirit Clarity Sect to besiege our disciples. Yet the 3 of them were no match for our disciples. However, that mad girl from the Yi family delayed her surrender just a tad too long, and one of our disciples accidentally struck her down. Ancestors, you must come to our aid. Chu Luo lamented with profound grievance. Ha! It appears to be merely a matter among the younger generation. Fear not, young man. As long as I am here, they shall not harm you. The Ancestor of Burial Jade spoke coldly. From Ancestor Burial Jade S protective value 10,000. From Ancestor Zhou Chun S protective value 10,000. From Ancestor Dao Source S protective value 10,000 at this moment. 3 notifications echoed within Chu Luo's system. Overjoyed, Chu Luo hastily checked his protective value. Now he had accumulated over 200,000. Yet, the path to his goal of 2 million remains a long one. Matters amongst the younger generation. Whoever falls is merely outmatched. You old fellows stepping in to pursue the elders and disciples of my Forbidden Sect is somewhat excessive. The Ancestor of Burial Jade Emperor's expression remained calm, the aura of death around him growing more intense as he cast a disdainful glance at Yi Jianquang, then shifted his gaze toward the Emperor of Nine Hells. It seemed the Emperor of Burial Jade regarded Yi Jianquang with utter indifference. Yi Jianquang's expression darkened. Buzz! He raised his hand to the severed arms wound, and with a flick of his finger, before the eyes of the onlookers, flesh and blood began to coalesce at his shoulder, swiftly forming a new arm. Ha! Burial Jade, it has been over 100,000 years since we last met, yet you remain as arrogant as ever. The only difference is that you have aged more than I. Furthermore, your time is short. I have come this time for the young man behind you. That young man has slain the prodigies of my Wang family and destroyed the sacred body of my kin. If you hand him over to me, I shall take my leave. Otherwise, I shall have to spar with you. I wonder how much lifespan you will have left after our battle. At this juncture, the Emperor of Nine Hells wore a sinister smile. Despicable. That old fellow is truly vile. Old Ancestor. Perhaps we should hand over this young man. After all, keeping him around only invites trouble. The Dao Yuan Old Ancestor exclaimed vehemently. Glancing at Chu Luo, he addressed the Zhongyu Emperor. What? No, please don't, Old Ancestor. By the way, I have the sacred longevity pill here. Perhaps you might find it useful. Chu Luo, upon hearing the Dao Yuan Old Ancestor's words, felt a wave of panic wash over him. He hurriedly stepped forward, pleading with the Zhongyu Emperor, presenting the sacred longevity pill before him. Old Ancestor, this is unacceptable. He is my cherished disciple. The Enya Emperor's expression shifted, and he quickly interjected. The Zhongyu Emperor cast a sideways glance at the Dao Yuan Emperor and smiled at Chu Luo. Young one, your kind gesture is appreciated, but the sacred longevity pill holds no benefit for me. You should keep it for yourself. Furthermore, Dao Yuan was merely jesting with you, so there is no need for concern. With the ancestors present, even that old wretch Jiuyu cannot harm you today. Coughing violently, the Zhongyu Emperor suddenly produced a sword, raising his gaze to fixate on the Jiuyu Emperor. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo was deeply moved. He instinctively glanced at the Dao Yuan Old Ancestor, only to find him chuckling to himself. Chu Luo felt utterly speechless. This Dao Yuan Old Ancestor was truly unreliable. At such a critical moment, he still made jokes. Sighing, Jiuyu declared, in that case, Zhongyu, let us battle in the void beyond. A hint of venom flashed in his eyes as he stepped forward, summoning a colossal imperial manifestation that obscured the very sky. With a swift motion, he appeared in the void beyond. Zhongyu, come forth and fight. The voice of the Jiuyu Emperor resonated across the 3,000 great worlds, leaving countless powerful beings in a state of shock. The Battle of Emperors was about to commence once more. Chapter 66. The conclusion of the Imperial War. Ancestor's summons it was. The Nine Nether Emperor of the Wang clan. My goodness, it is indeed the Nine Nether Emperor. Just now, it seemed that the Nine Nether Emperor mentioned. The Burial Jade Emperor of the Forbidden Sect. Hiss! The Forbidden Sect and the Wang clan are clashing again. It must be because of that rascal, Chu Luo. You old scoundrel, your guesses are astute. I heard that during the selection of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, this Chu Luo nearly eliminated the esteemed Wang Xiaojia from the Wang clan. Moreover, the esteemed fairy, Yi Qing Snow from the Yi clan, has already fallen victim to Chu Luo's venomous hands. Henceforth, the world shall no longer know of the fairy Qing Snow. Hiss! The myriad powerful beings from the 3,000 great worlds gazed into the void beyond the domain. The majestic figure of the Emperor, treading upon a universe with boundless clouds swirling around, sparked a flurry of discussions. Shao Chun, take this young lad and the third elder back to the sect. Old fool, it has been years since we last met. Let us see if your strength has progressed since those tens of thousands of years ago. Boom! The Burial Jade Emperor smiled gently, grasping a spiritual sword, and stepped forward. In the blink of an eye, the Burial Jade Emperor appeared beside Yi Jianquang. Yi Jianquang's pupils constricted. The moment the Burial Jade Emperor materialized beside him, he sensed an overwhelming sword pressure emanating from the Emperor, rendering him breathless. It felt as though a primordial divine mountain was pressing down upon him, nearly suffocating him. Furthermore, the wild and bloodthirsty sword intent within him was instantly shattered. With but a mere glance from the burial Jade Emperor, the atmosphere shifted. Boom! Under the scrutiny of countless powerful beings, Yi Jianquang's complexion turned ashen, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The sword intent that had once surged within him vanished entirely, and the hand that held the spiritual sword trembled uncontrollably. Yi Jianquang's face was pale, his eyes filled with terror. The chasm between his swordsmanship and that of the burial Jade Emperor was insurmountable. At a distance of 100,000 miles, today, I shall spare your life. Should you return to the Forbidden Sect, I shall not show mercy. The burial Jade Emperor, who had appeared beside Yi Jianquang, left behind but a single statement. His figure flickered and vanished into the cosmic void. How? How could there be such a vast disparity? What significance does my years of painstaking effort on this path hold? Is this the burial Jade? The top-tier prodigy emperor from 100,000 years ago? Yi Jianquang struggled to accept this reality. In the face of the burial Jade's sword intent, he found himself bereft of the courage to wield his own. At this moment, the foundation of Yi Jianquang's Tao began to fracture. An unstable heart of Tao, subjected to backlash. Two ancestors. What a splendid opportunity. Quickly take advantage of his weakened state to ambush him and eliminate him. Seeing Yi Jianquang suddenly spew blood once more, Chu Luo immediately whispered a reminder to Ancestor Daoyuan and Ancestor Xiaoqing. You rascal. Mischievous. Yet I find it rather delightful. Haha. Ancestor Daoyuan chided Chu Luo with a chuckle. As he gazed vacantly into the abyss, Yi Jianquang's eyes flickered with a hint of hesitation. He spoke softly, Young one, if we truly eliminate this Yi Jianquang, we will be irrevocably at odds with the Yi family. Such an act would undoubtedly ignite a far more extensive imperial war, perhaps even a full-scale conflict between our two factions. At this moment, it is not yet time for our Forbidden Sect to sever ties with these ancient families. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo clicked his tongue, lamenting the squandered opportunity. After all, this individual had just been pursuing him and his master. Let us return to the sect for now. The esteemed Ancestor Xiaoqing cast a fleeting glance at the dazed Yi Jianquang and then waved his hand. A surge of power enveloped Chu Luo, propelling him towards the direction of the Forbidden Sect. The two great emperors, Yinya and Daoyuan, also followed suit, returning to their sanctuary. At this moment, Yi Jianquang, lost in despair, raised his head to survey the void beyond. That figure, shrouded in deathly aura, yet still exuding an ethereal grace, radiated boundless might. Subsequently, Yi Jianquang tore through the fabric of space, turning to depart. Boom! Simultaneously, a resounding explosion reverberated throughout the vast expanse of the 3,000 great worlds. Deep within the cosmic realms beyond, the battle of emperors commenced, escalating in ferocity. The Jiu Emperor wielded a battle blade, emanating a grayish luminescence. A terrifying intent of the blade, intertwined with the supreme sword intent of the Zhongyu, enveloped the infinite universe. The blade and sword intent shattered stars within a vast radius of millions of miles. The domains covered by these two supreme forces seemed to coalesce into a realm of blades and swords. The Jiu Emperor and the Zhongyu Emperor engaged in a frenzied clash within this blade-sword domain. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of power imbued with blade light and sword energy rippled outward, akin to ripples in water, sweeping across the cosmos in all directions. The two emperors stirred the chaos, their might beyond comprehension. The cataclysmic reverberations generated by the confrontation of these two six-stage emperors inevitably drew the attention of many hidden old monsters from the top-tier forces. All these ancient beings believed that the clash between the Zhongyu Emperor and the Jiu Emperor would hasten the decline of vitality within the Zhongyu Emperor. Even the Jiu Emperor himself harbored this belief. He intended to exhaust the Zhongyu to death today. However, this battle unfolded contrary to everyone's expectations. It spanned an entire day and night. Each time the Jiu Emperor and countless hidden old specters thought the Zhongyu was on the brink of collapse. Nearing the end of his lifespan, they were met with the surprise that the Zhongyu Emperor remained steadfast, perpetually teetering on the edge of defeat. Ultimately, Zhang Yu unleashed a horrific killing move, clashing head-on with the Jiuyu Emperor. After this exchange, the Jiuyu Emperor was struck by a sword and fled back to the Wang family. After the Jiuyu Emperor's retreat, the deathly aura surrounding the Zhang Yu Emperor thickened, as though he were on the verge of transcending into the void. In that moment, Zhang Yu sensed the murderous intent emanating from many ancient beings observing him. He chuckled darkly. What? Do you wish to test the sharpness of my blade? Though I am aged, the edge of my sword remains intact. Even in death, I shall take a few with me. If you do not believe, feel free to test it. Ahem. Zhang Yu sensed these wandering thoughts in the void outside the realm, infused with murderous intent. Thus he spoke weakly, his chest heaving, to the myriad powers of the 3,000 great worlds. Upon hearing his words, some hidden old ghosts hesitated for a long while before ultimately retracting their thoughts. There was no other reason. These old fellows were also wary of Zhang Yu. They were averse to being the ones to stick their necks out, inadvertently benefiting others. Sensing the withdrawal of these thoughts, Zhang Yu felt an inexplicable disappointment. He then took a step forward and returned to the Forbidden Sect. At this moment, Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect had already returned to Tianjiao Peak. Seeing Zhang Yu return, enveloped in a shroud of deathly energy, Chu Luo finally felt a sense of relief. Youngster, come to the Forbidden Ground. Just then, Zhang Yu's ancient voice echoed in Chu Luo's ears. Chu Luo was taken aback, utterly perplexed. Why was the Ancestor Zhang Yu seeking him? Was he to be punished for causing trouble? Though a twinge of anxiety gripped his heart, he chose to visit the Forbidden Ground to meet the Ancestor Zhang Yu. Chapter 67. Entering the Forbidden Land to meet the Ancestor as Chu Luo prepared to leave the mountain peak and head towards the Forbidden Land. A familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. Senior Brother Chu. Turning towards the sound, Chu Luo beheld a streak of light swiftly approaching, landing before him. Upon recognizing the visitor, he was momentarily taken aback, as memories flooded back. The person before him was Tang He, who had once invited Chu Luo to embark on a journey to the southern celestial continent for training in the Beast Mountain Range. Chu Luo recalled that he had indeed promised Tang He at that time. I just heard from some junior brothers that you have returned. Senior Brother Chu, I didn't expect it to be true. Several of us have been waiting for you. When shall we depart for the southern celestial continent? Tang He scratched his head, looking at Chu Luo with eager anticipation. Chu Luo's lips twitched slightly, and he cleared his throat, feeling a bit embarrassed. Well, Junior Brother Tang, the Ancestor has just summoned me to the Forbidden Land. At these words, a glimmer of disappointment flickered in Tang He's eyes, yet he maintained a cheerful demeanor. No worries, Senior Brother Chu. If you truly have no time, we can go on our own. Although Tang He's disappointment was well concealed, it did not escape the observant Chu Luo. Feeling a pang of guilt, Chu Luo smiled broadly, revealing his white teeth. Junior Brother Tang, I promised you all, and I shall indeed go. Please wait for me a moment while I visit the Ancestor. Without giving Tang He another chance to respond, Chu Luo turned and soared towards the Forbidden Land. Tang He watched Chu Luo's retreating figure, a smile spreading across his face, and hurried off to share the good news with the other junior brothers. Soon, Chu Luo arrived at the entrance of the Forbidden Land. However, just as he was about to step inside, he fortuitously encountered Elder Zhao Sheng and Elder Qin Yi, who happened to be passing by together. They spotted Chu Luo with 1 foot already in the Forbidden Land. Chu Luo, Zhao Sheng, Qin Yi. The three exchanged glances, and a silence enveloped the scene. Elder Zhao, if I were to tell you that the Ancestor sent me to find him, would you believe me? Zhao Sheng widened his eyes in disbelief, ready to scold Chu Luo, when suddenly a venerable voice resonated from deep within the Forbidden Land. Youngster, since you have arrived, why do you hesitate? Come in. Upon hearing this voice, imbued with a hint of imperial authority, Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi hurriedly bowed towards the depths of the Forbidden Land. They then treated Chu Luo as though he were air, chatting and laughing as they departed. Chu Luo's lips twitched slightly as he gazed into the depths of the Forbidden Land. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward into the Forbidden Realm. Not long after entering, he soon laid eyes upon the stone tablet inscribed with the 3,000 forbidden techniques, guarded by the Ancestor Dao Yuan and Ancestor Shao Chun. Chu Luo approached the two ancestors and respectfully bowed, saying, "Greetings, esteemed ancestors." The moment he saluted, Chu Luo's gaze repeatedly darted toward the stone tablet behind the two elders. "Young man, if your eyes dare to wander once more, I shall transform them into dark circles forthwith," the Dao Yuan elder remarked with a smile. Chu Luo quickly averted his eyes, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he cast a sideways glance at Dao Yuan. "Elder, you two are not here merely to prevent me from learning, are you?" he joked. "Ha, young lad, you have indeed guessed correctly," Dao Yuan elder boomed with laughter, increasingly finding Chu Luo to be quite to his taste. In response, Chu Luo, in a fit of indignation, cursed under his breath. "With so many secret techniques hidden in the sect, are you not afraid of them being lost?" "Enough, Dao Yuan, do not bully this young fellow any longer," interjected the refined and affable Shao Chun elder. He playfully scolded Dao Yuan before gesturing to Chu Luo, indicating a nearby mountain peak. Chu Luo nodded, offering a respectful bow to Shao Chun elder before making a face at Dao Yuan and swiftly soaring towards the distant peak. "This lad is rather intriguing," Dao Yuan elder chuckled, watching Chu Luo's retreating figure with great amusement. Certainly, Chu Luo was far more entertaining than the other prodigious disciples of the sect. This boy possessed extraordinary talent, decisive in battle, yet was quirky and cunning, a delightful combination that perfectly suited Dao Yuan's taste. At times, Dao Yuan elder even contemplated personally taking Chu Luo under his wing. Before long, Chu Luo arrived at the mountain peak before him. Atop the peak stood a towering ancient tree, its lush branches rustling with the gentle breeze. Beneath the tree lay a quaint tiled house and a small courtyard. Outside the house stood a stone table adorned with tea utensils. At that moment, the Zongyu elder, clad in white and exuding a faint aura of death, sat on a stone chair brewing tea. Chu Luo descended to the stone table, bowed respectfully to Zongyu elder, and flashed a broad smile revealing 8 pearly teeth, appearing harmless as he said, "Elder, I have arrived." Zongyu elder glanced at Chu Luo, offering a subtle smile. "Young lad, now that you are here, feel free to take a seat. Forgive my hesitation, elder, but may I inquire why you have summoned me?" Chu Luo asked, bowing again. Zongyu elder observed him with a knowing look, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Can you not help but put on an act? Even before me, you dare to feign?" He beckoned Chu Luo to sit. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo rubbed his head sheepishly. "Ha, since you have seen through me, I shall not hold back." He took a seat at the stone table, cradling the cup of tea that Zongyu elder had placed before him. He examined it closely and inhaled its aroma. Given Zongyu elder's stature and cultivation, the tea he offered was certainly anything but ordinary. For a moment, Chu Luo failed to discern any distinction in this cup of tea. Was it possible that his cultivation was too insufficient to perceive the intricacies within? He mused quietly to himself. After finishing his cup, the venerable ancestor Zongyu observed Chu Luo, who remained in a daze while holding his own cup. With a chuckle, he remarked, "Young one, this is merely an ordinary cup of tea." At this, the corners of Chu Luo's mouth twitched slightly. Was this truly just an ordinary tea? Hadn't it been said that these ancient emperors consumed only extraordinary things? Was he being jested with? Upon realizing that the cup in his hand was nothing more than a simple infusion, he wasted no time and gulped it down in one go. After a couple of blinks, he found himself unable to detect any flavor. "Master, I have finished the tea. I wonder what matters you summoned your disciple for? If there is nothing urgent, I shall take my leave, as my fellow disciples await me to venture into the Beast Mountain range for training." With newfound courage, Chu Luo inquit, one impatient little fellow. "Very well, come along with me." Ancestor Zongyu chided playfully as he slowly rose and turned toward the thatched cottage. Intrigued, Chu Luo had also noticed this cottage upon his arrival. He promptly followed Ancestor Zongyu. The two arrived at the door of the cottage, where Ancestor Zongyu gently pushed open the door and stepped inside. Upon entering, Chu Luo was instantly captivated by the scene before him. Chapter 68. 200 Spirit Tablets, Longevity Elixir in the living room of the tiled house. A ceremonial altar was set up. Upon this altar lay a multitude of spirit tablets, meticulously arranged. Chu Luo discreetly counted them. There were exactly 200. Before these spirit tablets, a large jade vial was placed, which was ensconced with formidable prohibitions. The venerable Ancestor Zongyu approached, adjusting his garments, and bowed respectfully to the 200 spirit tablets before him. Chu Luo, standing beside Ancestor Zongyu, followed suit and bowed deeply in reverence to the tablets. Chu Luo surmised that these 200 spirit tablets likely represented the ancestors of their Forbidden Sect who had perished throughout the ages. His attention was drawn to one particular spirit tablet, inscribed with the name of the Heavenly Poison Emperor. A sense of unease crept into his mind. The name Heavenly Poison Emperor did not evoke images of benevolence. Gathering his courage, he inquired of Ancestor Zongyu, "Ancestor, are the individuals represented by these spirit tablets indeed the ancestors of our Forbidden Sect who have fallen?" Ancestor Zongyu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, our Forbidden Sect has lost 200 ancestors from ancient times to the present. We, too, are hastening towards that fate. Perhaps soon, these tablets will bear our names." A flicker of melancholy and reluctance appeared in Ancestor Zongyu's gaze, which Chu Luo keenly observed. "Do not worry, Ancestor. We shall ensure that our Forbidden Sect continues to stand tall amidst the myriad realms of the 3,000 worlds. We will even maintain our position at the pinnacle of the foremost powers," Chu Luo declared earnestly. He had long regarded the Forbidden Sect as his home, and he could not bear to witness its decline. Ancestor Zongyu let out a hearty laugh, visibly pleased. "Young one, it is heartening to hear you express such thoughts. If the spirits of our ancestors could hear your words, they would surely feel immense comfort." Chu Luo scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful at the ancestor's praise. "By the way, Ancestor, was the Heavenly Poison Emperor not defeated in battle by a group of assailants?" Ancestor Zongyu paused, intrigued by Chu Luo's insight. "How do you know this?" "Well, I speculated. The very name of our ancestor suggests a rather unsavory character. Likely someone whom the so-called righteous figures of his time sought to vanquish," Chu Luo replied. "Thus, I deduce that our ancestor may have met his end due to being overwhelmed in battle." Upon hearing Chu Luo's explanation, the corner of Ancestor Zongyu's mouth twitched, and his expression darkened. He refrained from responding further and stepped forward, seizing the jade vial from the altar. With a gentle touch of his finger, the prohibitions on the vial dissipated entirely. Then, the Ancestor Zongyu handed a jade vial to Chu Luo. Upon receiving the vial, Chu Luo, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Ancestor, what is contained within?" As he spoke, he opened the vial. Suddenly, a surge of terrifying green vitality erupted from the vial, soaring into the sky. "Hiss! What an alarming force of life!" Chu Luo could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Soon, the vitality that had burst forth from a vial began to dissipate. Chu Luo gazed into the vial and discovered 10 emerald pills, radiating a vibrant green glow, infused with a rich essence of life. These were the longevity pills, crafted from the blood of warriors with immortal bodies, along with dozens of precious spiritual herbs. Although named longevity pills, they could not grant eternal life. However, anyone who consumed one would be revived as long as they still breathed. Having mastered 1,000 forbidden techniques, all you need is to take a longevity pill, and the life force contained within will sustain you for an entire month without the worry of losing your lifespan due to the use of forbidden arts. Hearing this, Chu Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. He looked at the 10 longevity pills in the vial, his face alight with fervor. He had not anticipated that the ancestor possessed such extraordinary treasures. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Observing the aura of death surrounding Ancestor Zongyu, he slowly asked, "Ancestor, such a heaven-defying elixir, why do you not consume it?" Ancestor Zongyu waved his hand dismissively, turning away from Chu Luo as he replied, "I have long since partaken of it. Thus, it holds no efficacy for me now. The longevity pill has been passed down since ancient times, and now only these 10 remain. They are all yours. Take your pills and be gone." Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback, unsure why Ancestor Zongyu had suddenly become irate. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Indeed, these ancestors had peculiar tempers, often unpredictable. "Yes, disciple takes leave," he said hastily, tucking the jade vial away and bowing respectfully to Ancestor Zanyu. He then turned and swiftly departed the mountain peak, flying towards the forbidden grounds, fearful that Ancestor Zanyu might change his mind and reclaim the 10 longevity pills. After Chu Luo's departure, Ancestor Zanyu radiated a faint glow. Shedding his disguise, he returned to his youthful and elegant form. However, at that moment, Ancestor Zanyu was no longer as composed as before. He hurriedly bowed to the spirit tablet of the heavenly poison emperor, saying, "Ancestor, do not take offense. Children speak without malice. The wind carries it away. Chu Luo did not intend to offend you. Should you encounter him in the future, please do not hold it against him." Just as Ancestor Zanyu finished speaking, the spirit tablet inscribed with the name of the heavenly poison emperor trembled twice before falling silent once more. Witnessing this, Ancestor Zanyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. In a certain dark realm, an ominous, eerie, and bloodthirsty aura filled the air. On a towering peak, an immensely formidable figure gazed up at the heavens. Time around him seemed to freeze, and the Tao resonated with thunderous roars. The laws of heaven and earth were in utter chaos. An incomprehensible aura of terror permeated from this figure, enveloping the entire dark realm. "Ha! Is it you, Chu Luo? This ancestor shall remember you, young man." The vast expanse of 3,000 great worlds. How nostalgic it is. This towering figure obscured its countenance. Yet, from the timbre of its voice, one could discern that this individual appeared to be quite youthful. Boom! A thunderous clap resounded across the skies of the dark realm. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, cleaved through the shroud of darkness above. The dazzling light illuminated the shadows behind this imposing figure. In a fleeting glimpse, one could see that behind this magnificent silhouette lay a sea of corpses, 1,000,000 strong, with rivers of blood flowing for miles. Each lifeless body exuded a suffocating presence. Soon after, this majestic figure took a step forward and vanished from sight. In the next moment, the entire dark world trembled violently before dissolving into the void, forever lost. Chapter 69. A Blessing in Disguise. The ancestor of Dao Yuan protects the path deep within the ancestral land of the Wang family. A spatial rift quietly opened. A figure, exuding an overwhelming imperial aura, stepped forth from the fissure. This figure was none other than the returning emperor of the Nine Nether. Upon his shoulder, a wound pulsed with golden light, as terrifying sword energy incessantly invaded it. The emperor of the Nine Nether placed his hand over the injury, a gentle radiance emanating from his palm. In the next moment, the wound vanished, replaced by a powerful surge of sword energy in his grasp. With a slight smirk, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. He tightened his grip, and the immense sword energy was instantly crushed. Within the cave dwelling, the faces of several ancestors of the Wang family were obscured. Their expressions varied. They had been closely monitoring the battle between the Emperor of the Nine Nether and the Emperor of Burial Jade. The ancestors had assumed that the clash would exhaust the lifespan of the Emperor of Burial Jade. Yet to their surprise, he proved more resilient than anticipated. Despite being pushed to such extremes, he still managed to endure. However, the aftermath of the battle left the Emperor of Burial Jade shrouded in an increasingly dense aura of death. The other ancient figures of the Forbidden Sect had not emerged, indicating that the situation within the sect was even more dire than they had imagined. An ancestor, enveloped in a formidable presence, spoke in a deep voice. The others nodded slightly, their eyes gleaming with a frigid intent to kill. Under the influence of death energy, the power of that old fellow, Burial Jade, has diminished even further. If it weren't for my fear of him resorting to desperate measures, I would have preferred to continue wearing him down. Yet soon enough, he will not withstand many more battles. The Forbidden Sect is no longer the same as it was 100,000 years ago. The Emperor of the Nine Nether chuckled coldly, his gaze shifting towards the direction of the Forbidden Sect, his expression growing increasingly frigid. The 1,000 forbidden techniques of the Forbidden Sect were coveted by the foremost powers of the entire 3,000 realms. Subsequently, The Emperor of the Nine Nether turned and stepped back onto his small floating island, taking a seat and closing his eyes to recuperate. A trace of sword energy still lingered within him. Meanwhile, deep within the ancestral land of the Yi family, the returning sword-mad emperor wore a despondent expression. The sword path he had painstakingly studied was rendered utterly futile before the Emperor of Burial Jade. If his sword intent resembled a rushing river, then that of the Emperor of Burial Jade was an endless, vast ocean. Before the Emperor of Burial Jade, he felt bereft of the courage to wield his sword. What significance does it hold? What significance does it hold? Ha ha! All my years of diligent study, what meaning do they possess? Seated upon a mat, the sword-mad Emperor's aura fluctuated wildly, as if he were on the brink of losing himself to madness. He was deeply shaken and felt as though his very heart of Tao was about to shatter. Sword-mad, you have disappointed us gravely. A mere burial of jade. Yet over 100,000 years ago, there were no fewer than a dozen emperors who fell beneath the hand of that ancient being. However, none of those emperors displayed the fragility you exhibit. As a fourth realm emperor, how can you be so vulnerable? We had placed immense hopes in you. Yet, at this moment, you have profoundly disappointed us. Behind the sword-mad emperor, the ethereal images of several colossal emperors manifested, with the foremost figure casting a downward gaze, reprimanding the sword-mad emperor seated upon his mat. Indeed, sword-mad, the ancient one, has 1 foot already in the grave. It is no surprise that he wields such terrifying sword intent. You, however, are still youthful, a prodigy of the sword path from the Yi family. If you are so easily shaken in your resolve, then you do not deserve to be heralded as a sword genius of the Yi family. So, Mel, remember that there are always greater heights to aspire to. You should strive to surpass that ancient figure, rather than retreating like a defeated hound, wallowing in despair, and undermining your own path. Indeed, sword-mad, you are still young, and you have ample time ahead. The ethereal figures of the emperors spoke in unison, their resonant voices imbued with supreme authority, echoing in the ears of the sword-mad emperor like a timeless bell. A spark ignited within the sword-mad emperor's eyes. Yes, he is still young. There remains a wealth of time to pursue, to replace, and even to surpass. With that thought, the sword-mad emperor's aura gradually stabilized. His nearly crumbling resolve began to solidify. Rising slowly, he bowed deeply in gratitude to the ethereal figures behind him. Thank you, esteemed ancestors. Sword-mad shall remember. With those words, the sword-mad emperor turned and stepped into the void, heading toward a towering mountain in the distance. A more terrifying, frenzied, and bloodthirsty sword intent erupted from him, soaring skyward. The entire ancestral world was enveloped by this formidable sword intent. The ethereal figures of the emperors were taken aback, their gazes drawn to the sword-mad emperor, who sat atop the mountain, eyes closed in deep contemplation, revealing expressions of satisfaction. The ancestors of the Yi family had not anticipated that the sword-mad emperor would find fortune amidst adversity and gain profound insights. The Forbidden Sect, this matter is far from over. Those who sought to slay the Yi family nearly shattered our emperor's resolve. This enmity is irreconcilable. The foremost ethereal figure, with a terrifying gaze like that of the depths of the underworld, fixed its icy stare upon the direction of the Forbidden Sect, exuding a chilling intent to kill. In the depths of the Forbidden Sect's ancestral land, the Burial Jade Emperor, having just emerged from his humble abode, sensed something amiss. His gaze drifted toward 2 distinct directions, a strange smile curling at the corners of his lips. The directions he surveyed were those of the Wang and Yi families. He had just perceived 2 currents of murderous intent emanating from those very directions. Retracting his gaze, the Burial Jade Emperor took a step, vanishing from his original position. In the blink of an eye, he materialized beside the Emperor Shaoqin and Emperor Daoyuan. Ancestor. The 2 revered emperors were momentarily taken aback and hastily bowed in respect to the Burial Jade Emperor. The Emperor of Morning Jade, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed at the stone tablet behind the 2, which chronicled the 3,000 forbidden and esoteric arts. A faint smile graced his lips as he remarked, Dao Yuan. The third elder is in seclusion to heal his wounds. That young lad certainly has a knack for causing trouble. During this period, it shall be your duty to discreetly protect him. Dao Yuan, with a playful smirk, replied, Ancestor, since Chu Luo is so adept at stirring up chaos, why not confine him to the forbidden grounds? Let us personally mentor him to save him from his daily mischief. The crux of the matter is that this rascal deliberately targets the most formidable factions to incite trouble. If we were to guide him ourselves, coupled with his exceptional comprehension, his future achievements would be remarkable. At the very least, he would attain the status of a great emperor. The Emperor of Morning Jade chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Between life and death lies great terror. It is only under such circumstances that prodigies can flourish rapidly. If that lad were to be confined and meticulously taught by us, what difference would it make from those delicate flowers in a greenhouse? They may appear beautiful, yet are utterly useless. Moreover, compared to the trouble he incites, this young rascal pales in comparison to our ancestors of the Forbidden Sect. In their youth, which of our forebears was ever a docile soul? Chapter 70, Departing for Southern Heaven State. Another old six. The corner of Dao Yuan Emperor's mouth twitched slightly. Upon further contemplation, it indeed seemed true. The troubles that Chu Luo had recently stirred up paled in comparison to the calamities that their old comrades had created in their youth. Chu Luo appeared as docile as a little lamb. Much like the ancestral figure before him, the ancestor of Burial Jade, in his younger days, had instigated no fewer than 10 monumental disasters, compelling the sect to launch several sect wars. Each of these wars was accompanied by torrents of blood and the fall of emperors. Yes, Ancestor, Dao Yuan Emperor acknowledged, turning and vanishing from sight. After leaving his ancestral land, Chu Luo planned to honor his commitment to seek out his fellow disciples from Tang He and accompany them to the Monster Beast Mountains in Southern Heaven State for training. Chu Luo initially wished for his master to join them, especially since the Wang and Yi families had already set their sights on him. However, he was disheartened to learn that his master had entered seclusion to recuperate. Nonetheless, the Raven Emperor had provided him with a token prior to his retreat, assuring that should he encounter peril, the Raven Emperor's avatar would appear to extricate him from danger. Yet, Chu Luo remained apprehensive. Before seeking out Tang he first paid a visit to sect leader Lin Feng, hoping to enlist the discreet protection of 1 or 2 elders from the 8 great elders. Upon learning of Chu Luo's intention to venture to Southern Heaven State, Lin Feng scolded with irritation. You rascal, after causing such a great calamity for the sect, how dare you go out? No, from now on, you shall remain at Nianxia Peak. Lin Feng's concern stemmed from Chu Luo's safety. With the Raven Emperor in seclusion, he would not oppose if the Emperor were to accompany him. Moreover, Southern Heaven State was quite distant from their Forbidden Sect. Should anything happen to Chu Luo, even the Emperor would require time to arrive. Hearing this, Chu Luo's expression fell. Was he destined to stand up Tang He once again? Just then, a familiar voice echoed in Lin Feng's ears. Sect leader, let this lad go. I shall protect him from the shadows. This figure was none other than Dao Yuan Emperor. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then nodded slightly, addressing Chu Luo below with resignation. Very well, very well. If you wish to go, then go. However, the other elders are either preoccupied with urgent matters or in seclusion. I shall assign an outer sect elder to accompany you. Southern Heaven State is remote. As long as you keep a low profile and refrain from causing trouble, having 1 outer sect elder accompany you should suffice. Thank you. Sect leader, I shall take my leave. Chu Luo, fearing Lin Feng might renege, hurriedly bid farewell. Although he had only secured the company of 1 outer sect elder, he felt somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, Lin Feng was not wrong. Given Southern Heaven State's remoteness, it was rare for formidable figures of top-tier forces to venture to such a locale. Having a sage-level practitioner accompany them would indeed be sufficient. As he watched the departing Chu Luo, Lin Feng rubbed his temples and sighed with a bittersweet smile, hoping that the young man would not cause any further trouble for the sect. After leaving the Grand Hall, Chu Luo swiftly made contact with Tang He. Outside the sect, Tang He, accompanied by 5 core disciples, had been waiting for quite some time. Senior brother Chu is here? exclaimed several disciples, their faces lighting up with excitement upon seeing the figure soaring towards them. It was indeed Chu Luo. Upon arriving before them, Chu Luo was greeted with respectful bows from Tang He and the 5 core disciples. A grin spread across Chu Luo's face as he recognized the 5 core disciples who had accompanied him in the Emperor's secret realm, where they had scavenged for spirit herbs and unearthed spirit soil. There is no need for formalities, my fellow disciples. I remember you, your Wang Sheng. You there, Lu Dali. And you, Li Xian. And you too, Qi Hao and Song Jie. You were the most diligent in digging for spirit soil back then. The 5 core disciples were pleasantly surprised that Chu Luo remembered them, their admiration for him swelling from the depths of their hearts. I've heard that the Monster Beast Mountain Range is abundant with spirit herbs and countless opportunities. With Senior Brother Chu leading us, our expedition will surely yield bountiful rewards. One of the disciples exclaimed. Indeed, just look at the caliber of Senior Brother Chu, another remarked. We will follow your every command in this journey to the Monster Beast Mountain Range. If you tell us to go east, we shall not venture west. The core disciples chimed in eagerly. Senior Brother Chu, it is getting late. Let's set forth. Tang He interjected, revealing a small wooden boat that had appeared in his hands. Chu Luo waved his hand towards Tang He, saying, Not so fast. There are others yet to come. Tang He and the 5 core disciples were momentarily taken aback, buzzing. As soon as Chu Luo's words fell, a powerful surge of energy manifested behind him. Moments later, a kindly elder clad in a dark robe with graying hair appeared before their eyes. Upon seeing the elder, Tang He and the 5 core disciples hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, Disciple greets Elder Qing Wei. Elder Qing Wei was the outer sect elder dispatched by Lin Feng to accompany Chu Luo and the others to the Monster Beast Mountain Range, possessing the cultivation of the 6th realm of the saint level. With a warm smile and gentle demeanor, Elder Qing Wei scanned the 6 disciples before his gaze settled upon Chu Luo. The aura emanating from Chu Luo did not escape the elder's keen perception, prompting an involuntary gasp of astonishment. Truly, he is the direct disciple of the Yin Crow Emperor. Elder Qing Wei recalled when Chu Luo first emerged within the sect, barely possessing the cultivation of the primordial realm. How much time had passed since then? His cultivation had astonishingly advanced to the 4th realm of the primordial stage. What a prodigious talent he is! Regaining his composure, Elder Qing Wei nodded slightly and addressed Chu Luo and the core disciples, saying, The sect leader has sent me to escort you young ones on your journey. However, the elder has stated beforehand that since this is a journey of experience, he will not intervene lightly, unless your lives are in imminent peril. Upon hearing this, Tang He and several core disciples nodded vigorously, akin to chicks pecking at grains. Instinctively glancing at Chu Luo, they were acutely aware that it was precisely because their senior brother Chu accompanied them that the sect leader dispatched powerful sages to protect their path. After all, their senior brother Chu is now a renowned prodigy throughout the realm. In simpler terms, they were merely basking in the glory of Chu Luo. Since everyone is present, let us depart. Chu Luo laughed heartily, turning his gaze towards Tang He. Tang He tossed the wooden boat into the void, swiftly forming seals with his hands and pointing at it. Instantly, the once palm-sized vessel enlarged dramatically. The group leaped aboard, and soon after, Tang He and Wang Sheng took charge of propelling the warship, racing towards the southern region of Tianjiao. The distance from the Forbidden Sect to Tianjiao was considerable. At their current speed, it would take them no less than half a month to arrive. Consequently, upon boarding the warship, the remaining disciples settled down to meditate and enter a state of cultivation. Accompanying them was Elder Qing Wei. Only Chu Luo remained, idly standing at the bow, enjoying the cool breeze. At that moment, Chu Luo noticed red light points shimmering around Elder Qing Wei. Yet, there was no discernible fluctuation of spiritual energy or aura emanating from him. The red light points surrounding Elder Qing Wei were familiar to Chu Luo. They were indeed the manifestations of practicing a certain forbidden technique. Elder Qing Wei was cultivating a forbidden technique. Chu Luo scrutinized closely and finally discerned which forbidden technique Elder Qingwei was practicing. A wild twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. He never expected that this seemingly gentle and benevolent Elder Qingwei was cultivating such a sinister forbidden art. Just imagine, beneath a kind exterior lies a most malevolent secret. Truly, another case of an insidious character. Chapter 71. Guiding the Sage. Discussing forbidden techniques, Elder Qingwei. You are practicing the most forbidden of our forbidden techniques. The blood curse of inaction, are you not? Chu Luo remarked with a faint smile. The blood-colored light points enveloping Elder Qingwei dissipated instantly as he slowly opened his eyes. The several core disciples who had been meditating also opened their eyes in astonishment, looking at Chu Luo. Indeed, Chu Luo, you have mastered this technique as well? Do you have any insights? Elder Qingwei inquired, devoid of the lofty demeanor one might expect from an outer sect elder. Instead, he gazed at Chu Luo with a kind expression, genuinely curious. He had heard that Chu Luo had grasped several forbidden techniques of the sect. Forbidden techniques are those of imperial grade and above, exceedingly challenging to cultivate. Without considerable talent, even sages like them would find it difficult to even begin mastering such techniques. Thus, it is evident that Chu Luo possesses extraordinary talent. Elder Qingwei's interest was piqued at this moment. Chu Luo grinned and addressed Elder Qingwei. Elder Qingwei, is it not true that when you employ this ultimate skill, aside from expending a tremendous amount of vitality and lifespan, the results are far from satisfactory? Your adversary had ample time to react and evaded your trump card. Furthermore, have you not been cultivating this technique for quite some time, yet still merely grazed its threshold, unable to master it fully? Upon hearing this, Elder Qingwei was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Chu Luo in disbelief. How did you know? 2 years ago, I engaged in battle with an ancient sage from the Crimson Flame Valley. I am to slay him and unleashed this ultimate skill, only to have that old wretch successfully evade my strike, allowing him to escape. At this juncture, Elder Qingwei was momentarily stunned. Looking at Chu Luo, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Have you disowned my inadequacies in this technique? Please enlighten me." With that, before several core disciples, Elder Qingwei bowed deeply to Chu Luo. The sight left the core disciples utterly astonished. A sage, seeking counsel for Brother Chu? Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would scarcely have believed such a scene. Elder Qingwei speaks too highly of me. How could a junior dare to instruct a senior? I merely possess some insights regarding this technique. Chu Luo chuckled lightly and continued, in our sect, the technique of the silent blood curse is an art of the shadows, emphasizing the element of surprise and striking when the opponent is unprepared. Earlier, I observed that you first ignited your vitality and lifespan before forming the seals. This preliminary burning of your vitality and lifespan undoubtedly creates fluctuations in your aura, which is why your opponent could predict and evade your hidden card. To execute the silent blood curse, one should initially ignite a mere trace of vitality. Such a slight fluctuation is nearly imperceptible. Using this as a diversion, swiftly form the seals, and then, at the cost of your lifespan, draw forth the blood curse to seal within, ultimately delivering an unexpected strike. Just like this. As Chu Luo's words fell, he swiftly formed the seals with his hands. Throughout the process, not a single ripple of aura was produced. In the blink of an eye, Elder Qingwei beheld a familiar, ethereal seal manifesting at the tip of Chu Luo's fingers. The personal demonstration left Elder Qingwei profoundly moved, his mind replaying each of Chu Luo's movements. After a considerable time, Elder Qingwei inhaled deeply, seemingly enlightened, and promptly formed the seals with his own hands. Buzzing. In the next moment, a crimson seal materialized at the tips of Elder Qingwei's fingers, identical to the one in Chu Luo's hand. However, compared to the seal in Chu Luo's hand, the one wielded by Elder Qingwei appeared slightly unrefined. Clearly, Elder Qingwei's application of the silent blood curse was not yet as adept as that of Chu Luo. Nonetheless, in comparison to his earlier attempts, Elder Qingwei had indeed surpassed the threshold of mere initiation, yielding significant gains. Calming the emotions swirling within, Elder Qingwei once again bowed respectfully to Chu Luo. "Thank you. I have learned much from you," he expressed, accompanied by a deep sense of admiration. The innate talent of Chu Luo was astonishing, surpassing even the top 10 prodigies listed. Fortunately, Chu Luo was a direct disciple of their Forbidden Sect. Had he been a disciple of another formidable faction, it would have been dire indeed. At that moment, Tang He and the other 6 core disciples were utterly in awe of Chu Luo. They could hardly believe that their senior brother could provide guidance to a sage. It was simply outrageous. Yet, the thought of receiving instruction from such a master stirred their excitement. Imagine how their powers would soar. Waving his hand with an innocent smile, Chu Luo replied, "Elder Qingwei, you flatter me excessively. However, I must say, you appear to possess a kind demeanor. Yet I did not expect you to practice such esoteric skills in private. You are indeed a crafty one, Elder Qingwei." Upon hearing this, Elder Qingwei's lips twitched slightly. How could this young man be so susceptible to flattery? Just moments ago, he had praised him, only to be labeled as cunning. Clearing his throat, Elder Qingwei averted his gaze, declaring, "As a mere outer elder of the sect, it is my duty to be knowledgeable about our sect's profound techniques. How could I possibly be that insidious person? You must not slander me." At these words, Tang He and the others exchanged discreet glances, silently rolling their eyes at Elder Qingwei. "We believe you, old man. You are truly quite devious." They had finally discerned the true nature of their Elder Qingwei, without a doubt. He was quite the sly one. Who else would practice such underhanded techniques? "Oh, is that so?" Chu Luo feigned a sigh. "In truth, I have gathered insights into another, even more insidious technique of our sect, the soul enchantment spell. I had intended to discuss it with the elder, but it seems I misjudged him. Perhaps it is best to let it be." Upon hearing this, Elder Qingwei's eyes narrowed slightly, quickly glinting with excitement before he masked it. At this moment, Tang He, Wang Sheng, and the other 6 core disciples gazed at Chu Luo with eager eyes, as if saying, "We wish to learn as well." Elder Qingwei's expression shifted, adopting a serious demeanor. He turned to Tang He and the other core disciples, earnestly advising, "The forbidden techniques of our sect are extraordinary. Merely practicing them consumes one's lifespan. With your current cultivation and longevity, you cannot possibly grasp them. You should focus on your training." Upon facing the stern visage of Elder Qingwei, Tang He and the other 6 core disciples respectfully clasped their hands together before dutifully returning to their cultivation. After dismissing the group, the expression on Elder Qingwei's face shifted once more as he leaned closer to Chu Luo and whispered, "Ah, Chu Luo, a few days ago, I procured several bottles of exquisite spirit wine from elderly Tian. Would you care to indulge?" Elder Qingwei winked slyly at Chu Luo. Immediately, a knowing smile graced Chu Luo's face, acknowledging the elder's intentions. This old man was indeed quite shrewd. If he desired to learn, he could have simply stated it outright. Chu Luo did not decline the offer and nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking a grain. "Certainly, certainly. I shall humbly comply. Let us proceed to the cabin for a drink." Chu Luo, regarding the charm of living beings, is it difficult? Rest assured, elder. It is not challenging at all. Others may struggle, but I am confident you will master it. Is that so? Then I shall be at ease. Chapter 72. Southern Heaven Prefecture, Southern Heaven City. Half a month swiftly passed. The Southern Heaven Prefecture, located in a remote area, is characterized by its undulating mountain ranges and towering peaks, with the second largest monster beast mountain range situated within its borders. This mountain range is also recognized as one of the perilous places among the 3,000 Great Worlds. It is rumored that within the depths of the monster beast mountain range lies a terrifying entity. Even the most formidable beings from various top factions dare not venture lightly into its depths. Despite the extraordinary dangers posed by the monster beast mountain range, its status as a treacherous realm ensures that countless heavenly spiritual herbs flourish within its confines, thereby attracting martial artists from across the 3,000 Great Worlds. Nestled within the Southern Heaven Prefecture is a vast city known as Southern Heaven City, the only city in the region. Due to its proximity to the monster beast mountain range, Southern Heaven City is a bustling hub frequented by martial artists from all corners of the 3,000 Great Worlds. "Brother Chu, This is Southern Heaven City. We shall enter through the south gate, rest for the night, and set off for the monster beast mountain range at dawn," said Tang He, pointing towards the city gate not far away. The leader, Chu Luo, nodded, his face adorned with a benign smile. After half a month of travel, they had finally arrived at the Southern Heaven Prefecture. Meanwhile, Elder Qingwei remained concealed in the shadows. Who would have thought Southern Heaven City would be so lively? Chu Luo remarked, observing the continuous influx of martial artists coming and going, feeling a sense of surprise. Brother Chu, this city, being close to the monster beast mountain range, sees countless strong warriors arriving daily. Thus, it has transformed into a resting station for these martial artists, Tang, he explained. Chu Luo nodded in acknowledgement. Let us proceed into the city for a night's rest before our journey tomorrow. He led the group towards the city gate. However, at that moment, Chu Luo suddenly noticed a throng of martial artists gathered before the gate, seemingly witnessing some commotion. Brother Chu, it seems something is happening up ahead, Wang Sheng observed, his consciousness probing the crowd, where intermittent waves of formidable energy could be sensed. With a grin, Chu Luo expressed his delight in witnessing the unfolding spectacle. Let us go take a look. We must enter the city anyway. He guided the group towards the commotion. Upon approaching, they discovered 5 groups of young individuals clad in distinct attire, evidently disciples from 5 different factions. Among them, dozens of disciples from 3 factions were obstructing the city gate, while a dozen disciples from the remaining 2 factions were trapped outside. From his position at the back of the crowd, Chu Luo observed that the disciples stranded outside the gate bore varying degrees of injury. Utilizing his consciousness, he discreetly scanned the scene. He discerned that among the disciples blocking the gate from the 3 factions, the leading trio, 2 males and 1 female, were all at the level of Divine Soul First Realm. Meanwhile, the 2 factions on the outside were led by a male and a female disciple. The man's cultivation level was comparable to that of the 3 individuals, all at the first realm of the Divine Soul. Beside him stood a young girl, possessing a cultivation of the 6th realm of the primordial stage. Compared to the disciples behind them, the talents of these 5 were relatively commendable. What had transpired with this elder brother? With keen interest, Chu Luo inquired of a bystander nearby. The man, momentarily taken aback, glanced at Chu Luo and replied, "Little brother, you must be an outsider as well?" Chu Luo nodded in affirmation. The man continued, "No wonder you are unaware." Chu Luo silently rolled his eyes at the man. Wasn't he that an obvious statement? If I knew, would I need to ask you? The man pointed discreetly at the 3 factions blocking the city gate and whispered, "The disciples obstructing the entrance come from the Poison Heaven Sect, the Demon Slayer Sect, and the Enchantment Sect. Do you see the 3 young disciples at the forefront? They are the prodigies from these 3 major powers, Su Jingyang, Fang Guangqiong, and Zhu Mei. The 2 factions trapped outside the gate are comprised of disciples from the Endless Sect and the Huaxian Manor. The leaders of these 2 groups are by Xiuran from the Endless Sect and Linger from the Huaxian Manor. Originally, South Heaven City was jointly governed by these 5 factions, but just yesterday, the Strong from the Poison Heaven Sect, the Demon Slayer Sect, and the Enchantment Sect injured the formidable members of the Endless Sect and Huaxian Manor, driving them out of South Heaven City. Now, the city was under the control of these 3 factions. Today, Bai Shiran and Linger, accompanied by their disciples, sought to enter the city, only to be unexpectedly blocked by the 3 prodigies at the gate. Upon hearing this explanation, Chu Luo immediately comprehended the situation. It was merely a struggle for supremacy among sections. Su Jingyang, do not push your luck. Linger of Huaxian Manor exclaimed in exasperation. The higher-ups among us have already reached an agreement. We are simply here to escort our disciples away. Linger, if you wish to take your people, the conditions are simple. Either defeat us in combat, or each of you must pay 10,000 spirit stones to gain entry. Alternatively, spend a night with me, and I shall grant you passage at once. What say you? Su Jingyang of the Poison Heaven Sect replied coldly, a glint of desire flickering in his eyes as he surveyed Linger's graceful figure. You, Linger, brimming with fury, tightened her grip on her spirit sword, wishing she could strike down this scoundrel with a single blow. The onlookers around them shook their heads in dismay. It was evident that these three major factions were deliberately targeting the Endless Sect and Huaxian Manor. Heh, Su Jingyang speaks the truth. Yilinger by Xiuran. If you wish to enter, you must either defeat us or pay 10,000 spirit stones each. Zhu Mei, standing beside Su Jingyang, exuded an enchanting aura and cast a seductive smile at Yilinger. An invisible charm radiated from her. This alluring vixen was certainly captivating. Su Jingyang licked his lips, his heart racing as he stole a glance at Zhu Mei. Bai Xiuran and Yilinger, do not exert yourselves. You cannot possibly contend with the three of us. If you are wise, each of you should surrender 10,000 spirit stones. Otherwise, should anything untoward befall the disciples of your sects after today, we shall bear no responsibility. At this moment, Fang Guangxiong, a prodigy of the Rakshasa sect, stepped forward, casting a cold smile at the two. Infuriating. Prepare to receive my strike. Boom! Bai Xiuran, seething with rage, raised his spirit sword and charged once more. Observing Bai Xiuran's advance, Su Jingyang, Zhu Mei, and Fang Guangxiong all shared sneer. Boom! The three acted in unison. Bai Gongzi, be careful. Yilinger, alarmed, hurriedly warned him. Yet in the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted, and a formidable aura radiated outward in all directions. The onlookers were all pushed back by this overwhelming force. Suddenly, they witnessed Bai Xiuran spewing a mouthful of blood, his body soaring backward like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground. Xixiao, Chapter 73. The entrance fee and a double victory. Several disciples of the Huaizong hurriedly approached to assist the gravely injured Bai Xiuran. Su Jingyang, the leader among them, looked disdainfully at the fallen Bai Xiuran. He then addressed the surrounding crowd with a cold voice, proclaiming, "From this day forth, the South Heaven City shall be governed by our three major factions. Every martial artist wishing to enter this city must pay an entrance fee of 10 spirit stones." Upon hearing Su Jingyang's declaration, the martial artists around erupted in astonishment. What? 10 spirit stones? How dare the three major factions do this? Indeed, why don't they just rob us? Although the three factions wielded considerable power in South Heaven Prefecture, they were merely third-rate forces. You may not be aware, but it is rumored that the Poison Heaven Sect, the Azura Cult, and the Enchantment Sect have aligned themselves with the Tianjiao Sect. And this Tianjiao Sect is an affiliate of the top-tier force, the Scarlet Flame Valley. Now makes sense? No wonder they have such audacity to impose an entrance fee. Yes, it seems the winds of change are blowing in South Heaven Prefecture. It appears that Huaizong and Huaxian Mansion are being suppressed by these three major factions. As the discussions swirled around him, Chu Luo's gaze flickered, and he smirked. How is it that he keeps encountering these top-tier forces? Since these three factions have now become the lackeys of Scarlet Flame Valley, he could not simply stand idly by. Let us proceed into the city. Chu Luo grinned, addressing Tang He and the others nearby. Tang He, Wang Sheng, and the other 6 core disciples were momentarily taken aback, but smiles quickly spread across their faces. Their senior brother Chu was about to stir up some trouble. Realizing Chu Luo's intentions, the 6 became not fearful, but rather immensely excited. Make way! Make way! Tang He and Wang Sheng, along with the 6 core disciples, immediately shouted to clear a path for Chu Luo. The onlookers were astonished and quickly parted to create a passage. Chu Luo and his 6 disciples strode directly toward the city gate. Meanwhile, Su Jingyang, eyeing the incapacitated Bai Xiuran, felt a surge of murderous intent. He slowly approached, intending to finish off Bai Xiuran. Several disciples of Huaizong rushed to defend him. At that moment, Yilinger from Huaxian Mansion became increasingly anxious. Do you really think you can stop me? Su Jingyang sneered. Just as he was about to strike, a mocking voice emerged from behind Bai Xiuran. Hey there, have you kicked the bucket yet? If not, could you take a step aside? You're blocking my way. Bai Xiuran, whose complexion was grim, suddenly froze, turning with his disciples to see Chu Luo and his 6 companions approaching. Su Jingyang, Zhu Mei, and Fang Guangxiong also turned their gazes towards Chu Luo. With the aid of 2 disciples, Bai Xiuran slowly rose and cupped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Chu Luo. My apologies. Chu Luo nodded and then, accompanied by Tang He and the 6 disciples, proceeded towards the city gate. The onlookers were filled with an insatiable curiosity regarding the few individuals, particularly about their affiliations. Who were these individuals that dared to enter the city at such a time? Under the gaze of the crowd, Chu Luo and his companions walked past Su Jingyang, completely disregarding him. Su Jingyang was momentarily taken aback, his gaze sharpening as he spoke with a darkened expression. Did you not hear what I just said? Each person must pay 10 spirit stones to enter the city. There are 7 of you, totaling 70 spirit stones. Meanwhile, other disciples from the 3 major factions obstructed Chu Luo's path. Chu Luo halted, a smile spreading across his face as he slowly turned around. The 6 companions behind him struggled to suppress their laughter. Su Jingyang, it seemed, had reached the end of his rope, daring to demand entry fees from their formidable senior brother, a veritable king of hell. The spectators anticipated that Chu Luo would obediently pay the spirit stones, but instead, he approached Su Jingyang with an innocent demeanor and asked, "What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that." Su Jingyang's eyes turned icy as he coldly replied, "I said." Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air, rendering the crowd into stunned silence. All eyes were fixed on Chu Luo in disbelief. How could he dare to do such a thing? It was known that Su Jingyang was the young master of the Poison Heaven sect. Chu Luo's slap left Zhu Mei, Fang Guangxiong, Yilinger, and Bai Shiran utterly astonished. They had never imagined he would strike Su Jingyang so boldly. At that moment, Su Jingyang was momentarily dazed by the unexpected blow. A prominent handprint appearing on the right side of his face, swelling noticeably. A trickle of blood ran from the corner of his mouth. Regaining his composure, a chilling murderous intent radiated from him as his expression darkened. "You little brat." But before he could finish, Chu Luo struck again, delivering yet another sudden slap to Su Jingyang's right cheek. This time, however, it was no ordinary blow. Chu Luo's strike sent Su Jingyang flying, crashing heavily against the city wall, unable to extricate himself. A few bloodied teeth were left scattered on the ground. Yilinger and Bai Shiran were rendered speechless, utterly astonished. Not only they, but even Zhu Mei and Fang Guangxiong were momentarily at a loss for words. The surrounding crowd was left agape. Who were these young men? They had crossed a line, for this was the territory of the 3 major factions, and now that boy had struck Su Jingyang, who would undoubtedly seek revenge. "Young master, capture these brats." The disciples of the Poison Heaven sect quickly regained their composure and charged towards Chu Luo. At the same time, Zhu Mei and Fang Guangxiong snapped back to reality. A formidable aura erupted from the 2 individuals as they advanced toward Chu Luo with the intent to capture him. "Be cautious, young master. Yilinger ordentlich wand." Just then, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air. Tang He, Wang Sheng, Li Xian, Lu Dali, Qi Hao, and Song Jie unleashed their formidable energies in an instant. In that fleeting moment, 6 powerful auras enveloped the surroundings, their figures transforming into mere phantoms. A resounding crash echoed, followed by piercing cries of agony. The spectators, witnessing the gruesome scene before them, turned pale with terror. Outside the city gates lay a gruesome sight: scattered limbs and severed arms. Disciples from the 3 major factions had been ruthlessly slain by Li Xian, Lu Dali, Qi Hao, and Song Jie. Meanwhile, Zhu Mei and Fang Guangxiong, who had sought to attack Chu Luo, were swiftly intercepted by Tang He and Wang Sheng, who quickly subdued them. Chapter 74, Little Fairy. Do you have any requests? Zhu Mei and Fang Guangxiong, both suppressed, appeared ashen-faced. They gazed at the 6 core disciples of the Forbidden Sect, swallowing hard. These 6 individuals, seemingly younger than themselves, possessed formidable prowess at the high tier of the divine soul realm. It was evident they hailed from either esteemed direct disciples of first-rate powers or elite sections. They had unwittingly struck a hard wall. How formidable! Beside them, Yilinger and Bai Shiran could not help but inhale sharply, their astonishment directed at Chu Luo and his companions. At this moment, even the most obtuse individual understood that Chu Luo and his entourage were backed by an undeniably potent force. Under the gaze of all present, Chu Luo approached the city wall, effortlessly extracting Su Jingyang, who was embedded within, as though lifting a mere chick. Su Jingyang, on the brink of death, looked at Chu Luo's seemingly innocuous smile, fear evident in his eyes. I am the young master of the Poison Heaven sect. My father is the sect master. Please don't kill me. Su Jingyang was not foolish. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Tang He and his companions, he finally realized that this group was exceptionally formidable. He hastily addressed Chu Luo. Chu Luo grinned and playfully patted the other side of Su Jingyang's face. My friend, what foolishness are you uttering? Do you even know who I am? How dare you demand an entry fee from me? Su Jingyang gulped, tentatively asking, Who are you? At that moment, the entire venue fell silent. Every ear pricked with curiosity. They all wished to uncover the true identity of Chu Luo. With a casual smile, Chu Luo replied, I am Chu Luo, a direct disciple of the Forbidden Sect. Though his voice was soft, it resonated clearly with everyone present. Gasp! He is indeed Chu Luo, the direct disciple of the Forbidden Sect, the disciple of the Shadow Crow Emperor. Good heavens, so he is Chu Luo? As rumored, he kills without a second thought. Su Jingyang was doomed. Why provoke anyone else when he had crossed paths with this living hell? Indeed, Chu Luo dared to eliminate even the paragons of top-tier powers, let alone a mere young master from a third-rate sect. If Chu Luo wished to take his life, even his father would be powerless to save him. Around them, countless martial artists were left in shock. They had not anticipated that this seemingly harmless youth was, in fact, the living hell known across the vast 3,000 worlds, the assassin of the talented rankings, Chu Luo. Zhu Mei and Feng Guangxiong, still subdued, turned even paler, trembling uncontrollably with fear. They had not expected to encounter Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect here. So, it turns out he is Chu Luo. No wonder. Upon learning of Chu Luo's identity, Yiling and Bai Xiuran were equally astonished. They exchanged glances, a glimmer of enlightenment flickering in their eyes. In contrast, upon discovering Chu Luo's true identity, Su Jingyang nearly succumbed to terror on the spot. Ch. Chu, young master, please spare me. I am blind to your worth. I can offer you anything you desire. Su Jingyang pleaded profusely to Chu Luo. Chu Luo grinned. His gaze languid as he replied, It's not that I wish to be unmerciful, my friend. Rather, have you been rendered foolish by my prowess? Should I take your life? Your possessions would inevitably be mine. How dare you demand an entry fee from me? Heh. The last individual who dared to rob me now lies beneath 3 feet of grass. He continued, by the way, I have heard whispers of your numerous misdeeds within the city. As these words escaped Chu Luo's lips, a chorus of voices erupted from the onlookers. Young Master Chu, kill him. This beast has sullied my daughter. Indeed, eliminate him. The people of the Poison Heaven sect are utterly despicable. Su Jingyang's lackey stole my spatial ring and left me wounded. Hearing the outcry from the crowd, Su Jingyang's countenance darkened, fear etched upon his face. Chu Luo's eyes glinted ominously as he smiled. Look here, my friend. It is not that I wish to let you off lightly. It is your own actions that have incited the wrath of all. Today, I shall act as the instrument of justice. With that, Chu Luo raised his hand and struck Su Jingyang's head with a resounding blow. No. Su Jingyang's pupils constricted. His protest cut short as his skull was shattered by Chu Luo's hand. Well done. A splendid kill. A wave of exhilarated cheers erupted from the crowd. Brother Chu, what shall we do with these two? At that moment, Tang He inquired, gazing at Chu Luo. Chu Luo turned to find Zhu Mei and Feng Guangxiong subdued before him, a faint glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. As he approached the two captives, the surrounding spectators became increasingly curious about Chu Luo's intentions regarding Zhu Mei and Feng Guangxiong. Chu Luo. Oh no, young Master Chu, I beg you, spare my life. I do not wish to die. Feng Guangxiong trembled before Chu Luo, who was imposing in demeanor. Chu Luo sly, surveying Feng Guangxiong with disdain. With such a disposition, you dare call yourself a prodigy? Do you know my moniker in the outside world? The living king of hell. You dare to strike at me, and now you seek mercy? It is my fault. I did not recognize your greatness. Please, young Master Chu. With a thunderous clap, Chu Luo swiftly struck Fong Guangxiong on the forehead. The force was so tremendous that Fong Guangxiong instantly bled from his 7 orifices and collapsed into unconsciousness. The onlookers, witnessing Chu Luo's ruthless nature, could not help but swallow hard. This individual was indeed, as the legends foretold, a veritable embodiment of the living king of hell. Have you all heard? It was he himself who uttered such foolishness. I merely acquiesced to his demands. To be candid, I have never encountered such a ludicrous request in my entire life. Chu Luo shrugged, extending his hands in a gesture of exasperation. The onlookers could not help but twitch their lips in amusement. Indeed, we all heard it. It was his own request, and it bears no relation to our esteemed Chu brother. How remarkable it is, in this vast world, that there are still individuals who seek their own demise. Alas, Brother Chu, you are far too merciful. You ought to allow this individual to truly experience the anguish of death. Only then would it satisfy him. Wang Sheng and the others chimed in accord. Upon hearing the words of the disciples from the Forbidden Sect, the crowd gathered to witness the spectacle suddenly realized their error. It appeared that the infamous living Yama was not solely Chu Luo. The disciples of the Forbidden Sect were indeed all incarnations of Yama. Chu Luo turned, lowering his gaze. With a smile, he addressed Zhu Mei, who lay beneath Tang He's foot. Little fairy, it is your turn. Do you have any requests? Chapter 75. I said I wouldn't strike you, but I never claimed I wouldn't kill you. Zhu Mei's complexion turned ashen, her eyes filled with an abyss of fear. Her body trembled uncontrollably. To her, Chu Luo's seemingly innocuous smile resembled a demon whispering in her ear. Please, don't kill me. Zhu Mei stammered, her voice quaking, as tears welled in her eyes. An intangible allure radiated from her, her pitiful demeanor evoking sympathy among the surrounding martial artists. Some even contemplated rushing forward to rescue her from the clutches of the living hell that was Chu Luo, wishing to hold her close and comfort her. However, recalling Chu Luo's previous decisiveness and slaughter, those with such thoughts weighed their own strength and broke into a cold sweat. Ultimately, fear triumphed over desire. Faced with Zhu Mei's seductive prowess, Chu Luo could only chuckle. How dare a mere spirit realm practitioner attempt to enchant him? Moreover, Zhu Mei was far less attractive than Yi Qingxue, that lunatic. What audacity she possessed. Little fairy, perhaps you should change your script. Those 2 pleas for mercy have already been uttered, and my ears have grown calloused from hearing them. Chu Luo remarked, casually digging in his ear and flicking away a lump of earwax with a grin. Zhu Mei was taken aback. She had not anticipated that her charm would prove ineffective against Chu Luo. Sweat instantly drenched her. Young Master Chu, if you could spare me. Tonight, I would submit to your every whim. Zhu Mei's expression shifted, becoming coy as she addressed Chu Luo in a soft tone. This scene ignited a fervor among the surrounding martial artists. The second in command was shamefully aroused. Envy for Chu Luo surged within them. Well then, I, for one, never strike women, Chu Luo declared, a lascivious grin spreading across his face as he waved his hand dismissively. Tang He was momentarily stunned, exchanging glances with Wang Sheng. Brother Chu, could it be that he truly fancies this woman? However, upon reflection, they recalled that Brother Chu had remained within the sect, yet to take a partner, having never indulged. It was only natural. A fleeting thought crossed Tang He's mind as he shifted his foot from Zhu Mei's back. Zhu Mei felt a surge of joy. If she could win Chu Luo's favor, her status within the sect would be unparalleled. With this in mind, she quickly rose, rubbing her chest and feigning a pitiful demeanor. Young Master Chu, your disciple has caused me great pain. Tonight, you must take good care of me. Beside them, Tang He's lips twitched uncontrollably as he instinctively glanced at Chu Luo. Surely Brother Chu would not hold this against him. Oh dear, Junior Brother Tang, you truly lack restraint. Chu Luo scolded Tang He, his gaze fixated on Zhu Mei's bosom, exhibiting a rather lascivious expression. Zhu Mei's lips curled into a slight smirk. What a scandalous disciple of the Forbidden Sect. In the end, they fell beneath her pomegranate skirt. At this moment, Linger and Bai Shiran wore expressions of distress. They had never anticipated that this Chu Luo would also be a lecherous individual. If Zhu Mei were to manipulate Chu Luo against their sect, it would spell great trouble. As Zhu Mei stepped forward, intending to leap into Chu Luo's embrace, he suddenly changed his demeanor, his gaze turning icy, his face contorted in disdain. In the next instant, everyone was left dumbfounded. Chu Luo had, unbeknownst to them, produced a dagger, which he plunged directly into Zhu Mei's heart. You! Zhu Mei's complexion turned ashen as she looked at Chu Luo. Her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and venomous resentment. I have never claimed I would not strike you, but I certainly did not promise to spare your life. Those who dare to lay hands on me will find themselves buried beneath 3 feet of grass. Even at death's door, you dared to beguile me. But worry not, take heed in your next life. Chu Luo smiled faintly and gently pushed Zhu Mei away. She immediately collapsed, slipping into eternal slumber. The surrounding warriors were at a loss for words. Chu Luo truly lived up to his fearsome reputation, killing without a flicker of an eye. It remained uncertain whether he was as ruthless in consuming his victims. Hidden in the void, Elder Qingwei, who had been closely observing Chu Luo, felt his face twitch slightly. Indeed, Chu Luo was a harbinger of chaos. No wonder the sect leader had sent him forth. However, those from the 3 major powers truly deserved their fate. After all, they had become mere lackeys of the Qian Valley. It seemed that this night was destined to be anything but tranquil. Elder Qingwei sighed with resignation, continuing to secretly protect Chu Luo and his companions. Now, the 3 brigands who obstructed the road have been dealt with. There is no need for concern. No one dares to demand tolls from us now, so there is no need to express gratitude. Chu Luo turned to the surrounding warriors and smiled. Then, accompanied by Tang He and 6 others, he swaggered into the city under the gaze of the crowd. It was only then that the surrounding warriors regained their senses. Looking at the corpses of the 3 prominent figures on the ground, they all smirked in unison. These champions of the 3 major powers had met their well-deserved end today. Nonetheless, the crowd was grateful for Chu Luo's actions. Thus, the onlookers also made their way toward the city. Let us first rescue our imprisoned disciples. Observing Chu Luo's departing figure, Baishuran quickly reminded. All right. Ilinger nodded and, along with Baishuran, swiftly led their respective groups into the city. Soon, news of the demise of Su Jingyang, Zhu Mei, and Fang Guangxiong, the champions of the 3 major powers, at the hands of Chu Luo spread throughout the entire southern Sky City. Some disbelievers even hurried to the southern city gate. Upon witnessing the cold bodies of the 3 champions lying on the ground, they could no longer doubt the truth. Everyone in the southern Sky City believed it. However, it was not long before the representatives of the 3 major factions arrived to retrieve the 3 corpses. Who would have thought that the living Yama would truly make his way to our southern Sky City? Indeed, just half a month ago, due to Chu Luo, a grand imperial battle erupted between the Wang family and the Forbidden Sect. But what brings Chu Luo to southern Sky City? Is it not the case that all warriors come here with the intention of heading to the Beast Mountain Range? It seems that Chu Luo, along with those disciples from the Forbidden Sect, also intends to undergo trials in the Beast Mountain Range. It should be. My friends, the show is far from over. That Su Jingyang is the leader of the Poison Heaven Sect and the son of Su Huan. Just now, I witnessed several disciples from the Poison Heaven Sect hastily collecting Su Jingyang's body and leaving southern Sky City in a rush. I also saw that not only them, but several overseers from the Enchantment Sect and the Azura cult station in southern Sky City were also hastily departing with their respective followers. So what? Chu Luo is not only a direct disciple of the Forbidden Sect, but also a disciple of the Shadow Crow Emperor. I refuse to believe that the 3 major factions would dare to retaliate. That is indeed true. Just as the entire southern Sky City was abuzz with discussions about Chu Luo, no one noticed that Baishuran from the Boundless Sect and Ilinger from the Huaxian Mansion were quietly departing, each accompanied by dozens of injured disciples. Chapter 76. A great opportunity, soaring to new heights? Meanwhile, thousands of miles away from the southern Heaven City, a grand sect stands majestically. This imposing sect is the Poison Heaven Sect. Within a great hall of the Poison Heaven sect, several figures are seated. A faint aura of sanctity emanates from the figure seated in the central position, enveloping the entire hall in a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Friend Qing Shui, it is thus settled. 3 days hence, we shall annihilate the Huaizong and the Hua Xinfu. A white-haired elder, seated at the head, gazes at an elder below and rises, clasping his hands in salute. This elder at the head is none other than the founder of the Poison Heaven sect, the Saint of Poison Heaven. Beside the Saint of Poison Heaven stands a middle-aged man, the sect leader, Su Huan. The elder referred to as Qing Shui by the Saint of Poison Heaven is an elder from the Tianjiao sect in the extreme sky state. Since Huaizong and Hua Xianfu are oblivious to their own folly, let them be extinguished. In 3 days, I shall lend you my strength. The Saint Qing Shui nods, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. Very well, my Miqing sect shall offer our full support. My Rakshasa sect shall also mobilize. The figures in the 2 other seats rise slowly, clasping their hands in respect towards Saint Qing Shui. The speakers are a beautiful woman and a hunchbacked elder, the former being the ancestor of Miqing sect, the Saint of Miqing, and the latter the ancestor of the Rakshasa sect, the Saint of Rakshasa. Saint Qing Shui nods slightly. Just as the Saint of Miqing and the Saint of Rakshasa intend to depart, suddenly, an elder from the Poison Heaven sect rushes in, cradling a headless corpse. Sect leader, the young sect leader is in peril. Upon entering, the elder cautiously sets down the headless body, which is none other than Su Jingyang, whose head was obliterated by a strike from Chu Luo. Young heir, Su Huan, upon recognizing the familiar garments adorning the corpse, feels his heart plummet. He rushes down, embracing Su Jingyang's lifeless form, his eyes reddened with sorrow. The Saint of Miqing and the Saint of Rakshasa, who were about to leave, are taken aback. The son of Su Huan has been slain. Boom! Who's responsible for this? The countenance of the Saint of Poison Heaven darkens instantly. A terrifying aura of sanctity radiates from him as he murmurs coldly. The elder, feeling the weight of his ancestor's aura, struggles to breathe, clasping his hands in salute. Beads of sweat trickling down his face, reporting to the ancestor. It is Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect. It was Chu Luo who killed the young sect leader. Not only him, but also the prodigy Zhu Mei of Miqing sect and Fang Guangxiong of Rakshasa sect have perished at the hands of that Chu Luo. What? As the elder's words hang in the air, the expressions of those present shift dramatically. At this moment, the faces of the Saint of Miqing and the Saint of Rakshasa darken, their expressions becoming increasingly grim. Zhu Mei and Fang Guangxiong are the most gifted disciples of their respective factions, and now they've been slain by Chu Luo. In profound sorrow, Su Huan learned that Su Jingyang had been slain by Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect, causing his countenance to darken. Were it any other faction, he would possess myriad means to avenge his son. Yet, against a formidable entity such as the Forbidden Sect, even its ordinary disciples were beyond his retribution. And as for Chu Luo, a direct disciple of the Forbidden Sect, provoking them would not only bring his downfall, but also spell doom for the entire Poison Heaven sect. At that moment, both the grief-stricken Su Huan and the venerable ancestors of the 3 great powers fell into a heavy silence. Having lived for so long, they were undoubtedly astute individuals, well aware of whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Since it was Chu Luo's doing, the 3 great factions could only swallow their grievances and keep silent. After all, his master was the formidable Emperor Inya. Beside them, the Sage of Clear Water's eyes flickered with curiosity regarding Chu Luo's presence in the southern sky state. Thus, he inquired of an elder, "Pray, elucidate the matter." The sage's voice shattered the stillness, drawing the attention of the gathered crowd. The elder, not daring to be vague, recounted the events he had learned, detailing them to all present. Upon hearing the elder's account, Su Huan was engulfed in deeper sorrow, cursing bitterly. How ruthless this son truly is. Ma Yang had pleaded for mercy, yet he showed no clemency. Rage etched on Su Huan's face. He felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Alat, Chu Luo, relying on his status as a disciple of the emperor and a direct disciple of the Forbidden Sect, dared to ruthlessly slay the elite of top-tier factions such as the Ancient Wang clan, the Ancient Yi clan, the Crimson Flame Valley, and the Spirit Clear sect, let alone the disciples of the three great powers. However, if Sect Master Su sought vengeance, it was not entirely impossible the Sage of Clearwater sighed, then abruptly shifted his tone, speaking again. Su Huan, taken aback, turned to the sage with fiery indignation, demanding what method. Sect Master. The countenance of the Sage of Poison Heaven shifted slightly, quickly admonishing him. Su Huan fell silent, his fists clenched tightly within his sleeves, filled with resentment. Fear not, friend of Poison Heaven. Perhaps this is a magnificent opportunity for you. The Sage of Clear Water suggested with a slight smile. This might allow our Tianjiao sect and your three great sects to soar to unprecedented heights. There is a chance that the three of you may advance in cultivation as well. The Sages of Poison Heaven, Enchantment, and Rakshasa turned their gazes toward the Sage of Clear Water, each with glimmering eyes, pondering the implications of his words. Although the three great sages held a profound apprehension of the Forbidden Sect, fearing the obliteration of their own sects, the prospect of a grand opportunity lingered in the air. However, should their cultivation advance further, the situation would be entirely different. It is often said that one must prioritize oneself, lest the heavens conspire against them. At times, sacrificing certain elements can indeed be worthwhile. The Saint of Poison Heaven was the first to speak, shattering the tranquility of the moment. Su Huan reignited the flames of vengeance, casting an eager glance towards the Saint of Clear Water. With a slight smile, the Saint of Clear Water spoke calmly. As for that Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect, he is brazen and overbearing. It has come to my attention that the Crimson Flame Valley has long sought to eliminate him, yet they have been hindered by the lack of a suitable opportunity. If we were to inform the Crimson Flame Valley of Chu Luo's whereabouts in Southern Heaven Prefecture, then all of you would merely need to cooperate with the experts from the Crimson Flame Valley. This would allow you to exact your revenge while simultaneously gaining the favor of the Crimson Flame Valley, the benefits of which I need not elaborate upon. With a chuckle, the Saint of Clear Water ceased his discourse. The eyes of those present brightened with intrigue. I shall relay this matter back to the sect immediately, urging the Sect Master to establish contact with the Crimson Flame Valley. The Saint of Clear Water noted the approving nods from the three esteemed ancestors. Thus, he produced a token and transmitted the message forthwith. Chapter 77. The Conspiracy of the Crimson Flame Valley, the arrival of the three saints. Meanwhile, in the extreme heaven province, at the Tianjiao sect, within a grand hall, a tall middle-aged man gazed at the communication jade tablet in his hand, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. This man was none other than the sect master of Tianjiao, Qin Xian. To his surprise, the personal disciple of the Forbidden Sect, Chu Luo, had appeared in the South Heaven province. With a cold chuckle, Qin Xian flipped his hand, revealing a crimson token that floated into his grasp. He pointed his finger, and a beam of light shot into the token. In the next moment, the token radiated a crimson glow, accompanied by an intense heat and a faint aura of sanctity. Soon after, an ethereal old man materialized before Qin Xian. Master Qin, what urgent matter do you wish to discuss? The spectral elder's eyes flickered, his tone imbued with indifference. Elder Yin, I have just received word from Elder Qing Shui in the South Heaven province. The disciples of the three minor forces there have been slain by Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect. It appears that Chu Luo intends to venture into the Beast Mountain range for training. Qin Xian hurriedly responded. Upon hearing this, the elder from the Crimson Flame Valley was momentarily taken aback, fixing a serious gaze upon Qin Xian as he pondered. Is this news credible? Absolutely certain. The old man slightly nodded, his voice cold. I never expected that little beast to have made its way to the South Heaven province. Hell, wait my news. I shall report this to the Valley Master immediately. Understood. Within the Crimson Flame Valley, a sage-level elder rushed into a grand hall. Inside, the high-ranking elders of the Crimson Flame Valley were engaged in discussion with a man seated at the main throne. This middle-aged man bore a serious expression, not a hint of aura fluctuating around him. Yet he exuded an imposing presence that commanded respect. This was the Valley Master of Crimson Flame Valley, Chu Luo. Among the assembled high-ranking elders were the familiar figures of Elder Yin Jun and Elder Ming Yin. Elder Yin, what brings you here? Chu Luo inquired, his gaze sharpening upon the entering outer sect elder. Elder Yin quickly clasped his hands in respect and replied, I report to the Valley Master that a subordinate force of ours, the Tianjiao sect, has just conveyed news that they have discovered that little beast, Chu Luo, in the South Heaven City, where the 3 minor forces they recently absorbed are located. Moreover, the talented disciples of those 3 forces have been slain by that little beast. Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback, his eyes narrowing. I never anticipated that little beast would venture to the South Heaven province. It seems this little creature aims to explore the Beast Mountain range. Valley Master, this presents a splendid opportunity to eliminate that little beast. It is rumored that the 9 Nether Emperor of the Wang family, as well as the Sword Mad Emperor of the Yi family, are pursuing Enya and that little wretch. The old fellow, Enya, has been injured and is currently in seclusion, recuperating after all. A wounded emperor does not easily recover. This implies that the little wretch, Chu Luo, is now without the protection of an emperor. Yin Jun, the ancient sage, narrowed his eyes, a chilling malice emanating from him. The senior elders present nodded in quiet agreement. Chu Luo also nodded, a glint of terrifying intent flashing in his eyes as he addressed the outer sect elder. Have the Tianjiao sect informed the 3 powers of Nantianshu, commanding their 3 great sects to eliminate that little wretch immediately. They need not concern themselves with the Forbidden Sect. My Qiyin Valley will ensure their safety. Furthermore, inform them that whoever eliminates that little wretch will receive ample resources from my Qiyin Valley, elevating them to second-rate or even first-rate status. Should they refuse, the 3 powers shall face annihilation. Chu Luo's declaration was instantly grasped by the senior elders present. The Valley Master intends to utilize these sects to probe whether any formidable guardians are shielding that little wretch in genius. The Elder of Yin immediately turned to depart the Grand Hall. Elder Yin, I must trouble you to make a trip. Go to the Wang and Yi families and inform them of the little wretch's whereabouts. Should he truly perish, these 2 ancient clans can also help us bear the wrath of the Forbidden Sect. Moreover, upon learning that the little wretch is in Nantianshu, these 2 families will undoubtedly dispatch numerous powerful individuals. That little wretch is doomed. Upon hearing this, Yin Jun's eyes brightened, a sinister smile crossing his face. Understood, Valley Master. Yin Jun promptly left Qiyin Valley, heading towards the locations of the 2 ancient clans. Night had fallen. In the deep of night, within an inn in Nantianshu, Chu Luo sat by the window of his guest room, sipping wine, gnawing on a chicken leg, and admiring the resplendent moon hanging in the firmament, feeling utterly content, however, as the entirety of Nantianshu fell into silence. A sudden, powerful divine consciousness surged from afar. Almost immediately, an invisible force enveloped the inn where Chu Luo resided, sensing this abrupt influx of power, which was suffused with an aura of sanctity. Chu Luo's eyelids twitched slightly, and he immediately became vigilant. This power was imbued with an astonishing intent to kill. This murderous intent was directed solely at him. Who? Chu Luo bellowed at the heavens. As his voice echoed, the clear night sky suddenly rippled with violent spatial fluctuations. Following this, a spatial rift quietly opened. Boom! At the moment the rift tore open, 3 terrifying waves of sanctity enveloped the entire city of Nantianshu. Subsequently, 3 towering figures stepped upon the river of spiritual energy, accompanied by 3 manifestations of saints, as if descending from the divine realm, emerging into the void. Saints! With a startled exclamation, Chu Luo's countenance shifted as he discerned the countenances of the 3 venerable saints descending from the void above. What an awe-inspiring display of sanctity! Saints have arrived. What on earth is transpiring? Those 3 appear to be the saint of poison heavens, the saint of enchantment, and the Rakshasa saint. Good heavens! The ancestral saints of the 3 great factions have come personally. They must be here to settle the score with Chu Luo, under the weight of their formidable divine presence. The inhabitants of the city, who had previously been at rest, were abruptly roused from their slumber. They poured out of their dwellings, and upon glimpsing the figures suspended in the heavens, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Huh! From the cacophony that ensued, Chu Luo gleaned the origins of these three saints. He had not anticipated that the ancestral saints of the three great factions would deign to visit him personally. However, for someone like Chu Luo, who had weathered grand spectacles, the presence of three saints did not evoke panic. Where is the Forbidden Sect's Chu Luo? Come forth, or I shall be compelled to take matters into my own hands. Chapter 78. Revenge on Chu Luo. The five great saints gather. The poison heaven saint bows down, their gazes fixated on the inn where Chu Luo resided, and the poison heaven saint spoke slowly, his voice imbued with tremendous power, resonating throughout the heavens and earth. The martial artists within the city felt an intense throbbing in their eardrums. Upon hearing the poison heaven saint name Chu Luo directly, countless powerful figures were left bewildered. Who would dare to retaliate against Chu Luo? Did the ancestors of the three great factions not fear the repercussions from the Forbidden Sect? At that moment, sleep was the last thing on anyone's mind as they eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. Zhu Xiong. At that juncture, Tang He, Wang Sheng, and Lu Dali rushed into Chu Luo's room. These old geezers have no shame. They want to meddle in our youthful skirmishes. What despicable old fools. Indeed, Chu Xiao, do not go out. Surely Elder Qingwei will not stand idly by. The 6 core disciples of Tang, he glared out the window at the 3 figures in the void, cursing vehemently. Are they seeking to escalate matters? How audacious. Chu Luo couldn't help but smirk. Unbeknownst to him, a blood-red jade token had appeared in his hand. He had to remain prepared to summon the avatar of his master. Yet, he pondered whether Elder Qingwei could withstand these 3 old adversaries. The jade token gifted by his master could only be used twice. Chu Luo felt that deploying it against 3 saints would be an extravagant waste. It seems I must personally apprehend you. The poison heaven saint sneered coldly, fixating on the inn beneath him. Lost in contemplation, Chu Luo was jolted back to reality by the poison heaven saint's voice. You all stay here for the time being. Do not venture out. If the situation turns dire, make your escape. He instructed his 6 disciples. They nodded fervently like chicks pecking at rice. Chu Luo leaped from the window, soaring into the void. It's Chu Luo. He has emerged. The martial artists in South Heaven City were filled with anticipation upon seeing Chu Luo's appearance. Yet, they wondered whether the Shadow Crow Emperor was lurking in the shadows to protect him. Esteemed seniors, I was just in a deep slumber. My apologies. Chu Luo yawned as he stepped into the void, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. May I inquire what brings you here? He appeared as though he had recently awakened. Observing Chu Luo before them, the Poison Heaven Saint, the Enchantment Saint, and the Rakshasa Saint narrowed their eyes in astonishment. They were taken aback. They had not anticipated that this young man before them possessed the cultivation of the 4th realm of primordial beginning. Truly, a testament to the terrifying talent of the direct disciples of the Forbidden Sect. Chu Luo, you were the one who personally killed the young master of my Poison Heaven sect? The Poison Heaven Saint's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Chu Luo. So that young man from earlier was the young master of your sect? Chu Luo et Galim, esteemed senior, this is a grave misunderstanding. Your young master charged at my palm with his face. It is not that I wish to kill him. Rather, it is he who... Chu Luo's face was filled with grievance. Upon witnessing the dark and foreboding countenance of the Poison Heavenly Saint, Chu Luo forcibly swallowed the final words of seeking death. Her utterance directly caused countless powerful figures in the city to involuntarily twitch at the corners of their mouths. They merely observed Chu Luo as she earnestly rambled on. Chu Luo, do you believe that being a direct disciple of the Forbidden Sect grants you the liberty to act without restraint? Today, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson on behalf of the sects you have humiliated. Boom! The Poison Heavenly Saint's gaze swept across the surroundings, as if wary of something. With a cold and somber expression, he uttered a low growl and reached out a hand towards Chu Luo from afar. A formidable force instantly enveloped Chu Luo. Senior brother Chu. The 6 core disciples within the inn were taken aback, witnessing the poisoned heavenly saint truly making a move against Chu Luo. Even Chu Luo, at this moment, cursed inwardly. This old man must perish today. Buzz. Heh, poison, mysterious. And you, Rakshasa, do you 3 old fellows truly believe yourselves to be invincible? How dare you act against the disciple of the Shadow, Crow Emperor, just as Chu Luo was about to summon the avatar of his master. 2 surges of formidable sanctified power descended from above, dismantling the poisoned heavenly saint's assault. Chu Luo was taken aback and silently retracted the jade token in his hand. Who? The poisoned heavenly saint, mysterious saint, and Rakshasa saint all tensed at that moment, lifting their gazes towards the sky above Chu Luo. The 3 of them secretly mobilized their spiritual energy, seemingly preparing to flee at any moment. Buzz! Before the eyes of countless spectators, a spatial rift opened above Chu Luo's head. Subsequently, 2 white-haired elders descended. Chu Luo squinted, scrutinizing the 2 sanctified figures that had suddenly appeared. He did not recognize them. They were the wise saint of the wise sect and the Huasian saint of the Huasian mansion. To his astonishment, it was these 2 saints who had intervened. Hiss! How curious. Why would these 2 choose to save Chu Luo? Could it be that he has some connection with these 2 powerful factions? TSK. You wouldn't understand, would you? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The murmurs among some martial artists in the city reached Chu Luo's ears. So it turns out these 2 old men are the ancestors of the wise sect and the Huasian mansion. I initially thought it was someone of significance. It turns out to be you 2 old geezers. Upon seeing the 2 figures arrive, the poisoned heavenly saint, mysterious saint, and Rakshasa saint all let out a sigh of relief. Previously, the 3 had feared that a powerful figure from the Forbidden Sect had appeared. Now it seemed that there were no hidden experts from the Forbidden Sect lurking beside Chu Luo. A thought flickered through their minds, and the 3 great saints exchanged glances, each nodding slightly. Chu Luo noticed the change in their expressions. As his eyes narrowed slightly, he couldn't shake the feeling that the arrival of these 3 aged gentlemen harbored ulterior motives. These venerable figures, seasoned as they were, had undoubtedly lived for an eternity and were esteemed ancestors of a formidable faction. It was inconceivable that they would not comprehend the wrath they would invoke from the Forbidden Sect should they attempt to act against him. There was certainly something amiss. Is young Chu injured? Just as Chu Luo pondered this, an ancient voice resonated through the air. Turning his head, he beheld the infinite sage and the celestial sage, who had mysteriously appeared by his side. I am profoundly grateful for your timely intervention, esteemed seniors. Chu Luo expressed his heartfelt thanks, bowing respectfully to the 2. Young friend, there is no need for such formality. These 3 old fellows have targeted us during this period. Today, we shall not allow them to succeed in their endeavors. Moreover, by ensuring your safety, we will force these 3 to confront the fury of the Forbidden Sect, or perhaps the wrath of your master, the Shadow Crow Emperor, after today. This, without a doubt, serves our own interests as well. Therefore, there is no need for such courtesy. Chapter 79. The Subtlety of the 6th Elder. The blood curse of No, returned the Saint of Boundless reached out his hand, speaking candidly to Chu Luo. The honesty exhibited by the Saint of Boundless stirred a sense of goodwill within Chu Luo. At the very least, he appreciated the forthrightness, devoid of any evasiveness. Boundless. Huasian, I advise you both to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Perhaps, by doing so, your 2 sects may survive a few more days. Otherwise, this very night will witness your complete annihilation. The Saint of Poison pointed ominously at the Saint of Boundless and the Saint of Huasian, his countenance dark with foreboding. At present, the 3 sects had no option for retreat. They could only capture or eliminate Chu Luo. Ha ha ha! Old Poison, fear not, for I shall tell you. With us 2 present today, you shall not lay a finger on our young friend Chu. The Saint of Hua, Xian laughed heartily, showing no fear of the threats posed by the Saint of Poison. Very well, then I must trouble you both, esteemed seniors. If you can ensure my safety today, the three major sects shall surely face obliteration. Should you succeed in vanquishing these three old fiends from this day forth, the two of you shall reign supreme in Nantian Prefecture. I pledge this in the name of my master." Chu Luo grinned widely, his gaze fixed upon the three saints opposite him, speaking with a calm demeanor. "Thank you, young friend Chu." Both the Saint of Boundless and the Saint of Huaxian exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with delight. It seemed their decision to act was indeed the most prudent choice. Just moments ago, they were troubled by the alliance of the three major powers. The returning disciples, by Xiuran and Yilinger, had informed them of Chu Luo's presence in Nantian City and his triumph over Su Jingyang and his companions. Thus, the two venerable ancestors had swiftly resolved to ally with Chu Luo in seeking refuge with the Forbidden Sect. However, what they had not anticipated was that upon their arrival in Nantian City, they would be confronted by the three great ancestors demanding accountability. Consequently, they seized this opportunity to lend their aid. "Dear companions, I leave the two old ghosts of Boundless and Huaxian to you. I shall deal with that young man." With a thunderous sound, the Saint of Poison discreetly transmitted his thoughts to the enchanting saint and the Rakshasa saint beside him. Immediately, an overwhelming force erupted from his body. "Very well. Harumph, Boundless old ghost, Huaxian old ghost, prepare to meet your demise." The enchanting saint and the Rakshasa saint surged forward with terrifying power towards the two elders. The saints of Boundless and Huaxian were taken aback, quickly stepping forth to confront the two formidable opponents. At that moment, the Saint of Poison seized the opportunity to dart toward Chu Luo. The two elders, compelled to defend themselves, launched powerful strikes toward the Saint of Poison. "Chu, young friend, flee swiftly," the Saint of Boundless bellowed, turning to retaliate against the relentless enchanting saint. However, just then, their combined assaults were thwarted by the Saint of Poison. Amidst the rising smoke, his figure emerged, reaching out towards Chu Luo with a menacing grasp. "Boy, you shall perish." Buzzing ominously, Chu Luo's pupils constricted, feeling an overwhelming sense of suffocation, as if a colossal ancient mountain bore down upon him. It appeared that in the next moment, he would be crushed under the weight of the imminent force. "Master Qingwei, save me. There's a massacre." In a moment of desperation, Chu Luo suddenly recalled Elder Qingwei, who had yet to reveal himself. "Why are you still lurking in the shadows? Are you waiting for the new year?" she shouted aloud. The Poison Heaven Saint, upon hearing this, was taken aback. Could it be that an elder from the Forbidden Sect was hiding in the darkness? The forbidden techniques, the silent blood curse. Just as the Poison Heaven Saint was momentarily lost in thought, a voice dripping with mockery echoed beside him. His eyelids twitched, and an unprecedented sense of peril surged within him. Turning abruptly, he saw a finger piercing through the void, adorned with a blood-colored seal swirling at its tip. In an instant, a beam of blood light erupted from that finger, hurtling towards the Poison Heaven Saint. Reacting swiftly, he unleashed a formidable attack in an attempt to counter this strike. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the blood light bizarrely penetrated his defense. With a resounding crash, the blood light struck the Poison Heaven Saint squarely in the chest. Almost immediately, a rift in space opened up at the fingertip, revealing a kindly old man who gazed at the Poison Heaven Saint with a smile. This was none other than Elder Qingwei, who had been concealed for so long. The sixth realm of saints. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Elder Qingwei, the Poison Heaven Saint gasped in horror, his expression darkening drastically. The leaders of the three major factions had only attained the fourth or fifth realm. The Mystic Saint and the Rakshasa Saint, engaged in battle, were also taken aback, realizing that a powerful figure from the Forbidden Sect was indeed safeguarding Chu Luo. What is happening? The Poison Heaven Saint's face was now adorned with intricate blood-red patterns, as a spiritual energy dissipated at a terrifying rate. Flesh and blood began to rot away. "What have you done to me?" he exclaimed in terror, sensing his vitality slipping away alarmingly fast. His once aged cheeks rapidly became gaunt, and his white hair began to fall away. Soon, crimson blood began to ooze from his 7 orifices presenting a horrifying visage. At that moment, the world fell into silence. Everyone was petrified by the terrifying scene before them. Such an eerie method was simply unheard of. Meanwhile, Elder Qing Wei maintained his benevolent demeanor, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he observed the terrified Poison Heaven Saint. He had finally perfected the silent blood curse. The conflicts among the younger generation are of no concern to the Forbidden Sect. But if the young lack skill and the old dare to intervene, they must not blame us for our lack of reason. How dare these trifling, third-rate factions bully the disciples of the Forbidden Sect? If you do not perish, then who shall? Elder Qing Wei radiated an overwhelming sanctity. Under the oppressive weight of his divine presence, the starry sky was swiftly enveloped by dark clouds. Under the formidable presence of Elder Qing Wei, the powerful figures of the entire southern Sky City found themselves gasping for breath. A notification from the system echoed in the air. Elder Qing Wei's guardian value, 3,000. As Chu Luo gazed upon the towering figure of Elder Qing Wei, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. This old man, possessing the strength of a peak sage, had remained hidden for so long, only now revealing himself. What was even more infuriating was that he, clearly capable of overwhelming the three great sages, resorted to ambush tactics. How despicable! You as a sage, dare to strike from the shadows. Are you not afraid of being ridiculed by the world? If you possess true courage, why not engage in a fair contest with me? The Poison Sky Sage, realizing he could not suppress the strange power within him, yelled in terror at Elder Qing Wei, attempting to provoke him into releasing this enigmatic force so that they could battle honorably. Should Elder Qing Wei fall for the ruse and free him from this peculiar power, he would immediately flee, vanishing from sight forevermore. Chapter 80. The Conclusion of the Holy War. The fall of the three saints, the warriors within Nantian City, gazed at Elder Qing Wei with trepidation. None could have anticipated that this seemingly benevolent elder of the Forbidden Sect would resort to such a treacherous ambush, employing such ruthless tactics. Our sect's ultimate skill is beyond even the wielder's comprehension. You may as well lie down and await your demise. Boom! Fellow Dao, join me in subduing these two old ones. Elder Qing Wei sneered at the Poison Heaven Saint, casting a glance towards the Enchantress Saint and the Rakshasa Saint. In an instant, a golden avatar of a saint rose behind him, stepping forth with a commanding aura that surged towards the Enchantress Saint and the Rakshasa Saint. Ha! Excellent. We shall lend our strength to our friend. Death. Boom! The Endless Saint and the Celestial Fairy Saint laughed heartily, both summoning their overwhelming might to besiege the Enchantress Saint and the Rakshasa Saint. At this moment, the expressions of the two great saints darkened, filled with profound regret. Yet it was too late for words now. They had no opportunity left to flee. All that remained was a desperate struggle. Boom! In the void above, a battle among saints erupted. 5 saintly avatars enveloped the heavens, resembling deities. The overwhelming force surged like an ocean, suppressing the universe. Boom, boom, boom! All gazed in astonishment at the celestial battle unfolding in the depths of the void. Cursed! Boy, even if I perish, I shall drag you down with me. At that moment, countless powerful beings drawn by the anguished cry of the Poison Heaven Saint turned their attention. They beheld the Poison Heaven Saint, his body grotesquely mangled, an abominable sight. A thick aura of death emanated from him, and he was acutely aware that his time was short. With a gaze filled with hatred, he turned towards Chu Luo, still standing still. Thus, the Poison Heaven Saint summoned the last remnants of his strength and lunged towards Chu Luo. Observing the approach of the empowered Poison Heaven Saint, Chu Luo remained unfazed, a cold smile curling at his lips. Under the influence of the silent blood curse, his life force would extinguish even faster. Buzz! As the Poison Heaven Saint reached before Chu Luo, his pupils suddenly constricted. The blood energy within him surged violently under a mysterious force, causing his entire body to swell rapidly. Noticing this, Chu Luo stepped back, distancing himself. Just as Chu Luo's foot left its original position, boom, The poison heaven saint's inflated form exploded in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Even his soul was reduced to ashes under the blood curse. The onlookers in the city were engulfed in terror, swallowing hard in disbelief. A revered saint had fallen before their very eyes. At the moment of the poison heaven saint's demise, unbeknownst to Chu Luo, an ancient figure stood atop a high peak, 1,000 miles away from Nantian City. It turns out there is but a single saint of the sixth realm accompanying this young man. This simplifies matters. The figure spoke with a cold smile. The moonlight cast upon his face revealed a visage marked by age. This individual was none other than the elder of the Tianjiao sect, the Saint of Clear Water. He showed no concern for the demise of the Saint of Poison Sky. Immediately, he produced a jade token, whispering a few words to it before tucking it away. The Saint of Clear Water slightly lifted his gaze, directing his attention towards the epic battle of saints unfolding in the depths of the universe, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened. Piercing through the shackles of space, he beheld Chu Luo, and a murderous intent surfaced. Chu Luo, just wait. The Saint of Clear Water's sinister smile faded as he turned and vanished from sight. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed from the battleground in the depths of the void. Soon after, two piercing cries reverberated through the heavens and earth. The myriad phenomena in the void, along with the colossal apparitions of saints, also vanished. Within the city of southern heaven, everyone held their breath, their hearts racing. Is it over? Who emerged victorious? The warriors in the city gazed intently into the depths of the void. A slight smile curled at the corners of Chu Luo's mouth. Without a second thought, it was clear that Elder Qingwei had triumphed. As anticipated, 3 streams of light returned from the depths of the universe. These 3 were none other than Elder Qingwei, the Saint of Endless, and the Saint of Huaxian. The aura of saintly blood surged around Elder Qingwei. Those with keen eyes would notice that his hands were stained with sacred blood. Clearly, the blood on his hands did not belong to him. The Saint of Endless and the Saint of Huaxian exchanged glances with Elder Qingwei. Their eyes filled with reverence. Although they aided Elder Qingwei, only they understood the sheer terror of his power. In the recent battle of saints, they were little more than bystanders, wary of the Saint of Bewitchment and the Saint of Rakshasa making their escape. Elder Qingwei had single-handedly vanquished both the Saint of Bewitchment and the Saint of Rakshasa, leaving them utterly defenseless. Ultimately, he decisively executed them. Here I, as Elder, must warn you once more. The contests among peers, regardless of the circumstances, shall not be interfered with by my Forbidden Sect. If one dies, it is merely a testament to their inadequacy. But should the young provoke the old, it shall be your fate. With a grand gesture, Elder Qingwei let 2 heads, still radiating the aura of saints, fall to the ground. The crowd recognized these heads as belonging to the Saint of Bewitchment and the Saint of Rakshasa. In southern Heaven City, warriors from various regions inhaled sharply, bowing to Elder Qingwei in respect. We shall remember. Deep within their hearts, they vowed that should they encounter Chu Luo, the living embodiment of death, in the Beast Mountain range, they would certainly take a wide detour to avoid him. Fellow Taoists, not only have you intervened to rescue our sect's heir, Chu Luo, but you also assisted in vanquishing 2 saints. In both sentiment and reason, my Forbidden Sect owes you both a debt of gratitude. It has come to my attention that the influence of the 2 of you is currently under the duress of 3 formidable powers. These 3 factions have recently allied themselves with the Tianjiao sect, becoming mere lackeys of the Qian Valley. Fear not, esteemed friends, for the Qian Valley has long been at odds with my Forbidden Sect. Shortly, I shall relay a message to the sect leader. Your forces shall receive the protection of my Forbidden Sect. This, too, serves as a means of repaying your kindness. Elder Qingwei remarked with a gentle smile directed at the Saint of Waya and the Saint of Huaxian. Upon hearing this, the 2 saints were filled with exuberance. Hastily bowing in gratitude to Elder Qingwei, Elder Qingwei waved his hand dismissively, radiating warmth and kindness. The onlookers in the city could not help but feel envious. Waya's sect and Huaxian Manor had indeed soared to new heights, having secured the formidable support of the Forbidden Sect. Henceforth, their standing in the southern celestial province would be unmatched by any other faction. At this moment, the Saint of Waya hesitated briefly before respectfully inquiring, Elder Qingwei, how shall we address the three factions of the Poison Heaven Sect, the Bewitching Valley, and the Rakshasa Cult? Despite his eagerness to confront these powers, he felt it imperative to consult Elder Qingwei first. Chapter 81. The Fall of the Three Sects. My lips are sealed were it not for Elder Qingwei's consent. The two of them would not have dared to act against these three major sections. These old relics of power dare to bully my esteemed disciple, Chu Luo. If Elder Yinyao learns of this, I fear these three sects would be uprooted and reduced to mere fragments, with even the worms they harbor receiving a thorough thrashing. In light of this, allow me, as Elder, to take the liberty of deciding on behalf of Elder Yinyao. As for me, I shall refrain from direct involvement. But I kindly urge you two fellow Taoists to carry out the extermination. The resources of these three sects are of no interest to our Forbidden Sect. Let them remain for your two sects to claim. A flicker of lethal intent flashed in Elder Qingwei's kind gaze as he coldly smiled at the two saints. Thank you, Elder. Saint Wuyi and Saint Hu offered their respects to Elder Qingwei. The two turned and, with a single step, vanished from sight. From Elder Qingwei's protective value 3,000, at that moment, the system within Chu Luo emitted another notification. In secret, Chu Luo gave a thumbs up to Elder Qingwei. To be fair, although Elder Qingwei may be somewhat cunning, his performance this time was commendable. Subsequently, Elder Qingwei and Chu Luo returned to the inn. Do not linger. Tomorrow we shall venture into the Monster Beast Mountain Range for our trials. Elder Qingwei turned to Tang He and the others, his expression grave. Yes, Elder. The six bowed respectfully and retreated to their respective chambers. Once the six had departed, Elder Qingwei's demeanor shifted, and he turned to Chu Luo with a beaming smile. Chu Luo, did my performance just now meet your expectations? Did it feel satisfying? If not, I can take you to the three sects right now for you to exact your revenge. Chu Luo was taken aback, gazing at the fidgeting Elder Qingwei, his brows raised. Elder, your performance just now was simply impeccable. I am thoroughly satisfied. Chu Luo grinned widely, revealing his bright, white teeth. As long as you are satisfied. By the way, regarding that enchanting incantation you taught me, I still have some uncertainties. You see, at that moment, Elder Qingwei resembled a curious disciple, his eyes gleaming as they fixated on Chu Luo. Chu Luo's mouth twitched uncontrollably, feeling quite uneasy under Elder Qingwei's gaze. He knew it. This old fellow was undoubtedly eager for him to instruct him in the forbidden arts. Very well, let us delve deeper into the discussion. But Elder, please do not mention that I am the one who taught you. Rest assured, my discretion is unparalleled. I assure you that even if the old geezers of the sect were to hold a knife to my throat, I would remain silent. You need not worry. Last time, when Elder Lidi pilfered Elder Gahan's spirit wine, I stumbled upon it by chance, and he begged me to keep it quiet. To this day, I have not uttered a word to anyone within the sect who does not know of my discretion. Chu Luo. Well, that's good. Elder, could you demonstrate it for me? But please don't unleash it. It's just the two of us in this room, and I'm a bit frightened, Rest assured, this elder is also afraid. At that moment, as Chu Luo and Elder Qingwei were discussing profound techniques in the room, the Poison Heaven Sect was engulfed in flames. Within this inferno, the anguished cries of the sect's disciples echoed continuously. In the void above, several colossal warships hovered ominously. The Endless Sage, accompanied by numerous formidable figures from the Endless Sect, traversed the air, casting their gaze down upon the ruins of the palace. Among the debris, Su Huan, the leader of the Poison Heaven Sect, was consumed by terror and resentment. The Rakshasa Cult and the Enchantment Sect have been annihilated by us. Now, only your Poison Heaven Sect remains. You may take your own life. Given our long acquaintance, I do not wish for your demise to be excessively disgraceful. A middle-aged man beside the Endless Sage, who was none other than Jiang Yuan, the leader of the Endless Sect, spoke contemplatively towards the severely wounded Su Huan. Upon hearing this, Su Huan bellowed at Jiang Yuan in the void, Though our ancestor has fallen, my Poison Heaven sect is now a subordinate force of the Celestial Sect. If you dare to act against us, prepare for the retribution from the Celestial Sect. Young one, do not place your hopes on the Celestial Sect. Their people have yet to arrive. Do you truly believe they will protect your Poison Heaven sect? We are here under the orders of the taboo sects elders, specifically to eradicate your Poison Heaven sect. The endless sage coldly chuckled, his expression devoid of warmth. Hearing this, Su Huan's countenance darkened dramatically. His heart brimmed with intense hatred towards Elder Qingwei. Alas, had it not been for the taboo sect, today my endless sect would meet the same fate as your Poison Heaven sect, ruthlessly obliterated. There is nothing more to discuss. If blame is to be assigned, it must be directed at yourselves for provoking those you should not have, for inciting the wrath of forces you should have feared. Annihilate. The endless sage pondered momentarily before sweeping his hand, unleashing a terrifying force that descended instantaneously. Boom! Celestial Sect. A scream filled with resentment echoed. The entire Poison Heaven sect was enveloped by the power of the sage. The entire sect was obliterated in an instant. The following morning, Chu Luo, bearing the weight of dark circles under her eyes, departed from South Heaven City alongside Tang, he and 5 others, heading towards the Beast Mountain Range. Senior Brother Chu, did you not rest well last night? What were you and Elder Qingwei up to? Noticing Chu Luo yawning repeatedly, Tang could not contain his curiosity and inquired. Upon learning that Elder Qingwei had not left Chu Luo's chamber throughout the night, the 5 behind them were taken aback. An unsettling thought flitted through their minds. They shivered collectively. For some inexplicable reason, they felt nauseous. Chu Luo, observing the others' expressions of revulsion and gagging, felt a surge of annoyance and scolded. What are you all thinking? I do not possess any such proclivity. Last night, Elder Qingwei apprehended me and engaged in a lengthy discussion regarding forbidden esoteric arts. What? Brother Chu, we desire to partake as well. Upon learning that Brother Chu had imparted knowledge to Elder Qingwei throughout the night, several individuals hurriedly gathered around him, their faces awash with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Regret coursed through their hearts. Had they known, they would have remained steadfast alongside Elder Qingwei, despite his insistence on their departure. Ahem! As Chu Luo observed the fervent gazes of his companions, a slight twitch occurred at the corner of his mouth. Why did he feel so uncomfortable upon hearing those words? Have you forgotten the beastly arousal incantation I entrusted to you during our journey? Chu Luo, feeling helpless, cleared his throat and spoke, buzzing. No sooner had he finished speaking than Tang, he, and the others promptly halted, their hands swiftly forming intricate seals. A cumbersome and obscure symbol materialized in their palms. A subtle wave emanated from a seal. Chu Luo stood in stunned silence as he beheld the intricate seals held by his fellow disciples, for they were none other than the beastly arousal incantation. Chapter 82. Stepping into the Beast Mountain Range. Sweeping through spiritual herbs, though the seals of the 6 individuals were rudimentary, having not even reached the threshold of mastery. It is worth noting that Chu Luo had guided them for half a month, despite the fact that his instruction played a significant role. Achieving near mastery of a forbidden skill in such a short span of time is a testament to their extraordinary talent, one that could easily outshine many of their peers. Senior brother, might you offer us some guidance? The 6 gazed at Chu Luo with eager anticipation. Returning to his senses, Chu Luo cleared his throat and waved his hand dismissively. All right, I see you. You 6 may put away your awkward seals for now. Upon hearing this, Tang He and the others withdrew their clumsy gestures, their ears perked, ready to absorb Chu Luo's insights. With an unusual expression, Chu Luo inquired, by the way, have any of you practiced other forbidden skills of our sect, or any common techniques? Tang He was the first to respond with a wry smile. Senior Brother Chu, to be candid, an elder of our sect once taught me a forbidden skill, the Supreme Sword Song, but it was exceedingly difficult. However, this life-enticing spell feels remarkably easier to learn. I was thinking that once I master this technique, if I encounter those disciples from the Crimson Flame Valley, I shall make them at this point. Tang He chuckled in a rather unbecoming manner, his mind filled with unseemly imaginings. Ah, Brother Tang shares my sentiments. I too find this technique particularly easy to grasp. He indeed. The other skills of our sect are exceedingly challenging. Only this technique felt destined for me. When Senior Brother Chu taught a I feel the same. It seems tailor-made for me. Though I have yet to truly grasp it, I can at least perform it now. It appears we are kindred spirits. Hearing their responses, Chu Luo's lips twitched uncontrollably. It seemed these fellows were just as mischievous as the elder Qing Wei, with an affinity for the more dubious skills. Thus, as Chu Luo made his way toward the Beast Mountain range, he continued to instruct the six on the life-enticing spell they had just learned. Before long, an expanse of endless mountains came into view, the Beast Mountain range of South Tianjiao. From the depths of the mountains, the occasional roars of beasts echoed through the air. Senior Brother Chu, we've arrived. However, I must remind you that Elder Qing Wei cautioned us not to venture too deep into the Beast Mountain range. The depths are home to powerful beasts and treacherous terrains, and even Elder Qing Wei would not dare tread lightly. Moreover, it is rumored that in the deepest part of the Beast Mountain range lies a terrifying presence, one that could spell doom even for an emperor. The truth of such tales remains uncertain, Tang, he warned, gazing at the vast mountains before him. Understood. I've heard that the Beast Mountain range is rich in rare spiritual herbs. As per our usual arrangement, the vibrant elixirs belong to me, while the rest shall be yours. Chu Luo gazed at the distant mountains, a smile gracing his lips. All right, the six from Tang, he responded in unison. With that, Chu Luo led the six of them into the outer layer of the monster Beast Mountain range. Upon entering the outer layer, they encountered several low-level magical beasts along the way, all effortlessly dispatched by the six from Tang He. However, during their journey, Chu Luo and his companions stumbled upon a plethora of ordinary first and second-grade spiritual herbs. Due to the low tier of these herbs, other martial artists venturing into the monster Beast Mountain range disregarded them, too apathetic to collect them. Yet, these low-tier spiritual herbs were unfortunate, for they had encountered the infamous band of Chu Luo. Chu Luo and his six core disciples relentlessly scavenged, gathering every spiritual herb they could find, regardless of its quality. Determined to leave no stone unturned, they even overturned the ground to inspect beneath it. In less than half a day, they had amassed over 1,000 ordinary spiritual herbs. As they ventured deeper, the magical beasts they encountered grew increasingly formidable. Yet Chu Luo and his companions managed to handle them with ease. Before long, they found themselves in the middle layer of the monster Beast Mountain range. Upon entering this layer, the group became noticeably more cautious. Roar! Just as they stepped into the middle layer, they suddenly heard an enraged roar emanating from a nearby mountain, accompanied by the vibrations of a fierce battle. Brother Chu, someone is engaged in combat with a magical beast over there, Wang Sheng exclaimed, pointing toward the distant mountain, his excitement palpable. Wherever there are magical beasts guarding, there must be precious spiritual herbs. This is an opportunity. Tang He echoed, equally exhilarated. The group turned their gaze towards the leader, Chu Luo. What are you looking at? Let's go. We must sneak over and take a look. Chu Luo grinned, leading the six to conceal their presence as they stealthily approached the nearby mountain. Soon, they reached a concealed spot not far from the mountain, hiding amidst the underbrush. Roar! In the distance, a colossal creature resembling a wild boar let out a thunderous roar. This enormous magical beast was adorned with two robust tusks and covered in tough, scaly armor that emitted a faint blue glow. At that moment, the beast glared furiously, its eyes ablaze with rage. Before it stood a handsome youth clad in golden robes. His lips curled into a confident smirk, wielding a golden spear with poise. From the aura radiating from this young man, Chu Luo discerned his formidable cultivation level. He was at the 6th stage of the primordial realm. The magical beast also possessed the same level of strength. It's him, Brother Chu. He is the prodigy of the ancient Jiang family, Jiang Yun, ranked 74th on the prodigy list. Tang He seemed to recognize the young man, whispering an explanation to Chu Luo. Chu Luo stood momentan. He never anticipated encountering someone from the Jiang family in this place. Brother Chu, look. That is indeed a 5th-grade spiritual herb, the spirit source fruit. However, this particular fruit has yet to mature. Once it does, it could ascend to the 6th-grade level. It seems that this beast intends to wait for its ripening before consuming it to evolve. Wang Sheng suddenly noticed a spiritual herb growing behind the magical beast, adorned with a blue fruit emanating a soft azure glow. "Brother Chu, shall we seize it?" The others glanced at Chu Luo, whispering their inquiries. Chu Luo observed Jiang Yun, who was engaged in combat with the magical beast, and felt a pang of indecision. He suddenly recalled Jiang Luoli. What if he were to antagonize the Jiang family? Wouldn't he that endanger his brother Yin? After all, his brother Yin likely had a romantic involvement with Jiang Luoli. "Junior brother, what is our relationship with the ancient Jiang family?" Chu Luo inquired quietly, stroking his chin. Tang he was taken aback, puzzled, yet he quickly responded. "Our Forbidden Sect has a significant history of conflicts with the 4 ancient families. However, these grievances were primarily established by the ancestors of our sect. Yet we have recently forged enmities with the Wang and Yi families." At this point, Tang He cast a few awkward glances at Chu Luo. Chu Luo rolled his eyes at Tang He. "Thank you for your reminder." Tang He chuckled sheepishly, clearing his throat before continuing. "As for the Jiang family, our current relationship is somewhat neutral. We keep to ourselves." "Brother Chu, let's do it." "The Jiang family is just the Jiang family. You are already in a precarious situation, so what is one more trouble matter?" "Indeed, Brother Chu, if we do not contend for opportunities, how shall we pursue the path of greatness? Yes, as long as we act discreetly, at worst, we can eliminate this creature, and no one will know it was us." The group eagerly urged Chu Luo, who turned to them with a disapproving glance. "Look at this bunch of rascals. What nonsense are they spouting? What do they mean by not fearing an extra lice on my already troubled body?" Just then, the battle between Jiang Yun and the magical beast escalated to a fever pitch, seemingly on the verge of determining a victor. Chapter 83. The Bludgeon. Old Six calls out to Old Six. Before them stood a fearsome beast of the primordial 6th realm, unleashing a deafening roar. In stark contrast, Jiang Yun emanated an astonishing aura, with a brilliant golden light shimmering behind him, soaring towards the heavens. In an instant, the surrounding void, spanning dozens of miles, was enveloped in ominous dark clouds. "Great wilderness towns, sky finger. Beast perish." Jiang Yun's gaze sharpened as he pointed skyward. From the depths of the dark clouds, a colossal golden finger, over 100 feet in length, descended with overwhelming force, adorned with sacred golden patterns that swirled around it. The beast, instinctively sensitive as a creature of the wild, sensed the terrifying power contained within the descending finger, its eyes filled with dread. With a fierce roar, the beast raised its